Hello everyone, this is Husky here, and this is a video I've wanted to make for a very, very, very long time. I could not be more excited about it. I don't know if it's going to be good or not, but basically this is a map that is, it is all units have blink. So unfortunately, this version of the map does not have a spectator mode, so I can't use production tabs and all of that. But anyways, I requested, if you guys remember at the last Red Bull event, I was saying I would love if someone made a map with all units having blink. So basically what that means is Zerglings have blink, drones have blink, Reapers have blink, Marines have blink. Basically every unit in the game automatically starts with blink, including stalkers. They're going to be starting with blink as well. I don't know why these eggs are all the way over there. What the WTF eggs? Who knows what's going on there, but either ways, this is kind of a very rough version of the map. Someone made it, and apparently Alright, apparently the eggs are a little bit broken. But either way, we're going to be having a lot of fun with this. And I basically just had them ally with me. I'm just going to go ahead and kill off my own SCVs here while we wait. But either way, this should be a lot of fun. And I don't know quite what to expect. I just wanted to see, is it hilarious? And also, I wanted to get a Terran and a Zerg and not get a Protoss. Just because I thought that was kind of ironic, kind of funny, and just hilarious all around. So up in the top left side, look at that SCV blinking over there. Up in the top left side, it is going to be Major playing as the pink Terran. And his opponent down in the bottom right side, he is loved by all. It is E.G. Suppy. Actually, I'm sure there's someone out there who doesn't like him whatsoever. But we're not going to talk about that person. We're only going to talk about the positive things in life, guys. Which is SCVs with blink, which is going to be terrifying. So guys at home, make sure you don't blink or you may miss the action. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with the terrible jokes. But either way, the map is Whirlwind. And apparently, are these actually drones? Yes, they are. He's going to be sending in those drones right away. This could actually be quite hilarious. I think what he's going to do is just blink right past the wall. Now, oh, here we go. We're going to have a blink battle. SCV's blinking around to chase the drones. Going to get this underway right away. I honestly don't know what the hell's going to happen. You can blink away. He barely saves it. Very, very nice. I like to think that this map is going to make these players so much worse at the actual game because they're going to think that they can be blinking around. You can see the SCVs trying to blink around, almost killing off one of the drones there. Not able to get. There is that SCV still working on the command center. Oh, are they going to blink forward? That's the real question on everyone's mind. But you can see kind of how the blink micro here could get a little bit out of control as the game goes on. Also, do remember, though, that the wall-in probably not going to be that useful. Overlord should have blink as well, which is fabulous. I feel like that is great. So, really, I mean, let's think about the options that you can have. You can have blink banelings. Those will be terrifying. You can have blink roaches. That would also be terrifying. But on the flip side, you can have blink Thors. You can have blink Marine Marauders, so you can split them up as those banelings are blinking on top of you. And, of course, the blink SCVs are quite good because keep in mind that Terran, they suffer the most when they lose workers. So to be able to blink them around and save them is pretty awesome. Marine does blink forward as well. And honestly, with no production tab, this makes me feel like we're watching Brood War. Because basically that's how it was. When you were spectating a game, there was only the ability to see what was building currently on a building, and that is it. There was no production tab. There was no like resource or income tab or anything like that. So we'll just have to kind of wing it here. This is more for fun, of course. Factory is going to be on the way. Now, if this is a series that you guys would like to see more of, I'm sure I can get them to update the map a little bit. But for now, we're just going to kick it. It's going to be fun. And the Overlord right there could blink away if need be. And SCV here, we'll see what is it like to scout with a blinking SCV. These are the things that we answer here on Husky StarCraft. There's a blink forward on the Zerglings. They blew their load a little bit early, but it looks like the Queen going to blink forward as well. The SCV doesn't even try. Oh my god, Queens with blink. That is so terrifying. Got to be able to clean that one up. And no scouting really for Major. We'll see if he decides to go for... What is he going to go for? Oh, God, Blink Hellions. Are those a thing? Are those going to be happening? I think they are. We have the Armory on the way. Starport going to be on the back of this. We'll see, actually, if he can get out Hellbats. That would also be terrifying. We'll just have to wait and see as this game goes forward. But do note that you cannot blink if your unit is burrowed. So, oh, a couple Zerglings actually be able to blink up in there. and actually just one. The other one's got to try and join him, but has to keep an eye out for that. Now, it is so important right now to be able to protect your main base, but here we go. Looks like Link's going to be attacking the main base. All of a sudden, the SCV is going rut-row. We'll see if they decide to blink away. There's the Hellions over here. We'll see, do they decide to blink? Yes, they do. Blinking right on top of the Link. He's got to be able to clean that out, but guess what? More Zerglings. A never-ending stream of Zerglings. The Hellions have got to blink to the low ground, but a Marauder spawning as well. I don't think that's going to be nearly enough, though. Blink Zerglings in the main base. That evidently is pretty good. Who would have thought? The Hellbats, though, are almost here. They should be able to protect those Lings, and got to try and go for the Marines as well. And, yep, going to go straight on the bunker there, and I think the SCVs might actually be able to save this, and they blink out of there. I think that the Blink Hellbats are going to actually be extremely terrifying to these Lings, because even though the Hellbats don't do as much damage, they can just blink right into the thick of things. The Marauder as well will be able to soak up a lot of that damage. Oh, here we go, rallying them around. And here we go, Blink Hellbats can activate at any time. They can blink out of there as well. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, man, is those Hellbats able to roast them up. And it does look like Suppy there trying to make something happen with those Lings. Was able to do quite a bit of harassment. Not enough to actually end the game, though, as much as he would have liked to. It is not the case. The Hellbats able to seal the deal. We do have the Roach Warren now on the way. Spore Crawler going to be on the way. Keep in mind that he did spot this starport. He did spot the Hellbats. He knows what's on the way. But has he ever had to defend Blink Hellbats? I feel like the answer is no. We are about to find out exactly how he reacts to that. That medevac moving out rather quickly here to make that happen. So remember, though, that that Major has got to leave a lot of his units back at home in order to protect against Blink Zerglings, maybe Blink Banelings. Who knows? Lots of things can give him a hard time. There's no such thing as Blink Creep Tumors, so that's not going to be a thing. But here comes the Hellbat drop, going to be moving out. I think that Suppy should be prepared for this. Hopefully for his sake, he's making some units to defend. Yeah, he's got the Roaches on the way. Already has the Spore Crawler, which I don't think the Spore is going to play a huge role, but it does help prevent that medevac from getting right on top of these drones. There's the Blink Queens as well. Forgot about those. Even the Blink Roach, man, trying to join on in. More Blink Queens out of nowhere. The medevac might actually get taken out. He blinks forward. Gets taken out with the Queens. You got to remember, man, Queens are a lot better at aerial defense when they can blink. That is for sure. Another medevac going to go ahead and move on out. This base is undefended, but guess what? Not a whole lot there to defend. Just the one drone. Uh-oh, Blink Queens. Don't mess with them, man. All of a sudden, Queens feeling a lot more terrifying. Now, at this point, Hellbat Marauder, a unit composition that may not be that good in regular StarCraft 2 against air units, might actually be good in this situation just because of the blink. There we go. The Hellbats managed to escape. Queen's escaping as well. I do like how Blink allows these players to either be more aggressive or more defensive than you are normally used to. So lots of epic lolzy happening right there. And the Hellbat Marauder unit composition, they're ready. They are ready to defend or attack. I mean, really, they can do anything that they want to. And how do you hold it off? That just looks terrifying. So many Queens, actually, right now. Going to be taking down these rocks here. And I'm kind of curious to see exactly how good Queens are versus what we're seeing right here, especially once they have Blink. That's going to be Transfuse plus Blink. That is a lot of healing. That is a lot of damage soaked up. But at the same time, this is only Mass Marauder. He did blink forward as well. He's got to be careful. He does grab the watchtower right now. He might get caught out of position. Could be a blink forward with these units, and he does. The Hellbat's just going right on in there. And does manage to escape for now, but this army's starting to look quite terrifying. Yeah, this is an army you do not want blinking on top of your face. That is for sure. The Queen's Roaches on top of the high ground. There's the Transfuses coming up. Nice concave established here, though. I don't know if Blink's actually going to be enough to remedy that defense. And for now, the expansion over here. Marine, does he decide to blink it forward? I don't even know if he's quite paying attention there, as he wants to make sure to save his entire army. I think he could kill it off either way. It's got to be close. Blink or no blink. Oh, the Overlord able to survive. For now, the army in the middle of the map. We'll see if he accidentally leaves it undefended. The Hellbats, no upgrades. Marine Marauder, no upgrades either. We do have +1 attack for Suppy, so he might actually have enough here to be able to defend this. We're about to find out. Queen's jockeying for position here, and which is nice because he can blink them out of the way. Normally, Queens are going to be slow. They're going to be immobile, and they're just going to be kind of stupid, but not today. The tension right now is mounting. We don't actually know what their supplies are because I can't take a look at them, but that is a lot of Roaches, but it's also a lot of Marauders, so I'm not quite sure exactly how this shapes up. A slight misblink there. I think he's kind of getting his sea legs going. There's the Overlord blink to scout it out, I guess. This Command Center has not quite landed just yet. Is it going to attempt to do so? The expansion over here, well, Suppy knows now for sure that there's not a whole lot of SCVs trying to get in a position to expand here. Oh god, Blink Widow Mines, if you get the upgrade for those, that could be mighty terrifying. There's got to be the Blink right forward on top of this army. He does need to blink back the Marines if possible, or at least get this army to engage. He is more focused on the drop down here, but he has to be using the army up there. There's a big blink forward. All of a sudden, the Roach is looking a little bit scared. They're going to be running into the natural. Notice he's just trying to focus down the workers as long as possible to get away from these units. I don't think he's going to be able to escape too much, though, because they can just blink forward to clean them up if he decides to. Nah, he just decides a good old 1A attack through. He knew that he did not need to waste that blink. So at this point, you can see Major able to secure 3 bases. Suppy, though, with a lot of units, and this army right now inside these medevacs. Are there Widow Mines up here? Yes, there are. Able to kill those off. Oh, the Queens, you got to be careful. Normally, you would just think that you could escape those Queens, but not when they have Blink. So we have Marine Marauder coming out of Major. Not a big surprise here, because I feel like Marine Marauder with Blink is something that's going to be really, really good. Does he have the Widow Mine upgrade? No, he doesn't. No, he does not, but it does look like these medevacs going to be going right now. Dropping right inside this third base. All of a sudden, Suppy really going to be struggling to help hold this off. I mean, he just doesn't have enough stuff right now. His army over here is getting hard counter as well. Unfortunately for Suppy, he is stuck on pure Roach now, and he should be able to blink over that ledge if he wants to for defense, which is what I think he's going to have to do. The Roach is here just waiting for this army. He decides to unload actually directly on top of them. At the same time, though, there's another major battle taking place over here. I don't think Suppy's going to be Oh, I don't know. These Roaches doing a lot of damage overall, and they will eventually get cleaned up, it looks like. But still, able to hold off the drop inside the main base. Able to at least do a little bit of damage to that army. But Rutro, Major, working on some upgrades now. He's got 1-1 upgrades done. Suppy currently sitting at 2-1, though. That's why those Roaches were surviving a lot longer than you may think, because they're dealing more damage. A big blink forward to try and take out the Marauders. It might actually end up working out. Widowmine's going to burrow here, but the Overseer's in position. Only 1 or 2 Widowmine hits actually go off. There's the blink into the third base to try and take those out. The Marines taking out the Overlord here for a potential 4th base, but Suppy just attempting to win with pure blink Roaches alone. They are looking pretty gosh darn terrifying at that. And I think, yeah, with the Mule right there, he knows that he is in danger, as the Masked Roach is going to end up working out, I would say, very, very well for him here. He just didn't have enough stuff to be able to clean that up. And the Marines, they don't have the range that you need. That's going to be a major problem. A pun definitely intended. SCVs are going to try and take down these Roaches. Should be able to do quite a bit of damage to them. I just think that there's too much here. I mean, the Queen able to arrive so much earlier than normal. And the drop over here, not going to be able to even clean up these Queens, I don't think. Or maybe he will be able to. Kind of hard to tell there. There's the big Stim. Try and take him out. SCVs getting in the mix, but blinking forward with Roaches and Queens. Not a whole lot you can do. More units are on the way, though, for Major, as he does have a lot of money incoming. Or at least he did there for a while. The 1 Marauder still alive. 9 kills. He's actually going to be working on the hatchery there. I don't think he's going to be able to kill it off. We'll keep an eye on him. But there's going to be the GG from Major, as EG Suppy able to win game number 1. That was actually so hilarious. Let's see if I can convince him to do a best of 3. All for one video. I think that that'll be hilarious. Let me see if I can get them to do that. Hello everyone, this is HESKeska here, and I want to make this video so badly. It is a custom map. If you guys remember back in the Red Bull last tournament that I casted, I requested someone make a map where all units have blink. And apparently you can blink around your larva, which is hilarious. Oh, I like that. You can blink it all the way over there to the mineral line. But anyways, I requested that players or fans or someone make a map where all units have blink. So this is going to be Whirlwind with all blink enabled. That means every single unit in the game has blink. And we shall see exactly what happens. I want to introduce our 2 players up on the top left side. It is going to be Major. He's going to have a majorly hard time playing against his opponent on the top right side, who's going to be EG Suppy, who is loved by all. Maybe there's someone who actually really hates Suppy. You just know there's that guy out there who has like a grudge against Suppy for getting beaten down in dodgeball in like middle school, and he still hasn't let that grudge go. But for the most part, everyone loves Suppy. I haven't been able to cast too much Major on my channel, but it is going to be a TvZ with all blink enabled. The hatchery going to be going on down here. Now, if this is something you guys enjoy, I want to let you know that I can do more fun stuff like this. I can cast more games with all blink enabled if you find it hilarious. Obviously, it's not going to be the most balanced, but it may be quite hilarious. I can also maybe have other maps made, like maybe all units have Stim. Maybe all units have Blinding Cloud. I don't know. I don't know if it's something you guys like and you want to support these players. I'll put their Twitters down below. They're awesome. Go tell them thanks for playing this ridiculous game. Command Center are going to be on the way. We have gas as well here for Major, so what's going to be his plan with that? I'm actually not sure. We do have the Suppy hatchery down at the natural. Now, I do want to mention that we did do one test game before this. Suppy ended up being the winner there. I want to say that in that first game, it was kind of just a practice warm-up game. Major went for Hellbat Marauder, which was actually a timing that looked quite terrifying when he had that. He wasn't able to pull it off, though. And, I mean, you think Zergling run-bys are bad? Wait until you see Zergling blink-bys. Those are even worse when there's Zerglings blinking into your base. You have to leave units back at home to defend. So, really, I mean, there's cool stuff you can do. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, we got one SCV over here. I don't know what those drones were doing, trying to chase down the SCV, apparently. But this SCV should be able to stay alive for quite some time, especially with that blink enabled. Should be able to keep it alive. But also remember, Queens with blink, very good at holding off drops, very good at denying harassment, very good at denying scouting. Oh, God, the SCV going to try to escape here. We'll see if the Lings can actually pull it off. I don't know. Are they? Oh, blinks in front of it. Could blink up here if he wanted to escape those Lings. Nope, just decides to blink straight on forward. I don't really know how these battles end up working out. Oh, Zergling's blinking forward. It does look like blink is off of cooldown now. Should be able to save this SCV, and he does. Marine there deciding not to show off by blinking himself forward. But there's going to be the expansion going on up for Major. Should be pretty cool. One thing you can do is blink your SCVs back and forth when they're mining, but it's very difficult to actually pull off. So not surprised to see players not do that. And I think even the larvae have blink. The eggs do not have blink, but larvae do. So we'll see if he decides to micro those or not. I think at this point, it's probably not even worth it. But so far, a pretty passive game. I think that Zerglings with blink are what Major's going to have to watch out for most. I mean, obviously, I don't quite have very much experience with these types of situations. Oh, blink banelings! Oh, God! Oh, what is happening? There's a blink forward! Only kills a couple SCVs. Major able to react in time. I was not paying attention. Didn't even realize there was a baneling nest. God, this shows you how, like, giddy I am right now for this mass blink thing. I actually have no idea what's going on. So, blink banelings. That's going to have to be something you watch out for. The Hellions over here, keep in mind they are blink as well, but they spot that there's nothing really there. Now, one thing I want to mention is that units can blink from right here up into this base. So you want to put buildings there to continually spot if possible. Ooh, a Banshee with blink. That seems like that kind of harassment could be really, really good. But the Hellions there, they are ready and waiting. They may not be able to kill the Overlord, but they're sure as hell not going to let any more blink banelings inside the main base. Although, looks like these may be gearing up to do just that. Lots of Lings on the way. Drones on the back of this, though. I do quite like this from Major, making lots of Hellions, because Hellions are, obviously, number one, very good versus Lings. And number two, got to be able to help out with these banelings if they try and blink in there, which I'm not sure if that's going to be the case or not. Ooh, 4 banelings on the way. Is there going to be more? Yes, there is. 4 more. Now 2 more. I'm really bad at math, so let's look up here. 11 banelings overall. Got to be morphing in outside the base here. And the Hellions are actually completely out of position. We'll see how this harassment actually goes. We do have Spine Crawlers on the way. They're not going to be done anytime soon, though. Hellions, do they decide to blink past? That is the real question. Almost accidentally killing that creep tumor. That would have been quite nice, but oh, God. Oh, God. Here come the blink banelings. Here they go. Oh, God. The Marine, they're able to absorb some of it. The SCVs have got to escape. The Hellion here has got to do as much damage as possible. With the blink forward, could be devastating. Get the SCVs out of there. Oh, no. They're not able to escape. They've got to try to blink away, but oh, God. Oh, God. What have you done? There we go. Takes out a lot of those. At the same time, though, there are lots of Hellions over here, which could begin that harassment. The Banshee, the Cloaked Banshee, don't underestimate it. A Cloaked Banshee with blink is very, very difficult to kill. That is for sure. We should be seeing some more SCVs on the way. Yep, you can see them rallied over here to the natural. But at the same time, the Hellions aren't quite dead yet. The Queen attempting to gather. Got to kill that Spore Crawler, though. Drones pulled off the line here with a big blink with the drones. The Hellions have got to blink out of there as well. No, it actually just decides to micro them away. And oh my God, that did not work out as well as I thought it would. It looks like the Spore Crawler is done, so the Banshee's effectiveness is severely hindered by this. But both players losing a lot of workers. I think that Major needs to keep just producing workers on the back of this. No, he's actually decided to still produce Hellions 2 at a time and a Banshee, apparently having enough money to do so. And Suppy able to get those nice baneling hits, but at the end of the day, got to be able to kill that Banshee and saves it with the blink, albeit barely. Here comes their Banshee with Cloaked. So at this point, I'm actually not quite sure who's in the lead. We do have 30 drones to 12, but with no roaches in sight. I mean, we have a Spire on the way, which actually killing, getting just one or two Mutalists out should be great. He's trying to go for the Spore Caller. I think he needs to go for the main base, though, because those Mutalists are going to be out there. There's the big blink forward with the Hellions to try to escape those Zerglings, and can he kill off another Queen? He should be able to. He does get it. And lots of Lings will go down, but guess what? Mutalists are just around the corner. Lots of gas is ready. Not as many minerals, though, so actually both players suffering here quite a bit. Another Banshee got to be on the way. They need to get inside the main base. Really killing out this Spore Caller is a shame because Mutalists are going to complete right now. Hellion's not the best option right now. SCVs are actually pulled off the line. Very few units back at home. Going to be going for the mass repair. Mutas obviously got to be pretty good versus this because there's no anti-air. 6 Mutas are on the way, and unfortunately for Major, he does not realize that those Mutas are about to spawn. He's going to have to try and dodge them as best he possibly can once they do indeed spawn. There's Mutalist number 1. All of a sudden, Major realizing, uh-oh, we've got to go for it and go for it now. It has got to come down to this crazy Blink Micro on these drones. Can they actually survive, or are the Hellions just going to go straight for it? Looks like the Banshees will be able to escape. Drones getting roasted away at a rapid rate. The Mutalists here, they have Blink as well, so they could blink forward. Oh, the drone's trying to blink away, but guess what? Hellions returning the favor. Only a handful of drones survive. And taking a look at the units tab right now, it is 6 drones to 10 SCVs. A brutal, brutal game here. More Lings actually managing to harass over here. The SCVs trying to mine anywhere they possibly can. There, oh, don't attack that. Want to kill off the Zerglings if possible. So you can see just how frantic this actually gets. The Mutalists got to be moving out. I don't think there's enough anti-air. The Hellions could go straight for the main base. There's no defense back at home. The Mutas just gotta go straight for it and gotta try and get up an engineering bay. I don't think he's gonna have time though. I mean, Marines are on the way, but Mutalists are pretty good. The Hellions over here are gonna try and go for the mineral line. Does manage to roast them away. I actually don't know who wins this right now. I want to say that Suppy wins it because he's killing off the last of the workers, but at the same time, these Hellions have killed off all the workers as well. And the Banshees, if they can stay cloaked, might actually be able to kill off the building. Notice how Major's going for the spores because he knows that there's no way for Suppy to detect them if he doesn't have any Spore Callers. So we shall see. The Banshees trying to find a good angle to go at. Got to be going for this Spore Caller as well. So now it's going to be Mutas versus Banshee. But the Banshees have Cloak and cannot be detected at this point. So we do have a drone or two on the way. I think it's actually just the one drone at this point. So a pretty silly game here as both players are going to try and micro as best they possibly can. Does take out those Lings, the Mutas here. Once the Mutas get on top of the Hellions, so they might be able to always just chase them down. I'm actually not quite sure how this shapes up with Blink cooldown only being, what, 10 seconds. Oh, there's a big blink forward. I don't think these Hellions can survive much longer. The Banshees are going to go ahead and move in. They're going to go straight for the hatchery. And the Mutalists are going to go ahead and back out. Oh, there is an Overseer. Oh, no, I didn't realize that. So those Mutas should be able to kill the Banshees for sure. The Banshees should try and kill off the hatchery if possible. The Overseer is almost here, but not quite yet. Blink is off cooldown. Decides to split the Banshees right away. Needs to go for that 1-1-1 drone. And I think he's going to get that one lonely drone, which he needs to kill that off. So, we're not going to have a draw, that's for sure. But, man, is this game going to be close? We do have 2 Widow Mines. There's one over here and one inside the main base. This Widow Mine is up to 2 kills. It will be off of cooldown pretty soon. Don't know if it's going to be enough, though, to take down that Muta. The Banshees, not in very good shape. We have the one hatchery over here, the Spire, and just a couple of buildings left. But really, I mean, there's just no way for Major to get up in there to make it happen. We actually have just the one drone on the way for Suppy. This is going to be his last drone. He knows that he has to protect it. At the same time, though, Major able to drop 3 mules. He has another orbital command right here. I honestly think leaving the orbital inside the main base might be a good idea. But I think what he may try and do is hide it over on the left side. Oh, here come the Hellions. If they kill off that one drone's got to go down. That is the last drone. No money is left for Suppy. So at this point, Suppy just has to go for the kill. But oh my god, I think Major actually has this game. I think Major's going to pull this one magically out. The Widow Mine there. Oh, but at the same time, there's still 2 Mutas here. One more Widow Mine is on the way. But the base down here might be the key to success. He needs to burrow this Widow Mine immediately if possible. The Overlord might get taken out, but hey, it's still taking out one more unit. And does he drop the mules? Yes, he does. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to be some nice income. Oh, no, but the Mutas are going to find it right away. Oh, no, I thought for sure he was going to have that. The mules are going to get taken out, only delivering 1 load. And I think, well, no, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't actually know what's going to happen right now. The Widow Mine's doing lots of damage. Is that going to be enough to one-shot this Vita? We're about to find out. Might activate that Widow Mine. No, he's narrowly skirting around it. Oh, he kills off the Widow Mine. No, I think Suppy's done it by actually spotting the base on the bottom left side. There's going to be the GG. Suppy is going to be your winner in an absolutely hilarious game. If you guys would like to see more stuff like this, definitely let me know. That was awesome casting that. I might have to play a couple of games myself. That was pretty lolsy, that is for sure. You can see the workers active there was just downhill the entire game for both players. Army value, not very good for either player either. Is that actually accurate though? I think it is. I guess he did have quite a few Hellions and the Banshees there at the end. But either way, a very, very close game. And the hilariousness is a little bit too much for me to handle. So anyways, go follow him on Twitter if you want to, guys. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Alrighty, we did decide to go ahead and do a third game, and Suppy wanted me to put game number 1 in there. So hey, I will go ahead and do that. Now this time, my voice is a little bit shot because those games were pretty intense. So I'm gonna put my microphone closer, but I'm going to talk quieter. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, now we're getting intimate over here. So I basically said, you know what? We saw a game with a TvZ. We saw another game with a TvZ. That is 2 Zerg, 2 Terran. Now it is time for double Protoss for the last game. So we shall see. Both players going to be off racing as Protoss. And that should be a lot of fun. Remember, all units do have blink, which is hilarious. You can see that Suppy up in the top right side. Actually, I can open up their nameplates and everything. Suppy in the top right side. Got to be going for Protoss and the purple color. And the purple color. And the color purple. And down the bottom left side, it is going to be Major as the red Protoss. Suppy was actually saying that Major is very good at Protoss, even though it's his off race, is very, very good at. So we're going to wait and see exactly how this shapes up. I wonder if Suppy's little blink micro there is actually going to be helping him out in the long run or not. I don't know. Trying to make it happen, because if you misclick it, it definitely is not worth it. So Suppy with the micro, Major saying, it's not going to be that big of a difference. I'm not even going to try, because one misclick is going to completely counteract all the bonus you would have gotten from that anyways. Both players are going to be chrono boosting out the first couple of probes, as should be expected. But at this point, remember, guys, that the entire map, all units do have blink. It was something that I mentioned in the Red Bull tournament, and someone actually made it and sent it to me. They have a picture of me and Day9 like doing something that should not be legal in any state or any country. As the thumbnail there. So if you find that, then you know you've found the right map. The map is, of course, Whirlwind. We are going to be having cross spawns right now. But again, if this is something you guys would like to see more of, more goofy games or whatever, it's really up to the fan response. So if it's something you guys like, if it's something that is highly viewed and highly entertaining, then I'll do it some more. If you guys think it's stupid, then I won't do it. But either way, gas going to be finishing up right now for Major. He has the second one on the way. What's Suppy's gas looking like? Well, he's got one gas and just now going to be dropping down his second one. Kind of curious to see exactly how Suppy plays Protoss. Well, as long as he's warmed up on the blinking, I feel like that should be enough. Watching the probes blink around is pretty hilarious. Not going to lie. But second gas going to be finishing up here for Suppy. Cybernetics core on the way. Both players opting to go for a one-base play. Not that I can really blame them, just because they've already seen how aggressive their opponent can be, how easy it is to get inside the main base, and to expand this early as Protoss is a little bit suicidal, let's be honest. Lots of one-base Protoss builds are extremely powerful versus Protoss in this mirror matchup. So the one probe is going to go ahead and I guess not try and scout the entire base as he went up there. Oh, no, he messed it up. He messed up. He done goofed. He is done goofed. He's going to be scouting up to the top left side. And this is the silliest feeling ever when this actually happens, because you try and make your scouting as efficient as possible, and sometimes you just miss out. As the probe right there is a little bit confused, he's like, all right, we're going to come up here. We're going to see if there's anything going on, and unfortunately there is not. Wah, wah, wah. As there's no base down there. So he's going to know that his opponent is in the top right side after realizing I did not actually scout far enough. Those buildings were in the far kind of back side of the base as opposed to the entrance there. So we do have the one Zealot. The Zealot should be able to chase down the probe a little bit better than normal, but guess what? The probe has blink as well. So I'm not sure if it's going to be able to deny that scouting or not. It does look like the probe over here does get denied. Of course, the Martian core does have blink as well, so blink time warp could be quite effective for retreating. And it looks like the probe gonna slowly move out. Who's gonna be like, no, I'm just a late probe. I did not completely miss this location. So we shall see. That probe is going to attempt to get on up there, and does manage to. Could blink forward, and he does. The Zealot's gonna try and blink. I would think to take it out. Not gonna be that lucky though, as the probe is a little bit quicker. Oh, the probe's blink to intercept. And that was an interception if I have ever seen one. 2 probes on each gas. That's going to be very intentional here for Suppy. We'll see exactly what he plans to get on the back of it. Looks like it's going to be a 4-gate right now. He might actually just be really, really aggressive right now. And that's going to be versus the 2-gate of Major. But also keep in mind that Major's been making 2 units off this gateway, off these 2 gateways the entire time. Going to be spotting pylon number 1. Will he spot pylon number 2? We're about to... Ooh, no, he's not. No, he's not. There's pylons number 1, 2, and 3. And remember that Suppy was able to cancel that one, so should be in pretty good shape here. It looks like, yeah, Suppy's got to be aggressive now. He is behind in supply, though, which is not good. He needs to make sure he keep warping in those units if possible. He is going to have some stalkers. But, again, the way that Major played this out, this build is so good, is because you get out lots of units right away, and then it gives you a little bit of a buffer to go for a Robotics, to go for a Stargate, to go for a Twilight Council, something like that. He's going to have enough units to hold this off for now. In a standard game, he would have enough units right now. I don't know if that's how this is going to play out or not. We will find out. Nexus is going to be on the way. Now, thankfully for Suppy, this Nexus is going to be going down right when he wants to attack. And unfortunately for Major, he has not scouted exactly what's going on here. He does have the Observer out. He doesn't know if there's going to be any DTs or anything like that. But at the same time, he needs to make Immortal. Oh, he has one on the way. Might actually be able to get this out in time. The Chrono Boost is on the way. And this is where it starts to get really, really tense. Suppy's ready to go. A blink inside the main base could be devastating. He's got to bring along the probe as well. There he goes, slightly messing up the blink, though. And doesn't want to lose this probe. He's got to keep that probe alive. He wants to start throwing down pylons if possible. And you can see just how difficult it actually is to blink up that ramp. There's going to be the Photon Overcharge. I don't know if Suppy is prepared for this. He might have to mass recall out, decides to blink forward. And I love how we're seeing blink stalkers before actual blink stalkers would be coming out anyways. The Photon Overcharge is going to be going to town. Needs to keep the Immortal alive if possible. And he is going to be able to, now that that blink is activated first, needs to blink away. Ah, he's not going to get it in time. Major's Photon Overcharge may be the one saving grace here. A couple of his units are getting taken out by those giant laser beams. Oh, the Mushroom Core goes down as it does get a little bit out of position. And I think that Major's actually going to hold off here. He's not in that bad a shape. I mean, yeah, he's going to force a cancel. Yes, he lost a lot of stuff, but he's still got a probe lead. He has the ability to make Immortals, and the Photon Overcharge is still good. Does he not have Warp Gate? No, he does. He just hasn't upgraded it just yet. Needs to be able to do that, though. He can, if he wants to, upgrade it right now. Get 2 more Stalkers. Should be good to go. Oh, but the Pylon powering out the Immortal. The probes here joining in to try and kill off the Zealot. I think that's actually going to be it. As Suppy saying Shobo, as Major unable to pull it out. As if PvP wasn't, oh yeah, there it is right there. It didn't make those warp gates. But either way, Suppy is going to be your winner in the Blink Challenge. The Don't Blink Challenge, or the Do Blink Challenge. Either way, a ton of fun, guys. Go follow them on Twitter. Go tell them thank you for blinking a lot. That's what you're going to tweet at them. Tell them thank you for blinking a lot. I'm going to put their Twitters down below. And, yeah, that was a lot of fun. So, hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, and it is time for another episode of IMBA League. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. I got a whole spiel all about it, but first I do want to introduce our 2 players who are currently playing live for our entertainment. Up in the top right side, it is going to be WhiteRa. And down the bottom left side, it is once again going to be E.G. Suppy. Now, for those of you who didn't watch the last episode, well, I didn't name it IMBA League because I wasn't sure if I wanted to make it a series. But after reading everyone's kind of feedback and all that, I decided to go ahead and not only make it a series, but start making changes to the map so every episode is unique. Now, today, it is going to be all units have Stim pack. You can see the drones right here are indeed using that Stim. WhiteRa deciding not to use his Stim right away to make sure his probes are at full HP. So Suppy already using Stim. Basically, the whole point of IMBA League is for us to just laugh a lot. It is for pure entertainment's sake. it is completely not balanced, okay, guys? That's why it's called IMBA League. So, obviously, there may be some glaring imbalances here, and we are not David Kim, nor would we want to be. I do not envy him one bit. WhiteRa's going to be scouting here, realizing that those drones are quite damaged. WhiteRa deciding to use Stim Pack on his probes now as well, going to be catching up in that regard. But you got to remember that Suppy's drones will be regenerating HP as time goes on, so that means that using that Stim might actually be good up until you get a certain amount of workers. Then it doesn't really benefit you all that much. But the whole point of this, guys, is that I want to have fun, and I want to give a big, big thanks to the ma'am Zetal. The ma'am? I just called him a ma'am. To the man, Zetal. And I'm going to post his website down below. He's an awesome guy. He does lots of custom StarCraft 2 maps. He also plays Minecraft and hosts a server and all sorts of cool stuff there. Oh, with the Stim, he takes out the drone. Oh, this is already getting interesting. WhiteRa with the big old smile. Suppy's going to Stim and run down here, too. Oh, God, it's so good. What have I done? Oh, God. All right, so all units have Stim, already getting well underway as we do have first blood there. And, oh, God, it's going to be so good. So, anyways, I just want to clarify a little bit more, guys. Zetal is the name of the guy who is making these maps. He's the one who made the Blink map without me asking. Once I recorded a game on that map, he actually reached out to me and said, Husky, if you want to continue doing this, let me know. I hit him up, and here we are. So, big thanks to him. His website's down below. And a big thanks to WhiteRa for being the new challenger against Suppy, as Suppy was able to defeat Major in the last series. Of course, again, I want to emphasize this a million times so that I don't have to hear it, and maybe you guys can come to my defense as well. Obviously, this is going to be imbalanced. You know, if you give every single unit in the game Stim, then the metagame is probably going to favor certain races over the other. But the whole point is to throw these guys into just kind of a gauntlet of silliness. There's the Stimlings right there trying to see exactly what's going to go on. Now, I want to talk about the metagame a little bit because why the hell not? First of all, I am already scared for WhiteRa for Zergling counterattack. Zergling with Stim running into your base, that cannot be fun for anybody. Did he make a Zealot? No, he has another Zealot on the way. I thought he had a Zealot, though. No, he's just got probes for now, so WhiteRa going to be doing that. He's also going to be attacking these rocks. Now, in talking to the map developer, we decided not to give the building Stim, just units with Stim, which that affects every unit. That's going to be Overlords. And you can see this Overlord did Stim his way over there. Oh, God, there's the Stimmed Overlord going for the big old fatty scout. Now, remember that Stim increases movement and attack speed at the cost of 10 HP, but the movement and attack speed is based on a percentage. So faster units are going to move much faster, whereas slower units are only going to move a little bit faster. You can see right here the Overlord with 0.29 increased movement speed. It's going to be very difficult to keep up with these units because, like Stim Zerglings, for example, they move an extra 148, which is just seriously terrifying. Nothing is going to catch those ever. WhiteRa deciding not to use Stim here just yet is going to go ahead and move out with a couple of Zealots here. And honestly, if Suppy does not make any units here, the double Zealot attack could actually do quite a bit of damage here because he is on the 3 bases right now. Now, Stim Queen's going to be pretty good as well at trying to hold this off. We'll just have to wait and see if WhiteRa decides to go for the attack right now. We do have more Lings on the way for Suppy. There's the Queen going to be running all over the place. I'm sorry, I just find the Stim to be way too hilarious. Now, the Queen's got to do her best to survive. Mothership Core is on the way, so WhiteRa might actually be able to deny this base for now, at least prevent any sort of drones from being over there. And there's the Queen trying to rally out of there, moving as fast as a medevac, it would seem. The Ling's going to be trying to join in. There's going to be the Time Warp there, which does still affect units regardless of their Stim status. It does look like one Zealot is going to get taken out. This Queen most likely going to go down as well. She does get a couple more shots off before finally falling. The Zergling is going to attempt to reinforce here. We do have 10 more Lings on the way. No Zergling speed being researched at all by Suppy. He instead is going to be going for a fast lair attack. And if he's not careful, he is going to lose his hatchery, although he should be able to kill off this Stalker for sure. WhiteRa cannot mass recall here, so remember that he is stuck here with these units. The Zealot especially will most likely go down. WhiteRa is going to go ahead and back on out of here. And overall, it looks like WhiteRa not only coming out ahead in that regard, but forcing lots and lots of Lings here out of Suppy. But Suppy does have that early lair attack, which has me wondering, what is he scheming over here? Because getting a lair attack this early is not common. But of course, this is a very uncommon map. Now, you do have WhiteRa the +1 attack here. Unfortunately, you can't stim those out, but you can go for the Chrono Boost on that building. The Overlord, once again, got to be scouting the main base. We'll see if he decides to use Stim or not. Oh, he's got to spot these gateways over here. I think he's got to spot the Twilight Council as well. This is where Stim Zerglings start to get really, really annoying. WhiteRa actually doesn't have any units now. The Probes trying to retreat out of there, and Probes with Stim actually holding their own quite well. Oh my god. The Zealots over here as well, I think, were stemmed to clean up those Lings. So, you know, the Lings are fast, but they're just going to die so much quicker. But at the same time, WhiteRa did stim all of his workers now. They're extremely low on HP. And keep in mind that Protoss is the only race that cannot heal damage that is dealt to their unit's health. Because shields aren't helping you with that stim. So his probes very low on HP. That means a Baneling drop could be devastating. That means that WhiteRa needs to make something happen with this timing attack. But the interesting thing right now is that Suppy already has a Spire on the way. He is aspiring to get very fast Mutalisks out. He's got the 3 bases here, so WhiteRa needs to make something happen. This is going to be quite tough for him. I'm actually kind of curious how Protoss can play this out, because Zerg is all about mobility. It's all about getting flanks. It's all about getting Mutalisks in your base as quickly as possible. These are all things that Stim are going to help out with. WhiteRa decides to go ahead and start moving out, though, and this may be a perfect timing. The Spire is not quite done yet. He's going to go ahead and move on up here and just begin attacking this natural. The Zerglings could just counterattack all the way home. That poor drone. There's going to be the Stim Zealots right now. Decides to engage directly with them, and of course you can't heal these Zealots at all, but it will allow you to kill a hatchery. Look how fast that's going to go down with the Stim Zealots. They eventually run out of that Stim. But, oh no, the Immortal gets intercepted as well. WhiteRa's really trying to press his advantage right now, but at the same time, the Mutalisks are going to be on the way pretty soon. The Immortal right there was Stim holding his own versus those Lings. The hatchery has fallen. Now we have the Zealot Sentry army inside the main base. Drones now pulled off the line to try to engage right now. It may have been too greedy a play from Suppy. He can't afford to get out the Mutas, and if he can, he just does not have the time. But there's going to be the GG in game number 1. As Suppy, unable to get those Mutas out. He was really going to try and use that Mutalisk harass, but WhiteRa able to lock that down. So we're going to go ahead and jump into another game and see what happens in game number 2. All right, here we go. This is going to be game number 2. WhiteRa showing that the early timing attack is perhaps Protoss's best way of making those Stim units work. And it was one of those things where I thought for sure WhiteRa was actually going to lose, because those Mutalisks were mighty, mighty, mighty close to being out. And can you imagine how terrifying stemmed Mutalisks are? Because keep in mind that number 1, Mutas now regenerate HP much quicker out of combat. And that means that if you're stimming them, whether or not they're being attacked, they can start regenerating their health pretty darn quickly. There's going to be the big stim on the drones right away to get that little extra bit of income. I think WhiteRa's a little bit more cautious about when he's going to be using that stim, just because it damages his units for sure. But also, remember, the Mutalisks already move faster in general. They recently changed that. And number 2, they regenerate their HP much quicker out of combat. So those 2 changes stacked with Stim Pack is actually kind of hilarious. The Overlord going to be all the way down here already. That is the world's fastest scout. That is for sure. The Overlord moving almost as fast as workers, man. He's taking lots of drugs up there. I guess you could say he is quite high. Get it? Because he's up flying. Whatever. Okay, guys. Come on. Come on. That sounded better in my head. But either way, what is Suppy going to do here in this game? That is the question I am asking myself. I like how he is stimming his units that are going to be building the buildings. Just because it allows him to get those units there that much quicker. Plus, that unit is going to essentially die anyway, because it is going to be turned into a building. So nice little touch there by Suppy, but it does make it quite tempting for WhiteRa to try and move in here to get some worker kills, because look at that, man. Taste the rainbow. We got green, yellow, orange. We got all sorts of different colors of the rainbow up there in HP bars. So you can see right here, this probe once again going to attempt to engage, but you got her. Oh, he did use the Stim Pack, though. Somehow the probes, man, completely destroying drones, and this is where the wonky back and forth battle starts to take place. And the drone there almost able to engage, but does go ahead and get that hatchery down. This probe going to be chilling out over here, and the forge is ready to go. We also got the gateway now on the way. The Overlord, man, taking those Overlord drugs and is going to continue to scout nonstop. This is actually really frustrating, as if Overlords weren't pesky enough in the early game versus Protoss. Now they can be scouting your entire base. But of course, this is the IMBA League, where things may not exactly be balanced, but they're still hilarious to watch. I need to come up with a catchphrase, because I got some catchphrases for Bronze League heroes. I got an intro and an outro that I standardly use. I'm trying to decide what my IMBA League heroes catchphrase should be. I don't know. I don't know, we'll have to think about it. We'll see kind of what happens as time goes on. We do have a cannon on the way for WhiteRa. I think this is a very smart choice, as the stim-packed lings before with those counterattacks were quite annoying. So getting that cannon up as... Oh my goodness, excuse me, had a major hiccup there. Getting that up as quickly as possible is going to be quite helpful. And again, these lings could stim and just run on by. I think he decided not to go ahead and do that just yet, although he could easily skirt along the edge here, which will prove to be quite annoying. However, the cannon is there and ready to go. Well, oh, it does actually kill 2 lings there, albeit barely. It does like WhiteRa has stemmed his probes as well. He's got to be careful, though. He's only got 1 stim left. Oh, wait, no, he can. Oh, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Apparently, that's only 1 stim. That's right. These workers can only stim once because they're only going to have 10 HP. So, that's definitely not good for WhiteRa here. He's got to be careful. And the stim on the lings, barely keeping them alive. I mean, even with stim, there's still only 2 lings. So, they really have to try to be aggressive before the probes turn around to kill them. And that's exactly what he's going to try and do here. Workers getting back to work pretty easily there, as Suppy is able to delay this by quite a little bit. I think Suppy kind of knows what his problem was last game. It was just getting the lair tech too early. I mean, that means he had no units left to defend the attack that actually headed his way. So I think that he's going to be playing this out a little bit differently. I would assume he's got the hatchery now on the way. Ooh, WhiteRa, you sexy devil. Maybe going for hidden expansion up at the top right side. The queen slowly moving over there. Could stim pack, but I don't think she's going to have enough energy anyways to be able to inject the larva just yet. The Zealot right there does manage to clean up that 1 singular Zergling. And now it's going to be up to WhiteRa. What does he decide to do? He is going to go for the hidden base. We actually saw WhiteRa do this on my channel a little bit earlier for DreamHack. So funny to see him go ahead and go for that right now. And he's just going to try and keep it hidden. Now, if Mutalisks do actually happen, if they become a thing, then that base is not going to survive for very long. So apparently WhiteRa loving to do the hidden bases versus Zerg. He might actually go for carriers here, which would be hilarious. Carrierous. I don't know, it's not as funny in my head. Really, they sound great in my head, and then when they come out of my mouth, it's just like, nope. Carrying, moving on past that. But the Overlord right now is going to be scouting out pretty well. Should be able to see the 3rd gas going down, which that's a big tell, because normally you're going to see a Protoss either get no gas at the natural or get both gas at the same time at the natural. So this is going to be a little bit peculiar there. Stimlings there are going to be cleaning up any scouting potential. And it does look like the Overlord right here trying to still stim away. But for now, it's just going to have to hang out over there. I think a Stalker could be able to kill it off. But for now, we have another Zealot for WhiteRa. He decides to leave the Stalker at the entrance. Oh, careful there, Suppy. Got to keep those Overlords alive. He needs them very, very badly. The Stalker here at the entrance, that is a very smart choice. And this is actually the exact build that WhiteRa did so far in that recent game. He's even got the Starport on the way. Oh my god, he's actually going to be doing the same build versus the same race. Of course, the situation is a lot different than it used to be. We do have Lair Tech now on the way. Roach Warren going to be coming up. Evolution Chamber going down. Did Suppy spot the Stargate? That's the real question. Ooh, no he didn't. He does have a Ling right here, which might actually be able to scout if he puts it right here. Might be able to spot these. I'm actually not sure. But double Stargate is on the way. We could be seeing double Phoenix. Oh, mass recall. Where was that? Oh, you sexy, sexy man. He just recalled probes up to that base at the top right side. Needs to make sure to get those workers back to work. Oh my god, that is so sexy. WhiteRa on a special tactics map using his own special tactic. That is just special tactics. I don't know what else to call it. We did the fleet beacon now gotta be on the way. WhiteRa's got to be hoping that no units are headed his way. With roaches on the way, they might be able to stim all the way across the map and easily take care of that. These roaches have got to wonder, though, how did that mothership core get here so quickly? Does he realize, though, that it has to do with the base in the top right side? Probably not. As you can see, Suppy right here has his Ling in position to scout a 3rd. But there's going to be the stim on the Overlord. Can he spot these buildings on the right side? He needs to. He absolutely needs to spot this pretty soon. Needs to move to the right. He does spot one. He's going to see the fleet beacon. The Void Ray going to be able to take it out. But guess what? It's all been spotted. He sees the fleet beacon finish. There's no way to cancel it. He knows about the double Stargate. And all of a sudden, Suppy's got to be scrambling to get out a Spire. He's got to get out Hydras. He's got to do some sort of anti-air, because right now the mass roach is just not going to cut it. He decides to power more drones here. He does have the +1 range attack on the way. Here comes the roaches. Can stim roaches go against the DPS of a carrier and Void Ray? I honestly do not know. The Void Ray, though, has not stim packed yet, and we'll see if he does decide to do that. But here come the roaches now, moving out across the map. WhiteRa's trying to chrono boost out these carriers. I don't know if it's going to be in time, though. Hydrogen going to be on the way. The one cannon here, though, I don't know if it can hold its own. These roaches could easily stim pack, and they do. They're going to be marching right at the base. No force field actually took place. The Void Ray here trying to take this out, but oh no, the carrier's definitely not gonna work here for WhiteRa. This is some bad news, man. And if you thought ZvP was action-packed to begin with, well, now when there are oh my god, Stim roaches, are you kidding me? Gotta be running inside the main base here. This should be it for WhiteRa, although he does have the base up at the top right side. I just don't think he's ever able to spend that money. I mean, the WhiteRa can sit here all day using Stim Pack if it wants to, but I still don't think it's going to be enough to kill everything off. I mean, the Mothership Core did go ahead and use its Photon Overcharge. It could do Stim if it wants, but there's going to be the GG out of WhiteRa. So both these players deciding that a little bit of early aggression is going to be the way to go. And, you know, I can't really say bad things about that because the units move so much more fast than they used to. And WhiteRa right here, you can see, unfortunately, losing all of his units. If he would have been able to get out those carriers, I think we would have saw something different. So let's go ahead and go on to game number 3. If they want to. We'll see. And here we are in game number 3. This is going to be the tiebreaker between these two players. Of course, EG Suppy up in the top right side. And his opponent is going to be WhiteRa down in the bottom left side. Now, if you're someone who is skipping through the video and you're a little bit confused, it's totally fine if you skip through the video. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to say that I'm angry, but just know that this is 3 games. The first game on Neoplanet S, the second game on Whirlwind, the third game, which is what we're watching right now, is back on to Neoplanet S. Of course, a big thanks to Zetal for basically creating this map. He's the one who made the original Blink map, and if the response is good enough, if you guys like these games, give the video a thumbs up, leave a comment, leave feedback, and leave suggestions for what you would like to see in the next map. If the response is good, I can convince some pretty cool map makers to continue making these, but that's only if the response is good, and we will just have to wait and see what is going to happen in game number 3. Now, I want to remind you guys, because I know some of you skipped games 1 and 2. I just know that there's that one guy who's like, I'm going to see the end of this. Husky will never know. Well, I do know, and that's totally fine. But remember, the IMBA League is not about balance, guys. It's more about having fun and seeing units used in ways we've never seen before, as that probe does manage to get a kill there. Suppy quickly returning the favor. Now, Stim on these workers is definitely going to be favoring Zerg by far, because Protoss cannot Stim more than once, where Zerg basically has unlimited stims, although you do have to watch out for any sort of attack that's going to be harassing your workers, because those workers will die mighty fast. So Suppy is going to be able to get out some Zerglings, get out an expansion a little bit earlier. There's even going to be the dancing. Gotta love the good old dancing Overlord. And the reason that Overlord is dancing, this is very important, the reason the Overlord is dancing, there's going to be the mass stim on that Overlord. That Overlord OD'd a little bit. Careful, I think your Overlord overdosed. There we go. I'm always looking out for the Overlords, guys. That is not very good. He's an addict. Oh, it's so good. And we do have the other Overlord going to be joining him as well, and he's just going to be chilling out there. Keep in mind the Overlord can regenerate his HP, so he is quitting cold turkey for now. We're all very proud of him. He's got his little AA chip and all that for not taking too many stim packs for the last week. I don't know. But either way, it's going to be really tough, honestly, for WhiteRa here if the game goes a little bit too long. Because I feel like Mutalisks might be too good. I feel like the Zerg economy might be too good. I really just feel like Zerg might be too good in the later stages of this. So I'm not going to envy WhiteRa if it does go into a late game. However, those mid-game timing attacks from, oh god, the Lings can actually just get right in the base because Stim Pack is really good if you're not careful. So I'm gonna see if I get him to another game. Hang on. Okay, here we go. In game number 4, we'll pretend that last game didn't happen. Suppy definitely showing that Zerglings are quite good in the game and when they have Stim Pack. Who would have thought? So Suppy's in the top right again, and down in the bottom left side, it is going to be WhiteRa, who did suffer at the hands of those Zerglings, which is quite sad indeed. But we're going to see it here in game number 4. If you missed last game, just know that I about died laughing. So there's always that to look forward to. But anyway, Suppy's got to go ahead and start stimming those drones right away, which is, in all honesty, not that bad of a choice. WhiteRa going to be dropping out his pylon early. I think he may have learned from his last game. Go for the forge right away, because those Zerglings are going to be there mighty fast. There's going to be the stim on the probes, and really, Protoss only gets that one stim, whereas Zerg gets a little bit more. And you can see that it does make a difference. He's up to 10 drones already. Should have a slight worker edge here as the game progresses forward. But at the same time, has he been stimming his eggs? I don't know. I don't know if stimming eggs actually does anything. I think I thought he was stimming them before, but I guess it doesn't show stim right there anymore. But either way, the Overlord once again got to be stimming his way all the way over to WhiteRa's base. And what exactly does WhiteRa have planned here? He does have the probe moving on in. Can he go for the kill here? He's going to try. Oh, for now, he's just going to delay those minerals as long as he possibly can, which is just going to be for one trip, one mouthful. He's going to steal those away. He's going to be, I don't know, happy with those. I don't really think he's going to be able to do all that much. He did delay just a tiny bit. There's going to be another big stim on those drones. And, oh, the probe's trying to get in there. He does have enough life for just one stim. Just got to watch out for that. There's going to be that Addict Overlord once again. And he's probably, is he actually going to be going for a Nexus first here? I think he is going to. So you just have to make sure that he doesn't suffer the same fate as in last game where the spawning pool just hits him so darn early. The probe right there trying to delay the hatchery, was unable to though. Managed to save his life using that stim and still has it, which makes him move mighty, mighty fast. I don't think he's going to be able to kill off any of these workers though. I think what he might try and do is harass the spawning pool enough so that any of the lings that spawn, they actually have to kill off that probe. Nope, decides to retreat. No, WhiteRa's just doing what WhiteRa wants, all right? Casting his stuff doesn't even matter because he's just going to do whatever he wants, man. Attacking the hatchery right now. 2 lings are on the way, and it does look like Suppy's deciding to go a little bit more macro here. Maybe he just doesn't want to crush WhiteRa's hopes and dreams by going for Zerglings so fast, but there's going to be the stim. That poor probe probably does not stand a chance, as if it wasn't bad enough already. There's going to be the stim on the lings. He's trying to juke with the probe, but stimmed, cracked out lings are mighty terrifying. So that does eventually get taken out. Can you imagine Zerglings with speed on creep using stim? Oh my god. I think I just pooped a little bit even thinking about that. So those 2 lings got to try and run in. Does WhiteRa drop something down? He does actually manage to get a pylon down this time. So I don't think those lings are going to be able to break inside that base this time. WhiteRa definitely learning from his last game. That cannon is nearly done. And we are going to be seeing a Zealot on the way as well. But I definitely think if used correctly, the stim definitely is going to be favoring Zerg here overall throughout the duration of the game. But we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe we could see Phoenix. Stimmed Phoenix sound mighty good. Stimmed War Prism perhaps to go in for some sort of drop. And the cannon right there, you can see Suppy trying to entice that cannon to shoot him. But that is not going to be happening just yet. He's going to be busting down these rocks. Not a bad idea to kill off those rocks when and where you can. But the Queen's now going to be chilling out over here. Overlords deciding not to take their stim packs with them for now, so he's just going to slowly float down to the bottom right side. The Zerglings, though, man, they are the drug addicts. They're going to be taking that stim any chance they get. The Zealot here, he does benefit from stim a little bit, but once he gets Zealot legs, that's just actually terrifying. Here he goes. You got to try to take it out. Might actually be able to. Stims one of the lings away, as he's the drug runner, man. He's the one with all the drugs. The other one is just going to be the slow-moving guy. That's the guy who the cops catch, but for now, it does look like the policeman Zealots got to be moving on out. We'll see if they had too many donuts. These jokes are just getting worse and worse as the game progresses, but the 2 Zealots are going to be moving out. The Queen did use her stim to get down to that base earlier, so she's going to be a little bit lower on HP. And we'll see if WhiteRa can make this happen. Does he have a Mothership Core? No, but he does have a 3rd Zealot on the way. And I don't think he has, yeah, well, he doesn't have a Cybernetics Core, so kind of hard to get one if you don't have that. But it does look like Zealots now. They're going to be stimming and running all over the place. Can the Queen actually escape? The Zerglings, I mean, Suppy, I wonder if he forgets about Zergling speed just because he's so used to his Zerglings stimming all over the place. So both these units, this is quite silly is what we're witnessing right here. She does stop to puke onto the hatchery, but for now she will survive. And there's Zealot going to be showing up as well. Can WhiteRa actually kill the hatchery this time? That's going to be the real question. And the Queen trying to go away. If he can kill the Queen, this whole attack becomes worth it. He does actually manage to. Now going to be working down that hatchery. More lings are going to be on the way here. Suppy does focus down the weakened Zealot to begin with, and the remainder of the lings can easily stim all the way down here to save this, but might want to wait to stim until they are within attacking range. This is exactly what he's going to do here. So there's going to be the stim on the link. Should be able to clean up that last Zealot, but I feel like the damage has been dealt. The Queen went down, and did any workers die? Yep, 1 worker did die. And Suppy saying, God, those stim Zealots are so strong, and that is true. You can see WhiteRa once again going to be going for the pylon here. He knows that the Zergling counterattack is an imminent threat. Now, the Zerglings, even if they stim, I don't think they're going to be able to take out any of these buildings with that one cannon here. Should be able to push this back. He is going to try and go for it, though. Oh my god, are these Zerglings actually attacking fast enough? That's the real question. The Forge, dangerously close to getting taken out. There was enough Lings there to make it a very close battle. There's going to be the Stim on the Stalker. Oh, but he stopped attacking the Overlord. The Overlord may escape. Don't think so, though. He does have the buildings over in the corner to spot it. More gateways on the way. We do have the Warp Prism coming on up, and we'll just have to wait and see if WhiteRa decides to use that or not. Suppy's going to have to be careful here not to go for too much stuff because he spotted all those gateways, and he does have the Rotor nearly done. The Lair Tech going to be nearly done as well. And how many of these gateways? He did see all the gateways. He did not see, I believe, the Robo. No, he does see the Robo, so he knows that Warp Prism drops are an imminent threat. Another gateway on the way, and the Warp Prism deciding to move out. Does he use Stim right away? That's going to be the real question right now, or is he going to save it for later? Keep in mind that Warp Prism's also recently got a speed buff, so that's going to be a thing. But the Warp Prism's still chilling out over here. I think that these Creep Tumors can see it, albeit barely. Suppy is going to know about this. He does have the Lings back here as well. He realizes, you know what, I can't actually make it inside that base. Might be able to with a big Stim. We'll have to wait and see. But here come the Zealots. The Roach is going to have to back this up. Now, keep in mind that Roaches with Stim, they're going to move fast enough, I think, to kite around these units. The Zealots got to be marching in here, and Time Warp comes on down. The drone's got to try and get out of there as well. So we're going to have quite the race going on here. The Queen joining in to try and take out the Mushroom Core. And Suppy honestly needs to kill that Mushroom Core ASAP because he does not have much anti-air. So the Queen able to actually take it out. And Suppy is going to stabilize for now. I think the Warp Prism may be able to harass here a little bit. You can see it swooping into the main base as if it had Warp Prism speed. And it's going to try and unload these units here. So, you know, honestly, that first attack by WhiteRa not doing that much damage. But WhiteRa trying to make something happen here. And killing those Queens is something that's going to become easier and easier to do the longer the game goes on. Zergling should be able to clean this up with the backup of those Roaches. And with no anti-air, though, the Warp Prism is going to be able to survive. So both these players now kind of a little bit used to the fact of these timing attacks and realizing that you have to have lots of defense. You have to have more units than you're usually used to. Overseer gets taken out there. I believe it did spot that Twilight Council, though, so Suppy should know that Blink is going to be a threat, that Zealot Legs, or even just going to DTs, High Templar, all those things are going to be viable options now. And can the Queen actually stim and chase it down? Decides that, well, he did try. So the Warp Prism is a little bit faster than a Queen, even with Stim. Oh, there we go. That Queen could actually be attacking right now. Another Zealot going to be warping in here. Probably just going to load it inside that Warp Prism to go ahead and evacuate. And maybe start attacking the main base once again. There's really no defense here other than that poor Queen. She can just not catch a break. This may be her second death as more Zealots are on the way. And yep, Stim Zealots got to be killing Queens mighty fast. That is just kind of how it is. There's the big Stim on the Roach as well, though, to go ahead and push this back. Now, the real question is what's the follow-up from WhiteRa? I mean, he is going to be going for a third base here. Does he have Colossus Tech? Yes, he just started it. Blink on the way as well. Now, I'm wondering, is Stim Stalkers with Blink, is that actually good? Is it actually viable? Well, we're about to find out here. This Warp Prism continuing to harass here. The Roach Zergling army able to just stay caught up. Ooh, the Hydras could be mixed in as well, which is what he's going to be doing there. I don't think he realized the Hydras were in a good position to go ahead and stim and take that out. But for now, this drop, I think, has been officially thwarted. I think WhiteRa has done all the damage he can. Suppy is at 142 supply. WhiteRa deciding to go ahead and go for a cannon on the high ground, gateways on the low ground to wall this in. And I think the cannon up here is just to try and hold this location, which will be tough. But a lot of units now on the way for Suppy. Keep in mind, he also has the Spire now, and he can continue to stim his drones if he wants to. He's deciding not to for now. But WhiteRa's got to make sure that he gets out of Colossus ASAP. He's got the first Colossus on the way. There's going to be those units for Suppy trying to run inside the main base. The force field's coming on up. Does WhiteRa decide to stim to micro back? He looks like he might just be stimming for the straight on attack. And unfortunately, I think that this army is going to get completely crushed here. The Zealot trying to hold his own. He does have the +1 attack, but WhiteRa able to hold on for now. Looks like Suppy might actually want to be scouting up here for another base. He's going to go ahead and back out. Now, what I want to see is he going to go for the Mutalist right away? The Zealot's warping in. Actually, Suppy maybe giving him a little bit too much room to breathe because the Stim Zealot's going to slice through that right away. And, you know, if honestly Suppy did not fall back right now, he would have lost this base for sure. It would have been 2 base versus about 1.5 base. Although I do think there's a lot of dead workers down there, or just no workers at all. This is definitely a place you do not want to be. The Zealots are going to get cleaned out, though, but can you imagine Stimmed Roach Hydra Zergling? That is going to be able to kill off just about anything. We may be saying Stim Colossus, though, which is something that I, as a Protoss player, I can only dream of. So, yep, the Colossus does indeed have Stim. It only costs 10 HP, which is, what, 5% of his total HP, and he will attack like a crazy person. But speaking of crazy people, we do have the mutas now completed here, and I honestly don't think there's any way for WhiteRa to recover here, but I just want to see a stemmed Colossus. That is the one thing I want to see. That is really the only thing I could ever hope for as a Protoss player, but here's going to be the mutas right now. Now, keep in mind, the mutas movement speed is already 4. It is already 4, which is huge for any unit. Because look at this, Roach on Creep is barely 4, and the Hydralisk is 2.81 normally. So the Mutalisk harass, more like Muta just win the game outright. These Mutalisks are going to be a little bit out of control, and here we go. Does he stim them? Yes, he does stim right away. And keep in mind, not only do they move faster, but they also shoot faster. So I really hope that WhiteRa decides to at least show off his Colossus here. I honestly don't think, as Protoss, that this is possible to hold off. This is where the IMBA part of IMBA League starts to come into play. But regardless, we are going to see WhiteRa attempt to do just that as the Mutalisk right here. And like I was saying before, once they're out of combat, if I can even click on one, look at how quickly they're going to regenerate that HP. That's a stim pack every like 10 or so seconds, and that is more than worth it. And remember that if they're not being attacked either, then they're also regenerating while still flying in the base and attacking you, which is just the worst here. But 4 base is now going to be up for Suppy. There's the blink forward. Might actually kill off a Mutalisk there. But my god, they're so fast, my computer like can't even keep up. It's actually a little bit absurd. We are going to be having Swarm Hosts as well. I think Suppy's wondering, if Swarm Hosts have Stim, do Locusts have Stim? That's the real question that we are about to find out. WhiteRa is trying to recover here as best he possibly can. He does have his 3rd base saturated now. His natural is still saturated. The Stalkers here are in position to defend. Guardian Shield does eventually come up, but I just don't think there's a whole lot he can do here. Stim on the Colossus, it makes them look cool when they're running back and forth, but WhiteRa trying to separate his army as best he possibly can, and is eventually going to just go ahead and leave this base. I mean, at some point, you have to sacrifice your expansions and just try and go for a big power play. WhiteRa decides that time is now. Does he have Blink? Yes, he does. Here we go. Does he have an Observer? That's the real question. I don't think that he does. The Locusts, I didn't even see if they have Stim or not. Oh, God, he's got Blink forward. Might actually be able to take these out. Did Suppy give him too much time to recover? Stim on the Colossus turns out is pretty darn good. And all of a sudden, WhiteRa's fighting a ridiculous timing here. And the Locusts do have Stim. I just don't think it's enough, as WhiteRa going to be pushing forward. I don't think he has an Observer, though. Does he? Let's just look at the stat. That's going to be the easiest way to tell. He does have one Observer, but it is back at home. So he is shooting blind right now, but as soon as those Locusts spawn, the splash damage actually kills off those Swarm Hosts. Not instantly, but he is working them down with that splash damage. So down they go. And that is without detection, which is absolutely hilarious. But all of a sudden, there is going to be a counterattack down here. The Stim and Mutalisks, man, so much easier to micro. But right now, it is currently still 4 bases for Suppy if he gets the one down on the bottom right side up. Does he have any units that he can actually get out right now? Well, he is going to go for more mutas here. I think he may just try and go for the good old base race, which in this situation may be for the best here, because his units are very fast, but the Stim doesn't really affect their damage all that much. That's going to be more for, like, Colossus. Ah, those legs managed to make it around the Zealot. I don't think that Zealot would have been able to hold much longer anyways. Here come the Stalkers now on the high ground to try and take out a couple more mutas. I think he's only going to get 1 or 2. Yep, just the 1. And the main base all of a sudden not looking good here. So we are going to be having a base race, and I don't really know who wins the base race when Stim is involved. That is a good, legitimate question that we are about to learn what the answer is. Now, normally I wouldn't say try and base race with mutas, but when they have Stim, maybe things are a little bit different here, as WhiteRa is going to be losing his main base. He's going to be losing his natural. He could warp in continuous units down here, maybe make a lot of cannons at his 3rd base to try and just hold on as long as he possibly can. But Suppy has expanded to all 4 corners of the map. I guess just 3 corners. The expansion that is going to go down the bottom left, I'm sure, has not quite happened yet. So we're going to be expanding to the 3 corners of the map. The Mutalisks here are going to be able to take this out. So WhiteRa's base is basically dead. I think making cannons is the smart choice here. He just needs to go for the lair. He needs to go for all of this tech up here. This is not looking good for WhiteRa, though. I mean, he's got a big army, but he is going to be losing this base for sure. I don't know if he has any probes out on the map or not. Probably not. I mean, he's got the ones down here. He's got a little money in the bank. I don't think there's anywhere he can actually throw down a Nexus, though. And the Colossus here have stemmed several times. He does manage to get the Infestation Pit. Has not managed to get that Spire just yet. And I think this may be it for WhiteRa. But he's got so many Stalkers, man. I don't actually know here. As, I mean, the Mutalisks are going to be always regenerating, but the Stalkers are a little bit low on HP. Ah, the drones narrowly escaped. I don't think those drones are going to play that big of a role. We because there's actually no tech. Although we do actually have a Spire. Where's that going down? Just randomly in the middle of the map, because why not? He's got to try and throw down a Spire to get out even more, because I think he realizes that every single mutant he can get out, the better. And these drones, oh my god, they are so freaking lucky, man. Going to be going down the bottom right side. And it does look like Colossus have gotten taken out, and the Spire is off the creep, so is the Hydra Dents. Those are eventually going to die, but WhiteRa is going to attempt to win with just his few remaining Stalkers. They don't have that much HP. They don't have, well, they do have Blink, but no real backup here. Does he decide to go for, yep, he's just going to get the Roach Warren. Going to get the Hydra Dent as well, I'm sure, and yes, he is. He's going to run up there to do just that. So he's trying to slow down the production of any further units out of Suppy, and Suppy does need to start throwing down tech structures once again. I think he's going to have really no tech in just a moment. He's got the double Spire. That one Spire over here is about to die. It is off of creep. And the other Spire is in the middle of nowhere, which WhiteRa does not know about. So every second that goes by, that could be more and more mutas. We actually do have 2 mutas on the way here. Lots of Lings on the field. Although overall, what's the army size? I'm actually kind of curious. 37 to 49. WhiteRa's going to try and make this work. We'll see if Blink Micro is going to be enough here. I honestly don't know. He actually blinks forward here. The Zergling stimming away. Does take a couple of those out. But WhiteRa, I don't think has any probes left. He has 1 probe. Where's this probe at? Where's he at? Wait, where's that probe? Is he in the army? Why is he over here? Oh, there he is. Wait, he's somewhere in there. There he is. Okay, oh my god, he's right there. He's behind the building there. Apparently it's hiding his, yeah, there you go. Okay, we spotted him. Unfortunately, can't really use it for anything. Blinks forward. Unfortunately, some of his Stalkers were a little bit derpy here. I think this may be it. I gotta hand to WhiteRa for trying to hang on. But, wait, what? We got the drones pulled off now, man. He's probably going to use these in the engagement, because Suppy does not want to actually end up losing this battle. He doesn't have that much stuff, so he's going to be bringing the drones as well. We do have a couple of Stalkers down here going to be killing out this base. There's the Stim drones, man. They are going all out. These drones have never looked so terrifying. There's a Blink to the low ground. I think WhiteRa is actually going to win a minor battle here just versus drones, but he is going to end up losing all 3 Stalkers in the end. And here's going to be the Stalkers right now trying to make something happen. If he blinks forward, he's basically going to lose them. And he knows that now or never, Suppy's going to go ahead and go for it. He's going to get a pretty big surround. Both players going to be using lots of Stim. There's going to be the GG from WhiteRa. And actually not that bad. The big Stim on the Mutalist just to end out the game. And overall, Suppy showing that if you give Zerg even more mobility, that they are going to be way too good. Who would have thought? But of course, Suppy is a very powerful player. A big thanks to both these players. If you would like to follow them on Twitter, I'm going to be putting their Twitters down below. Go tweet at them. Tell them thank you for playing the Stim game. If you guys would like to see more, you can either rate the video, you can comment on it, or you can just think it really hard and maybe I'll hear you. But either way, looking to do more stuff. A big thanks to Zetal for making the map. And yeah, this has been IMBA League episode 2. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Well, hello there. Have I got a surprise for you? This is apparently game number 5. We had only originally planned to do 3, but these guys kept pushing for more and more and more games. And I said, all right, I will give you what you want. And apparently he accidentally stemmed his drones a little bit too much there, so he is going to pay the price. But up in the top right side, so once again, going to be WhiteRa. Down the bottom left side is going to be Suppy. This is going to be more and more. All units have Stim craziness. This has been IMBA League. And the whole point of IMBA League is for me to have crazy hiccups all day today. But also, it is for us to sit back, laugh, have fun. And WhiteRa saying, hey, are they all in the red? Yep. Spamming it there by accident. And I think we've all made that mistake a time or two, accidentally spamming that Stim pack button, which does indeed end up killing all of your units here. Now, we do have cross spawns right now, which Stim packs tend to make the game a little bit shorter, but with a map this large, perhaps we could see a slightly longer game. Although last game we did actually see a pretty decently durationed game, because we got to see Stim Colossus, we got to see Stim Mutalisks, really everything that's going to make it difficult for Protoss to win. I feel like if a Protoss player plays its standard late game, there's like no way for him to actually win. I mean, just think about it. Counterattacks, Zerglings with Stim. Counterattacks, Mutalisks with Stim. Counterattacks, just everything with Stim. And not a whole lot that I feel like Protoss could really do there. But for now, WhiteRa has decided to continue playing. And I gotta say, you know, I gotta hand to WhiteRa. After losing several games in this obviously imbalanced map, he's like, hey, let's play one more. I am not satisfied. I am not satisfied whatsoever. Don't you love when you go through your wallet and you find like a bunch of hotel keys from when you were traveling to Comic-Con, and you really hope they don't charge you for those keys? You guys probably don't have that problem, but I sure do, apparently. So Whatever. I'm currently going through my wallet and just finding tons of hotel keys. I am horrible. Wait, what I missed? What I missed? Did we get a kill down here? Yes, we did. That probe gets 1 kill. Once again, WhiteRa very pleased with himself. Oh, there's someone I have to email in my wallet. Whoopsies. Sorry, person who I have your card, who I promised I would email, and I haven't. Oh, God, I'm a terrible person. But for now, we're not talking about me. We're talking about this hilarious game taking place, as I think Suppy does realize that he is going to be in the top right side. He's got these Overlords stemmed, continuing to move on out. WhiteRa actually going to catch a little bit of a breather here. Not enough time to get out of Stalker like he would normally have, but it is enough time to at least do something. WhiteRa being very brave with his building positioning here, going for a gateway first on the high ground. Next is going to be following it up, and the reason that's difficult is because Stim Zerglings. Regular Zerglings are bad enough to deal with, but Stim Zerglings, oh my god, those are the worst. I'm having nightmares just thinking about it. The Overlord up here on the top left side realizing there is no base over here, so goes ahead and floats on back home, and or not back home, but he's going to be floating the top right side to see exactly what is going on. And I think this Overlord here has a pretty good glimpse of it. He sees the Nexus there. He sees the pylon. So he's got to know there's a potential threat for some Zealot counterattacks here. Does WhiteRa know about this Overlord? No, he does not. As CyberNexus are going to be on the way here as well. I feel like WhiteRa just playing it a little bit greedy right now. He's not going to be going for the Forge, not going to be going for defense. Is instead going to be going straight for those tech structures. Gets the CyberNexus core. Will most likely have a Stalker on the back of this as well. So we shall see. Suppy technically up 3-1 right now. I feel like one of those games didn't count, so it is now at 2-1. And we'll see if WhiteRa can tie up that that hypothetical number there with a 2-2. We'll just have to wait and see, though, as the gateway does go down. Or another gateway does, and he decides not to go for a Forge just yet. We shall see. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? He does get another gateway, and this is going to be in clear view of this Overlord, which unfortunately for WhiteRa, it's going to be impossible to kill off that Overlord for now. He has to get some sort of flying hit. The Zealot gets taken out right away. Overall units lost, you can see 1 unit, which is going to be that Zealot. 2 units lost somehow equates to 81 resources, which may involve a canceled building or something like that. But we'll just have to wait and see, guys. As I'm kind of curious to see exactly how this plays out, given just how far away these spawn locations actually are. I think that we might actually be seeing something that we have never seen before, which I think is technically what happens in every StarCraft game, because I highly doubt that there's identical games out there. I mean, maybe there is. I just feel like there's so many variables in StarCraft 2 that having an identical game twice is like actually impossible. But for now, we do have the Evolution Chamber is going to be on the way, as a Suppy can't stim pack out those upgrades as much as he would like, and the Queen's got to be moving forward here to continue plopping on down that creep. And again, the Queens stimming around the map is a pretty good idea, in all honesty. I mean, Queens are such a good unit anyway. That's one of the reasons they move so slow, is because if they move fast, they would just be way broken, which is what you can do in this map, is be way broken with that stem. So let's have to wait and see. But the warp gate is nearly done here for WhiteRa, but first he has several units on the way. I think he has 2 Zealots, no, 3 being constructed with the +1 attack. More pylons going to be on the way. Twilight Council on the way as well. And WhiteRa playing it pretty interestingly here. I really want to see what the Twilight Council is for. Most likely going to be for Blink, I would assume. But it could also mean DTs. I mean, Stim DTs running around, harassing you nonstop. The one Zealot trying to make something happen over here, and the Zealots managed to close the entrance, albeit barely. WhiteRa should have Warp Gate now. He can easily upgrade that. But the fact that he made 3 Zealots there is what saved his behind. The 1 Zealot there would have been enough to deal some damage here. And we actually have 2 Zealots over here. Got to be harassing right now. Did the +1 attack finish? Not quite yet. So those Zerglings do die in 3 hits as opposed to 2. WhiteRa, though, does have more Zealots warping on in. Is going to be going all the way across the map, and it could stim them to get there sooner. I think this base is going to be canceled, though. Yeah, WhiteRa did not really stand much of a chance there. That's some bad news bears for WhiteRa, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and back on out with these Zealots. He's just warping in more and more Zealots here. I think he's trying to put on a lot of pressure, trying to force Suppy to have to play a lower econ game. Does Suppy realize how many Zealots are actually moving out right now? That's the real question. These Zealots over here should probably stim to try and catch up, just to see if he can find a nice timing there by just sacrificing that HP. I honestly don't know if it's worth it or not, but WhiteRa trying to keep it low tier, baby. He's got more gateways on the way. He did actually go for Zealot Lakes, and the +1 attack is nearly done. So WhiteRa's timing here could actually be devastating. Might actually just end the game right here, as Suppy's going to be spotting this. Get some free hits off with those Lings, but the +1 attack, I mean, that is now done. This is where Zealots start to just get excruciatingly terrifying. And we shall see If WhiteRa can put on the pressure, it looks like he is going to be able to. Do we have more Zerglings on the way? Yes, but it is just that. Pure Zergling. We want to be seeing roaches. Oh my god, Stim Zealots will kill a hatchery faster than Stim Marauders. Who would have knew? That is just terrifying, but does manage to take that one out quite easily, and especially that +1 attack. I mean, they're just going to be slicing through everything Suppy has, and he does have quite a few lings, and the 1-1 is now done for Suppy, so he might actually be able to hold this off for now. His lings are going to be holding their own. Yeah, he will be able to kill off all these Zealots. We'll see if it actually ended up being worth it or not. He does have a third base already on the way. WhiteRa ending up losing a little bit more than Suppy in that engagement. However, Suppy did lose that base and is allowing WhiteRa to get up his own base. I think that Suppy could run to that third base right now to try and deny it. I think that's exactly what's going to be happening here. More Zealots are going to be on the way, though. I think Suppy is wise to try to counterattack right here, wise to try and kill off these cannons before killing off the probes. But either way, a big warp in here from WhiteRa. He's just relying on pure Zealot for now. WhiteRa still ended up losing more, but has hung on to his third base, which is more than Suppy can say. Suppy is about to have his own third base once again up and running, though. This time he was hoping it was going to be his fourth base, but nope, that is just going to be third base only. And no home base, just third base, as it does look at the drones there. Transferring a little bit early, but the Zealot's going to be moving on in. We do have Infestors now on the way. I honestly don't really know what the answer is for Suppy here. I mean, I feel like Roach is probably the best choice, but no Spinecrawlers in position. These Zealots should be able to win this battle. Some of the Zealots do get taken out, but Stim Zealot's just so terrifying, especially the Zealot legs. It is just a little bit absurd. The Infestors nearly are out, and that will actually be one big fungal here. And you got to remember that the units will die much quicker because of Stim. So the drones stimming to attack when the Zealots are not attacking them is actually pretty huge. 3 Zealots are up here, though. They will eventually get taken out. Right, they're going to. The Zealots almost killing those off. Oh my god, those speedlings on creep with Stim. Oh god, that's disgusting. Keep in mind, though, that Archons cannot use Stim. So the fact that he has these is fine because Archons are good to begin with, but Archons only have 10 HP permanently, so they are not going to really stand a chance right now as far as using Stim Pack. They were handed the drugs, but unfortunately for them, they are extremely allergic. Their faces puff up a lot, so they can't actually take the drugs. So we'll see if WhiteRa made a good choice here or not. Maybe just trying to rely on the pure power of the Archon. Suppy is actually going to be going for Ultralisks already. Doesn't have that much money to really upgrade them too much. He can't really go for chitinous plating and like 10 Ultras at this point, but he could be getting out several Ultras here to try and deal with this army that's now pushing forward. One Infestor gets sniped right away, and this is not looking good for Suppy here as his army's getting into a pretty good position right now. Suppy, you got to make some units to deal with this. +2 attack is nearly done. That third base once again got to go down. Not really enough money to make any Ultras here. I mean, I think 1 Ultra might be enough to kill off the Zealots. The Archons are a whole different story, though. Spinecrawlers are on the way. That's to try and help hold the push as long as he possibly can. But at the same time, I mean, he just finished 2-2 upgrades on his ground army. That's going to be going up against just the 2-0 of WhiteRa. So if he tries to march up this ramp, he may actually be in a world of hurt as those Spinecrawlers are nearly done. I don't think WhiteRa can actually engage just yet. He is going to go for it for now. It's Stim on the link to try and make it happen. He does surround the Archons quite well. The Archons, though, going to be able to take out a lot of these links. Here come the reinforcements. Might actually be it for Suppy. WhiteRa showing us that aggression is the way to go. And I think he's actually going to end up taking this game. WhiteRa was just in a good spot, an almost unstoppable spot for quite some time. Infested Terrans do come up. Do they have Stim? Yes, they do. Infested Terrans with Stim. Oh my god, that is terrifying as well. Really, everything with Stim is just a little bit more scary than normal. But not able to do everything he was hoping to right here. I feel like, does he still have the Infestors? He only has 2 here, and they are completely depleted of energy. And Suppy is going to be saying, WhiteRa IMBA, there's going to be the GG. As a pretty even matchup between these two players. But let me know, guys, which race do you think is most overpowered, and what changes would you like to see? So anyways, hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League! I almost said IMBA League Heroes. Maybe I should call it IMBA League Heroes. As you can tell, this episode is all units are permanently cloaked. So up in the top left side, it is going to be E.G. DeMuslim, as are, I think, Blue Terran. I have to look at the mini-map to be able to tell because they're kind of see-through. He's going to be our Blue Terran, and up at the top right side, it is going to be currently undefeated champion, E.G. Suppy. And DeMuslim was saying, I got a feeling Overseers are going to be quite useful. They are the new observers. It is true. So anyways, guys, if you have any recommendations for the next episode of IMBA League, I may call it IMBA League Heroes just because it's so fun to say. If you have any recommendations on what you would like to see for IMBA League, post a comment down below. Let me know what crazy shenanigans you would like to see. I've had a lot of fun with this series. The last episode got 5,000 likes, which is huge for anything StarCraft related. So let's try and get 6,000 likes on this one to say a special thanks to the players who are taking the time. Hey, can we see the reflection of cloaked units? I wonder. I can't say anything to them, unfortunately, because I'm only an observer. Well, I would tell them, and I will tell you guys at least, is that if we go to the vision, we'll have to show you a little bit later, but later you will see. Oh my God, even the rocks are invisible right here. That is actually hilarious. That is hilarious. He did use a trigger to cloak everything in the game, so apparently it grabs rocks along with that. Thankfully, it didn't grab the minerals as well. That'd be kind of silly. But this map was made by Zetal. I'm going to post his link down below. They run a Minecraft server. They make lots of custom maps. They're really, really cool. We actually crashed part of their website last time, so good job for that, I suppose. But either way, guys, again, post any recommendations down below. I'm going to be putting both players' Twitters down below as well. And go tell them thank you for playing IMBA League. If you enjoy these videos, definitely go tell them. I mean, this looks so cool. Like, that is completely transparent. How dope is that? Never seen that before. And the spawning pool, I did one little test. It's so funny because when you cloak a spawning pool, it doesn't cloak the water. It cloaks everything else except for the water, which I think is just a small oversight by Blizzard. But Suppy saying, I want the Broodlord Overlord back. Basically, that Overlord would have unlimited detection, which would be quite OP. But right here, if we take a look at the vision right now, he will catch a glimpse of what's going on in just a moment. There you go. This is what he can see, is everything is closed. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I just find this so hilarious. Thankfully for us, we can see everything that's going on. There's a spike right there. Look at that. That water is not transparent. I'm sorry. It's a little bit transparent, but not really. And this may be one of the longest IMBA League heroes ever, in that, well, you can't see your opponent. You got to have lots of scans. You got to have lots of ravens and lots of missile turrets, lots of spores. Basically, you got to be able to see everything, because it's not like it's a cloaked Banshee harass. It's everything is cloaked, and if you don't have vision of everywhere, then you can't see them at all. DeMuslim saying, I see an Overlord, large globule. No, you don't. Hang on, let's take a look at this. There. Oh my God, this is so funny. All right, I'm sorry, guys. We got our game face on. I do love this from DeMuslim. Notice how he's going for a very aggressive expansion timing. I mean, he's got 3 bases already up and running because he knows he needs those scans. He also knows that he is relatively protected by the Shroud of Mystery. He is saying, I see you, SCV. He must be talking about this one. Let's take a look at him. Yep, there he is right there. SCV is going to be scouting around, which is just hilarious. I'm so sorry. I'm still laughing about the first IMBA League Heroes where Suppy blinked his, oh my God, even the Zelnaga Tower is cloaked. You know, some things you just don't expect when you're testing the map for the first time. But hey, it's all part of IMBA League Heroes. Now remember, guys, the point of IMBA League Heroes is not to find a new era of balance. It is, of course, going to be completely imbalanced in many, many ways. So it just is what it is. We're going to be having fun with this. Also, one thing I want to mention, and this is very important, is I do plan to do different matchups on the same maps that we've already seen. So eventually I'll start to loop back and do some of the cool maps. Like, this is one of my favorite, to be completely honest, to do this on with all the cloaked units. So I may come back later to a PvZ, do a PvT, tell them no cannon rushes because that is literally unstoppable. The Zerglings over here cannot really see what's going on right now. And the Overlord could turn into an Overseer at any time. Lair Tech is going to be done. Now, the important thing is right here, though, is that DeMuslim does not have any missile turrets. And there is a Nidus Worm on the way, which will be built at any time. Overseer is now done, and the Ling's going to be attacking here. Now, unfortunately for DeMuslim, I think he's trying to go for Ravens right away. But Suppy, he is undefeated, man, in these series. He wants to win as quickly as possible. So we should be seeing a scan. But the problem is that you can't really see anything. Oh, he's trying to attack his own Hellions here to make this happen. Might actually end up working. and trying to find the right angle to do this at. But this is definitely, you can tell, very, very frustrating for DeMuslim trying to deal with. The Lings are going to be right there. Very difficult to spot that. The Nidus Swarm is actually just on the way here. And does he notice this? Oh, there's a scan. He is going to spot it. Oh, but the Hellion's not at a good angle here. And he might actually be able to kill this off. Suppy getting too aggressive with that timing. He's going to have to scan it again. Oh, God, it's still alive. It's still alive. Kill it. What have you done? It does actually go down. The Ling's going to be very, very aggressive here. We do have a Raven on the way. This is going to be huge for DeMuslim. More Lings are on the way. Suppy is not messing around, man. But once that Raven is out, I feel like these Lings are going to lose their effectiveness. A Viking is out as well. He's going to try and kill these Overseers. Actually, DeMuslim is playing this very, very intelligently. I don't know if he has enough stuff here to deal with those Lings. That's the main problem. As long as he keeps killing the Overseers, though, then these Lings are not going to be able to do anything, and that's exactly what DeMuslim needs to realize, and I think he does, trying to kill off the Overseers as quickly as he possibly can. The Lings doing lots of damage here. The Hellion's trying to retreat. And where's that Raven at? Got to be using it to spot the Overseers. There it is. He needs to take out that Overseer, but there is another Overseer as well. And, oh, he's got to kill him so bad. This is going to be so frustrating to try and deal with. That Overseer about to get taken out, though. One more shot. Oh, what? Why did that Overseer not die? All right, hopefully that Overseer is not immortal. But for now, does look like Banshee getting in the mix as well. And the other Overseer chilling out over there. So this is a lot of damage being dealt to DeMuslim here. I think Suppy is definitely going to be taking game number one. Another Nidus Swarm going to be built right away. And unfortunately, that Overseer is still alive, which is going to be absolutely infuriating for DeMuslim. He's got to try and take out one Overseer. He does manage to get the Lings. All of a sudden, cannot attack anymore. And you got to remember, DeMuslim does actually have units here. And the one Overseer is all that remains for detection, unless another Overseer is on the way. But no, the Lings actually seriously just kind of hanging out right here. That one does get taken out, so DeMuslim may have to kind of regroup here a little bit. More Overseers are on the way. The Lings, though, have for the most part been taken out. And those getting taken out as well. The Raven in the mix right now. Got to be able to kill off all these Lings, I believe, before they do any more economic damage. And that's going to be really big for DeMuslim. I mean, DeMuslim has actually recovered a little bit in epic game number one, because this base has been completely untouched for the majority of this, and the Overseer is going to get taken out as well. We have quite the game on our hands. You can see Spore Crawlers are going to be going down right now as DeMuslim, that Raven tech, getting it that early actually ended up helping him out a lot here. And you got to remember, though, everything still remains unseen, and the ability to prevent these sorts of harassment, it does not come easy. So DeMuslim there. Also, you know, fun fact about DeMuslim, he's actually playing on a laptop right now. Can you believe that? I messaged him. I'm like, hey, DeMuslim, you want to go through this torture chamber that I've made for you of all units are cloaked? And he was like, yeah, but I'm on a laptop. I'm like, perfect. Perfect. It's got to be great. And Suppy, oh, he's going to go for Mutalisks right now. He doesn't have a whole lot, but he does have the Overseer with him, and that's the important part. There's only 4 Vikings right now. And more Ravens are on the way. Seeker Missile could be huge here. We'll see, though, as the Raven does have enough for that. The Mutalisks are here. I mean, really, what DeMuslim needs to do is start getting missile turrets. That is all there is to it. The Overseer here, though, if it gets taken out, these Mutalisks all of a sudden can't attack anything. And the Overseer is going to go down. The Mutalisks right there are like, ruh-roh, can't actually attack anymore. And all of a sudden, these Mutalisks, they do group up with one more Overseer here, going to try to engage right now. Needs to kill off the Overseer if possible. The Raven goes down. Auto turret is thrown out. The Overseer will get taken out here as well. So again, the Mutalisk harass is thwarted. I don't know if DeMuslim realizes just how important I think missile turrets actually are here. But DeMuslim has still managed to stabilize a little bit. He is building more and more workers. And you got to remember, every SCV has a much higher chance of surviving. Here comes yet another Overseer. This expansion is under attack. The auto turret nearly in range. Would love to have that attacking there, and he does. The Hellions here actually doing a good job absorbing damage. Scan right there, going to be revealing that. Are we ever going to be seeing a missile turrets out of DeMuslim at all? I don't think so. The Hellions are going to try to harass. Unfortunately for him, there is plenty of detection to be able to take this out right now, as the Hellions trying to find a spot. Oh, the base down here, though. No detection just yet. The big scan. And not that many drones to actually kill off here, as there are buildings now on the way. They are cloaked as well. Finally returning a little bit of the favor, but not nearly enough. Look at this, 49 workers killed to a mere 3. And DeMuslim, I think he's just got to build missile turrets. I think that's all there is to it. But he still does have the 3 bases up and running. Income, though, not looking great for him. He just dropped those 3 mules. Overseer is not here just yet. We could see Seeker Missile coming on up, although the drones might do a good job as well. And they will go ahead and evacuate out of there for now. But I think it's just Suppy who's the one who's reacting much more quickly. The Ravens get taken out. The scans, though, got to be good enough to hold on for now. Needs to take out all the Overseers if possible. I mean, the more Overseers he can kill off, the better. Oh, I think it's the Overseer. If it goes out of range of the detection, then the shots don't actually do damage. We're learning so much about cloaked units, guys, and how they behave. But either way, a very, very interesting game here. Suppy, I think, playing very smart. Oh, God, these rocks are cloaked as well, which is just hilarious. I didn't realize that the rocks would be cloaked on the top of that. But either way, lots of shenanigans taking place. And, you know, I feel like DeMuslim still has a lot of units. He finally has an engineering bay on the way, which may be the key to his success. Overseer going to be joining up here as well. Another missile turret going to finally be going down. And, you know, this is exactly, I think Suppy is kind of picking up on this much quicker. He's researched the Overlord speed. He's got the Overseers moving around with the Mutalisk. There are finally missile turrets coming up. And this first missile turret will be done. Not going to be able to detect for these auto turrets just yet, but at least he's going to have a little bit of detection right now. The auto turret's joining in the fun. Needs to save that missile turret if possible. It's not going to happen. Could scan, though, or just use the Raven there. And I do like the use of auto turrets. I think that's going to maybe be a little bit more effective than going for anything else here. But, God, DeMuslim just getting picked apart here constantly as Suppy just all over the place here. 9 Vikings, though, still doing their job. It looks like this Orbital Command should survive. The Banshee's still able to hang on. Need to be seeing a scan right now. And there it is right there. The auto turrets will do some decent work on these Mutalisks, but with no missile turrets there. I mean, I feel like the main problem is that DeMuslim is just spread too thin. I thought it was going to be a good idea, but once Suppy got that detection rolling, it just was almost impossible for DeMuslim to really do anything about it. So DeMuslim, in a world of hurt here, he's not able to harass. He's not able to really do anything, but he still does have these Vikings. No upgrades on them just yet. Taking a look at the production tab, we do see the armor upgrade on the way, which is really, really good for the build that DeMuslim's going, because it affects Vikings, it affects Hellions, it affects everything on the ground. It does look like Suppy maybe going for the kill here, though. The missile turrets here are going to be helping out a great deal. Needs to be repairing those if possible. The missile turrets just going to town. The Ravens do get a Seeker missile hit off, which isn't going to be enough, though. That's the real question. We do have 2 more Ravens on the way. Blue Flame is going to be on the way as well. And, you know, DeMuslim still somehow managing to hang on, which is actually pretty darn awesome. Again, the watchtowers cannot be grabbed unless you can see them, I believe. But either way, DeMuslim still hanging on. He's still got 3 mining bases. His income, you know, it's not that bad. I mean, all things considered, worker count 38 to 71, though. That's almost unsurmountable at this point. Does finally get the Overseer over here to kill off these rocks, which is just hilarious that those are actually cloaked, which kind of cracks me up here. But for now, DeMuslim, he's got his missile turrets up. He's actually repairing that one there, which is very, very nice. No missile turret at his natural just yet, but, I mean, he doesn't have unlimited money. He does, however, have Thors on the way. I'm not quite sure how those shape up given the circumstances, but he does have the Hellbats now. He almost has Blue Flame. Got to get a lot of free kills here. DeMuslim getting a little bit of momentum. Is it going to be enough, though, versus this amount of Sky units? That is going to be tough. This expansion, I think, is for sure going to go down. The missile turret almost surviving. The Banshee's not going to be able to join in. The Vikings do join in. Where are those Thors at? Thor is here. I don't know if they're going to be soon enough. He will get the splash damage off, though, on these units. Suppy may actually have to retreat here. Seeker Missile going to be going down. I think that Suppy may be making a mistake here trying to engage, but at the same time, there's not a whole lot of anti-air left right now, and that may be it for DeMuslim, as no, it was not a mistake. The Hellbat's unable to join. Oh, God, the Thor here trying to take out the remainder of the mutants. It's not going to happen, though. I think that is going to be it, and there's going to be the GG. Oh, my God, that is absolutely awesome. I think DeMuslim's strategy of mass expanding, I thought it was a good idea, but Suppy, showing us that aggression is key here, was able to make that happen. Let's see if I can get him to play another game. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is HESKSK here, back with some more IMBA League. I seriously want to be calling it IMBA League Heroes, but let's see. One of the cool things was, first game I saw you were getting speed. Oh, what's he going to be saying? What's he going to be saying? Since your spawning pool turned green out of nowhere. That's what I'm telling you, man. It is definitely not. I mean, that's a small oversight by Blizzard. Just so you know, Blizzard, when a spawning pool is invisible, the water doesn't quite look right. That, I guess that's a useful tip there. When your tech lab finished, I think, on a starport. That's funny. He was able to see it there for a second. But anyways, this is IMBA League. Of course, the whole point of this is not to be balanced. It is called IMBA League for a reason. This is going to be basically another game between EG Suppy and EG's DeMuslim, as I just introduced them, where all units are permanently cloaked. And now that you mention it, Uh-oh. Yeah, there's Suppy talking about that. And anyways, a big thanks to Zetal for making the map. He's the one who's been making them. If you have any recommendations for any other matchups you would like to see or other kind of silly things that we could change in the game, let me know down in the comments below. The second video got over 5,000 likes, which is great. Anything StarCraft related that gets 5,000 likes, that is really, really good. So thank you guys for the support on that. And yeah, let's have some definite fun right here. Now, Suppy, a very, very aggressive opener in the last game, using that Nidus Worm play, using just basically lots of harassment techniques to try and win it right away. However, we are now on Whirlwind with cross-spawn locations. That's going to be a long, long rush distance for both of these players. I don't know if that style of play is going to be nearly as effective here. DeMuslim is going to be pretty ballsy, to be honest, going for another expansion once again. And again, it's one of those things where it's so interesting, to me anyways, is because the expansion cannot be rushed. It cannot be attacked. It cannot take any damage for the first several minutes of the game. What gets more interesting is as the game goes on, detection starts to come out, and it becomes much more difficult to hold on to those locations. So what ends up working out in the early game is not so good later in the game. It's very, very interesting. I've had a lot of fun watching it, and that's why I wanted to go ahead and make another video here, just because there's so many cool things that can take place during this. It does mean the one drone right here will be preventing any sort of wall-in from ever taking place, as that drone's not going to be detected anytime soon, which that's going to be a little bit annoying for Terran, as Suppy is actually going to be going for 3 bases right away right now, and the SCV there, unfortunately, cannot build anything right there. He may be wanting to go for an add-on or something like that, but he may have to force a scan. I'm curious to see if DeMuslim actually goes for an earlier engineering bay, perhaps, maybe going for more energy on his command centers instead of using them on mules, going for the early detection. We'll just have to wait and see, though. The one Marine right there, he's just got to be chilling out. He could actually go scout with this if he wanted to be quite frank. I honestly don't know where he told this guy to go, but he is going to go guns blazing. I think he's actually going right here down the bottom right side. I keep thinking these waving grasses are actually cloaked units, but they're not. Don't let your eyes deceive you. But if these players are playing on... Oh, he tried to block it right there. He does actually manage to. That drone, man. He's going to be blocking all day long. That's going to be super annoying for DeMuslim. Not a whole lot he can actually do here. Oh, he might actually get it over there. And, oh, he almost does. He's going to keep trying to do it. He's going to have to wait till his factory is actually done. And he's going to keep trying. That drone is just set to follow it there. I can feel DeMuslim getting agitated. I can just feel it from all the way across the globe. Wherever he is at, his level of agitation has reached an all-time high. And, you know, if nothing else, this is going to force DeMuslim to have to adapt a little bit. He could just do the add-on right here onto the factory, which is what I think he may have to do. He's going to try. Oh, no, he lifted it off. He's going to try and wall in. I feel like he's going to try and wall it in. It's not going to happen, though. This drone is so annoying. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm physically uncomfortable right now, guys. No, what are you doing? Oh, he's going to try to... DeMuslim, you gotta just do it right there. Okay, now you can do it onto the barracks. You can do the add-on onto the barracks. Do the add-on. Do the add-on. You can do it there. He can't actually block both right now. And we do have the double starport still going to be on the way. The Overlord does spot that something is going on right now. And you can do the add-on here right on the barracks if you want to. But either way, the Overlord, he was saying once the tech lab finishes, he can actually spot something that's going on. So I'm kind of curious to see exactly what that is. Oh my God, he's still trying to land these. Oh, DeMuslim, there's 1 and 2. He actually gets the wall in done. Now the drone's going to have to chill out on the supply depot. Oh, I missed it. Gosh darn it. I was too distracted by that. Overseer is going to be on the way. DeMuslim doesn't actually have any units, though, so that could actually be a little bit of a problem. There is the one Marine who's just been running around this base the entire time. DeMuslim is adapting a little bit, able to scout out that base, kind of see what's going on. He can't see the buildings directly, but he can get a good idea of exactly what's happening. He knows how many drones are here, which is going to be a really important tell, and he knows that gas is on the way as well there. So we'll see exactly how this pans out. First Overseer is here. This drone could start going to town. We do have a Raven on the way, though. So kind of curious to see exactly how that plays out. Marine here spots this base as well, so he knows exactly what's happening. I love the animation of the drones hatching. That is so freaking cool. There is going to be a spine crawler. No, they're actually spores. So once those spores are done, that Marine may get taken out here. And I don't think that drone is still alive anywhere. So DeMuslim's going to be on the hunt for that, but was able to at least clean that one out. And DeMuslim decides to continue going for air here, which is an interesting choice right now. Lots of Vikings. I mean, look at how many starports he actually has here. Does manage to spot one Overseer. Not going to be able to kill it off. And remember, once the Overseer goes out of vision range, even if there's missiles in the air, it's not going to take damage from them. You always have to keep them in vision range if possible. But it does look like right now another Overseer going to be moving forward. We do have several Lings going to be moving on out. Suppy going to be a little bit aggressive right now. And it looks like DeMuslim might be in a little bit of trouble here. I mean, he has the Raven, of course, but he wants to go straight for the Overseer if possible, using the Banshee to clean up the rest of those Lings. And we'll be able to clean these up. The Ling's doing quite a bit of damage here. I think DeMuslim really needs to start utilizing missile turrets. I think that's all there is to it. But for now, Suppy looking to be a little bit safer here. He has Hydras on the way with speed. +1 attack going to be on the way as well. Oh, Suppy's actually going to have an attack headed his way. And if he does not prepare for this, this could be devastating. Although there is these Spore Crawlers here, so I feel like those Spore Crawlers are going to be more than enough to hang on. We do have the third base for DeMuslim on the way. He still has not fully walled in. But I can't help but feel like walling in with the missile turret behind it is really going to be the way to go here. But he actually just decides to spend all of his money on air units. Lots of Ravens, lots of Vikings, and a couple of Banshees mixed in. Could be going for the Creep Tumors as well. And the Creep Tumors do count technically as cloaked. I mean, you need detection to kill them off anyways, but I feel like Suppy getting the right unit composition here, getting lots of anti-air, may end up losing a queen or two. So for the first time ever, DeMuslim actually gets to be the aggressor. Is he going to do enough damage here, though? Does take out both queens, going for several creep tumors, wants to get off that Overseer if possible, does manage to get, and all of a sudden, Suppy realizing I don't have a whole lot of anti-air to protect these Overseers just yet, so Suppy's going to be spending a lot of money here. At the same time, though, DeMuslim has got a lot of money in the bank and is at a supply disadvantage. These Spore Crawlers, I don't know if there's enough here to kill off everything that DeMuslim has. The Hydras get a little bit of damage in. That was only on the auto turret, though. Suppy definitely struggling right now. He wants to try and kill off the Viking Banshee play if he possibly can, but I think spores are going to be the answer. Going straight for the lair tech itself there. Not sure if he's going to be able to get the Hydras there, just unable to actually do anything. As you can see, the Overlords not going to be able to do all that much. And look at this, we do have enough units back here to actually begin defending these units. Remember, actually, with the Overseer behind the mineral line, going to be doing quite a bit of damage here, returning the favor in a big way. I think spores are the way to go, though, to protect this. And, oh, did the Raven get taken out? I think that it did, so this army can't actually be doing anything. This is where these battles start to get a little bit ridiculous back and forth, is that there's a whole army over here, but it can't actually see the base, which is kind of a problem here. Does manage to scan there, got to take out several Hydras, I think, and could go for some drones as well. But at the end of the day, is there enough scans to actually continue engaging there? It's a tough call. Does look like Suppy going to be going for a base up at the top left side. Overseer over here spots this third base now. And the Spores taking out a couple of units here. So let's kind of see where things have settled. Overall, resources lost is way more for Suppy. Almost 3,000 resources lost, more than DeMuslim. But at the same time, DeMuslim's going to be losing these bases if he's not careful. I mean, he has not gotten missile turrets, which I think is his main problem. Where's the Raven? Where is that Raven at? Does he have any Ravens? Yes, he does have two. They're chilling out at the natural. He didn't hotkey them. So all of a sudden, this army is forced to use those scans. And hopefully DeMuslim realizes about those Ravens, because you can always hit that army button, and that'll group everything up into your army here. So hopefully, there he goes. He does grab those. So now no units are really going to be getting into the natural. The third base is still a little bit troublesome. DeMuslim definitely trying to play this out standard. Like, even with the timing of his engineering bay, he's throwing this down, you know, when Mutalisks might be a normal threat. He's throwing this down when, you know, he might just need to prevent drops or things like that. He's not doing it, I would say, the IMBA League way, which is trying to adapt a standard build into something a little bit kind of suited for this. Banshee should be able to clean up these Lings easily. I think a couple of them are going to get by. Not that big of a deal. Lots of Hydras are now out, though, and this is where it gets very interesting. Because if DeMuslim can deal with the Overseers, then he can deal with the army. If he does not deal with the Overseers, that army will destroy him. So 161 supply to 119. There's going to be a big scan there, and has to go for the Overseers. Has to kill those off ASAP. The Hydras are going to go to town. Otherwise, with the Seeker missiles doing so much damage. The Overseers, no! He loses all of his anti-air. And all of a sudden, DeMuslim not having a whole lot left here. The one Overseer does remain. We should be seeing more Overseers here, actually, from Suppy. But DeMuslim just really kind of struggling right now. He does have the Ravens out. Needs to be seeing more Vikings here. There's a big scan. Can't actually take out these units, though. And no, getting Cloak again for the Banshees does not make you do anything special. It does look like Suppy, though, managed to take out that base. Was not able to kill it off just because detection wasn't there in time, but we do have more bases on the way for DeMuslim. You can see Suppy trying to scout these out. Maybe he can tell if there's something there. It is definitely tough to see it. He does know about this base as well. That is going to be a planetary, and that's a planetary with missile turrets on the way. That planetary has just begun, though. Oh my god, this is so weird. Cloaked changelings look so ridiculous. God, they look awesome. But it does look like still, it is a switch into exactly what he's going to be going for here. He does have Thors on the way. Siege tanks would be quite nice. I think these bases are going to get taken out. The planetary not going to be quite done in time, I'm afraid. So this will get taken out here. And DeMuslim almost able to save it. He needs to repair it if possible. He's got to try. There's just not enough SCVs there. That does get taken out. That is a lot of Hydras. Siege tanks may be a little bit required right now. And I think that this may be it for that base over there. The other one up here has been spotted as well. Suppy has been playing quite well in these kind of really currently undefeated in IMBA League. I feel like he just kind of gets it here. He needs to kill off those overseers, but he's not going to be able to. One secret missile, though, could do massive damage here. He needs to try. There goes the secret missile right there. That is going to do some decent damage, and the Hydra trying to get, oh, actually, no, split it up there at the perfect timing. Thor's here. Thor is here. Going to be doing lots of damage to these. Thors have 1-1. The Hydras, though, are at 2-2. I'm afraid that Thors may not be the correct choice. I think that Siege Tanks would be much more powerful versus the amount of Hydras that we're actually seeing here. DeMuslim, his income is going to be way, way behind, but at the same time, if he can find a way to actually sneak these bases up, he should be okay. That planetary is done. Missile turret going to be on the way as well. SCVs do manage to evacuate. That will be done in time, actually. So these Thors might be able to back it up in time. It's going to be tough, but with the missile turret here, can at least spot these Hydralists, I believe. Maybe they'll barely be out of range. There we go. He's going to try and repair this. The big scan reveals exactly how many Hydras are actually here. Only a couple of them do get taken out. I just feel like Mass Thor is not the best choice here, but we'll see. Maybe DeMuslim knows something I don't, which is Mass Thor versus Hydralisk actually ends up working out. This orbital right here wants to take a third base if possible. He is going to be spotting this creep, this magical creep that is coming from the sky and just randomly appearing down here. He does know, of course, that there is an Overlord there. Indeed, he does take it out. More Vikings are going to be on the way. And really, these Vikings, they have to kill the Overseers. That is the only way that DeMuslim can end up winning here. Oh, Infestors. Remember, you can use Fungal to take units out of Cloak, so that might actually be pretty good. EMP would work as well for that, but not nearly as effective, I'm afraid. But there's going to be the scan right there. The Overseers have got to get taken out. The Fungal is going to be revealing everything. That might actually be the perfect unit composition here. It does look like even though the Overseers are gone, the Fungals remain. But oh no, somebody's losing a lot of his units here. He ran out of energy for Fungal, and all of a sudden, DeMuslim raking in the kills. That's what he's been waiting for all game. But DeMuslim's giving him a hard time there. I think he was hoping for more and more Fungals, but he did end up running out of energy. Now getting just enough energy, 75 here on this one. But DeMuslim now has a base here, missile turret on the way. Might want to start repairing these Thors if possible. I think he has one SCV doing just that. A second one, are they going to be joining in? Nope. Well, yep, he does have a couple actually going to be repairing these. Still, I feel like turtle mode is kind of the way to go here for DeMuslim. I mean, trying to defend as much as you possibly can. We do have just ridiculous income for Suppy. I realized I didn't even have their names brought up. There they are. But either way, I mean, the income's not that good for DeMuslim here. He does have a missile turret now, though, which is good. He's learning that he needs to turtle a little bit better. Here come the Infestors, though. This may actually be it for DeMuslim. He doesn't have a whole lot here. Does he have a Seeker Missile? Nope, not enough energy just yet. The Vikings trying to go straight. Oh, but the Fungals trying to go straight for the Overseers, but the Chain Fungals might be too much, and does actually manage to whip them there. He's trying to kill them off as best he possibly can, but here we go. Those Overseers are in a perfect position right now. And DeMuslim, he's got to stay by this missile turret if possible. There's the scan. He wants to kill off those Overseers. That is his last bastion of hope. He does have 3 more Ravens on the way. More Thors are indeed here. No more upgrades for the Thors, though. With 3-3 on the way, I think DeMuslim might be in a world of hurt right now. But at the same time, Suppy, we saw exactly what happens if you lose that detection. That can be it. Still no base over there. I think that SCV is, yeah, you don't want to be up there, SCV. And DeMuslim here, he scans it. He sees what's going on. Overseer is going to be joining this army. The Vikings not able to spot exactly where they are. Going to watch out for the Fungals. There they come. I don't think he's going to be able to kill off all the Overseers, though. And Seeker Missile, nope, not going to be happening. But the Thor is still doing massive damage right now. The Overseers do get taken out. All of a sudden, no, there's no detection here. You could go for it. More Overseers, though, going to be joining up here. And I don't think he's going to be able to kill him off right away. It's just not enough splash damage, and that might be it. as Suppy going to be marching up the ramp. And we have more stuff on the way. Oh, Overseer's there, get a little bit distracted, and the Vikings, can they actually kill it off? Nope, that's only going to be one Overseer. The missile droid here, though, is joining in, and if he kills that last Overseer, there's going to be the GG as Suppy, the undisputed champion of IMBA League. God, I keep wanting to say IMBA League Heroes. Absolutely awesome stuff there. So Suppy, man, very adaptable, whether it's in the early game or the late game, does not matter, able to make it happen. So great job there to Suppy. And let's actually take a look at the graphs right here. You can see that upgrade spinning, Suppy was way ahead. Army value, Suppy, you know, this is where he actually messed up a little bit. It ended up evening out, but the problem is that he had so many bases that plunk, you are at so many units. So anyways, hope you guys enjoy it. A lot of fun. Let me know down below what you would like to see, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone, this is Husky here, and it is time for some more IMBA League. And as you guys can tell by the title, this episode is going to be all about, well, every single unit has Zergling speed. Now, what that means is not every single unit moves as fast as Zerglings with speed, but they all get the speed bonus of Zergling speed. So workers right here have a plus 1.75 movement speed, and you can see just how fast they actually move here. So let's go ahead and introduce our players. Oh god, those probes are ridiculous. Let's introduce our players. Up in the top right side, it is going to be BabyKnight. And down, wait, did I say top left? Top right, whatever. And down in the bottom right side, it is going to be LiquidTLO. And it is going to be a TvP. Now, you may be looking at this and being going, Husky, TLO plays Zerg. Hang on, I'm a little bit distracted by them. They should be faster. Hopefully that is actually working. And there we go. He's saying that they are indeed faster. Yeah, they're definitely faster. You will see once you scout. It is ridiculous. All right, there they go. They're trying to feel it out a little bit. But either oh, BabyKnight. Yeah, bad acceleration. Yep. All right, so the workers do have acceleration, which makes them not look that fast when they're actually mining. But anyways, this is going to be all units have Zergling speed, and TLO did decide to play Terran, which was quite nice of him because we haven't had too many TVPs in this series as of yet, because Suppy has been destroying everybody. Suppy so far undefeated in this series. So he's saying good luck with force fields. BabyKnight's saying, I'm not even going to make sentries, man. Not even going to be worth trying it out. But we'll see. Reapers sound terrifying. All right, so there we go, as we'll see exactly how this takes place. And you can see the probes, they move quite quickly here. Now, I do want to say, guys, the last episode of IMBA League, I believe, got around 6,000 likes, is pushing 7,000. So you guys are kicking butt here. If this is something you want to continue to see, let me know. Post suggestions down below on what other changes you would like to see. Also, if you want to tell me what players you would like to see, let me know. I'll try and get in touch with the best of the best, or at least the ones that are most requested. We'll see. We'll see if I can. Some players have already said no. Oh, God, the Reaper is already out. All right, here we go. Going to cue the Benny Hill theme as the probe, though. Remember that the Reaper's fast, but so is the probe, so you can try and micro that around. Oh, my God, I feel like, you guys remember when Diablo 2 was a thing, and the game would lag a lot if you cast too many spells and your character would move ridiculously fast for a couple of moments? That's kind of what this reminds me of. I'm here in the shadows. Oh, wait. Oh, the Stalker, no! No, you passed the Reaper. Oh, God. Oh, God, we do have another Stalker on the way. But we'll see exactly how this Reaper manages to... Oh, my God, the Stalker's just going to run all the way down there to the bottom right side. So it is going to be some Reaper harass. This Reaper is already up to 2 kills. Where's the other Stalker? There he is. Got to try and chase it down. So some damage has been dealt. SCV's going to be pulled off the line here to attack the Stalker. This is... Oh, my God. I don't know why that's so funny to me. All right, so that Stalker's moving around. Oh, my God. He might actually scout the expansion as well if he keeps moving to the left side here. But casting this is going to be quite difficult because it's basically like the game is played on 2 times speed or 8 times speed. I don't even know. Some amount of speed. It's just the units still attack at the same speed. It's just that they move so ridiculously fast. So here comes the Mothership Core as well. Got to try to harass, but guess what? The Marines here might actually be enough to hold this off for now. We should have a Widow Mine on the way right now. The Stalkers here easily microed. SCVs are going to be pulled off the line right now. But of course has to be careful here because the Marines might actually be able to take it out here. The SCV is just terrifying. If you don't micro these Stalkers perfectly, they will get surrounded immediately. So even though the Stalkers can retreat, the SCVs give a lot of chase here. We do have more Marines going to be on the way, and it does look like the Motion Corps are going to be camping out here. SCVs are going to be returning back on home. Widowmine here should be able to finish this off if he can burrow it in time, and should be able to burrow the Widowmine, and that Motion Corps should get taken out, I believe. Yep, there it goes. So the one Stalker is all that remains. So far, TLO definitely going to be struggling here. Oh, might be able to get the surround those. The SCVs are continuing to be pulled off the line. Remember, though, this expansion over here has not been scouted. Unfortunately, the SCVs are not mining. But either way, that's going to be an advantage that TLO actually has. Oh, looks like the Stalker is going to go down as BabyKnight unable to save it there. We do have the Tech Lab add-on going to be coming on up. More Widow Mines on the way. Doesn't matter how fast your unit moves. If it's getting shot by a Widow Mine, probably not the best case scenario. SCVs over here should probably get to work. I think that TLO, there we go. So he was a little bit distracted. Also, you got to remember that TLO, this is his off race right now. Oh my god, that poor Widowmine got to try and burrow it. Does manage you right on the ramp as well. And what? What is that Widowmine moving? What? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. 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 So if you add Zergling speed to a Widowmine, it can now. Oh my god. Oh my god. IMBA League heroes. IMBA League heroes. And it looks like the Widowmine drop now is a lot more terrifying, that it can chase these units, and the Probe's got to try to escape here. Does he decide to move them? That is the real question. He does get some kills here, as it does look like the Stalker's in position now to go ahead and take this out. The medevac is going to survive, but, well, you know, that is why it is called IMBA League Heroes. Gotta come up with OPs, with OP strats on the fly. All right, so moving Widow Mines. Oh god, that was actually, I think, the hardest I've laughed in StarCraft 2 in a very long time. So it does look like the Warp Prism got to be moving on in. Now keep in mind the Warp in animation is still going to take the same amount of time. It's just that the Warp Prism is going to be ridiculously fast. Also, all movement speed increases. Warp Prism. Oh god, I don't want to be missing this drop. Warp Prism. I think this is GG. I think it very well may be, but you gotta use the moving Widow Mines, obviously. There we go. I think this is going to be it for him here, as this drop going to be doing lots of damage. It doesn't move. It was weird. Oh, okay. It did it by itself. Oh god, they have become self-aware. But then he couldn't give a command. Self-aware, GG. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna play another game. This time it is going to be PvZ, and I think I'll attach it to the same video here just for poops and giggles. So let's go ahead and hop into game number 2. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you in just a second. Alrighty, here we go with game number 2. Since game number 1 was so silly, I almost had a heart attack. Had to take a little bit of a break there, but let's go ahead and introduce our players once again. Up in the top right side, it is going to be BabyKnight, and up in the top left side, it is going to be LiquidTLO, and you can see the Overlord Scouts. Overlord Scouts OP, as that thing has got to be hauling it across the map. Of course, if you missed game number 1, I don't know how you manage that because it's in the same video. But either way, it is going to be a very fast Overlord Scout right now. So pretty awesome stuff there. And TLO, we will see if he manages to win here now that he is playing his main race, which would be kind of crazy to see Zerglings with Zergling speed and a double Zergling speed upgrade for absolute funsies. So we shall see here, as the probe is going to go ahead and move on out and be scouting right away. But swoosh, you can see exactly how fast they are. But anyways, I was talking to TLO a little bit after the game. He did say his Terran was very rusty, hasn't played in over a month. But also, the Widow Mine moved on its own. He wasn't able to give it a move command. It just moved on its own to get in range. So apparently the Widow Mines on this map have become self-aware, which is actually pretty darn terrifying. The probe going to be able to scout as well. And there's going to be the Overlord right there, just checking it out. Flying every which way. Fast Broverlord for sure. And, yep, they're going to make it all the way over there. He could just rally every single Overlord there if he wanted. Looks like the probe's going to be harassing just a little bit. Should be. Oh, he actually let TLO get a hatchery up first. That's going to be pretty terrifying right now. We do have a gateway going to be on the way for BabyKnight, and he might want to get out of Zealot to make sure that those super fast lings don't harass him. However, TLO did go for a spawning pool, so we are just going to have to wait and see exactly how that pans out. And hang on, actually I gotta reply to this text really quick. Hang on, guys. This is super, super important. And let's see. Oh, it's my friend saying he's coming over. He's getting coffee first. I will say, sounds good. I'm making a video for about 30 minutes. There we go. Give him a heads up that I'm playing StarCraft 2. I wonder how many workers are better at off mining if you got like 18 at the other base. Oh god, I honestly have no idea, guys. They are trying to figure out the metagame as this is underway. And here comes the speed Zealot right now, man. And remember that if he gets Zealot legs, they'll move even a little bit faster. They're going to be moving out across the map and could easily scout that. Oh my god, the Overlord scouting, man, is just really... He's able to patrol Overlords in his base because they are so fast. No Stalker on the way just yet. Pylon going down at the expansion. Here comes Zealot #1. Gotta try and chase these drones. Keep in mind the drones are much quicker as well. And gonna be chasing it around. And gotta try and go for the hatchery. But again, I think it's super important to remember that these are not Stim. They move fast, but they attack the same speed. So you're not able to do as much damage as you would like. We do have Queens on the way. Queens should be able to join in on this fun. And I think that exactly how fast is the Queen going to be? Plus 3.3 while on creep. Of course, it's 1.75 off of creep. Oh, God, here come the Queens. The Queens, absolutely terrifying. I think that the Queens can actually just be super aggressive right now off of this one gateway. I don't know if there's actually enough here to hold this off. Maybe this is why Queens were slowed down off of creep. We're about to find out, though, if BabyKnight has any units. I don't think he actually has any units is kind of the problem right now. And BabyKnight's telling him to go away because he definitely is not prepared for this at all. He does have the one Mothership Core, might be able to time warp these units a little bit. The drone almost goes down. I think he's going to be building a hatchery here and start going with the creep. Oh, yes, he is. He's going to cancel it there. Place down the creep tumors. And this is basically TLO's build, only heavily modified for this map, as we do have the Stargate now on the way. But I feel like a Stargate might not be enough here versus these units. We do have the Gateway's going to be coming up. This should help with the wall in quite a bit. I just don't know if BabyKnight knows exactly what's about to him. He actually did see the creep right there, so he knows about this. And the drone, though, did it get taken out? I think that it did. And is not able to build any spine crawlers just yet. Oh, we actually have an Oracle on the way. Not sure exactly what the Oracle is going to be for, but we're about to find out. The Overlord over here. Still no units out of this gateway. Definitely wants to upgrade this to a warp gate if possible to possibly get some stalkers out. But the creep is going to be pressing the entrance. And guess what? Queens are here. And got to be able to take out this pylon. The Zealot going to be taking some damage as well. Unfortunately for him, he can't really do anything. A Sentry does warp in, so he might be able to force field these units just a little bit. Sorry, my voice is trying to keep up with the speed of this game. The Mothership Core as well going to be joining in. There's more and more warp gates here, so we might actually be able to break down this ramp in just a moment. The Oracle got to be going for it. I don't think he... can he kill the Queen here? I'm actually not sure. The Oracle, make sure he still has the speed boost. Yes, he does, but remember, the Oracles have quite slow acceleration. Might be able to kill off that Queen. No, not today, as the Oracle here trying to res... Oh, but he overextends just slightly. One slight misclick going to cost that Oracle its life, and another Oracle is going to be on the way. He might need this to kill off these creep tumors. We'll just have to wait and see. But the BabyKnight could actually warp in enough units, I feel like, to clean this out. Even with an Oracle as well, should be able to use the detection ability. But for now, he is going to be going for harassment. We have an infestation pit on the way for TLO. Here comes the Oracle to begin harassing. This Queen over here is very dangerously low on HP. Gets taken out instantaneously. And now it looks like BabyKnight got to be returning the favor here. He might end up losing the Oracle. In fact, he will to this Queen. If I'm doing the math in my head correctly, the Oracle got to try to escape. Queen so fast. Manages to save the Oracle there, albeit barely, and I think BabyKnight has all but given up trying to even kill these Overlords. They are still patrolling. More Oracles are on the way, so he's got to be trying to rely on Sky Toss here with the increase in mobility. I think that we might actually have to see Spore Crawlers go down for TLO. TLO still not on 3 bases just yet. He does have enough Queens on the way, I believe, to hold himself safe for now. Not sure who's going to win that battle. Decides to go for the drones instead. It's going to be doing quite a bit of damage here, and I got to say that BabyKnight doing pretty well. I mean, you got to have super high APM to play with units that are moving this quickly. And it looks like TLO spreading his creep outwards. We should be seeing some form of detection right now from BabyKnight. It is indeed going to be the Oracle. Once he gets enough energy for that, Envision allows Oracle to collect Cloaked, Burrowed, and Hallucinate units for 60 seconds. That is an entire minute. Yes, guys, I know. I'm pretty good at math. The Oracle right here, though, going to continue to harass this drone line. And unfortunately for TLO, I don't know if he's going to have the Spore Caller in time. Does manage to get down more Queens, trying to micro them as best as he possibly can here. But even this expansion cannot be taken. Oh, God, more and more Oracles are on the way. So BabyKnight definitely going to be going for speed and mobility. As well as harassment here. These two Oracles, dangerous low on HP. There we go. The Oracle going to be detecting this and able to clean up all these creep tunes. I don't really think there's a whole lot TLO can do to prevent this. He is going to try and send over roaches here, which remember, units move much quicker on creep. So not only do they have a movement speed of 3, but they're also adding 2.64 here. And the Oracle is going to try to continue to harass. It looks like the Zealots here ready to go. I don't know if he can actually engage this directly. Force field, trying to force field, and of course it's very difficult to catch anything with those because everything moves so fast. But we actually have Swarm Hosts on the way now with the Enduring Locust. This could actually be game-ending for BabyKnight if he's not careful. He is going to be able to spot maybe Swarm Hosts as they pop out, but he may be expecting Infestors here as opposed to the Swarm Hosts. The creep thread, though, has been pushed back, and I gotta say, BabyKnight needs to get this creep thread pushed back even further if he wants to be able to deal with those. He does see one Infestor, but he also is gonna be seeing the Swarm Host. If he's paying attention to the Fungal, he actually manages to grab it here with a huge play. It's got to be intercepting those Oracles. 2 of them fall. I cannot believe TLO with the clutch plays there. It's so difficult to actually land those Fungals anyways. Oh, God. Oh, God. Here come the Locusts. They move mighty, mighty fast right now, and he should be able to kill these off. I just don't know if he has the detection he needs. He's got to try and take these out, but I think he actually needs to go for the army right now because he does not have detection in place. He does have a WhiteRa out now, though, which is going to be huge in holding this off. The Queens may have overextended. No, they do decide to back up here, but the Oracles now are going to be the primary detection. And yep, there he is. He pops right there to be able to spot this. As long as he kills out the creep tumors, his attack should not kill him right here. We shall see, though. Force field's coming on up, and it does look like 1 or 2 Swarm Hosts could get taken out. Lots of transfuse coming out on this Queen, but the other Queens are now out of energy. Time Warp got to be thrown down. Can he kill off the Swarm Host here? No, he's forced to retreat. The WhiteRa, not nearly enough here. He does have an Immortal on the way, which, keep in mind, Swarm Hosts do count as armored, so do Infestors. So getting out the Immortal, if it's actually attacking correctly, could be huge. This is actually a pretty close game right now as these Locusts proving to be quite the nuisance. But at the same time, there isn't a critical mass of them just yet, but more of them are surely on the way. You can see them moving out across the map. So it looks like BabyKnight able to retreat from the Swarm Host easily because of the speed. But they're going to start being pretty annoying. At this point, BabyKnight needs to be able to deal with these Queens because that's the only anti-air. Almost force fields them there. Of course, the Queen's much too fast now. One of the Queens almost goes down. But the problem is now is that TLO has managed to hold on just long enough to get up the Infestors, get up those Queens, and BabyKnight, he needs to get carriers or something because I think these gateway units are going to be very susceptible to Fungals. No, Infested Terrans actually coming out, which I think those are going to be cleaned up easily enough. But Infested Terrans move mighty fast as well. Never forget that. And I think this might be difficult for BabyKnight to deal with because he's got to kill these Queens, but I just don't think he has enough here. He's got to get Colossus or carriers or something like that. And TLO showing us that anytime Zerg gets extra mobility, well, that's why they call it IMBA League, because they're going to be much more mobile. At the same time, though, BabyKnight's going to actually be running around this. The Locusts right here are spawning right on top of this army, which is huge. No detection here for now. Looks like BabyKnight might actually be able to kill off a base here. He is going to be sacrificing a base of his own in order to do so. Oh, and the robotics bay is very vulnerable down there. However, I think this hatchery is going to get taken out. Force field's coming up to try and save this, but oh my god, Locusts moving out all the way across the map. Protoss can just not keep up with this as the movement speed of these Locusts is a little bit ridiculous, 2.49, as if Swarm Hosts weren't annoying enough. I think the WhiteRa, though, might actually be able to take out this hatchery. Well, Zealots warping in here. All of a sudden, these Queens may not be in that great a shape. Intercepted by more Zealots as well. A couple Queens are going to get taken out. All of a sudden, a big shift from BabyKnight. And, no, he's not going to get this hatchery, though. The Queens are going to be able to save it, but does manage to push all the way out. He's forced the Swarm Host all the way back home. The WhiteRa's got to try and give chase as well. And all of a sudden, BabyKnight able to do quite a bit of damage here. Would love to kill off that other Queen if possible. But for now, he has cleaned out all the creep. He has pushed this army back, and we are seeing quite the game here. Now, remember, Colossus got to be able to move quite fast. Even though the Nexus went down, the Colossus tech remains. And considering it's 2 base versus 3, I think that BabyKnight still actually has a chance here. I thought for sure he was dead, but now this could be anyone's game. Upgrades, vitally important here. You can see the +1 already being done here for LiquidTLO. So the Overlords here continuing to patrol all the way through the map. The one cannon here trying to kill it off. Looks like WhiteRa should be able to finish it there. But these Locusts kind of prove to be quite annoying. And remember, the Colossus going to be able to move mighty fast. So if he's able to run around these Locusts, then could actually kill off those Swarm hosts quite easily. Observer, I believe, does not have Observer speed. Nope, just Zergling speed. But for now, this game's getting underway. Force field's coming on up, and my voice, we'll see exactly how well it can actually keep up. Now, BabyKnight, this is where it starts to get really difficult because this is where Zergling counterattacks become a threat. This is where TLO, if he wants to, could research Zergling speed. And, oh my god, he actually has it on the way. And remember, Zergling speed does stack with the upgraded speed bonus that we've given these units. So those Zerglings will move so fast you might actually puke. But for now, looks like the Roach Zergling counterattack going to be taking place. There is the only one cannon here to help defend this, and I think that BabyKnight may need to warp in more units here if possible. Otherwise, this expansion could very well go down. And really, I mean, this is the difficult part for Protoss, is being able to deal with these counterattacks. He should actually be able to cut off the majority of these links. A nice pickup here for BabyKnight, but he's going to need more static defenses. I think that's something that players are really struggling with, is that, you know, this isn't a standard game. You can't play it standard, but at the same time, Zerg is so fast that I don't know how Protoss can keep up, especially once Mutas are out. That's going to be mighty tough here. We're going to see if BabyKnight can manage to push out into the center of the field. Oh my god, the Infested Terran harassed over here. He's got to run them over there. They do eventually time out, but a good effort there nonetheless by TLO, trying to harass, oh god, Zergling speed with +175, and they have the default movement of 4.75. Oh my god, they are so fast. The Zealots here, remember, they're not taking more damage. This is that these units get here much quicker, so BabyKnight's going to have to find a way, or have to find a way to defend here. He might just decide to push forward, though. But I don't think he's going to be able to crack this just yet. He might actually just want to try and run all the way around over here. And actually, the Zealots do manage to clean that up. Lots of losses were suffered here. Workers killed 19 to 20, though. And you can see BabyKnight trying to outrun the Infested Terrans. Not something I normally am used to saying. But at the same time, some of the Locusts are all the way out across the map. So this may be BabyKnight's opportunity here. He's got to be able to kill off several Queens. There was a Swarm host burrowed there as well. But so many Queens on the field that I don't know if BabyKnight can actually do this. He's got to try to take out the Infested. The Smoke Growth's got to take out the majority of the army. And TLO showing us that his Terran may be a little bit rusty. But at the end of the day, he is going to be able to crush a Protoss with very fast-moving units here. So, again, this is why it's called IMBA League, is really the whole point is for hilarity's sake and to see units used in new ways that you've never seen before. Oh, there's Colossus over here. Got to be careful here. Might actually be able to kill off some of these Queens if force fields are used correctly. But unfortunately, BabyKnight is kind of stuck on gateway units right now, which is not what you want. Oh my god, these Queens are literally going to be doing the harassment on their own. Can TLO actually make this happen? We're about to find out. Queens have never looked so good. Queens versus Colossus, thought I would never see the day. And I think that BabyKnight is going to get taken out by this. And there's going to be the Locust showing up. Oh my god, Zergling's in the main. We're also going to be seeing fast Mutas here. And BabyKnight saying Queen. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League. Haha, I didn't say heroes this time at the end of it. Anyways, up in the top right side, it is going to be LiquidTLO. And down at the bottom right side, it is going to be Wilko. It is going to be a PvT. Now, Dario was nice enough to off-race. I must admit that I really wanted to see a PvT. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, I must admit. So he's going to be playing off-race. Normally, he plays as Zerg. And try it now. Oh, is he doing it up here? Anyways, this episode is going to be all units have the ability Abduct. You can see right there that it is indeed hotkey with a D. And there he goes right there, abducting his own little probe, so you can catch a glimpse of exactly how that works. So all units have Abduct. That includes Marines, that includes Zealots, that includes dropships, that includes Observers. Unfortunately, I can't talk to these players. So anyways, a big map to my friend Mike Zetal. Hopefully he considers me a friend at this point. He's pretty awesome. And anyways, he does have a website down below. I'm going to post to it. I think you guys crashed it the last time by clicking on the link, so maybe putting the link down there is a bad idea. But anyways, he's been the one making all of these custom maps, spending lots of time doing that, so thank you to him. and let's get this shenanigans underway. Now, I do want to say that the StarCraft Reddit correctly predicted what my next IMBA League was going to be. I think there was one thread about it and another thread kind of speculating what you would love to see in IMBA League. So if you have any ideas for what we can do next, please post a comment down below. Let me know what you would like to see. Some things are doable, some things aren't. But either way, I want to put the pro gamers in a very precarious position. And I actually talked about this in my vlog video that I did, which if you didn't watch the vlog video, that's totally fine. Basically what it's saying is I'm going to be doing more IMBA League, more Bronze League Heroes, more Pro 1v1s, basically what you've been seeing here. And then on my second channel is going to be a lot of different stuff. So if you are not subscribed to youtube.com/Husky, go check that out right now. If you're using Chrome, hit Control-T. It'll open up another tab. Type that in and go subscribe. But anyways, in that vlog, I was saying that I really want to cast pro players having fun, but obviously I can't do it in a Bronze League hero style because they are really good. They're not in Bronze League. Quite the opposite, actually. And so I want to put them in situations they've never been in, and maybe they can fumble around. Maybe we can get some laughs out of it. And honestly, a lot of the times it is hilarious. But anyways, how this works is Abduct has a cooldown. I believe I told him to make the cooldown the same length as Corruption, which I don't know if it ended up doing that, but I think it's about 40 seconds, maybe 45 seconds. With that, so we're going to be seeing some initial Marine harass right now, and we shall see. Remember, the one Zealot could abduct as well. He doesn't have a Zealot just yet. The Marine going to be moving on in, though, and that Marine actually going to be scouting the correct way here, so very, very lucky for TLO. He's going to see that base right away, and might actually begin to harass here a little bit. We'll see exactly how this works out with Abduct. I honestly do not know, but TLO is going to be moving in there, and the Mothership Core gets pulled over, I think, by the Marine. Yep, it's going to be silly once we start seeing these abducts happen. And unfortunately, you don't get abduct right when the unit spawns. That Marine is going to survive for now. TLO already going to be trollolololling his way to a pretty decent scout here. Oh, the probe right now. Going to try and juke by. TLO, does he have abduct? Nope, not yet. He might decide to chase it down. Realizes he doesn't have nearly enough time. Looks like Marine's going to be moving on out. SCV pulled off the line as well. And we'll have to see, actually, if Wilko gets out any units right now. He does have a robo on the way. So he's going to have a hard time dealing with this. I think that these Marines, their one goal may be to kill off that Mothership Core. We do have a Stalker now on the way, and keep in mind that Protoss in the early game is very weak versus Terran already, and the fact that you can't run away from that army, I think makes it very difficult and probably imbalanced to deal with. However, later, if you're abducting units into your giant Colossus Death Ball, then that's going to be pretty terrifying. Oh, the SCP right here. Remember, you got to be careful. There's going to be the Abduct, and all of a sudden, the Mothership Core not going to be that effective. Has to throw down a Time Warp or a Photon Overcharge, and it looks like he's going to try and make it work. The Stalker could try and do one right there, but no, the Abduct gets taken out, and Wilko going to pause the game here super, super quickly. Maybe looks like he's having a little bit of trouble here. He's saying, Gotta go ahead and figure this one out, see exactly what's going on. I wish that I could type to them, but unfortunately I can't. For some reason, my Abduct is always on cooldown. Let's see. I don't know if that is the case. Let's see. I think it's just right when they spawn. I think if they abduct my units, gets the cooldown too. We shall see. We shall see. I honestly, unfortunately, cannot talk to them. Just need to be faster, and TLO saying, oh, snap, that's not going to be good at all. So, looks like they are indeed going to get it underway. We'll see. I'll keep a close eye on it, see if there is a slight bug with it. Of course, with IMBA League, lots of silly things are going to be happening. So, that is just kind of what it is. And really, I mean, it's called IMBA League for a reason, because it's quite imbalanced, but hey, still a lot of fun. Those like gateways are going to be on the way. Now, at this point, it becomes very interesting, because if you can actually work towards drops, if you can work towards things like Colossus, then that's when it's going to be really good for Protoss. And Terran are going to be very, very effective in the, I would say, kind of early mid-game. So, we shall see with the Marine and Marauder. I think that's going to be the correct choice here. Mech would just be for silly shenanigans, I feel. But for right now, Wilko looking to be in okay shape. I mean, losing that Mothership Core is a total pain in the behind, but he does have that robo. Did he go for any observers? I would love to see observers with Abduct. I think that would be absolutely hilarious. And there he goes right there, and resets the cooldown. Oh, let's see. No, that one just came off of cooldown. But I think the thing is that he doesn't realize that they spawn with it on cooldown, I think is the problem there, is my guess. I'm actually not sure, though. I wasn't able to go up against TLO or anyone like that when I was testing out this map. So we'll see as this game gets underway. We do have the starport going to be on the way. And combat shield, stim pack, so pretty standard stuff here from TLO. And Twilight Council and a Forge on the way right now for Wilko. He does have his first observer going to be moving on out, and keep in mind that it does have Abduct. I don't know what you can really do with this or why you would want to. He's going to reveal where your observer is at, but maybe you can keep abducting them off of gas or something like that. It might be kind of funny. We'll just have to wait and see. Cannons are going to be on the way. One in the main base for Wilko. I quite like this play out of him. And the observer going to be moving in. Does he decide to do anything with it? Is he going to reveal the fact that there's an observer there? TLO, if he's paying attention, should be able to spot this quite easily, as that did float directly over his army. So we'll just have to wait and see if TLO decides to chase that one down or not. Where'd it actually go? See how easy it is to lose track of these buggers? It is actually over here on the left side now. And the Marine Marauder there, I believe, did spot it, moving its way over there. And what he could do, actually, is if he camped out his observer here, left his army here, he could abduct units across to kill them off. Not sure if we're going to be seeing that utilized or not. The missile turret's on the way as TLO realizes, yep, there is observers. There are cloaked units now. Should go ahead and go for the missile turret just to play it a little bit safe. But looks like TLO may be moving out here as soon as his stim is done. He has +1 and Marauder slow on the way. So I honestly don't know how Protoss is supposed to deal with this. I mean, he is getting Zealot legs right now, but he's going to be pulling along the medevacs here just to bring him along for the ride. I think he's going to go ahead and try and utilize some sort of drop right now, which I think the one cannon in the main base should help out in a big way. It's going to buy enough time, I think, to get out this +1 attack. We'll see exactly what Wilko can do right here. But 87 supply to 79. We do have enough. Oh, no, we don't have enough energy for Proton Overcharge, actually, just yet. We do have the 1-1 on the way. Oh, no, I thought it was going to be enough time to get that out, but I do not think so. Not today. That +1 attack is never going to happen, at least not anytime soon. There's going to be the Abduct on the medevac there, able to boost it away, though. Saved by the Marauder there on the low ground. And he's going to get out of there. It is not a good day to be a medevac, man. More Stalker's going to be warping in. Does manage to hang on to that pylon for now. And unfortunately, with that, with the Forge, he's not really going to be able to get out +1. I'm trying to see. Looks like TLO is going to go ahead and pause it just really quick. But I feel bad. That +1 attack was going to be quite useful. We do have the +1 armor now nearly done. And +1 attack is going to be on the way for TLO. He does have double engineering bay here. But you can see that he had no hotkey for Stim, which is quite useful there. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and be ready. I gotta say, having a map with all custom UI playing off race is gonna be a little bit confusing as far as the hotkeys are concerned, so I had to switch those around, which is no problemo there. Now, this is the point in the game where Terran normally would start doing lots of drops, and I think that's exactly what TLO is going to attempt to do right here, and it's up to Protoss to try and defend against those drops. We have two probes moving out, not quite sure what their goal is, but this observer could actually abduct units off of these buildings and prevent them from being constructed. I don't know if Wilko's thinking like that right now, though. But either way, he's got a lot of stuff. Normally, Protoss is not going to be moving out right now. They're going to be trying to secure a third and defending. So we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, the observer there being sneaky pulls that medevac back. So that's going to be one less medevac in the army if TLO does not realize it. I don't think it takes it off of a hotkey, but it definitely does kind of mess with your timings here. Oh, he does go ahead and grab it there as he did have a hotkey with that army. But we do have Psystorm now going to be on the way. The cannon here, this could be a stronghold for our Protoss player Wilko. He might end up losing that third base if the army does decide to move down there, but he will be able to photon overcharge the Nexus. He already has, High Templar going to be warping in. He's got the cannon here as well. Marine right there might try to abduct someone, and he very well may. Force field comes on out, abducts the Marauder, decides not to kill him though. Looks like he will survive. The probe guy tried to escape. Did TLO catch wind of what's going on though? That's the real question. The boost has been used. Kind of surprised to see this go down right away. Force field on the ramp could be huge, and then he could start abducting them over, but no, it's going to be the Immortals who get abducted first. Looks like the pylon's coming down. Abduct's going down every which way. Unfortunately, not able to really grab anything. Oh, God, this is so good for Terran. Oh, my God. I think I just vomited a little bit. We do have Psystorm nearly done here, but with the yoinks going down everywhere, I just don't really know what Wilko can do at this point. If you thought Terran was good before, wait until they have Abduct. Turns out that it's pretty darn good. Psystorm is almost done. He might actually be able to land some fatty storms here, and down they go, but the High Templar. Oh, God. Oh, God, this is bad news. This is really bad news. I don't think TLO actually lost anything here, so this is one of the most one-sided IMBA leagues I think I have ever seen. And I think TLO's just going to march his way to victory here. The Warp Prism, all he can do is abduct. Not a whole lot that can actually happen right there. And I think that may be it, as just not a whole lot that I feel Wilko can do. The probe's going to be pulling him over. I feel like that just makes their death that much quicker, though, as maybe he can get out. Nope, there's going to be the GG in game number 1. Now, in IMBA League, I like to do multiple games, so we're going to go ahead and hop into a game number 2 if I can convince them. And Wilko's saying, sorry, I didn't quite figure it out yet, which he double tapped D. I got you there. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem there. TLO saying, and then I couldn't abduct. There he goes. So Wilko knows exactly what's going on there. And let's go ahead and see if I get them to hop into another game. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time in the next video, I guess. Alrighty, here we are in the second game of IMBA League. Again, it's going to be all units, do have Abduct. It is going to be a PvP now. LiquidTLO hopping around between all the races. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and put their Twitters down below. Please tweet at both these guys. Tell them thank you for playing on IMBA League. It is a ton of fun. So down the bottom right side, it is indeed going to be LiquidTLO, and his opponent is going to be Wilko. Well, he's the blue Protoss. So here we go. The map, I think, is it called Red City? It's called Red something. I always forget. Doesn't really look like much of a city. Now that I'm kind of looking around, not really any good places to live, I feel like. But either way, should be having a lot of fun here. And they did go ahead and agree to do PvP. I think after that last game, we kind of saw a little bit exactly how good Abduct would be on Marine and Marauder. And I was trying to think about it, and even abducting units into your Colossi wouldn't be that good of an idea, because they would just be shooting that one unit as opposed to doing lots of splash damage there. So to make things a little bit more interesting here, trying to balance out my IMBA League, I'm going to go ahead and have it be a PvP. So TLO, always the good sport, man, hopping around to all 3 races. Keep in mind that TLO actually played as random for a very long time. I think that definitely gives him an edge here, just because he can be used to playing lots of different things on the fly. Although Wilko does main as Protoss, so might have an advantage in that regard. We did talk a little bit to the players after the game. They said it was very crazy trying to learn exactly how to use all of these abilities on the fly. So after game number 1, we'll see if things have settled down. And we'll also see if any of these players, really kind of gets an advantage just based on the way they're thinking about the game, as opposed to perhaps just reacting. I'm wondering if there's any crazy builds you can actually see come out of this. We're just going to have to wait and see. Cybernex Core going to be on the way here for Wilko. Down. Nope, that's actually just a pylon here for TLO, and then he does finally drop down that Cyber Core right here. Now, TLO, his Protoss has always been his weakest race, even back when he was playing as random. His Protoss would definitely let him down a lot of the time. So I'm kind of curious to see exactly how he manages to play this one out. And then fortunately for Wilko, can just not catch a break with this scouting. He's going to be scouting the incorrect way every single time. Thankfully, it doesn't matter as much when it's a mirror matchup. It doesn't matter as much, especially in PvP, because there's nothing that can really hit you other than a proxy. And scouting that doesn't really help anyways, to be quite frank, unless you see the actual proxy itself. If you're scouting a barren base, by then it's normally too late to prepare ahead of time for that. It does look at the probe, though, is going to go ahead and spot this and sees that there is indeed a Zealot here. Now, can the Zealot actually kill us off? Oh, pulls the probe off gas. There you go. Kind of cool, kind of cool. That's exactly the kind of stuff I want to see, because I think that's going to be helping out in a lot bigger of a way than you might actually think here, as it does delay those in a big, big way. But remember, the units do not have Abduct right when they spawn. This Mothership Core doesn't have Abduct. The Zealot doesn't have Abduct. It's got about a 45-second cooldown before it can indeed start to do that. Now, we do have the double gateway now on the way for Wilko. Oh, a Stargate going to be on the way for TLO. This might actually be brutal. Whether it's Void Rays or whether it's Phoenix, I don't think it really matters. I think you're going to be able to abduct things all the way across the map, I feel like, especially with Phoenix, man. That would just be terrifying. I don't know if Oracles would be good for that, but I think lots of Phoenix with Abduct would be mighty, mighty good. We'll see exactly what Wilko decides to go in response to this once he scouts. I mean, I feel like the Observer is a good choice because you can abduct things from a cloaked unit, which seems kind of cool, but not quite sure. Not quite sure how it's going to work out, but the double gateway here means that Wilko is going to be having more anti-air than TLO, because TLO only has the one gateway. And Wilko has the one Stalker. More Stalkers are on the way. Actually, more Sentries are on the way here, which unfortunately for him, I don't know if he's going to be able to scout the Phoenix in time. Oh, abducts it down to the low ground, I guess, to try and save a little bit of time. Don't know if that ended up doing it or not, but hey, man, might as well bungee jump off cliffs if you are able to, and I really think Wilko should be going for the scout right now. He's going to want to know about Phoenix with Abduct. Trust me, that is something you want to know as a player when you're going into a game. And keep in mind that Graviton Beam costs 50 energy, and that is basically what they spawn with. So you're able to abduct right, or, well, you're able to Abduct right away, but also Graviton Beam right away. Now, he does have the 3 Sentries. Sentries are not the best counter to Phoenix, but if you have that many Sentries mixed in with some more Stalkers, then you start having enough anti-air to deal with those units directly, and you can start to abduct them. What happens when you abduct a Phoenix while it's Graviton Beaming? I have no idea. There's going to be Hallucinated Phoenix, and actually, apparently, they do not get Abduct, so no Abduct on that one. It does get shot down right away, so I think that Wilko's going to realize exactly what's headed his way. He immediately throws down a Twilight Council. Council's whatever he had going on there, but he realizes that he's going to have to deal with these very fast-moving and very highly abducting. It's going to be an abduction here, guys. Send out an Amber Alert, because that is exactly what's going to be happening. He's going to be stealing all of his probes, maybe his sentries as well. We'll just have to wait and see, though. I think Wilko is feeling a little bit timid right now. He's got another Stalker going to be on the way. Oh, anyone going to abduct? Yes, he does. Yoinks him on over. This might actually end up working out in the defending player's favor. Does do lots of damage there. TLO, though, with the lightning-fast reflexes, able to keep those alive. You might have to start chaining the abducts, really, to make sure those Phoenix cannot escape. And I like the thought process behind what TLO is trying to do here, but you got to remember that Phoenix rely on mobility, and if they themselves are getting abducted, then that could be one hell of a problem. The expansion is going to be up and running now for Wilko. TLO's got his natural going to be on the way as well. It's going to be a little bit behind, and this map has a unique feature in that you have a small high ground area right here at your natural. Going to help by putting a pylon down there to spot exactly where those Phoenix are. Hallucinated Phoenix over here can't really do a whole lot, and could abduct that hallucination if he wants to, just to make sure it doesn't scout out any more intelligence. But it is actually going to be spotting everything. Robotics and gateways have been spotted. Phoenix over here trying to make it happen. Force Field comes up. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work on Phoenix, but I think he was trying to micro there with the abduct. May have hit the wrong hotkey there, but either way, those Phoenix not going to be doing all that much. So the Phoenix count now, though, is up to 5. I think he's most likely going to be stopping here. There's really not a whole lot you can do with this. Mothership Cores are out for both players. Stalkers are out. Zealots. Only Sentries for Wilko, though, which I believe it plays a very interesting role considering exactly what it is he's going to be going up against. I think Wilko needs to be warping in more units here, though. And actually, oh, the cannon on the high ground. This is actually going to be pivotal in this battle. This is actually a great place for a cannon. I really like this. It protects you from the sky and the ground. That is an awesome position for that cannon. It's going to be finishing up perfectly in time as well. Got to start yoinking over the units, though, but guess what? Returning the favor. Going to be taking out one Phoenix for sure. The other one narrowly survives. Both players, though, with minimal losses in that engagement. It's one of those things where it's like, do you abduct their entire army? Do you try and pick off individual units? What is the correct choice there? I honestly have no idea if it's going to be helping or hurting them when they are indeed doing stuff like that. So we'll just have to wait and see as the game progresses forward. And the Phoenix count, though, kind of stuck at 4. Immortals on the way for TLO, a very interesting choice. Maybe if you abduct the Immortal, it's actually better for the person who gets abducted, because that Immortal's not going to die right away. It's going to be doing lots of damage, but it's going to be absorbing even more damage. Oh, DT going to be moving out. And, oh, what's he going to do here? I think he's going to leave the Stalker here, harass with the DT, abduct it back. Oh, wait, he's got something fancy planned right here. I think he's going to be abducting over something. Blinks over the Stalker and abducts the DT, which uncloaks it for just a moment. And all of a sudden, TLO realizing, I probably got to get out some detection right now. He does have the Observer on the way. He has enough energy for a Chrono Boost as well. But the DT going to be going to town right now. The Stalker gets taken out immediately. So that is one nice little victory there. But the Dark Templar here, I think the Observer should get out just fine. But either way, this is going to make TLO feel a little bit uneasy. And there it goes, the Observer spawning just in time to prevent those transferring probes from taking any damage there. So nice play. We do have the High Templar now going to be on the way. Wilko, he's starting to think a little bit outside the box. He's eating at Jack in the Box, but also going to be using those units to try and abduct them into the main base. And also TLO, you can see a little bit, has some idle workers going on right now in the main base. I think keeping the Observers here with the army is obviously a good choice. Does not want any more DT harassment happening. Now, making Archons might be kind of cool, because even though they get abducted, again, they fill kind of that same role as Immortals, where they're going to be absorbing lots of damage. But for now, we are going to be having a Templar Archives on the way. Oh, minor skirmish going to be over here, as it is spotted by the pylon, and I think it killed off a hallucination as well. Oh, that could be good. Gets one more there. Is it enough to DPS it down? No, God. We got Stretch Armstrongs everywhere. And you can see they're trying to save those units back and forth. Actually starts to get quite hilarious here. We might be seeing a third base on the way for both players. You can see that even though TLO doesn't main his Protoss, he understands the basics. He knows when those third bases are supposed to be going down. And we also have, of course, the added Abduct mentality in there, which kind of evens things out, I feel like, because obviously these players not going to be familiar with it. But either way, we do have the Archon now out, and he could do quite a lot with this if he chooses to. I mean, really, if it gets abducted, it's going to absorb a lot of damage, or you can abduct it back and forth, like playing volleyball or something like that with the Archon, which would be quite hilarious. But notice the difference in third bases, because TLO expanding to the third base, that's going to be further away from his opponent, and Wilko doing the same. If TLO took the exact same third, notice how the map is designed. This third base is much closer to your opponent. I mean, this is super close, such a short walking distance right there. So I think that's a smart choice here. And again, a friendly reminder, guys, just go follow them on Twitter. It is awesome for them to do this. Looks like a little bit of harassment taking place down here. Workers killed 1 to 8, which does suck for TLO, but it's not the worst thing that could happen. Still 57 workers, though, a lead of an advantage there, which is quite nice for Wilko. I guess actually that is huge here. Wilko's managed to be macroing very, very well throughout this game. He's got 1-1 already done. TLO a little bit outclassed in that regard. He doesn't have any upgrades just yet. I think a lot of it has to do with his worker disadvantage right now. And also keep in mind that the Protoss weapons level 2, it got a new icon. Look at that. It's nice and green right there. So Protoss upgrading their icons, which is the only buff they've had in years. Am I right? Hey-yo, that was a balanced joke. But for now, TLO's going to have to be really, really careful. I think he should be able to kill off that Observer. Nah, his Observer wasn't in position in time. Kills off one probe right there. A minor victory, but a victory nonetheless. And I think Wilko here, though, might be in a good angle to abduct units all the way up to that expansion. We'll have to wait and see. There goes an Archon, though. Can he kill it off right away? He almost manages to get it. He wanted to force it down and does manage to, but Wilko right now, he decides not to utilize Abduct just yet. There's going to be the Time Warp to slow that down, and looks at these Archons. Yeah, anytime you're retreating, this is bad, bad news. I think those Time Warps aren't actually going to be helping here at all. TLO in a bit of trouble right now, and he could start abducting things over, but as we saw before, Immortals getting abducted are pretty darn good, and I think TLO is going to be in a lot of trouble now. He does have this third base up, but what is his follow-up going to be? I honestly don't know what the best answer is here. Do you try to abduct the Observers to kill those off and rely on DTs to kill off the army? Do you rely on a big power army of Immortals and Archons, so even if it gets abducted, it doesn't matter? I actually think Wilko here has the right idea. He's got to be going for Zealot, Archon, Immortal, which I think is a very, very good unit composition. We do have Archons on the way now for TLO as well, which I think TLO actually has more Archons here. He's got some on the way. At least he's got 3 already done, but I believe 2 more morphing in. Yep, got to bring that number up to 5, but he is behind in every other way. I mean, his Phoenix count is there. That's not really going to be helping out, though. And I think that Wilko may be able to be making some moves right here, and he wants to see, is there a third base down here? Unfortunately, to his dismay, there is not. So he's not going to be able to kill that off, obviously. But TLO here warping in as many units as possible. There's really no reinforcements for Wilko that can be warped in on the front line. So we'll see if it makes a big difference here. I think Wilko, though, is in great shape. He does have the 2-1 now. We do have kind of 1-1 upgrades on the way. Oh, going to kill off that probe. Oh my god, how did that probe actually survive? That is a bit ridiculous. That probe went for the ride of his life, quite literally. And TLO trying to get those upgrades done in time. And honestly, I think, you know, there's not a whole lot you can do here. Even if you have Colossus, which would be nice, they're just going to get abducted. Oh god, getting pulled to that army. That might actually be helping TLO, though. We'll just have to wait and see. Does abduct that over, but unfortunately it's a hallucination. TLO, oh no, he fell victim to the crazy hallucination there. Looks like the Immortal are going to get pulled over and taken out. Does exchange it for a High Templar, though. And the Archon getting pulled over. I feel like the Archon just gets amazing shots off when those abducts actually happen, but back and forth battle here. Tries to save the Archon, does manage to. And I think that those Archons may just be a little bit too much. I feel like pulling them over, they absorb a lot of damage, but they also deal quite a bit of damage. Looks like Wilko is waiting for more and more reinforcements here. Do the Zealots get yoinked over? They very well may. They do have Zealot legs as well, which is pretty huge. Does Wilko ever have Zealot legs? Yes, he does. High Templar now out. Unfortunately, Storm not going to be used, so that High Templar just getting right in the mix. Might get abducted over. Both players trying to save their Archons as best they possibly can, but I think that's going to be it. And there's going to be the GG from TLO. Okay. All right, lots of abducts are actually quite hilarious to watch, but it definitely makes retreating not an option. So anyways, guys, if you have any more recommendations for IMBA League, definitely post them down below. I would love to do your suggestions, and also it helps me come up with cool stuff here. So anyways, hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, well, both players actually want to do one more game just for your entertainment, and also TLO, having already played Terran and Protoss, I felt like it just wasn't cool making an entire video without him playing his main race. So up on the top left side, it's going to be LiquidTLO. This time he is going to be playing as Zerg. And Wilko down the bottom right side as well, able to crush through in that PvP. Now, I have a prediction that PvZ is going to be quite imbalanced, but I also felt bad making TLO play all those off races. A special shout out to LiquidTLO, by the way. He is always down to do the most goofy stuff. He basically lets me run him through the gauntlet of just horrible life experiences, and he does it with a smile on his face. So there is going to be that right there. Does it let me double zoom out? Oh my god, it does. Oh my god, this is so exciting. This is like some Civ 5 camera angles right here, man. It's actually quite amazing, so I'm just going to leave it here for a moment. Although it makes my eyes water a little bit. They aren't quite used to it. Oh, got to be grabbing that probe, man. And I don't know exactly why, but he is... Oh, he actually trapped it for a second. Looks like TLO actually doing some crazy, silly shenanigans there. He's like, you know what? I might as well go ahead and keep doing this. Why the hell not? That poor probe, man. All he wants to do is scout at his opponent. TLO refusing to actually let that happen, though. Going to be yoinking it over once, and I think the probe, yeah, I think that yoink micro back and forth has finally succeeded. Either way, it's passed. It's now gone. It's long gone, at least for now. And actually, I was talking to the players a little bit after the game, and they were saying that it was a little bit confusing because when you have an entire army hotkeyed, say you have one Mothership Core, one Sentry, 5 Zealots, 5 Stalkers, and an Immortal. When you have all those hotkeyed, whichever unit has the priority in the groups, so say it's Immortal, I don't know the actual priority orders off the top of my head, but let's say out of all that you have the one Immortal, and then that's the one that is prioritized. So like you would have a bunch of units here, and then your one Immortal is the one that it shows the little portrait for, the one where you hear his little voice talking, but also more importantly the one where you see his spells, and it only lets you use Abduct for the units in that hotkey group, so of the same type. So if it was just the one Immortal, you'd only be able to use one Abduct. So that was something that definitely kind of threw them off a little bit. They didn't realize it, but that is why we love IMBA League heroes, man. You got to figure it out as you go. Cybernetics Core is going to be on the way. Wilko does have his cannon now down. I honestly hope that Wilko goes for air here. I feel like it would just be hilarious seeing mass Phoenix fly around abducting all of the queens. I just think that would be great. I would be all about that. Ling's right here going to try and make something happen. Don't think it's really going to happen. The probe could abduct a Zergling into range, but no, it's actually going to be the probe who gets abducted, and the Lings actually almost end up paying the ultimate price there. The probe, they're almost trying to bait it right now, and that's one of the things you got to remember is that if TLO was a power mass Lings and there's a Zealot here to try and hold the line, well, that Zealot's just going to get abducted right into those Zerglings, and that is going to open up the floodgates. It's not going to be good for him there, but we'll just have to wait and see. The Zealot going to be hanging out here. He thinks he's tough. He thinks he's awesome, but he could easily get abducted right the hell out of there, which would be no fun. It makes me feel like the sticky hands, you know those things you get for like 25 cents at Toys R Us or wherever they have sticky hands? They're like that, only for adults, where you could like sticky hand your cat off the counter or be like, hey, get off the counter. You could sticky hand your kid out of the bathtub if you like fell in or something. I don't know. They seem like sticky hands for adults. So, God, that needs to be its own thing, honestly. But either way, we do have the Robotics Bay going to be on the way. We actually have Numanized Carapace on the way, and I think this is TLO actually adapting a little bit to the custom map. I mean, the faster your Overlords move, they can start to abduct more, they can start to survive abducts more, they can start to spread your creep, they can start to get really good map vision, so having that Overlord speed is something that TLO used to do anyways, and actually still does it quite a bit, but also I think for this map especially, it is quite good. Now, 5 Overlords, we have the March of the Overlord going on over here, and I don't know what the purpose of these are. Maybe they actually are going to be doing some sort of mineral line harass. You can see the Overlord right here could easily abduct. TLO start. Oh, Zealot right there says, get over here. So does the Overlord, though. Going to be pulling that over. And guess what? Oh, the probes, you can pull it over here to the cannon as well. Just realize that he definitely needs to do that. Try and pull it back to the cannon. I think the Overlord speed, though, might actually be enough to save it now. There's going to be one abduct. Does he decide to keep pulling it into the cannon, though? I think Wilko has the right idea. He's just doing it into the Sentry, which really pulling someone into a tickle cannon is not the ideal way to do this. But it does look like the drone guy be moving up here and actually gets taken out. That may have been a slight misrally because of the Overlords right now. But the Overlords might just go harass the mineral line, which is exactly what I think he's going to do here. And got to be yoinking off all those probes when and where he can, which I still don't know if it's quite enough to make this, like, devastating, but, man, is it hilarious to watch. And, honestly, Wilko's just going to have to start getting out some units. He does have the Observers right now, but the Overlords, man, they're just here. They're here and ready to go. We'll see if he decides to attack with them. which is something I don't think I've ever said. Attack with Overlords, give me a break. Does save that Overlord there by yoinking him over. Sentry's going to try and make this happen. Not sure if they're going to be able to get any kills or not. Does continue to pull up the pros over here, so he has the very terrifying Overlord harassment going on. Something I've... Whoa! Whoa, is that Overlord on the ground now? Oh my god. He is... I feel like he is floating a lot lower than the average Overlord, man. That is just how he rolls. So, hey, I guess when you spam Abducts as Protoss, things happen. Can that Overlord still fly? That's the real question. Yes, he can. It just seems like he's lower. Maybe I'm tripping, though. But looks like the Overlord may get taken out. It's going to be close. No, the Overlord buddies come over here to save him. Gotta love the good old TLO Overlord harass. That is a patented thing. If you copy it, you will be hearing from TLO's lawyers. But for right now, I mean, it's still... I just honestly don't see what Protoss can actually do in these situations. Like, I feel like it's actually unwinnable, but hey, we're going to be watching it anyways. The one cannon here is ready to go. Might want to yoink over some Zerglings if possible. Force field, force field, force field. Nope, not going to be happening there just yet to save that poor little sentry. I would say it's a sentry that could, but he didn't, so... You know, not all sentries are created equal. That's just kind of how it is. +2 attack is on the way, though, which is quite nice. +1 already being done. For Zerg, do we have +1 just yet? Yes, we do. +1 armor going to be nearly done here as well. More drones going to be on the way for TLO. He's actually macroing quite heavily. He's up to 5 bases, at least in production here. Not too bad. And you can see right there that Wilko realized he cannot hold the line with just units, because they will get yoinked over by those Zerglings. And if anyone's going to have lots of yoinks, it's going to be TLO. And you can see right here, Wilko realizing I should probably make some cannons here. Does TLO decide to go for more Banelings? Because the interesting thing is that Wilko saw that there's actually no... Wait, does he have drops? No, not yet. Okay. I was going to say that may be it. Oh, but he's going to pull him over with the Overlords. Not able to get that many in there, but, you know, able to do what he can. And with the more cannons on the way in the main, at the natural, he is safe to fall back here. Oh, that pylon is going to go down. Unpowers one gateway. Like, how random is this one gateway, man? Right between the two. Oh, God, you're at the wrong place at the wrong time. Zelts actually manages to bait them over there, and no units back at home to save them. So that Overlord Zergling harass, man, is looking mighty terrifying. I'm still trying to think of what Protoss, what benefit, what possible benefit you could get out of this. And I feel like there's just not a whole lot. Maybe get Archons, maybe get Storms, and they get yoinked over there. Oh, God, Zerglings yoinking over Zerglings. Oh, my God. This is actually where it starts to get a little bit terrifying. And looks like he's going to try and go over there, but you remember, you can't get too close because then they're going to yoink you across the way. He does pull over the Overlords here. Archons are on the way. That's going to be quite nice in dealing with this, especially the +2 attack, which is now done. But the poor Zealots, man, even with the +2 attack, are not able to make it happen. I mean, I honestly think cannons there are the only way to deal with this. Oh, God, the Archon. The Archon, you got to back up, brother. You got to get out of there. Oh, he gets pulled over. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man, this is almost painful. Look at that. The Archon, like, bouncing all over the place. You see that? He was, like, hopping around. +3 attack is on the way. Oh, God, Swarm Hosts on the way. 12 of them to be exact. This could be terrifying because I think the Locusts actually get Abduct as well, if I'm not mistaken. And looks like more Zergling is going to be coming over here, so TLO definitely going to be adapting to this map because the more Lings you pull over, that's just more and more Abducts you can have happen. Zealots are going to be warping in here. Not sure if they're going to be able to hold the line or not. He actually decides to go for an attack right now, and the Archons here ready to scare this army away. And, oh, going to be pulling them over. But again, the army's still managing to stay together quite well. The Sentry not able to throw down any force fields. And this is just silly, guys. The poor Archons not even able to attack because they're hopping every which way. All right, well, I do feel bad for Wilko, but at the same time, seems pretty balanced to me. BRB emailing David Kim. His email address is davidkim balance@blizzardbalance.com/blizzardbalance. There we go. His email. There we go. Got that ready to go. Lots of Lings on the way. The Swarm Host may be ending this. But either way, oh my God, seeing a ZvZ with this would just be absolutely ridiculous. I don't really know what Wilko can do, and that's why it's called IMBA League. Yes, Wilko, at least Wilko gets it. And oh my God, that is so many units. I think even the Locusts have Abduct, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, it's not going to be off cooldown in time. Oh God, Banelings with Abduct, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Oh, Zerglings, and I guess it's just the Banelings are going to be eating up almost everything. The Archon's absorbing a lot of this damage there. He could pull over the Overlords, but that's going to be the only damage Wilko's going to be getting right now. This is definitely going to be winding down, but guys, let me know in the comments down below what you would like to see. Wilko got to try and hold his own. The Archons, though, they can't even attack, man. They're bouncing every which way. The Locust going to be ending this off. I think Wilko trying to seal the wall here because the cannon's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. Look at this, 14, 6, 11, and 9 kills there. It's just these Locusts. That may be it. I mean, a couple Immortals here are not going to be enough. The Overlords over here, though, they are ready. They are ready to start pulling units over. I like how he's like actually like multitasking this. He's in super try-hard mode right now, and I think these cannons definitely going to get taken out with this wave or the next wave. But either way, I feel like time is running out for Wilko. He's about double the supply behind. If you have any suggestions, post it down below. Yeah, I'd love to keep doing these guys. TLO is very fun to watch. Suppy, very fun to watch as well. And if you like this stuff, please keep thumbsing it up, leaving comments and all that. Oh God, that is terrifying. Get over here. Oh my God, that is actually disgusting. That is actually the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. TLO, you never cease to amaze. Gotta hand it to Wilko, though. He was able to hang on for as long as he possibly could, which, given the circumstances, was not that bad. Definitely not that bad. So there's going to be the GG from Wilko. What is the recovery from this? I don't think there is one. And the Ultralists were on the way as well. So anyways, hope you guys enjoy it. And of course, I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with another IMBA League Heroes. I'm going to stick that in there either way. That is right, it's going to be IMBA League. I'm going to talk about what it is all about in just a moment, but really quick, let's go ahead and introduce our players. Spawning up on the top left side, it is going to be Illusion. And in the top right side, it is going to be the world-renowned BabyKnight. Now, this version of the map, I'm sure you guys could tell by the icon as well as by, well, the title of the video, is that all units can jump up cliffs. Now, I did make a minor balance adjustment to this one in that Zerglings, Marines, and Zealots cannot jump up cliffs. However, everything else can. That includes workers. That includes every ground unit in the game. Yes, that also includes things like Locusts from Swarmhost and Infested Terrans, things like that. So every single unit can jump up a cliffs, except for your starting attacking unit. Just want to try that for balance because honestly, Zerglings and things like that, proxied or something like that, would basically just win you the game outright every single time. But BabyKnight's saying, watch out for my Colossus. But he's being funny because obviously Colossus... Oh my goodness, I got the hiccups there. Obviously Colossus can kind of jump up cliffs on their own anyways by default. But either way, this should be a lot of fun. The whole point of IMBA League is not to find the new balance of StarCraft 2. It's not to show us some legendary strategies that you can use on ladder. It is instead to put the pro players in a very uncomfortable position, perhaps something that they've never been in before. And again, I wanted to do it because I would have loved to have casts similar to Bronze League heroes, but he can't do that with pros because they are a lot better than Bronze League unless they're just really, really bad pros. But then at that point, we're all kind of pros, and whatever. So I wanted to do this. It does look like Illusion's going to go ahead and go for a command center first. He's going to have his barracks on the way right now. And also BabyKnight going to go ahead and go straight for Cybernetics Core. Oh, God, man. We did have these players do one little 6-city strat incoming. Oh, snap. He's got a 6-city strat, man. We'll see exactly how he plays this one out. But, again, I do allow the players to preview the map for about 5 minutes, and then we throw them directly into the game. So what you're seeing is kind of what you get, man, as they are going to do it. I got to stop typing. I get supply blocked every time. That is true. He is actually going to be supply blocked if he keeps typing, which I suffer from that as a lot as well. And he's saying, what's new? It's late in Europe. It is actually late in Europe. I messaged TLO, and I was like, hey, man, do you want to film this? He's like, oh, my God, Husky, it is so, so late. What are you even doing? And this time I got BabyKnight, man. BabyKnight and Illusion. By the way, I'm going to be putting their Twitters down below. Go follow them. Tell them thank you for playing in IMBA League and having a lot of fun here with us. Sorry, I'm actually opening this thing to whatever, guys. I was opening a bottle, all right? All right, I didn't want to admit it, but now we're back into the game. The Stalker going to be chasing this SCV, and as you can see, the SCV is going to be able to jump right into the main base. There he goes, but the Stalker going to be able to join him as well and take it out. Illusion saying LOL, as it is quite hilarious there, because it's one of those things where you get a false sense of security. You're kind of like, all right, well, I'm being chased. I'll just jump up the cliff. But keep in mind that everything else can jump up the cliff as well to hunt you down. So that's definitely a thing. Also, a very fun fact is that the AI in StarCraft is good enough on the units, on the pathing, to know know that the shortest distance from point A to point B, even if it includes cliffs jumps, it knows that that unit can do it, so it will automatically kind of fill that in for you, which is actually really dope. But anyways, it does look like the Stalkers got to go ahead and attack right now. The Marines over here are kind of sad because they can't exactly jump up a cliff. But the Marines right now actually in a good position here to deal with this. And, oh, I don't know if you want to go over there, though. The Stalkers got to keep jumping up and down that cliff. So now the harassment has begun. The Stalkers, though, are able to spot this because of the supply depot they can spot on the high ground. We do have one bunker coming on up and more add-ons on the way, so we should actually be seeing some Marauders pretty soon. So this is basically Blink Stalker harass. This is like the ghetto Blink Stalker harass. They can only jump up and down cliffs. They can't actually blink around anywhere else. Oh god, a pylon's going to be coming up. How many gateways does he have? He's going to have 2 gateways for now. We should be seeing Marauders on the way because the oh, that Marine almost made it inside. But no welcome mat there. A couple more shots of damage going to be put out by these Marines, even an SCV getting in on the mix. I think once the Marauder comes out, though, he should be able to hold this off relatively easily. At the same time, though, well, actually, this is a really good map for this because if Illusion holds the ramp right here, oh god, here come the Stalkers. Here comes the terrifying army. SCV's got to pull off the line as well, but he's saying, haha, I'm going to make up for you for that practice game here. No, Illusion, careful there. I want to keep the SCVs alive. And anyways, with the practice game, Illusion just went Hellions. But either way, it looks like Illusion here trying to hold the top of his base. Oh, the Stalker right there trying to spot for the low ground. Does take a lot of damage, though. Stim pack is on the way. Marine Marauder going to be really good in these situations. The Marauder, though, has to be careful blinking down there. And actually, I think Illusion is going to hold here as Marauder getting into a surprisingly good location. And this just shows you that Protoss Gateway unit's still really weak versus Bio Balls. Oh, God, you can't actually protect everywhere at once. Poor, poor Illusion. I do not envy him at all. But he does know that these units are up on the high ground. But really, if he gets a lot of Marine and Marauder, I think he should be okay. It's just going to be very, very tough to help, or to basically prevent these sorts of attacks from happening. But the Hellions are going to be moving out. And keep in mind, the Hellions are going to be able to harass this entire time. Illusion does lift off. I think he doesn't actually need to, though. The Marauder giving chase here by jumping up and down, which is actually quite terrifying. I'm going to be honest. Oh, Marauder overextending himself there a little bit. Oh, blinks directly into it. That's going to be massive damage laid out onto BabyKnight. I think he's going to lose that battle. He might actually kill off some of these, but I do not think that was cost-effective at all. This is going to even up in a big way, so Illusion actually able to do that. At the same time, though, Hellions actually attacking the main base here, so you can see how being able to jump up and down cliffs is going to make the game much more intense. There's going to be the Photon Overcharge. Should be able to push us out of here. The Motion Core going to be helping out a little bit and trying to get a Dark Shrine. This is going to be spotted right away. Oh, God, DT's jumping up and into your main. Oh, God, that is horrific. That is horrifying, man. The Hellions are able to even up the damage here a little bit, though. Let's take a look overall at the workers killed, 11-7. And overall resource loss is actually more for BabyKnight than for Illusion. This Zealot almost dies by the time he gets summoned in. The pylon here will eventually get taken out. We do have battles actually happening every which way. Stalkers over there, actually one in the middle getting taken out as well. Looks like Illusion got to continue to be aggressive right now, but this game has evened out in a pretty substantial way, all things considered. The Dark Shrine on the way. Does Illusion have missile turrets, though? That is going to be something he absolutely needs to get. He does have double engineering bay, which is nearly done. The pylon gets taken out, so no DTs are going to be warping in immediately. However, the DTs are almost done. Where's that motion core when he needs it, though? Not enough energy on it to Photon Overcharge just yet. The Stalkers trying to go straight for the Marauders. They are actually going to get it. The probes are going to be extremely susceptible to these Hellions here. The Dark Shrine is nearly done. We should be seeing some missile turrets coming on up, but Stalkers chasing Hellions has never looked so ridiculous. The Hellions over here are going to try and get a couple more kills, and they actually will. I think the Stalkers should be able to clean these out eventually. But for now, with the DTs on the way, he's jumping on out. We do have one missile turret on the way for Illusion. Keep in mind, though, that they can jump into your main base. You're going to have to throw down more missile turrets than you may originally need to. This base is relatively safe. The DT is obviously not going to get in that way. But Illusion, I hope he remembers that these can just jump inside the main base. That is something that Terran players are not exactly used to having to go up against, but is definitely an imminent threat right now. There's going to be a missile turret on the high ground. I don't think he's actually going to get it in time, so Illusion's going to have to rely on scans. Does he have enough energy? No, he does not. No energy right now. It does look like this missile turret may get taken out. Another missile turret going to quickly be on the way here, but you can see harassment in this game so much more viable than in the actual game, and he's got to try and save the missile turret right now. He's attempting to get enough energy. He's almost there. there. Does he throw down the scan? He really, really should. I think he's going to wait for this threat. No, he actually does decide to scan there and takes it out. Overall workers killed 21-18, so actually a very close game so far. And Medevac's in the mix. Now remember, the Medevac's not really that great for drops as much as they used to be, but definitely good at healing up the units and getting across the map much more quickly than in the average game. Now, does Illusion go for a drop right now, or what exactly does he do? Because he's going to have to watch out for Archons. He's going to have to watch out for DT counterattacks still as well. That is always an imminent threat. But for now, BabyKnight just needs to keep warping in units, and maybe trying to get some Archons out would be pretty good. I don't know if he can actually kill this army directly. I think the answer is no, but we do see army supply 24-49, and actually using the DT to force another scan would be good. He's actually, Illusion's low on energy here. Does get one scan off, but at the same time, there's still a DT in this army, and I don't think there's enough for a scan just yet. We do have another orbital on the way. That DT should definitely join in if possible. And this DT is going to get several kills here, I feel. He's already up to one. Got to be softening some of these Marauders right now. Photon Overcharge comes on out, and Illusion's actually just going to go for it. I don't know what the DT mixed in, though. I don't think it's going to be enough. The Mothership Core gets taken out here. Illusion is going to get scared away. Oh, wait, he actually had enough energy for another scan right now. BabyKnight's severely low on units. He's got a couple of Stalkers left. Probes are going to have to get out of here. I think DTs are his last bastion right now, his last hope here as the Probes. Remember, they can escape out of there. The Marines cannot chase perfectly. But actually, there might be enough Stalkers here. The Photon Overcharge trapping these units a little bit. And he actually has Blink. I cannot believe he researched Blink, but he did. He's going to clean those ones out. And Illusion is pushed out. BabyKnight has a third base now. So does Illusion. He just hasn't landed it yet, I believe. Yep, there it is right there. So SCV's never stuck again. Oh, my God. They're actually jumping up and down because that is a shorter mining distance. Oh, my God. That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. Are you kidding me? That is just efficient, man. It always looks like they have jetpacks on their backs. So kind of funny to see that jump up and down. This TV's like, whoa, where'd that go? He's not able to do that. The Stalkers do move forward and actually able to kill off several units here. He's going to have to blink away. Don't want to end up losing those units. The DTs mixed in, though, always a potent threat right now. So I gotta say, a really, really good game actually here between these two players as they are learning that units that can jump up cliffs are pretty darn good. Here's gonna be a drop over here. The Marauders say, you know what, jumping is nice, but don't really need it. Blink's forward, though, is gonna take out all these units here. And literally at almost no cost, gonna be able to kill it after the Marauders stimming and running into the main base as quickly as he can. And we'll see if he can actually escape here. I think the Stalkers will take him out there. He did try, though. So you got to give him that. There's the Probes rallied down here, able to get to that expansion much more quickly. So actually, this game could still go either way. It's going to be this push that's really tough for BabyKnight to deal with because he's down in upgrades. He has his upgrades on the way. It's just that he's going to have to rely on DTs in order to do damage here. And these command centers, currently, there is one scan. He has enough for one more scan. The DT does indeed get taken out. The Immortal mixed in, though. The force fields could actually be pretty good, and they are. Can they cut off all the reinforcements, though? The Immortal raking in the kills here, at least pushing out the DPS. And that's exactly what BabyKnight needs. BabyKnight actually doing phenomenally well right here. How far away are his upgrades, though? He's trying to chrono boost out as many units as he possibly can. The force field's buying very vital time, killing off very precious Marines right now. The force fields for BabyKnight actually extremely intense here. He's holding on as best he possibly can. The force fields might be enough. Zelt's going to be warping in. I think he is going to hold here. BabyKnight with a miraculous hold after miraculous hold. Illusion does scan, though, to take the DTs out. One medevac goes down. I could not believe BabyKnight is still in this. I thought for sure Illusion was going to get it right there, but no. I think that BabyKnight has bought the precious time he needs. He has his third base up. He's going to have more gas income. He's actually going to be taking down a factory, which if this does burn down, that is quite annoying for Illusion. I mean, obviously, you expect to kind of sacrifice it when you send it out like that, but want to keep those alive if possible. Another force field there to trap more and more Marauders. I think the pylon's eventually going to get taken out, and the Marauders are going to try and go for an attack over here, which this is actually great control by both players, not only with the harassment, but with the harassment denials. Both these players showing us an amazing game. God, maybe this is what StarCraft 2 is missing, is just the units able to jump everywhere. Does look at 1-1 is now done for BabyKnight. I mean, part of the problem is, though, is that he doesn't have 2-2 even started, and you can see it's already almost done here for Illusion. He's got so many units on the field, and there's just no high-tier units for BabyKnight, which eventually catches up with you. Even if your units can jump every which way. Oh, the Immortal on the low ground. Gotta be careful. Did force a stim there. Can he slow down this engagement, though? Looks like the Immortal's going down in one volley there. The DT, though, trying to make it happen here. BabyKnight's gonna have to retreat. I think he's just been a little bit too far behind this entire time. If he had Colossus, though, this would be a different story. If only he could force field the ramp. Another Immortal is gonna get taken out. BabyKnight was holding on for a very long time. Was that another DT? No, but just mostly Zealots here. No Zealot legs, unfortunately, though. So the Stalker's going to be trying to dish out lots of damage, but, well, yeah, this is not looking good, actually, for BabyKnight here. He's trying to do lots of damage. He does have the 1-1, but guess what? 2-2 is done, and that is just too much for BabyKnight to handle. We do have plus 2-2 on the way. Well, he still has a lot of money. That's the interesting thing right now. More DTs on the way. That's going to be slicing directly through those Marines. Probes pulled off the line, which is not ideal right now. Illusion not having enough energy just yet to scan, but he is going to continue to micro. There's going to be another scan right there, and actually forces it into an Archon, maybe dropping to the main base. Oh, he got it! That one was full of units. That was the only one with any units, so now that army is actually dead right now. Not to take anything away from Illusion, though. He has been non-stop aggression right now. The medevac's got to try to get out of there, but God, how's BabyKnight actually holding on? This is a miracle if he actually wins this, which so far is going to be tough. He does have 2-2 on the way. That should be done before the 3-3 is done of Illusion, but really, I mean, the only way to put it is that Illusion has had an advantage for quite some time, but BabyKnight, with the clutchiest of clutch plays, has actually managed to make it happen. The Archon here as well. Remember, he can jump up cliffs as well and jump directly into that army. We'll see if he decides to go for it or not. I think at this point, just waiting a moment, and even these force fields, the Marauders can jump, but the Marines cannot. So that's why that army cannot directly engage. Gotta keep the Archon alive. He needs it so badly. Needs that Archon so bad. He only got one shot off there with that Archon, but the 2-2 now actually just finishes here. Oh, Stalker's there. Where are you going, buddies? Wrong way. Absolute wrong way to go, but more DTs on the way. How's energy looking actually for Illusion? Ooh, he just dropped a bunch of mules right now. So he, even though he's got 4 orbitals, is very, very, very low on energy now. So a couple of DTs mixed in could still kind of wreck that army if they go unscanned. So BabyKnight doing his best to hang on here. And honestly, this is such a great game. I can't believe it's not butter. That's how good it is. But either way, this army for Illusion is looking mighty terrifying. His 3-3 is just moments away from being done. I mean, we have 3-3 on the way for BabyKnight. We have Zealot legs. We have another Archon, but with no Storm, no Colossus. Oh God, the EMP. The EMP. Oh God, he didn't EMP with him. That ghost there, the derpiest of ghosts, is like, well, I can jump now. I don't need to use EMP anymore. Looks like the Archons will get taken out. The Stalkers have got to be careful. Oh, force fields are actually pretty useful right here, though. Archon getting off a lot of shots here. Lots of Stalkers mixed in. And actually, Illusion doing a lot of damage here, but taking a lot of damage as well. EMP does come out. I think Illusion has enough, though. Even with the Photon Overcharge, I don't think there's enough here to hold on. But BabyKnight has shown us some miraculous plays so far. Does he warp in any more Desperation DTs? Doesn't look like it for now. The Photon Overcharge, though, is up to 2 kills. Might be able to kill off a couple more here before it's all said and done. I just can't imagine Illusion falling at this point, though, as that 4th base is basically ready to go. And the Blink Stalker control from BabyKnight is actually top-notch. Got to be going to this completely exposed 3rd base. I think that, honestly, DTs would be the only way that this can be held off. Or a really good angle on the high ground. I still don't think that's going to be enough, though. And yet there's way more than enough energy there to scan for any more DTs. He's got to try and warp him in right now. Maybe try and just burst this army down as quickly as he can. And actually that is going to work a little bit as these units are left for dead. BabyKnight's so resilient. I don't know how long he can actually hold on, though, as this was actually EMP'd down by that Ghost. That Ghost man taking on the Nexus. The probes quickly evacuating out of there. They decide to turn back around, though, to engage, and the last scan there. There's going to be the GG. An absolutely awesome game. All units have jump. I will definitely have to be casting another game on this because that was awesome. That was absolutely awesome. So anyways, hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more StarCraft 2 IMBA League Heroes! Alright, that was a little bit loud, but that is absolutely fine. And anyways, I'm going to be explaining the map, but first I want to introduce our players. Spawning up in the top right side, it is going to be BabyKnight. I definitely love that name. And down the bottom left side, it is going to be Fruttis. I actually sent out a tweet saying, hey, I need a Terran player, and I need it now, and he answered the call, and is apparently in Grandmaster League, which is actually pretty darn cool. I checked his profile. He is confirmed to be in Grandmaster League last season. I believe the season just reset, so technically he is in Masters right now, but was in Grandmaster last season, so it is going to be a PvT here, and in a standard game, BabyKnight would probably be the one I would definitely favor here, just because he has lots of tournament experience, he has earnings, he has a history behind him and all that. But considering that this is IMBA League, then you never quite know what's going to happen, or what is going to happen. The reason I made IMBA League the series is because I loved Bronze League Heroes so much. I wanted to be able to put pro players in similar situations. Obviously, pro players know the game well enough to not be uncomfortable in a 1v1, so we have to spice it up a little bit. So this episode of IMBA League Heroes is brought to you by you guys. So thank you. That was great. Anyways, so this episode, what is different? Well, the only thing that is different in this episode is that you can purchase heroes from your hero production building that we've magically added into the game. A big thanks to the creator. He's been editing all of the IMBA League maps so far, and he has been super helpful. And in the midst of that, he just moved to go to college, and he is still making maps for you guys. So big thanks to him. Gonna put his link down below. He is awesome. And so basically, all of the races, in this case it's gonna be Protoss and Terran, have 3 different heroes they can purchase from their hero building, and the hero building itself costs 100 minerals, 100 gas. It unlocks after either barracks or gateway, and the heroes are not evenly matched. So what that means is you can try and go for an early hero that costs less but is not nearly as powerful, or you can try and save up for a more powerful hero and do more damage, say, in the mid and late game. I think that's going to be the building right there. So there's going to be the Citadel of Adun, which is exactly where you're going to be building those heroes. I think I should be able to show you exactly what they do. BabyKnight saying Citadel of Adun, ha ha ha. And there it is indeed. And actually, I'm not sure what the Terran one is. I wasn't able to test those out before this game because I got so excited as soon as the map was done. But either way, we'll talk about them as those heroes come out. And also, one more little fact. I want SCW Brood War Zealot's leg speed. My God, right, BabyKnight? Oh God, yep, exactly. He knows what he's talking about. There's going to be the Academy over here. This is going to be the Terran one where you can purchase those heroes. Now, I want to explain the heroes a little bit better if possible. Basically, the heroes they don't level up, so it's not completely like Warcraft 3, but the idea is to have heroes like in Warcraft 3. And if you guys like this map enough, if you enjoy this type of gameplay, Zetal has, well, I'm going to convince him that we should do more. I don't want to speak for him, but I will convince him to either add more heroes, add leveling to the heroes, or really kind of polish them up. So here we go right here. Here's going to be the first hero for BabyKnight, and it is going to be a hero Zealot. I'll talk about him in just a second. You can see, yes, there is a Reaver in there. We'll talk about him in just a moment as well. But also, you can only have one hero out at a time until you unlock the next tier. So for Protoss, tier 2 counts as a Twilight Council. So once you have a Twilight Council down, you can actually begin constructing a second hero. And the third one is unlocked by a Fleet Beacon, which I know is a weird tech, but there's going to be the heroes here. Look how badass this guy looks, man. He's got double side blades, and looks like BabyKnight going to be sending that out already. Now let's talk about his abilities right now. He has something called Psy Charge, which is basically Psy Storm, but you have to charge a unit in order to use it. And hopefully Fruttis actually gets some defense going here. He does have his own hero on the way. He is going to be going for the Shock Trooper here. But let's go ahead and talk about the Zealot here just a little bit. He also has Immortal Shields and 150 HP with that. Let's see if he actually uses the charge right here. And no, he's actually going to go ahead and go straight for the attack. He might actually have to retreat here pretty soon. He does 2-shot Marines, but needs to make sure to keep that guy alive. So he's going to go ahead and back that one out. And here comes the Shock Trooper. We'll talk about him in a second. There's the Storm. Actually manages to land it there. The hero here might actually be able to kill off this guy. And that's going to be it. Keep in mind that he does have an ability that's very similar to Stim Pack. Takes him out there. And there you go. You can see BabyKnight not too pleased with that. Hopefully he realizes, though, that you can revive them for, I believe, a reduced cost. I haven't played the map too much. But if your hero dies, they can be revived. Wait. Apparently he's back. All right, so he's going to be back right here. Actually, wait, he's got Rebirth. That's something I forgot to mention, is that he can actually be reborn when he dies. So the one Marine's right there trying to take him out. Oh, he does get taken out there by the Zealot with the extendo range, and SCVs are going to be pulled off the line here to try and kill that one off. Do not want to let it get surrounded there. It may be able to kill off the SCVs, but at the same time, the Marine here could be joining in to finish that one off. So you can see the Reborn Ancient here, man. There he goes. He's saying, I thought you could only get one, but keep in mind that his Rebirth, and there he goes right there. So he is going to scare it out of there. There was just enough Marines there, I believe, to kill it off. Very, very low on HP. So anyways, he has an ability called Zeal, which is basically Stim Pack. It does damage to him and all of that. But going to go ahead and retreat back on home with that. And the Shock Trooper going to be reconstructed here. So we're going to talk about him in just a second. And you can see, yep, revive Shock Trooper once it dies. You can also get Shadow Guard and Arclight Prototype, which is an awesome looking siege tank there. So there he is right there. Let's go ahead and see exactly what abilities he has. He's got the Flashbang, throws a Flashbang grenade which stuns biological units and deals a small amount of damage to enemies in its area of effect. Pretty cool. He has Stim Pack as well. Special Tactics. Oh, Zetal, I see what you did there. Provide the Shock Trooper and nearby allies with a 4-area radius around the Shock Trooper with a passive armor and damage bonus. So you can see right here that they have +1 armor and also extra damage in there. So that is pretty cool right there. The bunker does go down in time for Fruttis. Lots of sentries out for BabyKnight. But either way, this guy has an aura that makes his units even better. These are going to be hallucinated ones. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that. So the AI is going to be targeting those Zealots down. But the Zealots are completely fake. The Shock Trooper actually doing really good. Could throw that canister directly on top of these. There's going to be more hallucinations coming up, but the Shock Trooper actually just burning through these, doing lots of damage. These sentries actually unable to hold their own, and the hero is going to go down. I don't think he's going to revive there, and that Shock Trooper, man, throwing his AoE damage is going to hold the line here. Jim Raynor, man, hanging in there. It's not actually Jim Raynor, but either way, there's also Call Down Mercenaries. Drops a mercenary squad of infantry troops at the target location, requires 10 free supply. I actually haven't seen that one used yet, so we'll see if that comes into play here or not. But either way, we are going to be having a third base on the way for BabyKnight. We already have the third base completed for Fruttis, but is not going to be able to land that. Oh, just Mind Revives maybe? Yeah, that is one of his abilities there. That's one of his abilities. And I wish I could talk to them. Unfortunately, I forgot to make myself a thing. But either way, we do have the Zealot on the way. Also, let's talk about some of the other heroes here. We do have the High Matriarch, which is very similar to a High Templar. Can use Storm, Hard Light, Hallucination. Basically what that is hallucination that do damage. Oh, he actually has the Siege Tank here. There's the Arclight Prototype, and that is such a good Siege Tank unit. Obviously, you can siege up in artillery mode. It's going to have overclocking. The Arclight Prototype overclocks its components, allowing it to move and attack faster, but deals damage to itself while doing so. Allowing it to move and attack faster. That is so cool. It's basically Stim Pack, but he does damage to himself. Energy Shield shields the Arclight Prototype, rendering invulnerable to attacks for 5 seconds. And then he's got Prototype Cannon, which is basically what the Thor used to have with that. But either way, big scan there to take out the Observer. And we do have now the Reborn Ancient completed. We actually should probably see the Reaver on the way pretty soon. There it's going to be, the Warbringer is going to be online pretty soon. Now what the Warbringer does is, number one, its attack is, oh god, that gun. That gun right there is actually terrifying. But either way, does it show the range? No, it doesn't show the range on the Siege Tank. I'm sure it's pretty similar to regular Siege Tank. So, oh, actually, a good timing here. Right when it unsieges, it's ready to go. It's actually kind of stuck in the front right there, but the Zealot not going to be lasting that long. Force Field's going to buy BabyKnight some time. BabyKnight is tied in supply here, but keep in mind that this guy, the Shock Troop right here, has got an awesome AoE effect that is increasing their armor and damage. That is a huge damage boost. Goes for the Marauder as well. He gets the +1 armor, and I think even the Siege Tank, yeah, he gets +2 attack, +1 armor there, and that means that the Medivacs, they don't actually get the armor upgrade from it. But either way, infantry and mech units on the ground are going to benefit from that. Now, also, if you guys like this type of map and it's something you guys actually want to play, I will make it public, and we will also, that's a very fast-moving Reaver, by the way. And anyways, we'll also add more heroes and maybe even heroes that like Kerrigan and Nova and all stuff like that. But anyways, let's talk about the Reaver here really quick. Build Scarab. If you guys are familiar with Brood War, it basically you have to create the unit that it shoots, or the ability that it shoots, but it does tons of splash damage. It's also got Protector Shield, creates a range 4 aura that stops incoming ranged missiles, lasts 15 seconds, destroys all missiles on the map when the effect ends. All right, pretty cool stuff there. And, oh, God, here we go. The Reaver's got to be ready to go. Here comes one shot. I don't know if the shot's in there or not. Kind of hard to see exactly if it's going to land those money shots. He's got to shoot it again. Oh, he does do it there. The splash damage, not nearly enough. The Reaver actually gets taken out there. BabyKnight's going, what the hell? It didn't do anything. Now, the shots itself are not that great. But, wait, did he actually kill off the Siege Tank? I think that he did, but they are able to rebuild these rather quickly, so keep that in mind. Only 150 to do it. He was able to kill off the tank, and the Reaver does have abilities, so we can't forget to actually use those. Yes, it has an attack, but it also has abilities that you have to couple with the attack to actually make it do lots more damage. So right now, BabyKnight not in great shape, but he does have 4 bases up now, which is going to be pretty good for him. His income actually should be top-notch here. Yeah, he's actually ahead in income, so he should be able to recover here. Even if Fruttis ended up moving out with his army right now, I don't think he could get there in time. as, well, maybe he will. We'll have to wait and see. We do have Archons on the way. No Size Storm just yet. The Reaver is nearly done. Lots of upgrades on the way here. This is going to be the +2 attack. And we only have 1-0 actually done here, so I don't even know that he needs to ask for mercy at this point. I mean, I know he's behind, but I think he's going to have the hero advantage right now. The Siege Tank is out of position, and you got to remember, in IMBA League, it's not all about having the most units. It's all about basically adapting your playstyle to what you need it to be for the custom map. So we are going to be having the Nexus come on up, and surprise, wait, did he, oh, he can't afford the Matriarch, I don't think. Plus, he would have to unlock it by getting the Fleet Beacon anyway, so that's going to be a little bit tough for him. We do have the Scarabs on the way. There's going to be the Scan. The Warbringer, man, he's ready. But anyways, let's talk about these. This reduces incoming missiles. It basically stops them. This one, you can sacrifice the Reaver to do tons of AoE damage, and yes, it does kill the Reaver in the process. And then there's another one that I believe makes it shoot faster and do more damage. We'll have to see once he unloads it exactly what it does. But he is going to try and bring the Reaver over here. Doesn't manage to actually get the shots off. We'll see if the Reavers are able to attack. And I don't think it's actually in range. I think that's why it's getting a little bit confused right there. But there is also Enable Overdrive. The Warbringer transfers enemies to his weapon system, drastically increasing damage output, but draining shields and energy and preventing movement. So basically, it stops it in place, but it becomes a giant photon cannon, is essentially what happens there. We'll see if he actually manages to utilize that or not. It does look like Zealot's going to chase this out of here. And like I was saying before, BabyKnight, he's got a lot of money, and he should be able to warp in giant armies here pretty darn soon. Pylon on the way to repower that Twilight Council. We'll see if he decides to go for a Reaver drop or not, or exactly what he plans to do with it. But oh my god, there's so many Archons. Zealot's going to be warping in mass. Zealot Legs is done. And are we actually going to be having a third hero here for either player? Yeah, so you have to build a fusion core to get the third hero. That's exactly why Fruttis is going to be going for that. He wants to get out that ghost hero, which is actually great because I want to show it off as much as I possibly can. The High Templar, the High Matriarch, is actually awesome. She has such a cool ability. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it or not. But we'll keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully BabyKnight's able to muster up enough units here. But one attack, one armor's done. His other upgrades did get delayed, which is no fun for him. But here comes a big army for Fruttis. The supplies now are relatively equal. High Templar do not have Storm just yet, but moments away, and they will. And once again takes out yet another Observer there. Nice little play. And you can see right now BabyKnight trying to jockey for position. He's got tons of Zealots. It's got to really rely on the Storms, though, to make those Zealots worth it or not, though. 1-1 is done for Fruttis. 2-2. Still a ways away. Oh god, there's going to be the Arcalite prototype, and Energy Shield shields the Arcalite prototype, rendering it invulnerable. We already talked about that. Overclocking makes it shoot much faster, and then of course it can go into regular tank mode here as well. Oh, he's got to be careful here. That tank is ready to go. Apparently that tank also, does it even do splash damage? I'm honestly not sure, but where are the Storms? They need to be coming on up. I think he used feedback on the tank here, and BabyKnight's going to try and break down here. Storm free. The Archon's actually going to town on the medevacs. That is a ton of units down there, and keep in mind the majority of them are going to be beefed up by that hero unit. He's somewhere in there. I don't actually know where. And the Reaver, he's got to do it. He has to use one of the special abilities here, trying to micro it as best he possibly can here. And unfortunately, it's a slow-moving Reaver. He doesn't quite know exactly what's happening right there. There goes a big shot. But again, it's not the splash damage that matters. He needs to use one of his abilities here. Should probably pick it up there in the Warp Prism, and he does manage to narrowly save it. And actually has whittled down this army substantially. These Zealots might be able to clean up the rest, especially with 2-2 just around the corner. Ah, the Reaver gets taken out. And it looks like one of the bases may actually fall. The Zealots down here, though, going to be intercepting all of these reinforcements. So even though the base is going to fall, I don't know if this game is over just yet because the Zealot count is pretty darn large and is going to be able to kill off several of these units here. But so far, Fruttis doing a great job in keeping mobile with his army, and did end up losing that siege tank, which is quite frustrating. But I think the Reaver is bugged. It does nothing. I think it actually works. You just have to use it completely weirdly. The shots itself don't do all that much. But I'll check it out after this. It is IMBA League after all. I mean, really, if the game doesn't work correctly, then it is what it is. But 2-2 Zealots are what they are, and are going to be chasing this army down. He has another one on the way. I wish I could tell him to, there we go. The Zealots do end up getting taken out, and does he decide to remake that Hero Zealot? That's kind of what I want to know. Whew, I want to see the High Matriarch. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it or not. I mean, he still has a lot of bases, but both these players actually have a lot of bases right now. And taking a look at the units tab here, no heroes actually on the field currently. We have the Reaver. It is apparently spawn blocked right there. So that is that's kind of a pain. I think he blocked it off with one of these pylons here. But we do have the Shadow Guard. Got to be on the way. We'll talk about her or him. I can't tell which one's going to spawn as It shows a ghost on one side, but we'll see exactly once this one spawns. That poor Reaver is completely stuck there, but unfortunately he is focused on having to defend against this attack that's taking place. High Templar probably want to storm. There they go. Pretty good splits actually from Fruttis. He's got to lose all the High Templar in the process. Archons, though, get morphed in just in time. And where's that hero at? There she is. Oh, look at that. Shadow Guard cloaks all units around here. Also has lockdown. Immobilizes the target mechanical unit for 60 seconds. The lockdown unit cannot move or attack, but can be damaged and repaired. We also have Psionic Burst. Creates a harsh burst of psionic energy that lasts 2 seconds, causing damage to all units in target area. So it's basically an AoE targeted thing. Mind Sap. Drains all energy from the target. Deals 1 damage per point of energy. So basically it's feedback. Gives half of the damage to the Shadow Guard as energy. So it's basically feedback, but it gives you more energy, which is pretty darn cool. Psionic Burst, that's the one we saw, and all these units are going to be cloaked. These High Templar are going to be super confused. Probably wants to storm that if possible, but is unable to. There's going to be better storms right there to kill that off, losing lots and lots of High Templar. Keep in mind, though, the BabyKnight has so many bases. It's actually kind of disgusting how many bases he has right now. But, yeah, the Shadow Guard basically acts as an arbiter, which is going to be able to cloak those units around it. It's a very short range, but keep in mind that in StarCraft 2, units clump up a lot. So hopefully for BabyKnight, he's going to have observers on the field. He has one, but it is completely out of position. He's got to storm these, and there's going to be the split on those units. And oh, it actually died, so the cloaking field's got to get taken out here. And all of a sudden, BabyKnight has got to be on the offensive here. We'll see if that siege tank unit comes out again, just because that is so powerful. Fleet Beacon got to be on the way, so we may actually see the High Matriarch now, which would be amazing. She has High Psystorm, but also other abilities as well. And did the Reaver ever actually get completed? I think he yeah, it looks like he canceled it. Does he have the Matriarch actually out right now? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He has to get that Fleet Beacon to actually unlock her there. So we'll see if he's actually able to utilize that. There is going to be a drop over here at the 6th base, 7th base. It's kind of hard to keep track anymore. But with the +3 attack, should be able to burn that down quickly. BabyKnight trying to get in a position here to defend that. That poor fat Marauder, man. He just wanted to be the cool kid. He wanted to join in the fun. Most likely will get taken out here. And I think he will be able to eat up a lot of these Zealots, but he wants to get out of there safely. And at the same time, actually going to be attacking over here. Oh, God, no! With the missed micro. Those units got to get taken out. That High Templar there feeling like a hero. 9 kills. He has definitely earned that Mentor tag. He's like, hey, High Templar, this is all you have to do is kill everything with storms. I don't see what the big deal is. But right now, we're actually going to be seeing counterattacks take place over here as the multitasking. We're going to see who has the better multitasking capabilities. So far, Fruttis actually putting up a pretty damn good fight here, to be completely honest. Trying to take out bases left and right while also simultaneously defending his own bases. And definitely need to continue getting those heroes out if possible. Lots of Ghosts going to be on the way, though, for those EMPs. He's realizing lots of Zealots, lots of High Templar, and lots of Archons. One spell is the way to beat those, and that's lots of EMPs. So many Zealots going to get taken out here as well. He could go, God, for the Matriarch right there. I want to see it. It's such a fun unit. Such a fun hero unit, too. But either way, 12 Ghosts going to be on the way for Fruttis. Probably just going to be blanketing this army in storms. And I think that either of these players, well, actually, there are 2 heroes out now for Fruttis. He does have the Siege Tank. Once again, that's going to be showing up here. And it does 20 damage, which is pretty awesome. And also, he has the Shock Trooper, which is helping all of his troops around him. So remember that all those units around that Shock Trooper have additional attack. These Zealots over here trying to take down this planetary. Might actually get it if he doesn't end up repairing it. There he goes. Now he should be able to save this planetary. There are enough repairs there, I believe. There's going to be a big scam, but also big EMPs. Can he actually kill them off, though? The army was not there in order to reinforce it, so even though the EMPs landed, I don't know if it's going to be enough. The High Templar there will get taken out. No energy or shields left on him, but here we go. Does the Siege Tank decide to siege up right now? Actually, could just go for straight-on attacks here, as the prototype just does so much damage. There are still a couple Zealots over there finally getting cleaned up here. It does look like BabyKnight now on the retreat. This is actually a surprisingly close game overall. BabyKnight running into that choke point, not an ideal location to be. He's got to try and warp in more units here, but these units are so heavily buffed. You can see plus 1.65, plus 2.3 armor on those units. They are just not getting taken out, as that Shock Trooper, man, doing just that, making that army look shockingly good. It was a solid pun. I'm going to stick with it. But more Zelt's going to be warping in right here. I don't know if BabyKnight can actually deal with this, although the Shock Trooper is separated from the army, so he's going to kill that off. And remember, it's more than losing the Shock Trooper. It's also losing the shields, or excuse me, the armor and the extra damage that it provides. So that is kind of a big deal right here. And lots of explosions going down. And can this land a storm? Tries to throw one down. Does a little bit of preliminary damage. And there we go. We do have the High Matriarch. I want to talk about her a little bit. Ascension ascends the High Matriarch into a state of pure psionic energy. Destruction follows. So she basically becomes a unit that can attack, does tons of AoE damage. It's actually really, really cool. Also has one called Unity. Creates a range 3 aura that adds additional 50 shields to nearby friendly units. Last 15 seconds. So basically that's an ability that makes your army last longer. Hardened hallucinations, not really that great in the late game. But it summons a couple of hallucinations that actually do damage, and also does have Psionic Storm here. So we'll see which one he decides to use. It might just go for Storm just because it's easier. Oh no, the EMPs, the Matriarch all of a sudden can't do anything. Can't use the hallucinations either, and Fruttis saying that flank manages to intercept it there and scare it away. Lots of EMPs coming up. I feel like he EMP'd his own army. But either way, I think that BabyKnight running out of options right now, as this game not going his way, his heroes not being that useful right now, and I think that's got to be it. I think Fruttis able to make it happen. I will have to show you off the Reaver. He has such cool abilities. He basically has the Mothership ability that reduces incoming missiles, which would have been great versus the Marauders, but there's got to be the GG. Fruttis is your winner, but really it is IMBA League for a reason. There may be some balance tweaks that need to take place, but either way, absolutely awesomeness happening right there. So yeah, big thanks, guys. I'm going to put their Twitters down below, so go tweet at them, tell them thank you for playing in IMBA League. If you want them to keep playing, just go show them a little bit of love. Lots and lots of fun to be had here, guys. Give the video a like if you liked it. If you didn't like it, then just give it a like anyways. I mean, really, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, you might die, but I mean, other than that's no big deal. But anyways, hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Let me know down below also what you would like to see next in IMBA League. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League. Not heroes, but we're going to be calling them heroes anyways. That is right, it is time for some IMBA League. And this time, it is going to be all units do half damage. I'll talk about that in just a second, but I am going to go ahead and introduce our players. Up in the top left side, it is going to be Bunny. And his opponent, down in the bottom right side, is going to be coLqxc. They're actually doing a little bit of smack talk already. Please, guys, go tweet at them. I'm going to be putting their Twitters down below. And just go say, hey, thanks for playing in IMBA League. If you liked it, tell them so. If you hated them, tell them so. Either way, go tell them thank you. And big thanks to the map editor, Mike Zetal. He is the one who's been making all the maps. His Twitter is also going to be down below, because without the players, without the map creator, I wouldn't be able to make IMBA League. So big thanks to them. And apparently they're saying they started their own team. But it does look like Bunny's going to go ahead and expand. Actually, both these guys are going to go ahead and expand right now. So we are actually going to be seeing quite the macro game. Now, I do want to explain the map premise a little bit to you guys. This one is going to be all units do half damage. So it's basically like if every unit was a sentry, essentially. They basically do no damage. And the reason I decided to go ahead and go with this one, number one, you guys recommended this. So if you have any other suggestions, please post them down below. I only have so many good ideas in my head. But either way, I was talking to a couple of personalities. I don't know if they want me to put them on blast or not. I was talking to a couple of personalities and players, and they were saying, I wonder what StarCraft would be like if everything in the game didn't do so much damage. I mean, if you think about it, like, everything does so much damage. Psystorm, Colossus, just big balls of Marine and Marauder. And every ability in the game, again, this wasn't my original idea, but I don't want to put them on blast either. But, wait, here we go. We got the SCV harass. You can see 2.5 damage to their RPs. I'm sorry, we're back. Alright, so they do very little damage. Each unit here has their damage halved. It's actually just a debuff you put on everyone, which is negative 2.5 damage. And on the other units, you will see that it does indeed have it. But anyways, I thought this discussion we had was actually really intriguing, because if you kind of compare Brood War to StarCraft 2, there's a lot more abilities in StarCraft 2 that are all about doing extra damage. Stim Pack, for example, is all about doing extra damage. Fungal Growth is all about doing extra damage. Psystorm, tons of damage there, and a lot of the upgrades are all damage-based. So I wanted to see what happens when oh yeah, he's going to be doing no damage to these rocks. Holy God. And he's going to be trying to kill those off. But anyways, and I got to thinking, you know, I wonder what it would be like if that 3 armor. But I wonder what it would be like if units did not die as quickly as they do in StarCraft 2, because units really do die quicker in StarCraft 2 than they do in Brood War. A lot of that has to do with the new spells and a really high emphasis on damage output. Like Immortals, for example. They just do so much damage if you're targeting an armored unit. So I wanted to see what happens if the units die much more slowly, and what are the battles actually going to look like. I honestly have no idea, so I'm pretty excited to find out. Either way, we're going to be having a starport right here. He is slowly working down those rocks. This Marine over here, this is almost more realistic. Look how slow it does the damage. It's like every 3rd shot, it actually does 1 damage there. And you can see right here that they do have a -3 damage debuff on them, so we should actually most likely be seeing some sort of crazy macro game. And the interesting thing about this is that if you go into a battle and you don't realize right away that you actually cannot win that battle, then you have a chance to actually retreat here. So like right here, for example, one of those Hellions would have been dead, but a lot of the Marines would have been dead as well. So the players have more time to think about exactly what it is they want to do. They can focus on their micro a little bit more and try and figure out how can they use certain abilities that are going to do more or less damage. So we'll see. I don't honestly know if Seeker Missile and stuff like that does extra damage or half damage or whatever it does. I don't know. That is why it's IMBA League, man, because you just got to kind of figure it out as you go. He's still working on those rocks. Oh my God. Hellions over here literally doing no damage to these buildings. But it is going to be kind of a slow start right now because we have the Marines and we have the Hellions going at it here, but really no one's going to die anytime soon. Overall, I think we've only lost 1 worker. Oh, Marine actually dies there. He decides to throw down his Spud gun, and yeah, that's basically what they're shooting at this point, just because they do absolutely no damage. But there's going to be a Hellion over here as well. Looks like Bunny is actually going to go ahead and be completely walled in at this point, whereas coLqxc deciding just to begin working on his coolant tower there with the 1 Marine, and coLqxc is going to be the one scouting around. Now, again, guys, I'm going to put everyone's Twitter down below. I think I mentioned that already, but I kind of had a giggle fit for a little bit. We are going to be seeing double engineering bays on the way. We will see if those upgrades heavily benefit from that or not. Oh my God, a battle cruiser. coLqxc. Oh my God, how I love you. He's going to be going for a battle cruiser already. I honestly don't know, because the battle cruiser doesn't really do that much damage. You do have Vikings on the way for Bunny. He also is going to be having a Raven here, which we'll see if the Seeker Missile does half damage or not. I honestly don't know. And we do have the SCVs kind of repairing up these Hellions right now. Got to be going for the armor right away. He realizes that the upgrades for attack may not be as useful, so it is going to be an armor upgrade right away, and we'll see if he decides to scan down there. Why is it so hot in my apartment? Oh my God. It is sweaty as hell in here right now. That's probably actually just me. But they're trying to see, have you killed off any of the rocks just yet? Nope, still working on him there. And the Siege Tank is going to be joining in, but he loses 25 damage versus armor. It's still going to be doing some pretty good DPS there. Bunny saying the tank is going to work, which is true, and down goes Rocks. Now, what's hilarious is that was 500 HP. Now they have 2,000. They have 2,000 HP once they eventually fall down, and that means that those aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Now, the only thing for Bunny is that he needs to make sure that he actually prepares for battle cruisers. Battle cruiser operational. I feel like IMBA League, one of the characteristics of a map should be you're playing against coLqxc, because he's always going to do absolutely silly stuff like rushing towards battle cruisers. Now, Siege Tank's over here, not going to be able to shoot off those Hellions just yet. Now, Bunny does have a lot of Marines. He's still working on getting out more Marines, but he definitely needs to be scanning his opponent pretty soon. I hope for his sake that he ends up scanning that battlecruiser and spots it. The Hellions in the middle ready to go. Vikings actually going to be moving out right now, and we are going to be having a Viking versus Viking battle here with a little bit of micro. The Vikings actually going to survive, so no big deal there. We'll see the Seeker Missile come out, and is it going to be doing enough damage here? It looks like, I don't know. I don't think that has actually happened, although it does do 100 damage either way. And we'll figure out till you do that. So they're trying to feel out the map, and that is what I kind of love about IMBA League, is sometimes it works as intended, sometimes it doesn't work as intended, and you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And that is why it's called IMBA League, guys. It is not called absolutely best balanced game ever league. That's I feel like Blizzard does a relatively good job of that on their own. Probably much better than I would ever do, that's for sure. But either way, Bunny does have another command center on the way. He is going to be a little bit supply blocked right now, and does have more and more supply depots on the way, so should be just fine. Hellion's got to go ahead and move out, and I mean, do Marines lose this battle right now? We'll just have to wait and see. Bunny being careful here, though. He might have to start splitting and realizes I should probably go ahead and back out. Notice how he kept the Marauders in front to absorb some of those shots, and that's exactly what he's going to do right here. He does have Stim Pack, but does not have Marauder Slow. That is something to remember there. Although total is halved, so UPS not IMBA, right? I don't know. I don't know, guys. We shall see. Oh, he's saying, so up's not IMBA, right? So he's talking about the attack upgrades. So it looks like right there he is at minus 3.5. Yeah, so it actually, once you upgrade it, it still halves it. Man, coLqxc, he is going into theory crafting mode. I don't know. I don't know if healing is halved. Probably not, which is actually kind of hilarious. No, it is not. It doesn't look like. It looks like it is actually at full there. So we shall see if the Battle Cruisers can actually make anything happen here. This is the world's slowest battle taking place. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da is really the music that should be playing. 0 damage, Sup, as coLqxc literally takes no damage there. And I feel like these could actually be repaired as well. Point defense drone is going to go down, and I think what Bunny's going to have to do, yeah, throw down more starports, start working on Vikings, and try and do that. Basically, it's going to be an air versus air battle. He's actually going to attack right now with these. The Hellions here taking, well, normally I would say a lot of damage, but that is absolutely not the case. One Marine gets taken out there. But if nothing else, it does allow these players to retain their units for a very, very, very long time. It actually looks like we may be seeing maxed out armies for both these players before anything really happens. The Marine drop over here, able to kill off 2 SCVs, even though he dropped it directly to the middle line. Got to try and focus down the orbital here, but I don't think that's really going to be doing all that much. There's going to be the versus light, minus 9.5, as a lot of the Hellions will actually go down here, but more of the Marines seem to be getting taken out right here. Both players, though, have lost quite a bit in these engagements, and Bunny is going to be expanding on this. And keep in mind, Planetary Fortress probably really, really good in this, as they're not going to be taking any damage. Yes, they'll be dealing out less damage, but they can just be mass repaired much, much easier. So is the pure raw power of Marine Marauder going to pay off, or is going for mass battlecruiser the way to make it happen? We are about to find out. coLqxc has lots of battlecruisers on the field right now. This may be the one time that battlecruisers are actually effective and are actually a little bit scary, because in standard StarCraft 2, they just simply are not. I mean, yes, they have some use, but not very much. Ooh, Yamada Cannon. That might actually be worth it if it does full damage. We'll find that out together. But either way, both players going to be securing lots of bases right now. Marine Marauder kind of moving out on the field to really see if they can find a location to attack. 2-2 is actually going to be done. We'll see if that ends up paying off or not. It is now 4 damage from Marines. That BC drop defense, and we shall see. Yep, he's talking about this. Can't really get in there because of, actually coLqxc's playing this out really smart. He's going to be turtling quite heavily. And remember that the missile turrets just aren't going to die, given they do half damage as well. But I feel like buildings are actually kind of really, really good in this. And I think that's why also Mirror Matchup is kind of the most hilarious way to do this. There's going to be a Monocan. That does not do half damage. And I don't think so anyways. I think that actually killed that off in one shot. So this army trying to gather. So mass battlecruisers may be the way to go here. Feedback would be quite handy, but I feel like battlecruisers are completely OP right now. And honestly, I think that Bunny's going to have to figure out a way to deal with those battlecruisers directly. He may have to land these Vikings. We'll see. And yep, he is going to go ahead and land those. And really, he just needs to counterattack right now. More Yamada cannons coming out. That's going to kill off the Vikings almost instantly. EMP might also be useful right now. He does have tons more Vikings on the way, though, and needs to be chasing Hellions around. They're actually trapped back here. So it looks like the Vikings might be doing okay right now. And even though this is going to be a slow battle, the Vikings should still end up winning this, although it may just be freeing up more and more supply for coLqxc to make more battlecruisers. Exactly what he's going to try and do. One command center might actually go down, though. This many Marine Marauder with this many upgrades, even though they can't kill the battlecruisers themselves, they are going to be starting to kill off some of these workers for the first time we've seen in this game. And the Hellions got to be retreating back. But really, the mobility now of the Marine Marauder really got to start kicking. He needs to get all this planetary force done upgrading. Normally, it would be dead by now, but it is going to take a little bit. You can still see Marine Marauder does tons of damage. That's going to start burning down, and does actually manage to repair right there. So Bunny, even though he has no hard counter for these battlecruisers right now, at least he's forcing coLqxc into a defensive position. Now he has more time to retreat. His Marauders, even though they're low on HP, they aren't going to be taking that much damage. So there's going to be attack over here as well, with just a couple of Marines trying to finish off the command center. Might actually get that command center. I don't know if there's any SCVs in position. Got to be able to protect it. These two trying to repair. No, they're not. They're going to completely ignore that. So that command center should be dead. The one Marauder over here trying to be a hero. And he actually does manage to kill off one, surprisingly enough. That other command center has died, though. So honestly, Bunny has managed to even this up. They're actually tied in the resources lost. Absolutely tied, actually. About as evenly tied as you can be. And for now, the Battlecruiser for coLqxc, we'll see if Mass Battlecruiser is going to beat up, because he will get one volley of Yamada Cannon. It does cost 100 energy, so maybe 2 volleys. But is that enough versus Mass Viking? That's the real question here. We do have, I think, better upgrades actually on the way for Bunny. As what is the Battlecruiser? Oh, they already have 3 armor. Oh no, we do not have better upgrades for Bunny. He's actually just trying to play catch up right now. Did not realize that armor upgrade was so soon, and we'll see here if this actually ends up working out or not. Oh my god, so little damage. I think what he's going to need to do is just keep powering those. Oh my god, Secret Missile though might be the answer here. That's going to be a lot more damage than they've taken previously. Still not nearly enough though, as he's trying to retreat these Vikings. Normally this is the hard counter, but considering Battlecruisers don't take as much damage, it actually gives them time to do the Yamada Cannon. That is doing basically no damage. That's like 1 damage per shot. The Marauders are still alive though, once again killing off this base up here. And coLqxc got to try and go for it. He does charge it up. He's firing his laser, that is for sure, and does scare the Vikings away for now. I think Raven Viking might be the way to go here. Also throwing down random missile turrets. That's kind of cute and kind of awesome. There is going to be the counterattack up here, though. The SCVs could try to engage, but he actually decides to split these Marauders quite well. And I'm actually not sure who's going to win this battle. Those Marauders are very, very low on HP. At the same time, though, there is going to be another attack down here. Lots of micro, but only killing off 1 Hellion there. I feel like units that do not require micro might be the best way to go. This is the slowest battle I've ever seen. This is basically if everyone were to make sentries in a game. This is about how StarCraft 2 would look. We do have the Corvid reactor as well. Right there, increases starting energy of Ravens by 25. I think him going Mass Raven is going to be an ideal choice here. So coLqxc looking to be in great shape. Bunny, though, just continuing to power those Vikings. He's hoping that's going to end up working out, but I think he needs those damage upgrades so badly. They just seem so important to go ahead and get those upgrades. They are at -8 and -6. And uh-oh, the Vikings right now got to try and make it happen. I mean, it is so little damage here that nothing is going to die right away, as that just does so little damage. It's actually absurd. Marines trying to join in the fun as well. Really, these Marines are kind of sacrificial at this point, but here comes the Yamada Cannon. It's got to be killing off more and more and more Vikings. The Corvid reactor is almost done. Keep in mind that it is only starting energy, so the current Battlecruisers on the field are not going to benefit from this. But the Viking count for Bunny is pretty hilarious here. So it looks like maybe going Sky Terran's the way to go, with missile turrets sprinkled everywhere. So those Vikings are actually extremely limited as to where they can actually go, which is, I would say, coLqxc adapting to IMBA League. I think he's actually a really smart player for this type of map, because he is reacting, he's being very aggressive with his missile turret placement, and he's going for Mass Battlecruiser, which is obviously proving to be quite effective here, because there's just nothing to do enough damage there, except for maybe trying to get Battlecruisers of his own, which you can see the Fusion Core is on the way. Lots of upgrades on the way, though, and I feel like Bunny's strategy right now is to try and do counterattacks with Marauders and basically try to hard counter with the Vikings, whereas coLqxc is just trying to go for a big power play right now. And if a Seeker Missile ever lands on that cloud, that is not going to be pretty. I think coLqxc definitely pulling ahead right now. There are Marines mixed in, but I don't know if there's any counter to Mass Battlecruisers with the all units do half damage. So we'll just have to wait and see as the game progresses forward. Lots of Marines moving forward. We'll be able to kill off one of those missile turrets. Probably go ahead and back up. That's exactly what he's doing. If he can get those Marines in there, maybe they'll be able to help out, but really, it's going to be tough. Bunny now, though, does have his own battlecruisers on the way, so we could be seeing some silliness take place. As really, this is why I kind of love IMBA League, is the amount of ridiculousness that you see is quite high. Now, it does look like some Marines over here will get taken out, and taken out quite quickly, but at the same time, some of these missile turrets are going to go down as well. So here comes the Vikings right now. They're bombarding as much as they possibly can. He actually has enough now to start scaring these battlecruisers at least a little bit. Marines joining in as well. Stim on the Marines. I don't think it's still enough to kill off that much, but Marines are basically free at this point. The main problem is that I think he needs to do drops. But I'm actually kind of curious on the income tab here. If we take a look at that, Bunny is actually way ahead on the income tab, as coLqxc has focused all of his supply on units as opposed to workers here. So actually, even though Bunny's losing more, he can actually produce a lot more as well. Looks like he's going to go ahead and kill off more and more Hellions as well, which honestly keeps his Hellion count low. I think that is going to be good for him, although Widow Mines are on the way. I'm kind of curious to see if the Widow Mines do half damage or not. I don't think they will. Widow Mines might actually be the answer here. I think coLqxc may have found the IMBA part of IMBA League. He's going to be putting IMBA into IMBA League, and that is actually going to be amazing for him. If he can pull that off, those Widow Mines will be devastating. But you can see, it just seems like coLqxc is always one step ahead. He's like, you know what, I'm going to rush the battle cruisers. I bet Marines will be worthless. You know what, I'm going to throw down missile turrets to counter the Vikings. You know what, I'm going to go for Widow Mines because maybe they don't do half damage. coLqxc always one step ahead, and I'm curious to see if Bunny is able to keep up with that and start adapting his own playstyle here. This is where IMBA starts to get a little bit interesting, is that those Widow Mines might be way OP, but at the same time, Bunny could have used them as well. So kind of keep an eye on that. One battlecruiser actually goes down. Oh my god, this missile turret does 6 damage, but it's basically none. I think it is actually doing 1 damage to that battlecruiser. So the battlecruisers do have 6 armor. 6 armor. Keep in mind that armor is not halved. It is just the damage here. So we're going to be having a straight on battle here. That battlecruiser is taking all of the heat right now. There is going to be the counterattack going down here at the same time. And Bunny realizing, all right, I can focus a couple of these down, but I've got to be careful. He is killing quite a few. Overall resource loss starting to catch up here for Bunny if he can chase these down, but at the same time he's going to have to deal with Widow Mines now, and I think that this is a full-on tech switch from coLqxc. He is abandoning all hope with the battlecruisers and instead is going to be going for Widow Mines and Vikings, I guess, to try and get a little bit of air supremacy, maybe try and bait those units into the Widow Mines. We're actually going to wait and see, and actually we will see right here. I think Widow Mines are going to be able to kill these off. I think Bunny's going to realize, uh-oh, they may not be, they may not do half damage. So we shall see. I might actually tell them, oh, Secret Missile's coming up. That should be some decent splash damage. Obviously, it's not going to look like a lot because battlecruisers have so much HP there. But we shall see. I'm kind of curious on these Widow Mines here. They do kill off SCVs quite easily so far, it would appear. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see if it actually does half damage or not. I don't think that it does, though. That's the thing. And the Marauder's going to be running down here. Can they actually kill these off, though? We shall see. Is it lots of splash damage? Yes, it is. I believe that that is not half damage, but even with the scan, I don't think he's going to be able to kill these off here. So Widow Mines may be a little OP. I think that Bunny might have to react by going Widow Mines as well. So doesn't look like half damage Widow Mines. So we'll see if Bunny decides to go for that as well. I'm just giving a little bit of pointer as a little bit of pointer action, and he might actually be able to react in time. But here we go. These SCVs actually looking very, very dangerous. And goodbye, SCVs. It was not, well, maybe they are. Maybe they are half damage, because that should have killed those SCVs. Wait, maybe they are? SCVs didn't die. So maybe they aren't, maybe they are half damage. No, that was kind of weird. We shall see, though. Let's see, they don't normally. That's a lot of shots, though. Wouldn't that be enough splash damage to kill them off? I guess it did bring it down to exactly 5, which is a little bit suspicious. So we'll see. We'll see here. I'm actually not sure, but we do have battles happening everywhere as he's going to go ahead and try and take down this base over here. He actually decides to land the Vikings here. Remember, the planetary is going to be doing almost no damage. And we'll be able to kill off this planetary, although it is going to cost him quite a lot. Still scanning over here. Eventually going to be able to kill those off, but he can't do it quickly enough. And this is why this kind of reminds me of Brood War, is lots of battles happening everywhere. Like, look at this battle! Oh my god! What are we even watching? You almost never see stuff like this in actual StarCraft 2, with this battle happening as well as multiple other battles going down in the middle of the map. coLqxc is going to be throwing out the Secret Missile. Should have ran that into that army to try and detonate it. But we'll just keep an eye on this battle, as it is not going anywhere anytime soon. Over here we do have the one Marine trying to take down the missile turret. He actually does about 2 damage per shot there, so finally cleans up those Widow Mines over there. Still this battle taking place on the right side, and I gotta say that maybe a TvT was the worst matchup to do for this one, but hey, at least we get a good showcase of what it's like when all units do half damage, and is going to go ahead and take that out. It does look like going to be able to take out these Widow Mines as well, and I believe that the Widow Mines are actually a good play here. We do have more battlecruisers going to be on the way for coLqxc. This base will eventually fall, especially once it starts to burn. Oh, wait, God, there's SCVs repairing it, so maybe I lied. Here comes the Ravens, though, with point defense throw. It's going to be tough to deal with them, while those battlecruisers eat up those point defense throws quite quickly. Needs to spread out as much as he possibly can. Ah, one hit does land. coLqxc now switching back to Widow Mine Raven battlecruiser. Quite the unique build that he's going right there. He looks like Bunny decided not to go for Yamada Cannon. He does have a lot of battlecruisers on the way, though. This is kind of the silliest and slowest battle I think I have ever seen. And this is going to give Bunny time to kind of remax up, but I think that coLqxc has the right idea. Focusing on spells, focusing on things like Widow Mines. They're going to be doing lots and lots of damage here. And Bunny's saying this is great. as the micro of this battle is pretty awesome. It's like we're watching two NPCs battle in a cutscene or something, as they're just going to be exchanging numbers, really not exchanging damage, as they're going to be giving each other their phone numbers, because they're quite friendly at this point, because they definitely cannot kill each other. I think that coLqxc finally has enough to break through this, and that might actually be it for Bunny. I mean, Bunny has lots of money, which totally rhymes, but I don't know if he has the income. No, he doesn't. coLqxc, where are those mules at? That is the real question. There we go. Oh my god. 19 mules on the field. We do have 7 for Bunny as well. He is still continuing to send over Valkyries. They do so little damage to each other. You can see how slow this actually is. Vikings may be the better option here. Because it's 17 minus 8.5. So 8.5 damage overall. These ones, yeah, definitely not that great. So I think this is actually going to be it. A lot of people request this. Thor still pretty good at killing off those Marines, because even though he does half damage, it's still half of 33, which is still pretty nice. And I think this Thor is going to get taken out right now, so should be able to kill off that. So coLqxc really trying out all the units here, which I can't really blame him. Widowmine may actually be the correct answer here. I think that Bunny is running out of options. He's going to be able to get remaxed out, but I don't know if Vikings are actually going to be the correct choice here. There is going to be a Marine Marauder ball moving down back here, and we'll be able to do quite a bit. Here comes the Widowmine marching forward. He might actually be able to kill it off, though. Nope, it burrows way too fast. Does kill off that Marine as well. These units, though, will be able to continue to harass this. If nothing else, it is slowing down mining. I think coLqxc might have enough here to push if you mix in maybe a Thor or two, but I don't know. His Sky army is looking quite ridiculous, and we'll be able to scare this army as well. Bunny really trying to do everything that he possibly can here, and still 200 APM to try and make this happen for him. But at this point, I still think coLqxc has got the right answers here with the Widowmine Battlecruiser Ravens, Viking. And if you ever find yourself in this position, you kind of know what to go for. Oh god, that's going to be devastating. Huge damage there on the Marines and Marauders. The Widowmines, keep in mind, are actually really good now because they get directly in the army. Seeker missiles, oh my god. Oh, there's so many Seeker missiles going to be chasing that and exploding everywhere. But still, Bunny still remains in this game. He's trying to harass over here. The Widowmine doing its best. He does only have to 2 kills, though. And the Ravens are, those coLqxc's, those are Bunny Ravens. They're actually going to get taken out here as they're kind of chilling out on the wrong side of town. As long as coLqxc keeps reinforcing this, I think that he can actually have this. He's going to be killing off one of the only mining bases. We do have the base down the bottom left side, but this other base is not actually mining. So if he manages to kill this off, I think he's going to be A-okay, although the mass repair is going to be proving to be quite annoying. So if you ever wonder what half damage is like, if you're really bad at StarCraft, you should definitely check it out, because, hey, it takes a lot longer to die. Oh my god, that mass repair. That mass repair is way OP. Bunny doesn't actually have that much money, though, so I think losing that might be his only option. Lots of auto turrets do come up as well. Do they do half damage? Yes, they do. And got to be doing as much damage with these as he can. The majority of them are in range. I think coLqxc is doing just enough damage, though, to slowly get Bunny further and further behind. He is actually going to try and save this right now. Keep in mind that this is in the red, which is going to burn down much quicker than a normal amount of damage. The Widowmine's going to be with it as well. Bunny doesn't look right now. He's going to lose him, but the Seeker Missile actually kills off a lot of them with the friendly fire splash damage there. And still doing quite a bit of damage. Here come more Seeker Missiles. Pneumonic Cannon's going to be coming on up. And it does leave Commander on the left side, has been killed off. Is this getting repaired, though? No, it is not. It is slowly burning down. More and more Seeker Missiles got to be landing from coLqxc. Bunny managing to stay maxed out just because of how slowly units actually die. What is that Banshee doing? Apparently just hanging out. He's got a Death Wish. I think, though, that this might get taken out if Bunny does not pay attention. There's going to be the scan. More Marines come in here to try and finish the job. That is going to be a non-stop battle over there. And we might just have to call this a draw if one of these players ends up getting tired. Look, coLqxc is still harassing. That's the thing. Is he's managed to kill off lots of workers. 58, although, to 77 overall. That is quite a lot. The base actually gets saved here. coLqxc trying to throw things everywhere. Maybe throwing down Widow Mines everywhere is the best option. I honestly don't know what the best option is at this point. We got 7 battlecruisers on the way for coLqxc. He may just switch it up to mass battlecruiser right now. And he may be saying Husky was already doing that. Well, he has tech switched like 100 times, so both these players are still completely maxed out. Seeker Missile coming out, kills off that poor Marauder. Oh my god, can Bunny actually put on enough pressure here to start doing some damage? He's got these 2 Marines down here. They're unable to kill the auto turrets. We have blinking things going everywhere. This is actually basically madness at this point. We have some Sparta action going on. Marines, that might be enough here to counter these battlecruisers. I don't know, with the Vikings mixed in. and no splash damage being dealt on the Marines. They way over Stim, though. They're super low on HP. Oh, God. I'm getting a little bit tired, guys. I probably want to go ahead and take a nap, but you kind of get the idea. You kind of get the idea on how difficult this is. I feel like Storm would be way OP. Actually, High Templar would be the most OP unit, I feel like, just because feedback and Storm would just be doing massive amounts of damage versus basically everything. coLqxc, though, has recovered. The one Marauder over here just doing hardly any damage. They're attacking the most worthless building in the game, and this Commander are going to attempt to land over there. I wonder if nukes might be a very viable option. Nukes might be pretty darn good. I'm just going to say, well, he's actually moving out right now, so I'll recommend it if this battle is not enough to actually kill him off. He's got to be moving up here. He has a vastly superior army. Actually, these units are damaged a lot as well. One or two Seeker missiles is going to be able to end that. We shall see, though. Does coLqxc have the resiliency? Does he have the skills and the mindset and just the pure raw power? We are about to find out. He's going to be moving up here to, oh my God, here comes the pain train, though. The Marauder's unable to really do anything. Is there enough energy for Seeker missiles? Yes, there still is, but he's going to be Yamada cannoning on the Vikings, and auto turrets coming up as well. That's going to help clean up those Marines. I think that coLqxc has done it, as Bunny is actually running completely out of money, and there's going to be the GG, as coLqxc is going to be able to win that. And let's go ahead and I think, yeah, there he goes. He's gonna do. I think we have to both leave, but coLqxc is gonna be your victor. I'm gonna be putting their links down below, so definitely go check them out. Check out the grass over here. Army value for coLqxc always just a little bit ahead. Resource collection rate all over the place. Upgrade spending all over the place. Workers active, a slow decline there. But either way, a big thanks to the players. And if you guys have any recommendations for any more IMBA League, definitely post a link down below. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more StarCraft 2 IMBA League Heroes action. Maybe I drug that out a little bit too long. That was just a few too many words. Anyways, I'm going to talk about what the map mode is, but first I do want to introduce our players. Up in the top left side, it is going to be BabyKnight. And his opponent, down the bottom right side, is going to be Bunny, who I feel was like in a clan just moments ago. That was a joke, and then he left it. So that's a little bit confusing to me. But either way, it is going to be a PvT, and the map mode today is all units come back as zombies after they die. It sounds simple, but it's actually a little bit complicated, so I'm going to talk about it here as the game gets underway. Now, up front, the most obvious thing is that if you lose a unit, it will come back 20 seconds later as an undead zombie. Now, it's going to basically be the exact same unit that you lost. So if you lose a Colossus, the Colossus is going to come back, and it is going to start killing things. However, when it comes back, it is hostile to both players. So basically what that means is that if you attack someone, you lose your army, there's still another army that's basically going to resurrect itself and begin attacking them. It's actually kind of cool. Number 2, I have to burp really bad. Number 3, if you kill buildings, they come back as well. So if you kill off a gateway, if you kill off a cannon, if you kill off a bunker, whatever, they are going to be coming back. So definitely keep that in mind. Both these players are going to go ahead and expand right away. And number 3, in just testing the map to make sure. Wait, I wonder what happens if. What is Bunny? If, like, hang on, he has an idea. He has a thought process running through his head. I engineer block Nexus. He kills it and builds a Nexus. And then something. God, what would happen then? I think. I'm trying to think, because I've had a Nexus push units out of the way. And eBay spawns in the Nexus? That is actually a really good question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. We may have to find out what happens when a building spawns inside of another building. But either way, the part that was hilarious when I was testing this map, just to make sure everything was working okay, is, okay, try and wrap your head around this. So it does affect these rocks as well. So you kill this rock tower and it collapses, right? That is fine. But then what happens is another rock tower spawns on top of it, because that one died, and so if you kill that, it is going to throw the rocks in a random direction because it is not predetermined which way they're going to go, because this is a newly created stack of rocks. So it's going to throw rocks in a random direction. Just a heads up there. It could kill off buildings quite easily. And then you have 2 sets of rocks now on the ground. You have to kill one of these that's going to be blocking you, then that's going to respawn, and you need to kill it again, and then you get the same thing with over here. So basically, you have to kill these things like 8 times before they actually go away. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and try and do some sort of engineering bay block just to figure it out. And we shall see if he actually allows that one to finish. I think he is going to. Do they have a friendly treaty here to kind of test out exactly what it is going to be? And it looks like maybe he is indeed going to try just that. So the engineering bay is going to go down. Maybe, well, actually, he is blocking a couple of mineral patches here. So if nothing else, he at least has that to laugh about. And sickest harass ever. That is going to be the coveted bunny build, which is going to be that engineering bay harass, and we shall see. I am really curious to see what happens if you put a pylon on top of that. But either way, I don't think we've had any deaths thus far. And when SCVs come back, they or workers come back rather, they are not aggressive, but you still probably want to kill them off, otherwise they just kind of get in your way. Mules as well do come back once they die off, so you'll have random mules wandering around your base, which is kind of terrifying. Now the zombies, I believe, will come back as a pink color, so that should be pretty good. At least being able to distinct him from the redness of BabyKnight right now. But he does have the Electric Core here, going to be slowly working his head. You can see that one probe does have the long distance mine. I don't know that he's losing that many resources, but either way, might be kind of cool there. And the Marines here are actually hunting for some probes. There is going to be a Zealot moving out here as well, which, remember, if you kill off the Zealot, there's going to be yet another Zealot inside your base. The Marines unable to kill off that probe there, so unfortuitous for him. Looks like the Zealot's going to try and go up into the natural. Actually, almost completely undetected right now. As you can see, Bunny wanted to kill off those fake mules, but for now, he's going to be having a Zealot problem. I think he should be able to kill this off relatively easily. Decides not to micro there, but he is going to want to wait until that Zealot spawns so we can kill it off rather quickly. We do have the engineering bay slowly going to be going down. And we got some sort of pylon coming up over here. I'm actually not sure exactly what the point of the pylon is. I don't think he has Warp Gate research done. He almost does, but not quite yet. He does have Twilight Council, a Forge, and another Gateway on the way, so it's not like he can really warp in that much stuff here. But once this engineering bay does die, it is going to spawn as yet another engineering bay, so we'll just have to wait and see how exactly that pans out. Does Bunny realize that is going to respawn here? Wants to leave those Marines there if possible. Looks like that probe is going to get taken out, and yep, there he goes right there, so he will be respawning. The one Zealot over here is gone. That's just a mule graveyard over there. And we should be having the engineering bay come right on back here in just a moment. I'm actually going to wait this one out. Yeah, you can see the pylon did respawn because it died a little bit earlier. And there's another engineering bay, and it actually has trapped a probe. Trapped a probe with that. Trapped a probe with the lead. Now, I don't want to tell him, but that is hilarious. He actually does trap a probe right there. And this is going to be where the towers start to play a hilarious role right here. So watch this. This is going to collapse. This is going according to plan, but it is going to respawn a tower that will collapse in a random direction, potentially killing off their own buildings. And that is why, folks, it is called IMBA League. There's a lot of randomness, there's a lot of silliness, and there's a lot of broken things in the game. But we like to sit and watch it anyways, just because it is absolutely hilarious. More and more mules. He's just raising a mule farm over here, and I don't think that these mules actually time out. I think they just come back as mules and they hang out forever because they're undead. You can't. They don't just die from old age. You have to actually kill them off. So that makes sense there. Engineering bay is going to get taken out, so that is finally done with. And he is going to be working on this tower right here. We'll see if he accidentally collapses it the wrong way. This second tower is going to be going down here as well. And you can see right here, these units are trying to take out the mules. You don't really want them floating around just because they'll start blocking your buildings after a while. So Terran having to deal with their garbage is really what this is all about, is teaching you good garbage habits. And decides not to kill that one off just yet. This one's actually not going to be dying yet either. So I'm kind of curious to see exactly how that pans out, but there are lots of sentries here, and the one Marine goes down, so we're going to be having him wander around the map relentlessly, unless he just gets taken out when he dies. We are going to be having Bunny take his third base. Both players actually taking a third base at around this thing scared the hell out of me. Oh my god. Is he writing things on the sign? Is that what he does? Or no, he's playing with the control panel. Thought he was using a little chalkboard or something over there. But either way, there is now one Marine over here. He's just going to aimlessly wander around the map. He might eventually wander into this base. Who knows? And neither player has actually killed off these rocks a second time, which is actually hilarious to see that happen. But it does look like right now BabyKnight trying to get a little bit of center map control right here. And that Marine, does he get engaged over here? No, he actually wanders to the right side, so that's not going to be happening here. One Stalker did get taken out, though. And so that is going to be a second guy in the middle of the map. And you can kind of see how there are some builds that are going to be really, really good on this map. Oh my god, hallucinations. I don't know what happens when you kill those. So we shall see if those guys come back. There's going to be the Stalker right there. He spawns from the undead, but now he is dead. We'll see if those hallucinations end up coming back or not. I honestly do not know. And Bunny is saying, hallucination doesn't work, I think. But we're about, oh, there they are. Oh my God, it's an actual Zealot. That is an actual Zealot, I think, right? Right, that was a Zealot, unless that was a real Zealot that ended up dying. Here comes another hallucination there. Well, we'll wait and see just to get confirmation on that. But either way, wants to move out here with a couple of units and make sure that he doesn't want to lose everything. But then again, he may be protected. I don't think the hallucinations are going to be coming back. That would be hilarious, though. But either way, that one Marine there, he's going to get taken out as these players are being very, very aggressive through the center of the map. Looks like a couple of Zealots actually be warping in. This will be spotted right away. Those Zealots are going to survive, though. So those Zealots are as good as 4 Zealots. If you get those inside the main base, that starts to really pay off. He's going to be scouting to the top right side as well. We do have a 4th base on the way for BabyKnight. He's going to be going for macro mode right now. Probably wants to go for Colossus or something other than just pure gateway units. I feel like this is not going to be ideal for him. The 4th field, though, there are going to be a little bit scary. That Marine's going to, he's a bold Marine, that's for sure. He's had so many chances to survive. I think that Marine actually wants to be a zombie. He's like, no, take me right now. And we do have more mules wandering down here, but we also have observers, and I believe that's a Zealot. Yep, going to be delaying that. He realizes, you know what? Oh, God, Storm pretty good, though. We're actually going to be having a lot of units start to spawn here pretty soon, as the Storm eating up a lot of them, but a lot of Zealots got taken out as well. So the zombies are going to be returning. Can they turn the battle in favor of Bunny? It's got to be quite tough here, but there will be some free damage thrown out onto this Protoss army, especially with those Zealots just going to town. Marauders here. More Marauders. There's the Marine spawning atop the army. You got to be careful right now. He forgot, I think, there for a second. That did even it up in a big way. He's saying, oh, God, I forgot about that. Now he has to deal with this extra army here, and this is where it starts to get hilarious, is there's lots of stuff in the middle of the map now, and these units will wander around. Are they going to wander north? Will they wander south? It doesn't really matter, but right now that was not good for BabyKnight. He's saying I done goofed, and really at this point, these units actually act as protection for him. If he does not kill them off, they will protect him from being attacked from that angle, at least easily. That pylon does get recreated there, as it was undead, of course. But keep in mind that BabyKnight does have a 4th base. He is only mining just a tiny bit. But here's the barren wasteland. And remember, it does give all these units to the same undead guys. And avoid the infestation zone. That is absolutely correct. And there we go. That's going to collapse down that way. So that's the way it chose to collapse there once it respawned. And it does look like Marine Marauder going to try and go for it. Storm's here, though. There's going to be the time warp. The Storm's going to be ridiculous. That's going to be yet another infestation zone. So even after that battle, he's probably going to want to back out. So many Storms and feedbacks coming up. How does Bunny actually have this many units right there? BabyKnight's going to want to get the hell out of there. Those units are going to be respawning quite quickly. And the Mothership Corps got to go to town. Now, I honestly don't know if these units are going to be casting spells. Oh, God, don't go that way. Don't go that way. You don't want to go over there. There's so many units. Oh, God, the pathing. The pathing. The High Templar trying to get out of there. Oh, BabyKnight, what have you done? What have you done, BabyKnight? It does look like Bunny is going to clean up a lot of these here, so he's going to sweep through there. But look at this huge infested army down there. BabyKnight does have a lot of High Templar there. But actually, it's not nearly as many as I thought. He needs to be storming this, though, pretty soon. Is going to get some decent storms right there. Bunny unable to micro out of it just because those units move so slowly. A pretty good storm, though. BabyKnight holding on as best he possibly can. Remember, these units are going to be spawning on top of that army, so he'll probably want to get the hell out of there. Are they close enough to engage the base over here? Looks like not quite yet. Not that many units have actually aggroed onto that, so this choke point now is relatively protected. He's got to kill, oh God, that High Templar. I don't know if they can cast spells or not, but we will eventually find out as another attack's going to be taking place over here. And Zombie Cannon going to town as BabyKnight's saying this is way too much to handle. He's going to be able to kill off lots of those, though. And to actually push the army down here, does he have enough for a storm? He should land a pretty good storm here to kind of protect himself. But all of a sudden, BabyKnight just has non-stop aggression against him here. And, oh, no power, as it does look like the Archon going to be moving in there. And these zombie pylons are not powered, so that's actually kind of handy. That's going to be quite useful there, as that's not really going to be working against him by any means. So BabyKnight actually doing okay. He's killing off a couple of the things they're wandering here, but look at this. Some of the units actually wandering down towards these bases as they have seemingly migrated south as opposed to migrating north. But the problem for BabyKnight right now is he has so many units that are just killing more and more of his stuff that he needs to make sure to be able to kill it off. And BabyKnight also needs to try and be aggressive. He needs to start getting some zombies on his opponent's side of the map. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do here. Try to engage this army directly. Might actually be able to win a battle here. He does have +3 armor. Of course, he does have the Zealot charge. He also has High Templar on the way. They have been spotted with the scan. There goes the Zealots, though. Remember, they will spawn on top of that army. So even just losing units on that side of the map might be the way to do it. But this is going to start getting a little bit hectic here for both players. I don't think actually the Zealots spawning there are going to be able to do all that much. But either way, High Templar here. There are ghosts as well. If he kills those ghosts, that would be huge. He actually manages to. So the storms could be quite top-notch. There's Blink forward. Big storms coming up. I guess those Zealots may have already died, but BabyKnight able to crush through at least a little bit. And he's going to try and get out of there because the zombies will be returning shortly. Feedback coming out. The ghosts are here. They're actually aggroed onto Bunny. God, those big battles are hilarious. This base over here, though, now a lot of zombie probes. That is for sure, but oh my god, that is so many units, and that has infested the middle of the map with a ridiculous amount of stuff here. This could still go either way. I mean, this place is infested. I mean, look at the map. It's like an actual zombie infestation taking place. And oh god, BabyKnight, you want to get out of there. Kill off everything you can, because the thing is BabyKnight is now essentially trapped on this side of the map. He might be able to escape to the left side. But either way, this zombie infestation is taken over. He actually has pylons over here, and saying they've made a base. They can't actually mine, but they do have those buildings in there. Maybe we should give them AI so they know to use those probes for mining. That would be hilarious. But it does look like right now, BabyKnight going to be taking this tower out. It doesn't land on anything. That one randomly spawns a bunch of debris right there. I don't know if you can actually make it past that debris or not. I don't think you can. Zombie debris, yep, is able to get into position there, but the map is, of course, a little bit glitchier. Probably want to kill maybe the Hellbats? I don't know. Oh, God, more zombie debris does reappear there. And remember, you do have to kill it several times. BabyKnight trying to hang out as best as possibly can. He has a lot of money. I'm not sure if he really wants to be here, though. But at the same time, these Stalkers will respawn as zombies, and the units they kill will respawn as well. But I don't think it's going to be nearly enough. They die almost instantaneously. These Stalkers going to have a hell of a time making it through there. Oh, God, you don't want to go that way. You don't want to go that way. You don't want to go that way. Oh, God. Oh, God, there's so many units. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, God, there's so many units on the map now. This is amazing. The Zealot's able to survive for a little bit. BabyKnight actually needs to expand on the left side. I think that's what he is realizing. BabyKnight saying, what have you done? These units are now being chased over here, though, but look at this. Marine Marauder with medevac support should be able to actually clean up all of these stragglers. I want to make a fourth base. There is one on the left side. You just got to kill the rocks several times. And that is exactly what he's going to try and do down there. I mean, it looks like Bunny is doing okay here because he has a planetary to protect him from those zombies. He's got a nice death ball going. There's still, well, are there any High Templar on the field here? There are 5. Needs to make sure to keep them alive and keep them away from the ghosts. There are plenty of ghosts to start mass EMPing here. It does look like these medevacs are actually low on energy as he is going to go ahead and do that. But at the same time, I don't know if these Zealots should really go down there. I feel like if Bunny's going to be the one cleaning these up at the cost of energy on the medevacs, then definitely let him do that. So Bunny got to be cleaning through the middle here. Not a bad choice. Not a bad choice by any means. He wants to be able to actually attack his opponent at some point. But it does look like this Colossus army getting in a position where the High Templar. They're up there with the Zealots. They need to be with this army. There's no Vikings on the field here. Looks like an actual drop inside the main base, and this is going to be a lot of zombie probes. They're going to go ahead and transfer out of there. Stalkers got to be careful. Remember, you cannot send your units the wrong direction, or you're going to be in a lot of trouble. The AI right there, yep, it is definitely messing with you. There he goes. He finally kills off those rocks. Those zombie rocks. This drop will get cleaned up, but they are going to be back. That gateway is also going to be back. And it does look like Bunny is actually cleaning up all of the zombies here. So that's going to be good for him. He did lose a couple of units, but not that many. This did give BabyKnight time to go ahead and get another base. This base up here cannot be used. I wonder if we should give, what do you guys think? Let me know down below. Should we give the AI, or should we give the zombies AI so that they actually rebuild? Then we might have games where the AI actually wins, which would be kind of hilarious. It does look like this drop finally getting cleaned up over there. The zombie medevacs are in full effect, just kind of hanging out there. BabyKnight saying this is so painful, but at the same time, he is going to have lots of Psy Storm here, which is what I think Bunny is a little bit worried about. And he does clean up the drop there. Medevac still kind of hanging out. Those could wander at any direction. The Goat's really unable to EMP anything useful. And the buildings, though, absorbing a lot of the shots here. The High Templar unable to do that. I think that might actually be it. I think Bunny may actually be able to just march in here. There's a lot of Colossus, but it's not nearly enough. Although all these units are going to be respawning here in just a moment. The Zealot spawning on top of that, and actually got to be helping out with the trap. He might actually be able to hold it off now, but that's going to be so many enemy units inside of his third base that, oh god, the Colossus are respawning. Get out of there. Oh god, it's so good. That base is such a goner. Oh god, this is actually, I love it because it's actually like, I feel like zombies would be in real life. And it does look like that base is going to get taken out. But if he collapses those rocks, he could cut himself off from those zombies. At the same time, though, there is going to be an attack down here. It is not enough to kill us off, I don't think. If you kill... Wait. If you kill... God, why is my caps lock on? If you kill the rocks, you'll be protected from the zombies. There we go. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that, though. He doesn't really have a whole lot of stuff. But either way, it looks like more zombies spawning down here. It wasn't enough to kill it off. There is the one Archon there. He's going to respawn if Bunny doesn't realize that was there. That is going to be an Archon inside of his base. The Zealot's doing okay, so that is going to be an Archon down there. This building over there is not able to respawn. They do have their buildings back now, which is just hilarious. Oh my god, that is so much stuff. That is so much stuff. Lots of probes over here ready to go as well. I honestly think killing those off would be a good idea. However, looks like the Colossus is going to be able to go to town over there. I think the Archon probably got taken out by these units over here. And the Planetary trying to go to town to clean up the infestation before it spreads too far. But BabyKnight, he does have lots of storms, so if he can land the storms, he might actually stand a chance. But here we go. So, pretty good angle on the Colossus right now. Not a whole lot of meat to protect those High Templar. The Vikings are now out, which actually killing out the Vikings would be nice too. Big storms are going to be coming up, though. Going to be eating a lot of those. Killing those Vikings, remember, they will attack the other Vikings as well. So he was able to kill a little bit of that, and now this army is going to be respawning, including the Vikings. So I think that this is the way to do it, is try and get little battles back and forth. Yeah, those units are going to spawn. The Colossus right there, though, not going to be that useful for BabyKnight, unfortunately, as the Bunny is able to clean up all that stuff. Here comes a hell of a lot of Archons. He actually wants to get the army directly on top, but EMP's got to be coming up. Remember that if he backs out now, that's going to be a lot of stuff that respawns right there, and it's going to be respawning in just a moment. He's trying to break up that ramp, but it's got to be, they're going to spawn on top of him, I believe. Maybe he's trying to bait them down there. Maybe, there we go, killing my base. Yep, there they are, going to be slowly attacking those pesky zombies. And the Archons are doing a little bit of damage here, not really enough to basically kind of snowball out of control, though. And there's going to be that Hellbat, the Zealot, and the other Archon. But really, Terran do seem to be pretty robust on this map. He's trying to get a couple of shots off there. Lots of EMPs coming out. And BabyKnight, though, does actually have a base over here, so if he can keep getting High Templar. Really, I mean, the thing is that if you land one storm and you kill a group of units, it is twice as effective as a regular storm. So, I don't know. Definitely should have killed off those rocks, so he's going to try to warp in units here. But the thing is that if you lose these units, then they start to respawn. So if he blinks on top of that Colossus, should be able to kill it off. And that's going to be one last thing attacking his base, or one less thing over here. This is not looking good for BabyKnight. It's going to be tough to actually recover here. And he can't really afford to lose the Stalkers. Every single unit is so valuable. Does kill off that Archon, and so far being cost effective. Not going to be losing too much effort. There's going to be a drop on this side. I think this might actually be it for BabyKnight. The time is near. The High Templar are ready to go, though. So if you can actually get those storms off, you never actually know what can happen. And we'll just have to wait to see the drop over there, though. Definitely going to be effective. And there's one storm. Second storm not going to be nearly as good. Can he land it where he needs to? He's going to try. And indeed he is. And if if Bunny stays here a little bit too long, he will have to kill off that army. Does he have enough energy for any more storms? Yes, he does now. That's going to kill off all those Vikings. I think he probably did that intentional just to kind of show off a little bit here. But here comes the second army. And this is not looking great for BabyKnight. This map is actually hilarious, though. Obviously, it is imbalanced. There's lots of builds like early drops for early aggression. They're going to be way OP. But definitely, guys, go tweet at the players and at the map editor. The map editor now does have his own Twitter. He didn't have one before, but now he does. And we can go ahead, oh god, with the storms there, trying to kill off the Planetary. Planetary is up to 24 kills. But either way, guys, I'm going to put all their Twitters down below without the players, without the map editor, and, well, obviously without you guys as well. These would not nearly be as awesome. Not be nearly as awesome. English is hard, guys. It's not like I'm an English commentator or anything. But at this point, I think the zombies have taken over. And I think that you dropped. There you go. He's really quite upset about that. I feel like, you know, even if they agree to not do drops, eventually you're going to see some drops there. So that is going to be absolutely fine. But, oh, one Marine over here. This guy has wandered all the way to the right side now. And drops, we tested out, are definitely way OP. There's going to be the GG, as BabyKnight is going to be the one who ends up leaving. And, yeah, awesome stuff there. Let's actually go ahead and go to the score screen. So go ahead and go to quit. Let's see who ends up way out ahead. I'm kind of curious, does it have the pink guy? Does it have the zombies? Does it show them in the graphs? No, it doesn't. But the army values actually weren't that bad for either player. I don't know if it was a little bit confused because of the zombies. I don't think it was, though. Upgrade spinning is going to be there. Workers active is there. And resource collection rate. Bunny definitely maintaining that because of those mules. Anyways, guys, go tweet the players. Tell them thank you for playing. Go tweet at the map editor. Tell them thank you for making it. And you guys have lots of homework, actually, right now. Let me know if you have any suggestions. Please post them down below. This map was one of my favorites, to be completely honest. I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. This is HGS here, back with some more StarCraft 2 IMBA League Heroes. Now, I literally got over 20 bajillion requests to do even more of the zombie mod with no drops enabled, and that's exactly what I'm going to be doing today. But this time, there is even more of a twist. Let's make up a story. The entire planet has been over-inhabited, so everyone has ran to Antarctica, but even global warming has started to melt Antarctica, and there are 4 continents vying to be the last sole survivors of the human race. Let's go ahead and introduce those players. I love how most of them aren't even playing as humans. Up in the top left side, it is going to be BabyKnight from episode 1, where he was, I think he died in that one. But either way, up in the top right side, a newcomer to the zombie map. It is going to be Harstem, and he's pink and awesome. And down the bottom right side, it is going to be LiquidTLO. You guys probably familiar with him. And down the bottom left side, it is going to be Bunny. So this should be a ton of fun. Of course, we do have the destructible rocks here that are blocking the third bases. This is because, you know, when they moved into Antarctica, they tried to set up their defenses against the zombies as long as they could hold out. And, yeah, we have also changed the zombies to be yellow on the minimap, so you can actually spot them on the minimap a little bit easier. Now, if you guys have missed the other episodes of the all-zombie map for IMBA League Heroes, the basic rules are, again, there are no drops. You cannot drop your opponent. It makes it feel very much more survival-y, because you really have to be smart about where you're sending their units, or sending your units. Every time a unit dies, it comes back 20 seconds later as a zombie, which is awesome and terrifying. If you lose a carrier, if you lose a siege tank, if you lose a battlecruiser, it will roam the map and attack whoever the hell they want to. And I honestly don't know exactly what they're saying because I'm casting, so hopefully they're being nice. But either way, it looks like basically everyone's going to be expanding right away, except for BabyKnight. Decides to drop the expansion after tech. We'll see if that actually ends up paying off for him right here. But this commentary is going to get a little bit out of control in just a few moments, as there's going to be lots of dead zombies. I can only predict. Should be a lot of fun. Now, as this game is getting underway, guys, I got to cover my bases and make sure awesome things like this still happen. So I'm going to be putting 5 Twitters down below. Number 1 is going to be the map editor, Zetal. Zetal, I'm pretty sure I've been saying that right the whole time. Maybe not. Maybe not. Anyways, he is the map editor. He's gotten, I think, 400 followers since the last video. So lots of people following him there. He does update a lot about his map editing process and kind of what's coming around the turn next. I'm also going to be placing all 4 players' Twitters down below. I actually don't know Harstem's off the top of my head. And either way, if he has one, it'll be down there. He is the newcomer to this series. Zombie tumors are the best in this game. That is so true. Keep in mind that buildings also do respawn, and he's saying never make overseers so I don't kill them. There you go, Locust and Broodlings. So he's talking about from the last game. I think Broodlings and Locust timeout in this version. We have tried both. I think they will time out here. Not 100% though. That's IMBA League for you. There we go. Anyways, we have been updating the map quite a lot to just to make it feel more zombie-y, as much as we possibly could. But so far, is anyone really working down the rocks? That's the real question. Looks like the Zealot right there is not going to be. Nothing over here. Is TLO going to be? I imagine that TLO is going to be the first one to damage the rocks. So we do have first blood over there on the rocks, as they do take a little bit of damage. And if rocks could bleed, they would be doing just that. However, we do have a Mothership Core over here, and if this Mothership Core gets taken out, that is going to be a dead Mothership Core, but it will once again return. Is BabyKnight actually just going to sacrifice it here for that purpose? He very well may, so he does manage to kill it. That's going to respawn, though, so Bunny's going to have to basically watch out for that, as if he does not continue making Marines here. Oh, no, he's going to lose his Marines. I forgot about that. That might actually be a huge problem for him. He's going to have to kill off all the Marines here as well, and does manage to actually kill those off, and if no more Marines spawn, he should be okay. Remember, the Mothership Core is not going to get microed here. So, yeah, he doesn't want to lose these if possible, so he does need to get more and more Marines here. But all of a sudden, this is going to quickly get out of hand here for Bunny. He's going to have to attack him from the high ground, and it looks like he's going to have to evacuate this base for now. This is actually the smart way to do it. Try and bait them to the high ground, kill off the Marines if possible, and Bunny here is going to be losing several units there. You can see how rushes are pretty good. Harstem's actually going to be moving out with the Oracle as well. I feel like whoever plays defensively at this stage might be the victor right now. And it does look like Bunny actually has enough Marines here to start killing this off. It's just you cannot lose too many Marines. Otherwise, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Making a Viking here might actually be exceptionally useful, because that's going to be a guaranteed kill on the Mothership Core. Here come the SCVs as well. If you lose the SCVs, that is a little bit better. And it does look like the Oracle, I believe, probably got taken out over here. We will keep an eye on that in just a moment. But it does look like the Mothership finally goes down, and another Bunny sending another one over there. The Oracle decides not to attack. It doesn't have the AI to. And Bunny just having a world of hurt over here. He does have enough Marines now, but again, every time you have to kill one of these, it is going to be 2 Mothership Cores. So unfortunately for Bunny, he has lost quite a bit. Siege Tank, though, to go ahead and clean that up. And the mass recall away should be just fine there. But guess what? Bunny decides to throw out an auto turret. I believe if the auto turret dies, it will come back. So that should be at least a little bit of guaranteed damage right there. So a nice little play. Looks like really on the right side of the map, things are quite peaceful. Not the worst things going down. Oh, that poor probe. Are those the, yeah, those must be the zombie probes right there. But either way, does that auto turret come back? Yep, there it is right there. It is going to go ahead and begin re-harassing there. There's going to be the Oracle. It looks like that one finally will go down as well. But the auto turret unable to do that much. I like the way that Bunny is thinking here, but unfortunately it's just not as good as a Mothership Core. And I'm not playing this out too smartly. Oh my god, there's actually a Nidus Worm here. Ah, Dario adapting quite well. He's going to keep himself walled in so no zombies can actually wander into his base. The WhiteRa got to try and get away. It looks like it might even get the right angle, and he does manage to narrowly escape that. Overlord's going to be moving out as well. So already you can see that these players are kind of figuring out their own play style. We have TLO right now, going to be using Nidus Worm, so he cannot be counterattacked, and also he can put on the pressure, get in, get out, and not be affected by the zombies. We also have Harstem, who is macroing like crazy, going for 3 bases. We have BabyKnight deciding to be on the offense with all of his units, whereas Bunny's just trying to recover a little bit from what has happened so far in this game. So lots of different play styles already from these 2 players, and that is awesome. Looks like the players are getting creative. TLO, I think he's going to be the one to look out for, because even if, keep in mind, he's the only Zerg player, so even if the creep tumors die, they will respawn as zombies, which still helps him out. There is going to be turrets down there, and at the same time, another Nidus Worm up here, so he's going to be throwing those down everywhere. He's doing this Brood War style. It does look like those turrets, once again, do get cleaned up. The Viking, though, kind of going to town. 3 kills on this Viking. Quite impressive there. No reason to kill off the zombie ones if you can help it. Keep in mind that mules do kind of hang around. And I believe they time out. Maybe they don't. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But either way, it does look like the auto turret once again going to get cleaned up here. And maybe they actually don't time out. That would be quite hilarious. But either way, we do have the Stalkers going to be scaring away more and more Overlords here. So TLO going to be losing quite a few there. I don't think these guys actually time out. I thought we had changed it, but hey, it is IMBA League, so maybe not. Maybe I just lied to all the players. TLO actually dropping creep tumors everywhere. Keep in mind, that is going to respawn as a creep tumor. So that's just going to be creep on the map there. And actually, BabyKnight's got to be able to kill this off. And he does have the ability now to spot this to be able to take him out. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted by these players over here. Now, TLO's idea actually backfiring a little bit right now because he can't reinforce his base here. He can use the Nidus Worm that is right there, but I don't know if that's nearly enough. There's going to be the computer's Nidus Worm. That is going to get taken out, though. But so far, these players have managed to keep the zombie count quite low. But that means that everyone's army is actually quite large. All of them are going to be over 100 supply already. Broodlings right here, they are not going to time out, so they are just hanging out over here which is actually going to be terrifying to try and re-secure that. Now remember, Zerg, they have a lot of trouble, I think, on this map just because they have so many small units like the Zergling, like the Broodling, like even Roaches and stuff, which if you don't get enough of them, you're just going to lose them as fast as you're killing their stuff, because Zerglings are supposed to be sacrificial, but not in this circumstance. But right now, may the best zombie destroyer win, as BabyKnight is going to go ahead and go for a third base right here. He still has rocks there, but not here. He has opened up the floodgates of his own. He's actually going to be going towards Bunny's base right now. Bunny actually does not have that much stuff. He does have tanks here. I don't think he has enough anti-air to deal with the army that's actually in position right now. C-Tank's looking pretty good. The main problem, though, is that, remember, every unit that dies is going to come back. There's also going to be a big attack over here. It does look like the mass recall is going to be saving those for now. The command center goes down. That should respawn as well. And looks like, well, he does have the army trapped back here, as TLO is laughing about something. I actually missed exactly what it was, but you can see the zombie infestation starting to spread a little bit down to the south. And, oh, brain lag maybe is what he's making fun of. But either way, going to try and clean up this army as best he can. But remember, he has to kill the army twice. Although, actually, Bunny does have better stuff than I thought he did. I think that BabyKnight might actually need to escape here. And look at this. The zombie orbital command is floating around, trying to figure out where to go. It does eventually get taken out. I bet you wish that CC was yours with the smack talk there, as he did kill off several of the command centers there. That is actually hilarious by BabyKnight. It's hilarious also to see the floating AI of those zombies, but Harstem right now does have lots of Void Rays out. TLO, oh, he throws the infested Terrans out there. That's actually going to be quite annoying. This angle's pretty good. These infestors have so much energy right now. Might actually be able to kill off all these Void Rays with it, and a couple of fungals could get mixed in as well. And remember that these infested Terrans will respawn. The ones inside the main base now are going to be pretty frustrating to deal with. Supply depot down here just kind of hanging out, decides to burrow that. Broodling starting to wander around just a tiny bit. But here come the infested Terrans. Remember, these ones do not time out, so if these ones survive, they will come back with a mighty, well, they'll be angry, is basically all there is to it. But it looks like Bunny once again going to intercept this. This should actually start throwing some zombies into the center of the map as well, as the infestation begins to spread right now. And the siege takes here, though, actually this might be a beautiful move by Bunny. I think he's going to be able to protect himself from his own lost units. But at the same time, more and more of them are going to start to spawn right in the midst of this battle, right between these two players. Is going to be all of those units. There they go. We're going to be spawning the Stalker. Oh, they actually do take out a Void Ray. And all of a sudden, backing up might be the better option here. At the same time, these infested Terrans just kind of hanging out. Oh, a Void Ray gets mixed in as well. This is where going mass Void Ray starts to be really, really painful to deal with. And that one Marine right there actually trying to chase the entire army down. But the zombie infestation, it looks like overall the players have been able to deal with it. TLO is starting to re-secure this location down here, is finally going to get that base underway. I love the amount of spines and spores he has, but those can still work against you. If siege tanks take them out, they're going to be spawning directly into your defense. It does look like the Nexus has finally been reconstructed there. But both players, you can tell, a little bit nervous to actually move out right now. Oh, here we go. We have infested Terrans versus spine crawlers, as those should get taken out pretty darn easily. However, BabyKnight now got to be moving out. And actually, this is where it starts to get intense, is Harstem's going to be encroaching on TLO's territory, but so many infested Terrans coming on out. It does look like Harstem, while he is losing some units, he's got enough Void Rays to deal with it. At the same time, there's going to be another big attack over here, and Bunny's army is large enough to be able to deal with the respawns here, as Terran, very, very powerful on this map. Just because you have the medevacs to heal them, the little bit of damage being dealt by zombies is not that big of a deal. We do have zombie larva over there now, and that's BabyKnight. Oh, he once again gets the command center there. Nothing there to protect it. We are going to be seeing once again a floating zombie command center. Actually, there's multiple of them. There's one over here. These zombies are actually giving Bunny a run for his money here, as that command center is going to be floating around. I believe there's going to be another one as well. There it is. It respawns from the dead to float another day. There's even an observer right here, and what that means is that there's ever cloaked units, the zombies will be able to see them, which is hilarious to think about. Random sentry over here, got to be tickling the left side. But so far, it's kind of hard to tell who's actually going to win this. The players, the zombies really actually make the FFAs so far have to last a little bit longer, just because the players are unable, once they start to lose some units, they're unable to deal with these. Trying to neural parasite there. It is indeed going to be a fungal, though. That's tons of damage, but that's primarily just going to be on shields, if not all shields. The command center here just kind of still floating around. I think this one will get taken out. But it does look like the game may start to lag just a little bit between 4 players in the game and the amount of zombies that could potentially spawn in the near future. That is no surprise whatsoever, but there is still the possibility, since these players are going for such large armies, there is the possibility of the zombies actually winning a game, which would be hilarious, because even though the armies are large now, wait until 3 of those armies die, and they are all against one last player. So, I don't know, we could actually have the zombies win here. So many infestors here for TLO. Guess what? Force fields do not work versus burrowed infestors. If you didn't know that, well, now you do. As, I guess AI infestors probably aren't that big of a deal. Lots of secret missiles going to be coming out right now. Well, oh, no, there's going to be so many Void Rays spawning. The secret missile's absolutely out of control. This might actually be it for BabyKnight. He was trying to rely on the Void Rays, but now he knows that, well, BabyKnight's going to have to deal with his own Void Rays here in just a moment. That is going to be, oh my god, Siege Tank Void Ray. Holy god, that is not going to be good for him. This is not looking good for BabyKnight. He's going to be the first one to vastly suffer from the zombie plague, and that's a lot of stuff outside of his base. He probably is going to want to switch off of Void Rays if possible. For now, he's just going to continue to go with them, though. But remember, every Void Ray he loses is another Void Ray he has to kill, although the upgrades do not carry over to them, so just keep that in mind. The infested Terrans got to be doing their death march over here. They will be respawning pretty soon, but uh-oh, TLO needs to be careful here if there ends up being detection. Oh my god, there actually is detection. There's a random observer there. Then those infestors can be spotted. I think this base may be completely lost to BabyKnight right now, and he could return the smack talk at any time if he so chooses. Looks like he will be able to kill off the cannons. Can he save the Nexus? No, he can't. Is it worth it to send your units down there? Probably not. He's stuck on 3 bases, and BabyKnight going, this is not good. The infested Terrans, though, they are not going to time out. You need to get some Colossus in here, as they do not count as armored units, so they are continuing just to wail away at that base over there. TLO, oh my god, look at the amount of infestors chilling out here as well. But either way, it does look like he actually managed to kill a lot of those. He does have enough Void Rays to be able to deal with that. Lots of production right now coming out of Bunny. Keep in mind that Bunny looked like he was going to lose the game initially. How did these Marines get over here? I have no idea, but they're going to be doing lots of damage. This is where the zombies start to wander around a little bit and start to kill everything off. Or if you have any stragglers out there, it can be quite frustrating to deal with. Oh my god, more infested Terrans. This is actually a zombie infestation. That's literally what this looks like over here. And then one random Zealot there. But actually, BabyKnight does manage to clean these up. Secret missiles coming out because the siege tanks are actually in range of where he was trying to expand, so has to kill his own siege tanks there. It's like every good zombie movie, having to put down your comrades. Okay, so I'm dead. Go kill Bunny. He's on my side. Bunny is laughing about it. BabyKnight's, I mean, he's not dead yet. He does have 149 supply. He is going to be going up against the 196. And actually, what TLO could do here is just continue summoning an entire dead army. And it does look like Harstem having trouble with this. The fungal growth is going to be really, really good right now. And it does look like Bunny is going to try and go for yet another expansion. And Bunny's in pretty good shape. I think Bunny and TLO are in the best shapes of their lives right now in this game. We shall see. Kill Bunny, actually, please don't help. You'll spawn more zombies at me, which is so true. TLO, though, literally just continuing with the mass infestor. He's playing this map like it's meant to be played by actually summoning zombies that are zombies anyway, and then they're re-zombies. Oh, TLO's got to be careful, losing a couple of infestors right there. Those will respawn. But again, I don't think they're actually able to do anything. Oh, this is going to put so many Marine zombies on the map. Once he does that, and one more fungal, we'll be able to clean it up. TLO maybe wants to get out of there using the Queens to deal the damage, but at the same time, Bunny here trying to make something happen, but he lost all of his Ravens right there, so they're going to be respawning. They don't cast anything, but ends up losing those. And Bunny was in the lead, but now the pendulum has swung back into BabyKnight's favor here, as he's going to be pushing out with all these Void Rays, killing off the command center once again. Will kill that missile turret, which will be annoying because he has to kill it once again. Zombies just slowly wandering every which way, but it does look like Harstem now got to be moving out. Oh, the fungals! What? That fungal out of control. I don't even know where that fungal came from. So much damage. Storms on the infested Terrans, but again, if TLO can get some fungals going, he should be okay. The Spore Cars right here doing lots of damage to Harstem. Keep in mind that he killed these off moments ago. I think he forgot about them respawning, though. That's going to be getting more and more kills here, so lots more zombies. The Queens here trying to hang on. Oh my god, this zombie map is actually out of control. It is literally, someone call in control, because this is out of control. But either way, Secret Missile's going to be coming out here. And, oh, I like this from Bunny. He's trying to wall in versus the zombie infestation. He's saying, you know what? I am staking my claim in the bottom left side. You guys better not mess with me because I have every ounce of defense I possibly can to be able to deal with it. And BabyKnight's still trying to encourage everyone to kill BabyKnight. Or, excuse me, kill Bunny. But, oh, Infested Terran is sick. That is absolutely true. Oh, here they come. Where are the planetaries? Where are the planetaries? There's nothing over here on this side. That is going to be so many infested Terrans. Oh my god, this is actually a zombie game taking place right now. And TLO, it is brought to you by TLO. You thought that AMC brought you good zombie shows. No, today it is going to be TLO. He's actually trying to crash the game, I feel like. At this point, though, I think it's going to be wise for Harstem just to try and hold on to his 4 bases right here. But the problem is that these players are going to start running out of money, and I don't know if they're going to be able to cost-effectively kill everything off here. That's the thing, is I'm wondering if in an FFA, the zombies will win, although BabyKnight still has quite a large army here. But you guys want to see a lot of zombie infestation. You are definitely seeing it. So far, BabyKnight has lost the most in this, but Bunny losing a lot here as well. There's just so many infested Terrans. Oh my god. Oh my god. Harstem, though, decides to attack BabyKnight, who is the strongest one right now, I would say. But at the same time, trying to clean up everything down here. I think Bunny, though, with no siege tanks, unable to deal with that. That's going to be a lot of trouble for him. And Harstem actually should just leave this and force his opponent. What is going on with this? Apparently there's a Nexus being built there. I'm not sure who's that. Oh, that was Harstem's because the Nexus spawned on top of it. So Bunny, I think, actually shot himself in the foot here trying to clean those up with Marine Marauder. What he really needed to do was go for the siege tanks. But here we go, an absolutely huge battle as Bunny's saying, wow, this is just like Wings of Liberty, saying they are so strong. But that is going to be lots of zombies in just a moment right between these players. This is why you should probably ask for peace. And BabyKnight actually able to kill these off. He does use his... Oh my god, that's so much stuff. And it's only going to be more and more as time goes on. Oh god, I think the zombies might win. This is so many units. Oh my god. All right, well, Harstem's base over here, that's going to go down. He tried to secure that. But if you don't call for a peace treaty, then this is exactly what happens in these games, just zombies slowly taking over more and more of the map. And remember, every unit that dies, it comes back, so you have to be so careful. And when there's so much going on, that becomes exceptionally more difficult, as I think BabyKnights might actually just end up losing his entire base here to zombies. I really think siege tanks are kind of the way to go. Secret Missile's going to be coming out to clean up those zombies. But for now, it looks like Bunny may actually be able to secure yet another expansion over here. But who has the largest army? Who has the most toys right now? It's still TLO with all the infested Terrans. Once again, Secret Missiles, that's only going to begin the cleanup. But it is round 2 that's going to be quite difficult. Although thankfully the Planetary Fortress here with 37 kills and the other one with only 10 are going to be able to help clean that up. All these Marine and Marauder may die though. Oh god, the Planetary has respawned. The siege tanks as well. Bunny losing his grip in this game. He needs siege tanks so badly to be able to clean these up. Oh god, that one actually does siege up as well. So it's Planetary unable to do that much. Bunny saying, I'm dead. I don't think he has any more money. I really don't think that he does, and that's going to be pretty tough for him. He needs to get out those siege tanks if possible. Either way, BabyKnight got to try and clean this up. He has to purge the top left side if possible. Oh, is this going to be a gift from Bunny? Yes, it is. Lots of auto turrets going to be coming up. Kind of just a middle finger here to BabyKnight saying, you know what, I may be out of this game, but I'm not going to let you mine here. That is for sure. Lots of auto turrets going to be coming down right now. TLO has been pretty passive lately. And I think we know why. He may be moving out to the right side. Look at his creep spread. There's actually creep tumors everywhere. So he's going to have pretty good vision of exactly what's going on. Bunny down here, though, will actually kill off this Nexus. And once these turrets time out, that is going to be lots more turrets permanently in the game. Which I'm kind of curious. Do you guys think that when they come back as zombies, should they time out or should they stay around? I kind of like the fact that they stay around. I think that is actually pretty cool. But either way, we do have Harstem in the middle here cleaning up the creep tumors. He knows he has to kill them off twice. And do we still have observers going around? That's kind of what I'm wondering. I'm rooting for Dario at this point. I mean, really, who is it? It does look like the High Templar, though, getting taken out by these fungals. And Storm's coming up here, actually whiffs that last fungal, though. And, God, I cannot believe the amount of zombies there. That's not going to be cleaned up anytime soon. And Sinvicta's saying, I've got my money on the zombies. I think I have to agree here. Harstem and, well, I mean, if Bunny gets lots of siege tanks, I think he can hang on a little bit and actually mine out this base here, which money is going to start being extremely valuable. Because, I mean, these bases, how are you ever supposed to clean this out? To get 4 mineral patches? I don't think so. This base over here should have the auto turrets kind of coming back in now. So, TLO, I mean, I think he's trying to figure out what exactly can I do other than just try and summon an entire army in their base. The Infestors are going to be coming out here. More Infested Terrans coming on up. I'm actually not sure what happens if an Infested Terran egg dies. We will not find out. I'm not sure. I think those actually spawned way too fast. And uh-oh, looks like that's Orbital Command not going to be able to do anything down there. And Secret Missiles are a good way to try and do it. I still think Siege Tanks might be the secret weapon right here. But we'll just have to wait and see. It does look like Harstem actually managing to secure yet another base here as both these players, actually all these players, are trying to figure out how do I stop all these zombies from killing me off. That is the absolute real question here. I am super curious to see who actually manages to win this, because there is now a zombie sensor tower in the middle of the field. Can't say I've ever seen that before. At least I have a zombie wall of planetaries. That is true. That is going to be protecting him for quite some time on the right side. He really only has to worry. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I mean, that you can send units down here, but this base is relatively secured as well. He actually did manage to clean it up, which is impressive. There's only, what is that, like 200 minerals there, so that's probably not even worth it. Oh, God, here it comes. This is going to be a disaster. LiquidTLO might actually manage to pull this off. I think he might be able to, as I think that's going to be it. I don't know how this base is going to be saved versus this many Infested Terrans. We are about to find out, though. TLO needs to start bombarding them. Oh, God, this is an absolute massacre, or it shortly will be. And it looks like they're trying to make an alliance right now. He's saying, BabyKnight, we got to team up. And I'm not sure if Bunny's going to be teaming up as well. Maybe he will be, but now it's going to be all anti-TLO. Holy God! It does look like the DT is able to clean it up, and we're going to be having zombie DTs working against him in just a moment. But this main base is so dead. Zombie DTs in your base, Kev. Good luck. There is going to be zombie DTs. Have fun with your zombie base. That is so true. He's saying, I hope your toes get ran over with the smack talk over here. It does look like that Nexus is going to go down as well by an ice cream truck even. That is just, that is gruesome. But there's going to be the zombie DTs that will be wandering around the map. They'll probably be stuck in the top right side for quite some time, let's be honest. It does look like the WhiteRa is trying to go down here. I don't think TLO is too worried about, though, just chaining those fungals. The more units that die, the quicker this army will die overall, because they're going to spawn directly on top of it. Harstem trying to win with the mass WhiteRas, but not today, says TLO. The zombies have so far won this battle, but it does look like some of those units are going to survive, and BabyKnight actually going to be long distance mining here for once. TLO, though, playing this out correctly. He made a unit that does not work against him when it ends up dying, which I think is the correct choice right now. I think TLO has found the best Zerg strategy in the game. Harstem's army slowly getting whittled down. He is actually going to be the first one eliminated here, I'm afraid. He doesn't have anything left. He does manage to get a decent split off, but again, he's just losing so many units there, and scan me some more is what BabyKnight's talking about. Ooh, Bunny's actually getting a base over here, and this is a long rivalry over on the left side. There is a zombie base in my base. Oh my God, look at this base up here. Holy smokes. Attacking the last Harstem building. My own WhiteRas are killing, let's see, what my own WhiteRas are killing. Let's see, Bunny has like 200 Ravens and 400 BCs. Dario, so here comes the WhiteRas trying to kill him off, but that's not going to do it. As Harstem saying, all right, this is exactly what's up. Lots of Infestors, and those Infested Terrans make more. That is exactly true here. So they are going to... He's saying he has no more gas. Let's take a look there if that's true. He is actually dangerously low on gas. And if we take a look at the units here, battle cruisers could be actually quite good in this scenario. 37 Infestors. That is all TLO actually has left right now. So we shall see if he can hang on here. 40 minutes into this game. BabyKnight saying, stop it. Why are you attacking me? We have a common enemy, which is going to be TLO now. And I think there's still somehow a couple of WhiteRas left. Not sure how this actually happened, to be completely honest. The Overseer here, well, actually looks like that was cleaning up a queen here. So TLO trying to secure another base right now, which is going to be really, really good for him if he's actually able to do it, as he will get that gas going once again. And there's quite a bit of gas left at that location. So TLO, I think he's absolutely played this out correctly. He made a unit that does not backfire. He made a unit that he can be aggressive with without losing any of his own units. And he also is just slowly pushing out in the middle of the map. I like the way that TLO has played this from the beginning. Bunny, though, does have battlecruisers. However, that means that Neural Parasite could take those out, so I'm actually not sure who's going to win this. It's definitely not going to be Harstem. I don't think he can ever rebuild. All he has is some cannons there, so that's pretty much it for him. This one Harstem cannon man trying to hold on as long as it possibly can. Overall, let's take a look at the supplies right now. As TLO is at 189, he's going to be the favorite here. We do have BabyKnight at 81 supply and 159 for Bunny. So it looks like it's going to come down to Bunny versus TLO. And it looks like the Battlecruiser is actually going to be cleaning out this center area now, which is a pretty bold move by Bunny. He's going to be cleaning out all the zombies here. So maybe the zombies won't end up winning. The zombie numbers have been substantially lowered. So who is that bad boy? Bunny? Not sure exactly what they're talking about because I did miss a little bit of it. But Bunny's actually looking to be in pretty good shape. So we shall see. No, he's dead. It is Harstem. Harstem, I don't think, can do anything. He does have money. He can actually build probes, which is exactly what he's doing here. He's trying to send those probes out, see if he can expand anywhere, but there's really nothing he can do. All he can do is build zealots, honestly. He's saying I have 3 supply, which is absolutely true. So right now it's going to be TLO versus Bunny, I'm afraid, with BabyKnight being kind of the obnoxious younger brother who's going to try and do something impressive, but I don't think it's going to be happening right now, as it basically is now down to a 1-on-1. There's a wall of zombies over here, but pretty much non-threatening units at this point. And actually, Bunny, very wisely going to be mining out the gas right here, as this entire map is going to get mined out. As, you know, this is how we run into problems on regular civilizations, is that they just mine out everything. So, tried to do a little bit of a truce there for a while, but that did not last long. We do have lots of queens out for TLO, so he is continuing with just pure queen infestor. But the infested Terrans come out of nowhere. They actually do kill off an infestor there. Bunny, man, he is back with a vengeance. I don't know if having these Marines is a good idea, but he does have the much more powerful units right here. That infestor is going to get taken out, no problem. TLO moving now to the top left side. Look at the amount of creep spread on this map. It is actually absurd here. Dario has covered about half the map in creep right now, and the Marines going to be cleaning everything up. So the zombie numbers have been substantially lowered right here, which is actually pretty interesting. TLO says, you know what, Husky, there may not be enough zombies, so I'm just going to go ahead and throw out some of my own. I don't think that Void Rays are going to be good here. I mean, a couple of High Templars, sure, maybe, but not nearly going to be enough. Every infestor that dies, though, can Dario actually replace it? He does have 2 gas over here. Only one of them is mining, though. All of the other gas on that side of the map is basically gone. One infestor goes down. I think that this might be it for BabyKnight. Although at the same time, it does look like Bunny's going to be moving in with the Doom army. It's going to be taking out all these queens almost instantly. The infested Terrans will be respawning momentarily, but every single queen has gone down. And TLO all of a sudden doesn't have anything left. I think he ran with the infestors, but that is it. And it does look like Bunny's saying, you know what, queens may be good, but battlecruisers are better. Oh, the infested Terrans here, though. Got to be pushing this back. You don't want to lose too many of your Marines there. That entire army is now back from the dead. And it looks like Bunny is completely trapped here. He's going to have to kill off stray units that are slowly working towards him. Now, at this point, you said Bunny is dead. TLO's like, what are you doing? What happened? And Bunny, though, is back. It looks like a couple units over here. Zombies have wandered their way down there past the perimeter. And Bunny, you know what Bunny needs to do now is try and kill off TLO. As BabyKnight's basically out of it, Harstem's already out of it. So if he can kill off TLO, he will be able to clean up all the zombies and claim victory. So we shall see. As long as he kills TLO, he should be absolutely fine. There's going to be a battlecruiser, so he's actually going to use Yamada Cannon on each other. And I think, well, at least one of them went off to kill off the infestor, and Bungles on the Marines here. If he can kill off more of the Marines, they might be able to start combating those battlecruisers directly. We'll just have to wait and see, though. Lots of Bungles coming up, but Secret Missile is going to be used as well. And this army's got to start respawning. Can the zombies claim victory in this battle? Sinvicta is surely cheering for them. Bunny super close to victory right here. Can he actually do it? There is only 19 infestors left on the battlefield, but there's 11 battlecruisers, 19 Ravens. And Secret Missiles coming up. All the respawn Marines have been taken out. And Neural Parasite for the Secret Missiles. And if he starts killing out the battlecruisers, that could be huge. These two narrowly going to survive. And still, these 2 zombies over here still able to kill that off. Bunny may have to retreat here to kind of lick his wounds. He does have enough to kill TLO, but TLO is mining off of that base, so the longer this game goes on, the more stuff he's going to get. 47 minutes into this game, I still think that Bunny is going to be the favorite right here. No reason to go up there. Why would you do that? I don't know why you would try and kill these zombies or not, as the zombie base over here is still looking pretty good. Some of these guys may eventually wander down into midfield, but for now, BabyKnight's saying, okay guys, Bunny just insulted me in Danish. Uh-oh, and the next time to kill him, I think, Dario. So we'll see if Dario can actually make that happen. We do have a forge on the way here for Harstem. This is really all he can do here. I don't think there's anywhere that he can mine. He's only got 1,100 minerals left as well. Let me pass my probes. We'll see if he can actually do that or not. I'll show him the cannons. I think he's trying to cannon rush him right now. But either way, I mean, at this point, I think Bunny is in pretty good shape to take this. TLO, though, is still spreading that creep around. He's still working on upgrades. He still has a little bit of gas incoming here and a little bit of mining going on, which is more than any of these other players can say. Oh, God, that's so many queens. TLO managing just to once again get a huge army of queens, and I think Bunny is going to have to fall back at some point, but no, he actually gets a base over here. He actually manages to and is going to be repairing those battle cruisers up, and remember that keeping units alive is so important in this compared to just kind of the average game where losing units is okay. In this, it is absolutely not okay, because then you're going to have to kill off all those battle cruisers. I don't know if Bunny knows exactly what's going to be headed his way. It looks like the TLO plague has spread. That base is going to be killed off now. There's no way to defend that. Auto turrets here are here for good, so that's going to lock down that area. But Bunny has got to try and figure this one out, and basically he has to kill off that army. He absolutely has to kill off the army of TLO because TLO is just going to keep throwing them into your base. And notice what TLO is doing is trying to get them as far into the base as possible. This battlecruiser is not going to finish, and those buildings got to start respawning. But guess what? Those infested Terrans will be back to clean up the rest. I think that Bunny needs to sacrifice his base at this point. Just try and go for it. Actually, the Marines here are a beautiful play versus the Queens. Not enough healing, though, as the Queen's going to sit there and endlessly transfuse. So at this point in the game, I think it's all up to killing off Dario, because these infested Terrans will kill off the remainder of the space. I don't know if it's even worth trying to save right now. I think this is Bunny's chance to engage his army directly, to just throw everything he's got at TLO. TLO has been playing brilliantly this entire game, but it may all be coming to an end right now. The Battlecruisers actually do decide to save this area. I don't necessarily agree with this, because that's going to give Dario time to get into position, and everything he can kill off is going to be ideal, because he's basically killing stuff for the cost of energy, which tends to be worth it. But here we go, Neural Parasite coming up, and that's going to be a lot of Secret Missiles coming out, but guess what? It's on the Infestors as well. They go down, and Bunny looking to be in pretty good shape. We got to keep an eye on the Infestor count, 21, but the Queen count is at 25. I don't know how Queens are versus Battlecruisers, but we are about to find out. Oh, with the Yomada Cannon, not very good at all. And maybe well, BabyKnight actually has no chance right now. He's just got these last couple of units. He cannot kill these auto turrets at any cost. No matter what he does, he's going to be unable to do it. We'll be able to kill off that planetary, but that's just going to open it up for Bunny here to try to expand down there. We do have the one infested Terran trying to clean up this base, and TLO saying the point defense drone is just way too strong. Bunny playing it safe, cleaning up everything he can, killing off these creep tumors, and basically making TLO not have 80% of the map in vision. But I honestly think that this is going to be it for Bunny here. And you can just spam them and they will respawn like Terrans. You have a point defense drone work against me too a bit. That is absolutely true here. So we're going to see if he can actually make this happen as the Battlecruiser moving out. Was it actually doing that? Was it respawning the point defense drones? I don't know. I honestly do not know if that is the case. Perhaps it is, and either way that would be absolutely hilarious. Big Yomada Cannon over there. Oh, decided to uncharge it there because he lost track of where that unit went. So at this point, this has got to be the final countdown. Is this going to be Yomada Cannons? I think they are, as he is ready to go. Oh, that Battlecruiser is going to get taken out, though. Needs to save that one if possible. I think you can still get second, Dario. Are you winning? Here we go. A big battle coming up. The Marine's going to get taken out almost instantly, but it's going to come down to the Battlecruiser right now. Can Dario save this? Just pure transmute the Fungals and the Neural Parasite? I don't think so. I think Bunny's actually going to break through this. But wait, can Dario hold on? I don't think he can. Here comes the Secret Missiles out right now. Dario's mass infestor strategy worked all the way up until the very end. He should have finished off Bunny when he had the chance, and unfortunately is unable to. Another Secret Missile coming on up. The Queen's got to be spawning directly under this, but it is not enough to kill off any of these Battlecruisers, I'm afraid. So those Queens are going to get taken out. Battlecruisers showing that, you know what, they're good in IMBA League, not necessarily good in 1v1 ladder, but I think that that is actually going to be it. I think Bunny has won it. I mean, just taking a look at the units on the map, there's only 10 Infestors. That's not going to be enough to kill off 19 Ravens and 12 Battlecruisers unless something goes horribly, horribly wrong, which I somehow predict that it will not, even though this map is absolutely awesome. So lots of craziness in this game, but Bunny has a large enough army now to be able to actually kill off all these zombies if he needs to, and I think Bunny is going to be your victor here. And, I mean, there's still a couple stray units down here. The Marines should be able to clean those up, though, because they should be fully upgraded. Yes, they are. +3/+3. And a Nidus Worm finally goes down. These rocks, well, some of the rocks are still there, but I think this is it. I think Dario is out of it. He's going to try and get up another Nidus Worm over here, maybe try and do a base race. But Bunny in a great position to actually be able to seal out this game. And it may take him a while to get all the way around the map, but I think that that is going to be it. What does Dario have planned, though, with his Infestors? They are actually going to be unloading right here. He has a couple of Zerglings mixed in. Really, those are the only things he can afford right now. And he might actually just try and kill off the base if possible, because if you kill every single building, then technically you are the winner here. So just got to continue to wait and see. We do have that one random drone, though, kind of floating around, and I think that might actually be it. If this gets to an hour, I might have to stop it, but I feel like Bunny is going to be the victor here, as the supplies are 138 to 60 to 54, and Bunny just has to decide who exactly it is that he wants to kill. And what's BabyKnight saying? What's BabyKnight saying? He does have a couple of High Templar here, which can feed back on the Battlecruisers, so maybe he's able to do enough damage with that to turn it back into his favor. I don't think so, though. And, oh, there's the High Templar there. There's going to be the big scan. High Templar wisely going to be backing out right now. Oh, man, this game was pretty awesome. I'm okay with that. I know it's died down here a little bit, but I feel like Bunny, the complete underdog in this game, I feel like he was almost down and out in the very beginning, but not so much anymore. There's that. He could feed back on the weakened one if he wants to. Decides to use Storms. There he goes. He does kill off one. Can he kill off multiple? Not really able to. I think it was just that one. Almost the second one. There goes another one. But has Bunny actually done enough annoying damage here to make this happen? Oh, the Marines here killing off some of the Ravens, or at least trying to. This Battlecruiser is back, but point defense drone locking him down. A second one as well. High Templar do mask those storms, and the Battlecruisers are getting quite low here, so maybe this game isn't over just yet. Killed off more Battlecruisers than I thought he would be able to. Dario is still in this. Where are his Infestors at? They are chilling out over here. I think he's waiting for this army to be reduced. I honestly don't know why Bunny isn't killing off Dario right now, but either way, does anyone actually have any income here? It looks like TLO does. With 20 workers, he is mining a little bit right there. That probably has a little bit to do with it. This base over here, though, is once again going to be grabbed by Bunny. And finally able to kill those off. High Templar is dead, and TLO's just like, oh my god, these freaking zombies with detection. It is true. It is true. If they have observers, it is good to go. It looks like the Lynx are going to be able to clean up some of these. I think we might lose to them. And in the end, we'll see. I mean, I thought that Bunny had it for sure, but he's losing too much here to BabyKnight. I think that one's going to fizzle out, so that's not going to be hitting anything. That would have been one hell of a plot twist. We'll have to wait and see. As really, I mean, all good zombie movies, they all die in the end anyway, but we'll just have to wait and see. I got good odds when I put my money on the zombies. That is true. Oh god, another one got taken out. I think that Bunny, if he loses these last few Battlecruisers, I think they might actually lose to those zombies. They need to be calling a truce here, but in typical human fashion, they're going to be losing all their units here. There's only 3 Battlecruisers left. Oh my god, Bunny's lost his entire army in a huge twist of fate. Oh my god, I think they might actually lose. I think they might actually lose to the zombies right now. Bunny has nothing left. He was the last saving grace of the human race. Now he can't kill these guys off, even if he does with the auto turrets. I mean, the auto turrets is going to come back as zombies as well. He tried to secure that location. Bunny not able to make a truce with BabyKnight, and now nobody gets to win here. I think that is actually it. I mean, there's 3 Battlecruisers and 11 Infestors. I don't know how that can happen. Oh my god, these point defense drones are hanging out right there. I don't know if you guys can beat the zombies. Bunny, if TLO tries, it will take 500 hours. Bunny was the last chance, and you guys didn't make an alliance. Now the human race is doomed. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think he can win with the Infested Terrans. I think that this is actually going to be a tie here. I know. Old grudges die hard. But I want to say, I mean, Bunny still has a couple of units here, but I wonder if he actually has a chance of winning at this point. I honestly don't know. Bunny's saying, hey, you started it, which is actually completely true. I can't believe these Void Rays are still alive. 42 kills on that Void Ray, 29 on those. 30, 26, oh my god, 58 kills there. Still trying to kill those off as best he possibly can. But it does look like TLO going to be moving out with the Spine Crawlers, Point Defense Drones. That is way OP. I cannot believe that Point Defense Drones actually respawn. That is hilarious. And they do not die either. Auto turrets are killing the zombie turrets. There we go. We got auto turrets killing auto turrets up here. A pretty exciting battle, I know. Oh god, Dario's ready for this. He's going to try and end it right now. He's got tons of spines. Not so much on the spore count, but he does have a couple of them mixed in here. Dario refuses to give up in this hour-long game. This is probably going to be quite exhausting for Dario. We'll see if he can actually manage to pull out. Here comes the Infested Terran. Maybe Dario can do it with yet another plot twist. We are about to find out. Here comes the Infested Terran. Secret Missile's doing lots of damage, which is always nice. Lots of splash damage there, almost just enough to clean all those up, but they'll be back. Dario's going to want to back up his Spine Crawlers if possible. But this is literally coming down to the last few units. The last few units of the hit squad. TLO's saying, oh great, Point Defense Drones hanging out over here. Which is true. There we go. It is actually dealing with those shots there. God, it's so funny. I love how they also have full energy. Oh, that Command Center is going to go down. Oh my god, this is the weirdest four-way battle I think I've ever seen. What have I gotten myself into? But still, they're mine now, basically. I'm wondering if TLO, I mean, maybe we should crown TLO the victor. He is the last one with units left, but I think that, I still think that there's no way for TLO to kill everything. I think it might be. I don't know if TLO can kill off, well, let's see. I'm trying to do the math in my head. TLO might win. Queens are apparently pretty good versus Infested Terrans. We do have that going on, and I think he probably has a +3 range. Yes, he does. Oh, God, that's still so many battle cruisers, though. Oh, my God. That is so many. I feel like at this point, we've gotten ourselves in too deep, and we just got to keep going. We just got to keep going. I'm actually going to take this bite of food right here. All right, you got to hear me eat there for a second. Oh, there we go. Battlecruiser does get grabbed, trying to force the kill right here. Not going to be able to do it, though. Oh, Infestor goes down. Wait, maybe Bunny has this. I seriously can't tell. Also, why is BabyKnight's Void Ray still alive? Oh my god, they have 66 kills on that one. One of them has 66 kills. That is quite a few. This is kind of the most ridiculous game I think I've ever cast. I'm actually not sure who's going to end up winning at this point. If it ends up being BabyKnight, I'm just gonna, I don't even know. I don't even know what to do at that point. We do have some of the longest distance mining ever going on, though, as Dario's gonna try and get a little bit of money. I have a BC with 40, not good enough. That is true. That is true. And it looks like the Queen's over here trying to deal with these point defense throws. That's not going to happen. That one Queen under there would have been able to do it. I think I'm doing quite well. Does he even have any probes on the field? I don't think he does. No, he has one probe. Your one probe has this. There you can see he has it collected. Billy the Probe. Billy the Probe has got this. Oh, my God. Well, we are at an hour and 8 minutes. I don't think I've ever cast a game this long in my entire life, except for maybe some Civ 5. But either way, Bunny might have just enough. Might have just enough. Yeah, I think Bunny got it. I think Bunny does have just enough battlecruisers here. I don't think that TLO has enough to kill off anything, and every Armada cannon that kills off anything is going to be pretty devastating. TLO is going to try and make it happen, though. Here's going to come the Secret Missiles, though. I think Bunny will be your victor here. I thought for sure that TLO had it, but now he's going to be losing his entire army. Huge hits right there, and that is going to be it, I think. I think Bunny has actually finished this game. That's going to be killing off the army. The Lings are going to go down as well, and even with this army respawns, I think Bunny has it unless he dies to BabyKnight again. There we go. I think he may be the victor. There's no hope for TLO. He does have 300 minerals, but he is losing all of those. We shall see. This is going to be the final countdown. Bunny, go for BabyKnight. If you kill him, you win. That's all I'm saying there. If you kill him, you win, which I think he's going to have this. It is going to be 28 supply to 97. This is going to be it. This is going to be the one. BabyKnight's managed to hang on. He's managed to hang on. He's asking for Harstem to assist. He's only got one probe, though. He's only got the one little probe. Harstem's like, yes, I'm on my way. He's not even sending the probe in the right direction. Oh, God, I think this is going to be it. The Void Rays may try and find the perfect angle. The High Templar are going to try and feed back here. The auto turret's got to be thrown down, though, and there is enough energy to do this. Can Bunny actually make it happen? Harstem saying, I think I'm a goner. He still has his probe here. No, he lost the probe. He tried to help out. He's trying to help out. Billy the probe gets taken down. BabyKnight is backed into a corner here, and the time is running out here. I think this is going to be it for him. Secret missiles could be thrown out. Has to be careful there, as there are the two cannons there. BabyKnight's saying no. No, I refuse. And might actually be able to engage the Void Rays with the Ravens here. I think Secret Missiles are going to have to happen. The Marines right here trying to buy some time. Does kill off one. That was one of the legendary Void Rays here. Auto turret's coming up as well. May kill off a second one, and he does. The second one goes down. Battlecrew's going to be able to do that. Oh, I subbed 2 infestors, says TLO. But he's saying I shouldn't have had that. I've given away my surprise attack. The last Void Rays is saying live on. Live on. Oh, he gets taken out there with the last of the auto turrets. Oh, God, I think that this is officially it. If we take a look at the last units on the field, there are only 2 infestors here, which means that this game is going to go to Bunny, and I don't think TLO can win with 2 infestors as much as he would like, but thankfully the zombies didn't win, as Bunny able to sit back, protect himself from the zombies. For the most part, the zombie infestation has been taken care of. And now kill all the zombies. I think that's going to be it. I think that is going to be it, as we will probably call it here. I think I think I'm going to call it here, guys. Awesome game. I just don't think 2 infestors can win it. Although I've been wrong in the past before, as they do have full energy right there. And yeah, try and go kill some zombies here, I feel like. But there's going to be, oh, he's got the Neural Parasite coming up. He's got to try and Secret Missile it, trying to go all in at this point. And those Secret Missiles are actually going to land. Should be able to kill it, and there it is. GG, as BabyKnight's going to end up leaving the game. And it looks like that's going to go down. Harstem and TLO have done it. Congrats to Bunny. The resiliency at a 1 hour and 13-minute game. He is going to end up being your victor. I wonder if the graphs still work or not. Well, we'll check that, but Bunny is going to be your absolute victor, and it looks like, take a look at these graphs over here. Well, there's the graphs. This is the army value. TLO and Harstem are way up here. Harstem, look at that plummet down, that spiral down, never able to recover, and TLO slowly declining there. And Bunny, I mean, he was up, and then he was down, then he was back up, then he was down, and he managed to muster up enough there at the end. So an absolute awesome game, guys. Go follow them on Twitter. Go tweet at them. They definitely deserve it. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League. As you can see, this episode of IMBA League is going to be all buildings can move. You know, it has been far too long that the Terran players, oh my god, my headset just got ripped off my head. It has been far too long that the Terran players have had the enjoyment of being able to fly their buildings around. Well, the Protoss and Zerg may not have researched that exact tech, but man, they are getting pretty darn close. Let's go ahead and introduce our players. Up in the top left side, it is going to be BabyKnight. And his opponent down in the bottom left side is going to be GG Suppy. As you can see, they did move their buildings a little bit closer to the minerals right there. BabyKnight already having a lot of fun with it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this map before the ridiculousness actually gets underway. Suppy's saying I'm so rich. BabyKnight is saying his mind is blown. Apparently the hatchery can even build a lot closer there as well. Anyways, a couple of things are in order. Number one, thank you guys for so much support on the IMBA League map. It was #1 for several days, which is awesome. Absolutely love that. A big thanks to Zetal, who is the one who makes these maps. He's been working hard, even though he's full-time in college. And, of course, a big thanks to BabyKnight and Suppy here for playing it. Lots of Twitters are going to be posted down below. We also have Sinvicta, my good friend here, who I love to give a hard time. He is going to be spectating as well. I'm not sure if he's recording his point of view or not, but it is going to be a lot of fun. So either way, guys, whoa, Suppy all over the place with his own hatcheries right here. He actually expanded towards his opponent. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but I do want to explain some stuff. Number one, Protoss cannot move unpowered buildings. There has to be a pylon within range. Number two, cannons do not shoot and move at the same time, but it's very easy to micro them around. I wonder if I can move extractors. Looks like he says no, so apparently that is going to be a thing right there. But I'm trying to think of what else. Hatcheries, when they move, they do spread creep around, so that is a thing. It is too big. The Nexus and hatcheries are too big to make it up and down this ramp, but they can fit everywhere else on the map. I believe this map does have a lot of choke points, but I do believe they can fit everywhere else. What else about this map, other than it's absolutely hilarious? So we'll see exactly how these players decide to kind of play this one out. But Suppy already going to be going for big macro plays and has his drones right here. And you can see, you would think, you know, maybe... Actually, I wonder if you put another hatchery back here, if that would actually end up being worth it. But if we take a look at the income right now, over 1,000 resources per minute just off of this one base. And that's only with 13 workers. BabyKnight is saying it is really hard with the rally. I think it's because the workers there. You got to make sure to rally them correctly. Otherwise, they get stuck. Actually, that guy, he's just walking through the building. It doesn't even matter. But either way, these players still kind of fiddling around. Turns out the game wasn't quite designed to be played like this. But either way, whoa, that drone just goes right through there. I guess it's the rally point right there. Kind of bugs it out just a tiny bit. But either way, it does look like Pylon's going to go ahead and go down right now. We do have the Mudship Core going to be out. I'm kind of curious to see, you know, really does it change the strategy all that much? Does it just give you a little bit more money? Do you use it to wall in yourself with a lot of buildings that can later be opened up into a gate? Or do you just really not change anything? I don't know. That's why it's called IMBA League, man. They got to figure it out as they go. I will say in testing this that it's very difficult to actually complete your wall in correctly because the fact that the buildings can move kind of messes with the little square placements. What are they called? When you're lining up your buildings here. Either way, it kind of messes with that. So you got to make sure you get it as close as possible to actually make sure that your wall in is complete. But we'll see exactly how they decide to go ahead and play this one out. Looks like WhiteRa is actually getting a hold of me. He is really, really wanting to play on IMBA League here. So we'll have to get WhiteRa on a very near future game. I think you probably got to put 4 probes in that one there. It is worth the extra mineral income though. And creep tumors, can they actually move? I can't ask him here. I don't think creep tumors can move. Oh, they can move. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god, the creep tumors actually do move, and they're going to be spreading creep wherever they may go. This is going to be the most broken thing I think I've ever seen in StarCraft 2, but that is okay, because you can bring a cannon along for the ride. I don't know if he actually made any cannons, but that counts as mobile detection. So he can bring a cannon along for the fun, and it looks like the moving creep tumors is so good. If Zerg knew how to do this, this would be so terrifying. Look how fast it spreads that creep. Oh my god, it should start to recede in some places, but this is definitely broken as hell, but that's why it's called IMBA League. We love having a ton of fun here. And Suppy just going for lots of creep tumors here. He's not going to wait for anything. I really want to see BabyKnight get some cannons there. There we go. And Suppy These players are definitely enjoying this. As am I, guys. As am I. Now, keep in mind, the Spine Crawlers can be moving here pretty soon as well. Spine Crawlers, I want to say, keep in mind that they have 2 armor and 300 health versus the Cannon, which has 300 health, 1 armor, but it also counts as detection. So BabyKnight's like, WTF, where is this coming from? He's going to have to start moving those, moving the pylons along with the army there and a cannon to be able to detect that, I believe. He does throw down a robo right away, but also needs to remember, you know, cannons might be a viable option. Oh, I just realized you can bring a pylon along and warp into your units with your army. Oh my god, this is so stupid. I'm sorry, this is so good. And I want you guys to know, no, that is not my forced laugh. No, that is not my fake laugh. That is how I actually have laughed since I was a kid. If you want to hear my fake laugh, here we go. Here we go, guys. Ready for this? That's really fun. That's my forced laugh. A lot of you have been wondering. But either way, the creep spread for Suppy already covering about a third of the map, which is not bad considering. I wish that I could type to BabyKnight telling him to bring along those cannons, but it's really the Spine Crawlers which are apparently super confused by this hatchery right now. He's going to have to move those out of there. Even though those buildings can now move, it's still not the best, as the AI there is apparently not the greatest, although there is going to be tons of Spine Crawlers here, and the Spine Crawlers got to be moving forward. Never has Spine Crawlers seemed so terrifying. The force field's got to be great. BabyKnight's got to have to get out of here. Oh my god, these Spine Crawlers are terrifying. I'm sorry. This is very unprofessional of me. It looks like BabyKnight still actually just got to go for it. This Spine Crawler, by the way, that's what they look like when they move off of creep. This is a lot of spines, though. I don't know if Suppy's actually going to have enough here to hold this off for now. I mean, the Lynx are doing okay, but BabyKnight's just going for kind of a 2-base timing right now. Tons of Spine Crawlers are done, and it might actually be enough for Suppy. He can just keep moving them into a better position. But does he decide just BabyKnight trying to kill it off? He is not happy with how this is currently going. I think we do have more and more Spine Crawlers on the way. There's going to be more Lynx and a Roachborn going to be on the way now. So this base may get taken out as Suppy here is not looking good. He is not too happy with this. It looks like BabyKnight just wants to end this right away. Never actually deciding to send any cannons. The creep tumors have spotted the base up here. But Suppy is currently down in supply in a big, big way, and I don't really think he's going to have anything back home. Sure, he's trying to make roaches here, but the creep tumor is not going to be able to do that much other than just kind of spot this army. The Zerglings are going to be going for a counterattack here. Can he actually do enough damage with this? BabyKnight's saying, I am so confused. He doesn't know what to think here. Can't say that I blame him. The creep tumor is going to go down, as I believe, is there a cannon here finally, or an actual observer? It looks like there is an actual observer right now. And the cannon's got to try, no, but it looks like the Zerglings may be able to call off the cannon. It's got to be close. Nope, that cannon does not survive as well. Keep in mind that cannon can move as well, but I think that's got to be it. Wow. I'm gonna definitely cast another game on this map. I do want to upload this one just because it's so hilarious. But either way, Suppy trying to get more and more money. He's saying that he has way too much money, and indeed he does. He's at 1,300 trying to inject those larvae. He does have more hatcheries on the way. The Colossus hasn't made it to this army yet, but at the same time, I think BabyKnight is probably going to win, I think, his first IMBA League ever. So there we go, a very short game. I'm going to play another one, though. Hope you guys enjoy it. I sure as hell did, and of course, I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is HGSGaska here, back with another episode of IMBA League. If you missed episode 1 of All Buildings Are Able to Move, you kind of missed out. It was absolutely hilarious. Either way, we're going to go ahead and be playing here on another game, or at least I'm going to be casting it. This has been absolutely hilarious. So good luck, have fun to all of the players. And spawning down in the bottom right side, it is going to be BabyKnight. His Twitter's going to be down below. Also on the bottom is going to be EG Suppy. Guess what? His Twitter's going to be down there as well. But I explained it a little bit more in depth in the last video, so go watch that one if you want the complete lowdown on this series. But of course, IMBA League is a series that I decided to go ahead and make because I love doing Bronze League heroes so much, but I kind of felt like the pros were getting left out. So I wanted to make the pros feel just as uncomfortable as someone who has never played StarCraft before. So we do IMBA League, which is where we change mechanics of the game and have an absolute riot of a time, I guess, with it. And either way, this should be a ton of fun. Hang on, guys. I think I left the stove on. Hang on. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. Our pizza didn't get burnt. It's okay. It's okay, guys. And we're back. Pizza and StarCraft. That's basically all you will ever need. But either way, this is awesome. It is a ton of fun, and I hope you guys enjoy it. So definitely go give the players a lot of love. They basically take time away from practicing for tournaments, you know, basically what their job is, to go ahead and play these silly games. So definitely like to make sure that they are at least shown a little bit of love. Go tweet them. Tell them, awesome. Thank you for doing the IMBA League. But either way, it looks like with these spawns, I'm actually kind of curious to see exactly how this plays out, because something you got to keep in mind is moving cannons, moving spine crawlers. Those are all super, super good. Oh my god, it's actually going to be spotted by the Overlord right away. Although, also keep in mind that, wait, is this going to be a cannon rush? I think that it is going to be. As BabyKnight says, cannon rush is going to be the name of choice. And I think this might actually just be super completely broken. We are about to find out here if Suppy can actually hold this up. This may be the most broken thing on the planet. I think it is actually impossible at this point. I think that BabyKnight may actually just win with a straight-up cannon rush unless we can get some spine cars. But the problem is that you can micro the cannons almost instantaneously and super, super easy. So I think that this is going to be very, very difficult to hold off. The Zerglings right there are going to try and take out a cannon. That's not going to happen here. There's going to be the moving cannons right now. All of a sudden, the most overpowered Protoss army you have ever seen is now on the field. He may actually just set up a crazy contain. For now, he's going to go ahead and try and take out this third base over here, which that is for sure going to be dead. Suppy's going to want to cancel this at the very last second. Can he actually do it? Looks like he decides not to cancel. He's going to try and get the hatchery out of there. Keep in mind, though, the cannons can just chase it down. The cannons cannot move and shoot at the exact same. Whoa, the hatchery may actually survive here. The cannons decide to go ahead and leave that. All of a sudden, oh my god, there's even pylons in the front of these cannons. So here we go. The death march has begun. The probe getting super confused as to what is actually going on here. I think we're going to be seeing lots of spines right now out of Suppy. And the thing is, he can actually take this elsewhere and begin expanding. So he will be able to rebuild up there. And the one spine collar being done, I don't know if that's actually enough. There is going to be a second one right here. And the queen could help the transfuse possibly. Got to save that queen, though. Back it up. Back the queen up. No, it got pushed forward. It will actually somehow survive. The Lynx trying to join in as well. Oh my god, this is so many cannons. So many cannons. Keep in mind, though, that spine crawlers are a little bit better than cannons. They're going to be doing 30 damage versus the armored. And that's comparison to the 20. And also has one more armor on the spine crawlers. So if he was able to have more spine crawlers for this, he would have been absolutely fine. But with more and more cannons on the way, it does look like this cannon rush is going to be the death of him. Oh, he actually unpowered it. He's got to move that pylon forward. And it does look like this spine crawler right here is trying to take down that one. I don't think BabyKnight realizes that he is actually in trouble. Oh, no, there's Lynx back at home. Oh, God, the Lynx have actually counterattacked right now. The probes can go through the Nexus, which is going to keep them a little bit safe here. And at the same time, though, he does realize now that these cannons were unpowered, moves the pylon a little bit forward. I think that more and more spines for Suppy at the top of the ramp may be the way to go. He may want to try and retreat with that hatchery there just to buy himself as much time as possible. The Lynx eventually get cleaned up, although the probes now are kind of stuck on the awkward side of that Nexus. So even though there is more on the way, this is not... Oh, the poor hatchery is stuck between the two geysers there. This is not looking good. He does need to start moving these spine crawlers to the top of his ramp, though. He does not want to get them off of creep. That will begin to damage them. Killing these pylons might actually be useful if he can kill off both of them. It remains to be seen, though, as Suppy, now at the top of the ramp, wants to poke them from afar. Keep in mind that BabyKnight cannot actually see this up here, so he is going to be taking damage from the high ground as the spine crawler is going to be chasing it away, and he says, "Get back, cannons," and he will actually be able to take one out. So even though there are a lot of cannons here, if BabyKnight's not careful, he is going to lose those pylons. We do have a gateway now on the way for BabyKnight, and can he kill off the pylon there? Nope, but the contain is going to remain. Which kind of rhymes there. Now, what I want to know is, does BabyKnight just... Oh, he's got to try and go for it here. I don't know if this is a good idea, though. He is going to be taking tons of damage. The game lagging a little bit because it's not used to forcing cannons to move. The creep tumor's got to be joining it as well. And honestly, this is the spine crawlers being broken. It is so confused because it's not moving. It's not unburrowed, but it's also moving. So I think the game gets a little bit confused right now. So we're going to be having some cannon wars here, as the pylon is able to save that. I think that Suppy should probably just go ahead and play it safe over here. He's got his spine crawlers in position. Here's going to be a counterattack, a pylon and two cannon counterattack, slowly moving out up to this third base over here. He's going to find it right away. I think the pylon's going to get taken out, though, and he should actually just go straight for the pylon. So now these cannons are going to be stuck here. BabyKnight spots the base, but a little bit too late, ends up losing that. And all of a sudden, BabyKnight's build, which you thought was going to win, or at least I did, is now all of a sudden not looking the greatest. You can see here just how good static defense actually is. Is that off of creep? No, it is not. Somehow that is not off of creep. Not sure where these drones are going. Oh my god, he actually expanded all the way over here now. He's got to try and hide a base and maybe, just maybe, return the favor with some of his own spine crawlers. Where'd your Nexus go? There it is. There it is. The Nexus is now back. He's saying there are some rally troubles going on. Looks like we're going to be having Stargates coming on up. And honestly, this is really no surprise that the game is lagging. This has got to be so confusing to the map editor. It's just like, oh my god, are you kidding me? But it does look like 3 more cannons now going to be moving up here, and they are in range to chase down that hatchery, so should be able to go ahead and take that one out. And yeah, he's saying there is a lot of lag now. I think, I wonder what is actually causing it. To be completely honest, I mean, it might be just the hatcheries being out of position are confusing the hell out of the game. But it does turn out that moving buildings lags the game. So, Blizzard, you better get on it, am I right? And saying, yeah, you better run. Although I believe 4 spines will beat 3 cannons any day of the week here, as they're going to start trying to micro here as best they possibly can. Not often do you see spines versus cannons in a micro battle, but we'll see who can end up winning it. It looks like BabyKnight's going to have to get out of there. The hatchery may be relocating as well, and keep in mind the hatchery does pave a way for its own movement here, and it also pooped off some larvae on the way there, just kind of pooping at a rest stop, and he's saying, I'm coming for you. I don't know if there's actually enough cannons over here. I don't think there are. As it looks like Suppy has basically said, I don't even want buildings, or I don't even want units, I'm going to go straight for buildings, but there are Void Rays on the way, so these 2 cannons going to be able to kill off, actually it looks like one of the spines, but the cannons unpowered for just a moment. Another pylon is done though, trying to micro it back here. Lots of shots being done. I'm on the floor, can't play. He's probably laughing just a little bit too hard, but Void Rays are here. There's no spores in position. I'm sure somebody's going to start making them, but the Void Rays might be able to push this back. And look at the mini-map. What is going on in this game? I have no idea. More Voids are on the way. He's actually going to kill the hatchery here first. That means the creep threat is going to start receding, which means that these spore crawlers may not be nearly as good. Void Rays trying to take it out. He knows he needs to kill those Void Rays because then he can get out an Immortal or 2 and start taking down the buildings. Down goes the hatchery, so no more creep threat for Suppy. Sure, he's already got lots of creep here, but as time goes on, it is not going to last here. It does look like BabyKnight will be able to kill off these spores, I believe. Needs to use for his back alignment. There it goes. And the other one is going to get taken out. Baby is actually going to hold this off now. Sure, the cannon got taken out, but was able to kill everything else off. BabyKnight still chilling out over here. Looks like the lag has died down a little bit. A lot of it might have to do with the creep spread, but either way, not sure why these drones are long distance mining there. There we go. So I don't think he was able to spot that during the midst of all this chaos. But this game actually turning out to be pretty darn close. Both players doing timing attacks that you would think would do more damage. But either way, a Hydralisk in on the way. This base over here is completely surrounded by these cannons. However, Suppy has hatcheries now all over the map. He's got one in the top right. He's got one in the center left as well. So should be good to go. The Void Rays are going to be moving out. Suppy may have to start building more spores here to be able to defend this. This base up here is going to be completely vulnerable. Sure, there's creep tumors, but this income for Suppy is going to look a little bit disastrous. The drones actually going to be getting out of here. Both these players have tons of money because their income is off the charts, honestly, for how many bases they actually have. As it does look like BabyKnight going to be going up here. Wait, he's saying, oh, WTF. Hi, there it is. He's wondering where the hell this base is at. He has found it. I believe there's one spore caller on the way. Not nearly enough. Keep in mind that Suppy, if he can get up a couple more workers in these top right bases, or even at the top left, he should be able to really get way more money than he can actually spend. That's kind of what we saw in the last game. Suppy saying actual units are IMBA, obviously, as it does look like the Void Ray is going to be moving into that territory. And unfortunately for Suppy, well, number one, he needs to move these spines to the edge of his base. I don't know if he realizes they're there. Yeah, he does. Oh my god, look at what he sees on the mini-map. But either way, he needs to move these spines a little bit further over there to be able to take that out. The Void Ray's trying to find any more bases that he possibly can, but there is still this base up here. Only 2 mining drones, though. And we'll see if Suppy decides to slowly start moving over, as he does move the creep tumor over there to be able to spot that. And needs to move those spines. Need to try and kill those off, or at least get them away. Whoa, those drones actually snuck by there in the sneakiest way I've ever seen. It does look like Suppy's actually expanding all over the map here. He's trying to get more and more income, and if he can just get a couple more drones on the minerals, his income should be pretty good. It does look like, though, BabyKnight right now is going to be in the lead in that regard. Keep in mind also these creep tumors could spread creep all around the map. But honestly, at this point, what exactly is it that you do versus this amount of Void Rays? I honestly don't know. Maybe lots of spores. We do have a Nidus network going to be on the way. Hydralisk right now. Can the Nidus remove, though? That's the real question. We're about to find out. It does look like the Void Rays got to be going for the pincer attack. Got to be going for the kill right now. And we'll see, though. These Hydras might be enough here to take this on. It's kind of hard to tell. BabyKnight going straight for it. He does manage to save that one. This is in no way enough Hydralisk. I redact that statement. And we do have more units on the way down here. I think Suppy, though, even though he held off the cannon rush, even though he was able to apply some of his own pressure, BabyKnight is onto him. He's finding all of these bases. There's still a base right here, but I think Suppy has ran out of steam, and BabyKnight showing us, hey, cannon rush is still good, even in IMBA League. And I gotta say, you know what? BabyKnight has earned these wins. He has put up with a lot of BS in IMBA League and has finally found a map and build that is way, way too good. There's gonna be the Nidus network on the way, as the Void Rays do go ahead and take down these spines. I think these units will get out of here, but can Suppy actually retreat enough? He should probably save these drones as well, and here he goes right there. He does decide to move it, which has got to be just fine for him. Unloads all those units as well. A couple of Zealots going to be moving up here, but I think there's enough lings. They don't actually have Zergling speed, though. Do the Zealots have any upgrades? Only the one shields there, which is going to be benefiting both the Zealots and the... well, basically everything. Everything benefits from the shield upgrades right there, but the Void Rays and the Zealots especially right now, it does look like this is a crazy amount of Void Rays here. I don't know if Suppy can actually recover from this. It's got to be quite tough. Maybe if he throws down lots of spores, which is what he's trying to do here, since his income is not where he wants it to be. It is nowhere in comparison to BabyKnight's. Well, actually, I redact that statement as well, as his income now is looking a lot better. This hatchery could move a tiny bit closer, I feel. But now it is going to be 2 bases versus 3. But BabyKnight has not been able to spend all this money. Really what he just needs to do is throw down lots of gateways, and then he'll be able to spend everything. He does have a fleet beacon going to be on the way right now. But BabyKnight in pretty good shape. I think Suppy might actually be going for a counterattack right now. He is going to be sending his Hydras down here. Should be able to spot a couple of things that he can pick off. But I don't think this is enough Hydras to be able to do all that much damage. Sure, he can kill off some pylons here. But actually, I guess BabyKnight does need these pylons since he is completely supply blocked right now. But he does have 6 on the way. So I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue here. Suppy probably wants to get out of there, and unfortunately not enough Hydra upgrades for him to do much of anything right now, and I think that is going to be it. The Queen over here going to get taken out. Either way, an absolutely hilarious map. Cannon Rush is definitely very good. Static defenses are definitely very good as well. It does look like the Hydra's going to go ahead and back on out of here. But I definitely think Suppy just needed more spines and spores all day long, as BabyKnight is kind of ready to go. And Suppy saying this is so hard, which is absolutely true, just because who would have practiced for this? I don't think anyone would have. But either way, I think BabyKnight is going to go ahead and get the kill. Spore can't move. Oh no, he found a bug! He found a bug! Oh no! Wait, he's saying yes it can. I guess it can't actually move. That might actually be a minor bug that we will have to fix. But either way, did he see it move? I don't know. It couldn't just then, but when it shoots, it can't. That is absolutely true. When it is shooting, it cannot move. So I don't know if that's actually a bug or not. The hatchery right there does get stuck. He's unable to go down that ramp. He's going to be doing a little bit of a dance right here, trying to actually make that move there. So that's going to be the hatchery taunt. The BM hatchery, which I don't think I've ever seen. It is got to go ahead and block all those zealots, though, which you can see why that would be useful in other games. Blocking off your entrance with a hatchery, not bad at all. And there it goes. It gets taken out almost instantly. And that is going to be it. BabyKnight is the victor. If you guys have any recommendations for IMBA League, post them down below. Of course, these games are never going to be balanced. That's why it's called IMBA League. But we love to break the game a little bit and have a lot of fun. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is HGSKutsky here, back with some more IMBA League Heroes, and I have gotten literally thousands, yes, thousands of requests to do another FFA zombie game, and you know what, I aim to please. Actually, this is completely based on greed alone. I just want to see more of this because it was awesome. So this is for my own personal gain, but if you guys enjoy it as well, then here, have some fun. I'll be explaining the game in just a little bit, but let's go ahead and introduce our players. Down in the bottom left side, off racing as Zerg, it is going to be DeMuslim. A lot of you guys know and love him. Up in the top left side, not off racing, it is going to be Bunny. who has appeared in several of these videos. In the top right side, it is going to be Harstem, who I believe plays Protoss. God, I'm so bad with lining these up. And down the bottom right side, it is going to be BabyKnight, who is also going to be off racing as Zerg. And let's see, I think that they are trying to talk to each other here about the strategy and teaming up that they're going to use. So anyways, it's going to be 2 Zerg, a Protoss, and a Terran. So we have perfect distribution here. But remember, if you guys have not seen the zombie maps, then go watch them. They are super, super fun. I have a bunch of replays on my channel already. Basically, what happens in this game is it is a normal StarCraft game with normal pro gamers, but what is the twist? Well, the twist is that every time a unit dies, it comes back as a zombie 20 seconds later. Zombies themselves do not respawn. However, you may say, well, that is not that big of a deal. Oh, it is. Oh my god, is it? Because if there's a big battle in the middle, all the units that die will respawn. They can actually kill the remainder of the armies, and then you have 2 giant armies wandering the center of the map. So the map is going to be Frost, which I think is a really, really good map for this mod. But either way, in this game, I have allowed drops. I like to have a little bit of a backstory between these players. There are also the rocks here walling people in. Just a reminder, you are walled in with rocks at the natural. Just a heads up. All right, I had to remind them because I know some of them haven't actually played on this map before. But looks like DeMuslim right there was like, I didn't know that. I probably should have warned them beforehand. Imbaligu! All right, there we go. And were they actually 6-pooling? No, they weren't. Okay, so we do have actually another hatchery down there. And either way, these players pretty much ready to go here. Harstem is going to be sitting on 1 base. Everyone else actually has expanded. I actually really like this strategy here from BabyKnight. He's going to be connecting his bases easily with creep, which is actually pretty darn awesome. Killing rocks makes more rocks. I think we may have fixed the rock thing. So I don't think they'll respawn. I may be mistaken. We update this map all the time. All right, there we go. So we'll have to wait and see. Either way, this one might be a little bit more action-packed than the last game, just because there are no zombie rocks, and also drops are enabled. So anyone can be dropping in this game if they would like to. Drops are also sick good. Very, very good. Oh, Harstem actually might be going for a super early attack here. What he can actually do right now is drop a pylon on the high ground here and start warping in down here. And you know what? You know what? This is IMBA League. I never know what's going to happen. Suddenly, army crushed by respawning rocks. He's basically giving me a pretty hard time. Either way, it looks like Bunny is going to be establishing his own wall in here, regardless of the fact that there are rocks there. And either way, are we going to be seeing a pylon on the low ground for Harstem? Or, oh, we might actually be going for a Warp Prism attack right now. This could actually just eliminate someone right away. So we shall see. Looks like they're going to be teaming up here to try not to attack. Better answer quick. He already told you top, so we have the drop moving out. So there may be a drop heading out, not wanting to spoil anything, but prepare your anus. There we go. It blocked out the word there, so there is going to be a drop heading out, trying to give them a little bit of a heads up. We'll see if Bunny can actually make this happen here as the drop is going to be moving in. There's only 2 Zealots here, but it's got to be a lot more than that once those Zealots are actually killed off. So it does look like a medevac is going to be on the way. Widow Mines are actually here. This is actually a beautiful hold for this. The Widow Mines should activate, kills off both of them. So sure, there's got to be 2 Zealots spawning, but he was at least able to kill those off. SCV is going to have to evacuate out of there immediately. And I think what Bunny's going to have to do is start loading up in that bunker. Oh, look at that. Got to be able to wall himself in at the expansion for now. There's going to be those zombie units, though, and unfortunately for Bunny, this is not looking great for him. This might actually be it for him. Drops is why we disabled them originally. He's going to actually have to fully evacuate here, I feel like. He does actually have Hellions, though, which Hellions might actually be the key right now to holding this off. He's just got to kill off these Marines, and then the Zealots should be easy. Keep in mind that the Zealots will not be microed because they are essentially dead, although Harstem does have the 1 Zealot inside the main base right here, so Bunny's going to have to do everything in his power to begin killing off these zealots, and he's trying to do just that. Widowmine's there, killing off unit after unit, and never lie to me, Bunny, is what he's saying there. And looks like DeMuslim is out on the loose right now. This is where the game's gonna start to get interesting. Harstem is gonna be doing a drop down there. The link for DeMuslim gonna go ahead and start heading on back home, but it does look like with drops enabled, players are bringing those zombies to their opponent's base. Lots of zealots on the way. DeMuslim saying, what is this? He's going to have to make some units other than just Zerglings. Unfortunately, Zerglings are not the way to hold this off, because then he just has more and more Zerglings in his base. It does look like Bunny, Bunny is able to recover from this. So Harstem saying, you know what, it's me winning. And actually, the Zealots are going to go down. They should be attacking the Lings. That's actually the ideal way to do this. The Queen here might go down as well. And DeMuslim, unfortunately, we'll see if he can actually adapt to this. He's got to throw down some sort of tech other than just Zerglings, because Zerglings, they basically never stop dying is the problem. And he will kill off the Warp Prism there, so no more Warp Prism harassment got to be taking place. But at the same time, BabyKnight going completely uncontested right now, which is the big macro play going to be the game clincher, or is it going to be the early aggression? We are about to find out, as more and more Zealots still here. And keep in mind, DeMuslim, you can't keep making Lings, man. It's not going to work out for you, because then you have to start killing off your own Lings. There they are going to be respawning. They apparently don't respawn with Zergling legs or Zergling speed there. He's trying to make more and more Queens here, but unfortunately he's losing the Queens as well. So Spines might be the actual answer. He might finally be able to clean this up, but again, more and more stuff is going to spawn. DeMuslim never actually having enough to clean everything up. That is why zombies are a total pain. Actually, it does look like there was an attack over here. Oh no, the Mothership! The Mothership core over here is going to be able to clean those up, but it does look like some damage being dealt. And DeMuslim trying to find a way to clean this up. Might want to turtle at your Nat with defense or get roaches. There we go. We got to get DeMuslim. He's kind of the new guy here, as Lings just keep dying. Lings will forever keep dying, as it's basically a never-ending cycle here. If you go for Zerglings, that's what I've learned as Zerg. And is BabyKnight going for the Infestors? No, he's not. He's actually going to be getting a Spire. He has an Infestation Pit already. Actually, could be going for either of those things. He has 8 Mutalisks on the way. And DeMuslim's still going to be struggling over here versus these zombies. Poor fellow. But I actually think at this point that BabyKnight is really the undefeated champion right now. But at the same time, it looks like Bunny's going to be way aggressive here with these Hellions to try and take them out. And is able to return the favor there. And unfortunately for DeMuslim, he is having to evacuate this base. And there you go. Oh, the Queens could hold him on the ramp here, which is exactly what he wants to do. He's got them funneled into a choke point now, and the Transfuse as well. This is exactly what DeMuslim needs to do here. Throws down the Transfuse. We'll be able to kill off the Queen. A couple more Lings may spawn, but he is finally going to stabilize here. Oh, no, he's using more Lings still. So not an ideal situation for him. DTs mixed in. That's going to be respawning DTs as well as a bunch of Zerglings here. I think the Mutas, though, going to be able to hold this off just fine. Mutalisks are now out, and Muta's got to be sick good in the zombie game just because they can keep respawning inside their opponent's base. More and more probes getting taken out here. Harstem's going to hold on, but at what cost? He did leave the Overseers here to clean up everything, so BabyKnight is easily going to be the favorite right now, and the DeMuslim, I think, has finally stabilized, and the Mutas are going to be moving out here. This is not looking good for Harstem. Still cleaning up those Hellions, but with no anti-air, we have to actually get Archons out. I think that's going to be the only option right here, as Mutalisks are on the field. BabyKnight, though, is taking his little sweet time over here. If we can get a couple Archons out, these Mutalisks may just melt away. DeMuslim, though, I'd love to see him be able to recover from this. I don't know if he's going to be able to. It does look like BabyKnight got to go ahead and go to the top right side. BabyKnight, with the smack talk, Harstem unable to deal with this. He's going to have to run for sure. And DeMuslim says there's still that Warp Prism in my base. No Photon Overcharge. Well, there's one at the natural and not enough energy at the main base. Well, just wait for BabyK. They're talking about that. Lots of Mutas on the field. Does Harstem kind of basically be a whistleblower right now? Does he say exactly what's going on right here? And we'll have to wait and see. What did you do? Looks like the Nexus is going to survive for now. I think what he wants to do is save up some money and maybe start hiding on the somewhere on the map. Oh, Bunny's actually moving out with the drops right now. This is relatively undefended here. Can easily unload. This may actually force Baby to have to retreat, and I think it will. Away go the Mutalisks for now. Harstem saying, I think I lost. But remember, in zombie games, you should never give up. That's going to be a lot of dead Marines and a lot of respawning Zerglings as well. I think BabyKnight's going to have to wait for these to respawn, as Bunny revealing that there is indeed going to be Mutalisks here. I don't think these guys are going to respawn quickly enough to kill off this army, though. And actually, I think the Spore, did that one get taken over? Looks like the Medivacs, though, are going to be healing. Not enough to actually kill it off. I think BabyKnight has officially cleaned everything up there, but at the same time, you got to remember that DeMuslim is kind of back in this. Harstem is not out of it just yet. It's going to be tough for him to recover here, but either way, BabyKnight definitely going to be the favorite here as he has a huge supply lead over everybody else, but Bunny does have those drops kind of activated and can roll out with those anytime. Plus, he has the counter to Muta, which is just Mass Marine. We'll have to wait and see. Not looking good for Harstem, though. If these Lings and Mutas decide to go to the top right side, that could be it. It does look like the last few units getting cleaned up over there. Harstem trying to kill off this Nexus, but yet there is no way for him to defeat this. So Mass Muta right now may be the winning maneuver here, and the adding insult to injury is that there's going to be another Nexus there pretty soon. Harstem decides to drop that down. It does look like BabyKnight got to go ahead and back on out of here, though. Maybe going to be aggressive to his Zerg opponent, DeMuslim. And Bunny, though, going to be able to make up a lot of units right here. And BabyKnight saying, sorry, Billy, it just wasn't meant to be. Just was not meant to be indeed. Oh my god, Banelings. Keep in mind that Banelings will respawn as well. Now, it's kind of interesting. Oh, intercepts them in the middle. That's going to be devastating. Do they respawn with units inside? I don't think they do. That'd be kind of silly. But we'll have to wait and see here if they do. I'm actually quite curious if they respawn with units inside. I doubt they will. Oh, it actually it unloaded the units. Oh my god. Oh my god, we've never seen that before, at least I haven't. It does look like the Marines up here are going to try and hold this up, but again, even if you kill the Mutas, it's just more Mutas reinforcing it here. And BabyKnight's going to want to get out of there ASAP. Widowmines may be the best defense right now. And can he actually kill off these Mutas? This is going to be so tough for Bunny. He's got to back up all of these Marines here, trying to go for the Overseers as well. These units, though, oh god, the Banelings right now, killing off more and more Banelings right now. The Marines in the middle. Oh god, big hits coming up. That's going to be a lot of damage dealt there. And either way, Bunny trying to scramble around, and he's going to be intercepting these units over here, but if he uses the Banelings to detonate, that's going to be Banelings roaming the map, and that's exactly what we're getting, is more units now starting to spawn in the top left and middle parts of the map here. The missile turret here actually going to be able to kill off a lot of these, but it does look like the siege tank's got to get taken out. The Mutalisks doing lots and lots of damage here. Bunny is hanging on as best as he possibly can, but the Banelings rolling in, and that's going to be a lot of respawning Marines. This might actually be it for Bunny. I don't think he can clean all of this up. We'll just have to wait and see. However, there is a great divide now versus bottom right and bottom left side. So the Terran players are at least one of them getting completely taken out, and Bunny's saying Muta is way too good. And, you know, I gotta say, DeMuslim has his own Mutas now, though. So take a look here, 29 Mutas for DeMuslim. That's going to be versus 16 of Bunny. So it still remains to be seen who's actually going to end up winning this right now. Sure, I mean, Bunny's in a lot of trouble over here, but at the same time, we thought that BabyKnight was going to win, but it looks like DeMuslim going to be returning the favor. He's going to be flying through here, but there's just no anti-air. Only those missile turrets kind of hanging out. And he's just got to try and go for as many of these as he possibly can. This is why the zombie map is so hilarious, because it's always hard to tell who's actually going to end up winning. DeMuslim with the comeback now has a lot of Mutas on the field. He's actually the favorite to win it right now. And does DeMuslim decide to continue to harass? Looks like he is going to be able to kill off one of these buildings over here of BabyKnight. And oh my god, there's so much chat. So much chat taking place. And unfortunately for Harstem, he's just getting ganged up on by tons and tons of Mutas. And there we go. Harstem's going, what? DeMuslim has the Mutas now as well. So DeMuslim going to be the favorite to win this. I think Mutas are definitely way too good. But hey, that's why it's called IMBA League, baby. I just add the baby in by myself. But either way, there is still a few units roaming around the middle. Not nearly as many as there used to be. Harstem's actually trying to move out with this Stalker. That's going to get taken out right away by those Zerglings there. So Harstem doesn't really have a whole lot of options here. He has basically no mining workers anymore. So it does look, however, though, like Bunny may be stabilizing just a little bit. He just needs to make sure to stop losing units. Easier said than done. What is actually being attacked down here? I'm honestly not sure. But BabyKnight right now, I thought he was the favorite, but maybe not. We do have two players now at 200 supply. Bunny is at 100, and he's saying, you know what, everything is pink here. He's not going to be able to stabilize anytime soon, because the problem is that he needs to take this base down here. But guess what? There's siege tanks protecting that, so the siege tanks are working actually against him. There's got to be a major battle over here. DeMuslim at 1-1 upgrades. BabyKnight is at 2 attack. There's also going to be a Dark Templar moving in. That one gets taken out. He should be able to clean that one up quite easily. Harstem struggling in this game, and we are going to have to see right now. Is that zombie CC actually going to land? No, they never do. They kind of float around. Nope, they just float around and kind of mock their enemies, as that is always absolutely hilarious to see. And actually, it looks like Bunny able to establish a base over here. He's upgrading it to a planetary, could easily start throwing down tons of missile turrets, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. And honestly, in Zombie League, that might be the best option right here. Are zombies owning me with banelings? The answer is yes. That is the absolute answer right there, with a crazy Zombie League split on those banelings. Going to be able to take those out, and we'll see if more of them actually spawn. But yeah, you do not want to go for banelings versus zombies, I feel like. And it does look like more banelings. Oh god, BabyKnight with even more banelings. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? This is going to be absolutely ridiculous. There's actually going to be a sensor tower here as well. That should help out in the defense. He'll know when he's being attacked. It does look, zombie turrets might be good for me. That's actually true. If he can clean those out, then he's got to be A-okay. I wonder if he should, no, you don't want to kill off your own missile turrets because they'll shoot your medevacs, but we'll just have to wait and see here, as really this is kind of a two-player game with Bunny slowly stabilizing up here. The main problem, though, is if he gets hit with banelings, it is all over. Wow, where'd all these Zerglings come from? Trying to clean them up with banelings, but then that just makes it spawn more banelings. And, oh, gotta be careful there. You don't want to detonate your banelings on those. You gotta use your mutilas to clean those up. Harstem saying he is killing himself. He's trying to deal with these units, and maybe he'll be the comeback king. We'll just have to wait and see. A big drop actually coming out for Bunny. I think him waiting may have been the better option. At the same time, though, DeMuslim's only got mutants here. He's gotta be losing so much. All these brains are gonna be respawning as well. DeMuslim may actually be running out of options on how to hold this off. Sure, he killed that, but does he have enough to kill the respawning units? We are about to see here. Spine callers respawning. Here comes the respawning reinforcements. Banelings rolling in as well. It's going to be so many banelings on the field. Are you kidding me? DeMuslim trying to hold here. I don't think he has enough. He's trying to power his way. He does have the upgrades to keep in mind the zombies don't, so that's going to make the difference here. That's going to be so many banelings. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That is ridiculous. That base not going to be taken anytime soon. He may have to just use pure muta against that. And that base is now back with a vengeance. But remember, the bigger the armies are, the more zombies that will spawn. And it does look like right now, uh-oh, Harstem in a world of hurt up here. He's trying to kill us off. BabyKnight, he doesn't care, though. Marines, the absolute perfect choice here. You run in, you lose them, you wait for them to spawn, they lose those, then you run in once again, slowly whittling down this mutalist count. Is it going to be enough right now, though? We're about to find out. 55 mutalists here for BabyKnight. Just being active with those mutas is kind of the way to go. And it does look like DeMuslim here, though, still kind of struggling at dealing with this. These Marines doing tons and tons of damage as they respawn. DeMuslim will eventually clean that one up. Unfortunately, Bunny may have way overextended here, and all of a sudden he's the one on the defensive end, and those missile turrets will respawn, which might actually help him out. But the Marines isn't enough to actually kill these off. It's got to be tough. I think BabyKnight knows he's just got to sacrifice these. Oh my god, so many units down here. This is actually absurd. The broodlings, my favorite part, that they don't die. They just kind of hang out there forever. And there we go. Bunny loses his one and only base. The sensor tower going to go down as well. So zombies are always watching. That is the absolute case in this game. Now at this point, does Mass Muta win, or does Fungal win, or does being aggressive win? We are going to have to wait and see. Just shoots the mules and kills SCVs. It's true. It does look like DeMuslim going to be the victor right here, but keep in mind that these ones are going to be respawning. And actually, DeMuslim keeping a few spores alive. That's going to make a big difference in these battles. We may be seeing just pure muta versus pure muta, but we could see one player actually decide to go for, oh god, those spores are so good. They're going to basically two-shot these mutas if they're both attacking. DeMuslim eventually has to take these out, and that's going to be it. Harstem saying sorry. I don't think, does Harstem have anything going on? That's the real question. As Bunny really unable to make anything happen over here. Is Bunny even trying anymore? That's yeah, all players are still actually trying to hang in there. It's got to come down to the muta count right now, though, which is no real surprise right now, considering that I enabled drops. So mutas, I think, are the best way to go. It can deny the drops. It can also deal with basically everything, so you can just kind of fly around it. And DeMuslim here, though, once again, does have the spores, and if he can kill off enough of these mutas, should be good to go. He might actually just chase this army down. 3-1 is done, but DeMuslim one-upping it with 3-2, and not sure if he can actually kill this off or not. Gotta be pretty hard to get my expansion with the zombie planetary fortress and zombie army with my 30 supply. That is absolutely true here. There's gotta be so many mutas in the middle right now. I think DeMuslim may actually end up losing this army. He's got to watch out for the respawning Mutalisks as well. At the same time, though, DeMuslim actually doing crazy damage with these Lings. If he kills off the Spines, they can attack this base. If he kills off the Spores, same thing. And if nothing else, he is sprinkling that area with units and Lings inside the main base as well. There's also going to be Mutalisks attacking this location. That base has been secured by the zombie infestation. So DeMuslim is now down to one base. BabyKnight is not, but he's also losing lots of his workers, lots of his queens here as well. And it's not that big of a deal. It just becomes more and more frustrating for him to have to do with it. And DeMuslim saying he can't really get out of his base, which is actually true. And he might actually lose a Spire here as well. That's going to spawn Broodlings, which will respawn as more Broodlings. But I think BabyKnight has eventually cleaned this up. BabyKnight may now once again be the victor as, Phoenix right now. There's going to be the counter to the Mutas. Does he have enough, though? I think the answer is probably no. BabyKnight is focused on killing them, though. I think BabyKnight might be the victor here. He's getting a little bit out of control. Bunny, though, has secured yet another base here. Can DeMuslim deal with any of this, though? He's going to have to get a couple of Broodlords or something. Seg, you are your own worst enemy. Did he kill off any Zerglings down here? It looks like he did, but BabyKnight's still managing to hang on with just the last few of his Mutalisks. I guess it's not a few Mutalisks. It is a lot. He's still at 33 right now. BabyKnight's got to be careful here, though. If he loses all these Mutas to a Fungal, to a Seeker Missile or something like that, that is going to be quite annoying. And actually two Broodlings down here. One Broodling and a Zergling is actually going to be attacking that, and it looks like Harstem is still in this, and he is going to be going for Phoenix right now. He's going to be killing off the zombie Phoenix, which is no problem by any means. No upgrades for these Phoenix, though, which is going to be quite annoying for him. Does kill off this Mutalisk as well. I want to say, though, BabyKnight obviously going to be the favorite to win. God, I love that the Broodlings kind of wander around. We do have more Mutas on the way right now, though, for DeMuslim. He's making up everything that he possibly can, but DeMuslim, it's kind of a weird situation for him because he's trapped in the bottom left side. I think he's long distance mining and actually is basically completely out of money right now. So he needs to be clearing this out as much as he can, but if he does that, it opens up for a counterattack. And it looks like BabyKnight's got to be the one to beat here. I think that that's going to be it. Unless they can get enough to kill off all of those Mutalisks, it's got to be tough. I mean, you can see DeMuslim trying to make it happen. There's going to be a scan. But again, you got to watch out for the Spore Cars, which is so frustrating to actually have to deal with. Then you have to kill the Broodlings, and that is so many Mutalisks. It's actually absurd. I doubt that Harstem has the range upgrade for these Phoenix, which is exactly what he would need right now. And Harstem's got to do everything he can to whittle down these Phoenix. Don't want to be too aggressive, though. Has to keep these alive, has to keep making Phoenix if possible, and really no one ever went for the hard counter to Phoenix. We never saw Fungals, we never saw that many Phoenix or anything like that. DeMuslim trying to be aggressive with these, and might actually be able to expand here pretty darn soon if he can kill those. I think that was a zombie changeling. Does manage to kill off these creep tumors as well. But at this point, I just don't think Phoenix are going to beat up. Although maybe Harstem can actually get enough here. How much money does BabyKnight have? He doesn't have that much gas. And he's not maxed out either. Always got to try and trap these down. The angle's looking pretty good for Harstem. He's trying to get out of there. Will be able to kill off Muta after Muta and actually has separated the rest from the army. BabyKnight going to be intercepting the reinforcements right now. Harstem needs to do his best to keep these alive, though. But again, the random Mutas will be spawning, and that's exactly what's happening over here. The Spine Crawler are zombie Spine Crawlers, though. So Harstem, Mass Phoenix is nice, which is exactly what he needs right here. Could be slowly turning the tide. I gotta say, Harstem's getting a little bit of control in this game. He's unable to really mine anything, though. He's only got those 2 mineral patches. There's only 45 resources left there, and he's still making one at a time Phoenix here. And at the same time, Bunny's gotta be busting out. Do we have a comeback in the making? DeMuslim has finally cleaned out this base. It was long and hard, but he finally actually managed to. But BabyKnight, excuse me, just has so many Mutalisks right now, and he is close to maxed out. He did lose one of his main mining bases. That's a lot of Zerglings. Guess what's good versus Phoenix? The mighty, mighty Zergling here, as I think BabyKnight realizes that. So he's going to move in there and kill us off. Got to be careful with these Marines. He needs to keep these Marines alive for sure. If the Widow Mines get big detonations as well, that could be it. The Mutalisks should be spawning pretty soon. How many did he actually kill, though? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did manage to kill about 8 there. It's going to be tough for him to actually kill off those effectively, though, because more and more units just keep dying on the back of it. But either way, BabyKnight showing us that Phoenix are kind of the way to, or excuse me, that Mutalisks are the way to go, but it is not over just yet. If he actually got the range upgrade, then all these Mutalisks may be null and void. We'll have to wait and see if that actually happens or not. But drones trying to long distance mine. BabyKnight actually going to be losing a lot of those drones. He needs them for sure. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, oh my god! Oh my god, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, is Harstem gonna win this? Is Harstem gonna be the victor here? Let's take a look at the army supply. Oh my god, Bunny is actually in the lead in supply right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, I cannot believe this game. I cannot believe this game. BabyKnight has spent all of his money. How many units does he have now? Oh my god. Oh my god, DeMuslim slowly making a comeback as well. He will be able to expand, but the zombies are actually getting cleaned up in a big way. Oh my god. Oh my god. They all died. They all died. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say. What does the commentator say after that? The whole game was dictated by BabyKnight. All of a sudden, we don't know who's going to win this. We don't actually know what's going to happen right now. Oh my god. Oh, I'm at a loss for words. Let's take a look at the income tab actually. BabyKnight's in the lead on the economy. Bunny is really struggling here, but he also has the army supply advantage. Yeah, the supply is 127, which is basically all of these added together. So if Bunny doesn't lose his Marines, he's okay. And guess what? There is a ripe for the pick and base over here. Oh, the Lings. BabyKnight needs these. He needs these Lings. He's gonna lose all of them though. And you probably don't want to burrow right here. That's gonna be damage to yourself. If you do burrow, you probably want to get out of there. I don't know that you want to be here when these Lings respawn. I don't think you want to be here when these Lings respawn. They're just going to kill your own stuff. Oh, no, he's playing it out how he normally would. But either way, and they're actually saying that Bunny is winning, which is true. Too late now. Oh, God, it does look like Bunny will actually be able to take this base. He could land right here for the long distance mining, or he can just kind of hang in there. But either way, it looks like this is anybody's game right now. We have actually hit the reset button. Take a look at the army supply. 46, 84, 48. Still Bunny is in the lead, but Marines are so fragile. And it's going to be a while before he can actually secure this base over here. So bailing landmines versus... oh, there he goes right there. They were spotted. Nice little play there by Bunny to be able to spot those. So kill off the creep tumors. That's going to respawn those creep tumors, though. And at the same time... saying clear my third and I won't kill your drones. I don't know if he actually can right now. I don't really know what anyone can do at this point. This base down here is ridiculously protected. DeMuslim trying to make something happen here with these mutas. This base very well protected as well. And I honestly don't know who can win this. I feel, oh, the Phoenix getting taken out here. Those were, I believe, some of the Phoenix of Harstem. And he's actually going to try and move up here. He might actually be able to go up here and kills off one of the only mining bases for Harstem. Harstem did make the hard counter to the mutas, but the mutas are getting taken out. Or they have already been taken out or in the process of dying. So right now, I think Marine might be the best option here. He's got the Widow Mines down here. It does look like some of the medevacs will go down. That kind of sucks. But either way, Bunny might have the secret formula here. He can land this command center now. There it goes. Does he turn it into a planetary? Or I don't even know if he's going to have the money to do anything with it. And a couple of the Phoenix here will get shot. None of them are going to die right now. Harstem is saying stop it as everyone is trapping him to the top right side. Force fields right there are going to be buying him just a little bit of time. So right now, this is actually DeMuslim clearing out yet another base. He actually managed to kill this one off. There are Widow Mines over here, though. That's going to detonate and kill off those Lings. So that's going to be short-lived. I think Widow Mines might be the only way to clean that one out. So right now, who is going to win this game? Well, we do have the Nexus on the way once again for Harstem. The other Nexus has spawned on top of it. Oh, wait. What was that? Oh, I thought that was a burrowed baneling, right? What is that, actually? I guess it's just a plant. It looks like a burrowed baneling, though. And, oh, no, the Widow Mines is going to free up more. Oh, God. Oh, God, this base is not going to be secured anytime soon. Probably wants to scan there. But, nope. Goodbye, Marines. Go man mode, Harstem. Lift the mines. And... we'll see if he can do it over here. Oh my god, look at this. This is the Rave Nexus over here. There's a rave going on in that Nexus. And we shall see, though. I think BabyKnight has recovered. But the amount... Okay, so the thing is that the amount of zombies on the map is actually relatively small. There's a couple of buildings left. There's a couple of units left. But overall, this is up to the players at this point to actually end this game. It does look like DeMuslim right here. Uh-oh. Big hit right there. Trying to activate those, and he did. He did get his wish there, but unfortunately it hit the big bulk of the army. And Bunny right now going to be just fine. Got to be able to kill off these units here with his own Widow Mines right there. And I like the way that Bunny's playing it. Oh, Ultra's at a DeMuslim right now. That's going to be able to clean these up, so DeMuslim's going to be able to secure yet another base down here. He's saying sometimes they don't burrow. This one they did burrow, though. So have to watch out for that. Widow Mine will get the big hits right there. DeMuslim, though, I like the way he's playing this out as well. And I think, is he dancing those lings, or are they just kind of chilling out? No, there's just a big old party taking place down there. And honestly, at this point, I'm worried that all these lings are going to die to either the Ultras or the Widow Mines, and then we're going to have lings all over the map. I feel like lings are the worst unit in the zombie map, just because they die so quickly and then they respawn and kill the other lings. It's a never-ending spot. So players trying to figure out exactly what to do here. DeMuslim is back in this. I think getting the Ultras out now is a great way to start clearing out the map. It's a great way to start expanding. You can see he has yet another base down here. The Muta count, though, is it too high for BabyKnight for DeMuslim to hold on? Well, DeMuslim does have 10. He's at 3 upgrades. What does BabyKnight have? He's at 3 too. So he might actually be able to... Oh, God! Needs a scan there. These Widow Mines out of control. Needs a scan. Please scan. Please scan. It does look like actually DeMuslim trying to move in there. Activated 2 of the mines right now. There is 1 more mine ready to go. He needs to land this and then scan immediately, because anything he transfers down there is just going to get taken out. Bunkers, though. I don't know if they respawn with Marines inside or if it puts the Marines on the outside. Either way, we'll have to wait and see. There's the big scan. We'll be able to finally clean out these mines. So there is almost no zombies on the map. We have actually had a truce where players have taken out all of the zombies. And is Bunny actually winning, though? No, he's not. No, he's not. BabyKnight is lying right now. He's actually in the lead right now with the smack talk. Ooh, I don't know who to believe right now, but I feel like BabyKnight's in a pretty good spot here. DeMuslim, though, is going to be doing the recovery, and we'll just have to wait and see exactly how this goes. I honestly don't know. I honestly do not know where this game is even headed. 109 supply, 149 to 150. The game's at the 45-minute mark. And the thing is that you're like, okay, it looks like a player may actually die. But the problem is now there's so many units on the map that when the big battle takes place, then there's that many more zombies on the map. So even though we're seeing a low amount, you don't want to kill that. That might actually burrow and help your cause in securing that. Oh, God, here comes the Zerglings right now. Going to be able to take out all the Marines. It looks like that is so many Zerglings. Bunny all of a sudden not getting the detonations he needs with, well, there's no Widow Mines in sight. We'll see exactly how much stuff respawns right there. It's going to be quite a lot. Here we go. Marines respawning right in the middle here, and Zerglings as well need to burrow these Widow Mines immediately. But this is how the zombie infestation begins. And Buddy's saying there is no way that I'm winning. Somehow this got taken out as well. So now the Marines are going to be killing this. He's basically mining off 1 base. Harstem is on 1 base. God, I don't know. I mean, BabyKnight keeps playing this out so smart, but I feel like DeMuslim may be the underdog that no one's paying attention to. He may be the black horse, or dark horse. Is it black horse? He's a very darkly colored horse, all right? And he's got the Ultras now, which we have not seen this entire game. He's got the Infestors, which we have not seen this entire game. And Widow Mines there, sure, they're taking out some stuff, but I'm actually not sure who is in the lead right now. It's definitely not Harstem, but 105, 167, and 152. DeMuslim slowly catching back up. And the thing is that DeMuslim's army hard counters these Zerglings over here. So I'm actually not sure. Widow Mines over there, he's trying to load them in the bunkers, get those Marines to safety. He will be able to. And he's trying to hold on here, but this is going to be more and more dead bases, I feel like, for Bunny. Bunny, actually, wait. Not deciding to run those lings in there. I can't believe DeMuslim cleared out his 3rd base since Sinvicta. That is absolutely true. There is a Baneling up here. We'll see if it ever actually aggroes onto these units. Could be some pretty devastating hits there. It does look like this Orbital going to get taken out as well. Again, though, the zombie count is really, really low. So that means that we may be seeing yet another epic battle taking place here. Harstem saying, I got this, John. He's going to be cleaning out a lot of these just to be friendly, I suppose. But I think at this point, the game is now between DeMuslim and BabyKnight. I think that is all there is to it right now. And DeMuslim trying to win here. Bunny is pretty much eliminated at this point. He does have a lot of Widow Mines. There's going to be one detonation. Marines do stim and run down. I'm pretty sure my eye is twitching from the amount of casting I've actually done so far in this game. And that is just how epic StarCraft actually is. We'll kill off that zombie orbital. But really, it's going to come down to when DeMuslim attacks. Does he kill off BabyKnight's army? That's the real question. Unfortunately, DeMuslim doesn't know that he should be going for BabyKnight. I mean, I guess going for Bunny isn't the worst thing in the world, but I feel like going the other way is better. Oh, why don't you fast arrow units abuse with? Oh god, the Fungals have landed. The Ultras go down. They're going to spawn directly on top of that army, though, and it does look like, oh my god, that is it for Bunny. DeMuslim, this is your cue to leave and just watch the massacre happen. DeMuslim, you don't want to be there. All those units are going to be respawning. Probably time for you to get out of there. And yeah, there you go, DeMuslim. He does get out of there. There's going to be so many Marines. That is going to be super it for Bunny. I don't see how he can ever clean that out. That is so many Marines. No upgrades and no, you know, combat shields or anything like that. But that is so many units. I think there's even an Ultralist. Or did he already respawn? I guess he already respawned. Bunny's saying DeMuslim has so much. We could be seeing something very similar to what we saw in the past. Oh, there's the Ultras that respawn. And just needs to keep his units alive if possible. He does manage to. And Harstem, I think, is scouting out right now with that, realizing just how much there actually is. I think that Baneling either detonated or finally got killed off right now. Kill his mutas. So DeMuslim right now frantically trying to spend this money. He's the only one with actual money in the game, I believe. I mean, I can't imagine anyone else having money at this point. But either way, this army down here, this is not getting cleaned up anytime soon. Actually, the Widow Mines here could eventually clean this stuff up. It's going to take a lot of time, but it will eventually work. It's going to take a lot of time, actually. But we'll just have to wait and see. He's wasting Fungals on my mutas. Whew, my small muta bunch. We'll see if DeMuslim has enough to actually win this game right now. So now it's back into DeMuslim's favor. And really, you guys have got to just start trying to kill someone. And actually, a nice split on those Phoenix right there. Fungal comes out, unable to land. I think DeMuslim has to get more Infestors out. I think that's his only option right now. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing right now. We do have a Fleet Beacon on the way. Can DeMuslim win this? Can he actually win it? I can't believe these Widow Mines are actually slowly clearing this out. That's actually pretty awesome. He's trying to bait these units. Look at this. He's actually baiting the zombies into the Widow Mines here to try and start clearing this out. So I revoke that statement. He is actually going to try his best here. It does look like DeMuslim's got to go for it. He gets a big Fungal on these mutas. Here come the Zerglings, but the Ultras will eat those for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're basically bagel bites at this point. DeMuslim is going to be able to kill off all the respawning units quite easily. He might actually just go for it. He knows that he has a slight advantage. At the same time, though, if he loses any of these Ultralisks, this plan could quickly end. I think DeMuslim, though, is now the one who's playing this out correctly. He is securing his base. He's making sure that he's mining out every single mineral right now. And, oh my god, where did Harstem get this money? Harstem actually has an army, and a formidable one at that. He actually has an Immortal in there as well. BabyKnight, it's saying Harstem is winning now. Oh, let's take a look at the army supply. Harstem is behind in the army supply, but either way, I gotta hand it to Bunny, man. A very noble adventure that he has taken. He has 5 Ultras. I can't kill that. We'll just have to wait and see if DeMuslim can actually win this. DeMuslim has adapted. He's become stronger. He's become smarter, and he might actually be able to secure another base. Actually, we're nearly mined out. I think there's only one base remaining. You all just teamed up on me. So at this point, this is still anyone's game. This is the only base that remains. This is the only mining base that really remains on the map. There are a couple minerals to be mined down here. DeMuslim may finally just go all in. He may go for the kill here. We'll see if he can actually do it. Can he fully commit? Can he kill us off? Remember, those Lings will die instantly to the Ultras. This is what you want, is you want to have the Lings engage the Ultras. Now he can actually just back out, let the Lings do their job. And there's the Infested Terrans as well. So DeMuslim, there you go. Now they're getting the hang of it. You want to get in there, lose some units, and get the hell out of there, which is exactly what he's going to be doing. Baneley's going to be respawning. Unfortunately, he didn't get far enough back. So those Lings, while they did respawn, did not do as much damage as they could have. You won last time, not allowed to. Yeah, it looks like Bunny's pretty much screwed right here. He has nowhere to actually mine. He does have Widow Mines finally down here. He might actually be able to start long-distance mining right here. But either way, DeMuslim has the right idea here. Throw out those... Oh, the Fungals. The Fungals could land on these vids. That could be it. The Zerglings are going to get taken out once again. Where's the Transfuse on these? And it looks like all those Lings are going to die. Now it's time for DeMuslim to get out of there and let the Lings do their job. There he goes right there. They're going to be respawning. Update, 1 Marine with 5 health. No medevacs in sight. He died. That is very, very sad. I'm surprised that DeMuslim is actually killing out these Lings. I think he should let them kill this base, swing around to the other side, but he's realizing, you know what, Ultras just do not take damage from Zerglings. We can kill those all day, which is exactly what he's going to be doing right here, and it looks like the Ultras may be the game-clinching move here. Harstem actually has a mothership on the way. We could be seeing a zombie mothership, although the thing is that DeMuslim has no anti-air. That is the problem for him. He does have 4 more Ultras on the way, so he might not need it, but he does not have a way of killing that mothership, I feel like. So we'll see if Queens and Needlists are going to be enough to take that on. And you can see the hallucinations over here. You can see, honestly, that Bunny trying so hard to expand, but that's not going to happen. There's just no way. Bunny is all but eliminated here. He's only at 8 supply, so basically Bunny is done. He's only got the 3 Widow Mines, and it looks like it's between DeMuslim and Harstem at this point, if you can believe it. I sure as hell can't, as I think that all these players, they have no way of getting money at this point. So we'll just have to wait and see. How did this happen? It looks like DeMuslim versus Harstem. Who would have thought? Oh god, that's so awesome. That is so awesome. As that's going to be, I don't know if even going this way is a good idea. I mean, he will be clearing out this base, it looks like. But does he have Overseers? Yes. Wait. Let's see. DeMuslim has no Overseers right now. He's got to watch out for those Widow Mines. He's going to be losing his investors if he's not careful. And just don't try to fly over zombies, please. He does not have detection, I don't think. I don't think he does. Hopefully he will start making it. He's throwing out Fungals here to actually clean these up. Does he see where they're at, though? There's the scan right there. He's got to be careful of the Widow Mines. They're kind of hard to see with so much going on. But it is now top right versus bottom left. I think that BabyKnight's going to try and find somewhere to mine. He might actually think there's still minerals over here. Yeah, according to his map, there is. But there's only 1 mineral patch with 95 minerals remaining, which is not enough to do anything. So at this point, it's going to be top right versus bottom left. And I think Harstem might actually win this. Is Harstem going to be the victor here? I honestly don't know. That's why I love zombie games, because you seriously don't know what is ever going to happen at all. I think Bunny lost his last SCV. Is that what happened? Yep, Bunny is now officially eliminated. No units, cannot make any more. So that is going to be it. He could try and fly around with his buildings, but that's going to be it. We could be seeing the last final battle about to take place here. There is a mothership here and no Overseer, so he's going to have to rely on the Fungals. Here we go, Fungals on the Phoenix. He needs to be Fungling the rest of the army as well, but it's not happening. Where are the Infestors at? Where are the Infestors at? I think Harstem might actually win this battle, and Harstem is going to claim victory. Wait, it's not over just yet. The mothership, it goes down though. The mothership actually goes down. The Ultras, oh my god, are you kidding me? Is he actually going to be able to do this? The Queen's going to town. There are zombie Ultras everywhere. Well, are the zombies going to win their very first game ever? I think that they might. I think that they actually might, as that is a huge army. And now they're invisible. I think that Harstem actually messed that one up. He should have gotten out of there. And DeMuslim as well. This one might actually be a tie. DeMuslim has 3 supply. Harstem may be the victor just based on, well, there's 48 here. Harstem saying, I think I can win. He's mining off of 1 base here. He has 29 supply. BabyKnight is at 90. Wait. No, he's at 48. Oh my god, I think the zombies may actually win. We may have to give this win to BabyKnight. I don't think we can even try to work together to beat the zombies. There's only the 1 base. Not with that mindset, says Harstem. Let's see. I don't know, guys. I think BabyKnight might be the one who has to claim victory here. Well, I wonder if I should actually point them in the right direction. Oh my god, he's actually going to plant that there. He will have enough. I will say Harstem. God, I wonder if I should help him out. What do you guys think? Or should I sit back and enjoy this? Harstem came and took my land. That is true. Like the Euro he is. Oh, snap. Let's see. There is the Widow Mine over here. He will be able to mine off a couple of these mineral patches. But BabyKnight has actually cleaned out several of these zombies, but the problem is that I don't think anything can actually happen here. So I may just have to claim the victor as BabyKnight, but Harstem is still making stuff. So I don't actually know. I honestly don't know. Harstem is killing off Feudalists right now. Well, what can we actually have happen here? Bunny actually is not out of this game just yet. He does have an orbital with potential for mules, so we'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see. This game was actually super epic. Guy picking up those drones there. Harstem is going to be having a mining base pretty darn soon. We do have the long-distance mining taking place. Surprisingly enough, that's only off one mineral patch, though, with 25 minerals. And he makes one infestor off of that. They can never clean out the middle here. Where's that mothership at? Just chilling right there by the watchtower. Not going to let you buy a gun then. Does BabyKnight actually end up winning this? That is the real question right now. Really, this comes down to, I don't think DeMuslim, well, DeMuslim has 3 mutalists now. So, let's see here. 27 drones for BabyKnight. Income here is nothing for anybody. There are Widow Mines over here, and so Harstem only has the 1 probe to beat the zombies. I'm wondering, can anyone beat the zombies? I don't know. He's got the drones going. I think I have Muta regen, but can he actually do it though? Can he actually make this happen? Because I don't know how much longer my voice can win or can hold out. We may have to give the victor to BabyKnight. He may be the sole survivor right now. As, I mean, the space over here, though, could start mining, as Harstem does have that. It does look like, you know, slowly but surely, BabyKnight could start cleaning all of these out. And he is going to kill off these buildings with Harstem, and he has to re-kill them again. Oh, God, there's a zombie ultra kind of running through here. And he's going to be killing off the spore crawlers, so those are going to be respawning. And will he get one more here? That queen's got to get out of there. And should be able to. There it goes. So does manage to save the queen. Decides to burrow it there. That is going to be a spore crawler that respawns. BabyKnight also has the infestors. Oh my God. Is so much trouble. Which base is he talking about? This is the one remaining base. It's so hilarious. I think the mines eventually got cleaned out. Oh my God. Harstem actually worked in a DT there and managed to trap that. Well, nope. There's mutalisks over here. So that's not going to happen. Bunny lands right there. Drone's going to be going to town over here. I feel like at this point, I should just be a trooper. And maybe you guys can just skip to the end to see who actually wins. But the 1DT might be able to do a lot. I love you, Harstem, but your Phoenix micro needs work. And Harstem saying I was typing. DeMuslim making fun of him. Oh, my God. There's that spore crawler. Can't lose any mutas there. Probably just want to throw out a couple infested Terrans. Start cleaning that up, or just use the queen. That's a good option as well. Zombie Ultra is slowly converting my base. Oh God, there's that one. My voice is shot after that blood-curdling scream. DeMuslim saying he has 3 mutas. Let's roll. They are being cost-effective with these. It's just there's so much stuff on the map, and the mothership core is there. And I might just have to call it. I don't know if my voice can actually hang on much longer. I honestly do not know. Well, there's the 7 mutas. I may honestly just leave this recording Sinvicta's view. And watching Husky, he died. I don't know what he's talking about there. But either way, make sure to go follow these guys on Twitter. I'm going to post them down below. There's going to be the mule. And, oh, God, he's got to run away. Oh, he's trying to bait it. He's trying to bait it out of the bait. Oh, no, he's just trying to run around there because he's bored. Drones continuing up on the top right side, so Harstem going to be officially eliminated. And 3 mutas moving out right now. Can they actually do anything, though? He does find a hatchery. But at this point, I may just have to spectate from Sinvicta's point of view. Let me see. Is he still watching? Is Sinvicta still here? Yes, he is. I'm currently on Sinvicta's point of view. But he is currently not moving. Let's see if he was spectating me. He might even be AFK. Oh, no, I caught him. I caught him. Oh, my God. Well, the drone's doing a good job of cleaning everything out slowly but surely. I want to say that BabyKnight is the winner. I don't see that there's any way that he can actually lose this right now. His mutas are up to a bajillion kills. He needs slightly more money. Spinecrawler slowly killing everything off. There he goes. He is finally going to be able to chase these down. Is he going to be able to kill him off? If he loses these mutas, I think that's actually it. A one shot from there. DeMuslim has really good angles here. He is going to end up losing one muta. Does he lose the second one? I think he will. The control here from BabyKnight is pretty good. He's going to kill the last muta. He's got to watch out. The angle's pretty good. And he is going to get that one. And the other one survives with 4 HP. I think we should kill each other. We shouldn't kill each other, but the zombies. There we go. For Baneling all-inning me. I think BabyKnight is your winner. He is the only one with anything left in this game. I think Baby K is the official winner. He's the only one with units. Let's see. He's saying he has a DT. Alright, so Bunny is officially tapped out. So he's out of here. BabyKnight is left. I honestly think BabyKnight ended up winning the game there. So BabyKnight is going to be your victor here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Go follow them on Twitter. This has been another Zombie FFA IMBA League. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is HUSky here, back with some more IMBA League Heroes. It has been way too long since I have cast an IMBA League game, and I'm going to be talking about all of that in just a moment. But before I talk about the map and the players, let's talk about the players. Alright, that wasn't the best way to intro this, but hey, I'm a bit rusty, okay? Up in the top left side, it is going to be Cham, who is a Terran player who one of our other players, coLqxc, actually invited. His account is currently in Master League. He has never played an IMBA League map before, but he is in for a treat, and his opponents are going to be Wilko. Up in the top right side, and in this FFA facing them is also going to be LiquidSheth, who is an old school fan favorite. And don't forget about coLqxc down in the bottom left side. As a reminder, you are walled in with rocks outside your natural. Just a heads up. Hotty ho. Alright, anyways guys, this is going to be the zombies version of IMBA League. If you would like to play on IMBA League, it's actually, which I didn't actually know this until I checked the other day, currently ranked number 5 in the most popular maps on Arcade. If you have Arcade and are logged into the North American server, just look for IMBA League. That is basically the same name as the title, IMBA League. It should be in all caps. You can join that, play with your friends, play with other people as well. And Wilko right there is going to go ahead and I believe cancel that and go for Nexus first. As also we have a player Intense, who is also a player. Unfortunately, he joined a little bit late, so coLqxc invited 2 of his friends and he joined later, so now he is stuck as a referee. But hey, just in-game commentary. I guess he's going with the typing commentary. Number 1 APMNA. But either way, Sinvicta is also going to be casting this from his point of view. For some reason, my Skype was being super wonky, so he's not going to be in a dual cast with me. But I'm going to put a link down below to all 5 Twitters as well as Sinvicta's channel. So if you guys want to follow any of them, go support them. They are taking their time with this, and it does look like they may have a little bit of smack talk going on so far. It's hard to read and cast at the exact same time. That is absolutely true. But for those of you who do not know what the Zombie League, IMBA League map is, basically any time a unit dies, it comes back 20 to 30 seconds later as a hostile zombie that will attack anyone. It rises from the dead, just like in The Walking Dead, right where it dies, and will wander around the map until it finds something to attack. So, that is what's up with that. Also, though, you are walled in on this version of the map. Once you do the zombie version, you are walled in with rocks right here. This is to delay rushes just a little bit, as rushes are extremely powerful on this map, because when you're defending an attack, you're not only killing the attack, you're also killing the attack's respawn units, and also any units that you lose. So drops are very effective. Attacks are very effective. There's lots of things that are effective, and this is not on manner mode. This is not no drops or anything like that. This is actually a cutthroat kind of craziness that's going to be taking place here, which I am super, super excited for, as we're going to wait and see how these players kind of play this out. Now, there is going to be a lull in the kind of beginning phases of the game, but let's talk a little bit of strategy about IMBA League. Number one, IMBA League is all about, well, exactly what it's called, being completely imbalanced. So if you're watching some of these games, and looks like coLqxc is still singing that song down there. If you watch some of these games and you're like, oh my god, that's so broken, what is the point? Well, that is the point. That is the whole point of IMBA League. It's very similar to taking pro players and making them feel like Bronze League heroes. It's like when you first play the game and you have no idea what the best strategy is. You have no idea what's going to happen. That is the point of IMBA League. Now, right now we do have a Mothership Core right here. Mothership Core rushes are actually surprisingly effective because, again, if you do it versus someone like a Terran, they have to kill 2 Mothership Cores as opposed to just 1. So it does look like Cham may be going for some sort of drop. This is your neighborhood-friendly drop alert. A drop has been detected in your area. We recommend that you take cover. This is not a drill. All right, so we're giving them a slight tease. I like to let them know that drops are a possible threat just because they are so powerful. Plus, I'm a referee. Plus, it's IMBA League. So not only is it zombie mode, it is also Husky mode, which is something that, coLqxc right now has got to be careful. He's trying to get out Marines right now. I don't know if it's going to be nearly enough, as it looks like Sheth may be super aggressive here. I do believe the command center can see this. I don't think Sheth is actually paying attention, though, as here comes the units right now. He is going to have to make sure not to lose any of these Marines. Keeping the Marines alive is super, super important here. As long as he keeps the Marines alive, he should be okay. Actually, sacrificing SCV is not a bad idea either. I think that he's got to be okay here. Remember, he has to kill everything that respawns. Oh, needs to kill that. Needs to kill as quickly as he possibly can. So that is going to go down. I believe coLqxc does have enough here. He just can't afford to lose any more units, as they will begin to respawn. And we'll see if coLqxc can actually survive this onslaught. He will be able to kill those off. Now, coLqxc is an IMBA League veteran. He knows exactly what he needs to do here, but he can't afford to lose things like these Marauders. He has to keep the Marauders alive as long as possible. Otherwise, this infestation is going to quickly spread, as that Marauder, I think, will respawn up here, even though he fell down there. And right now, coLqxc trying to chase his around. He knows that he is in dire straits over here. It does look like right now, actually, the Banshee's going to be going to town as well. We do have cannons on the way, potentially, so this is going to get under the way right away. coLqxc, though, unfortunately, in a lot of trouble. He can't really make any units over here. He's going to have to try and save this. One part of no early rushes he do not get. coLqxc asking for mercy over here, which at this point, the fact of the matter is that coLqxc can lift off and begin reclaiming that slowly but surely. He's got to have to lift off, otherwise he's going to lose all of his buildings here, which I think may actually be the case right here. coLqxc making more units, but unfortunately he needs to make them at his expansion and kind of nowhere else down there. We'll see how the attack up here is going. It does look like it has been cleaned up. 1 kill on that photon cannon. Not sure if that was the Banshee or not. Overlord does manage to escape right now. coLqxc has managed, though. Oh, he didn't save this orbital command. I was going to say he did save that one and could expand, but he can actually expand wherever he wants to, and these units are only going to slowly trickle down this ramp. They may chase down this barracks right here, which could be quite troublesome for him. But coLqxc is going to be in a lot of trouble right now. His main base has been taken out. These buildings do stand. The Marauder over here is not... Oh, now he wandered over there to be close enough. I think he will be able to delay that +1 attack as well. But at the same time, if he can get out 1 siege tank or he can land and take an expansion, he should actually be okay here. He's got to be one of the only players to expand outwards so far. And actually, Cham over there... oh, excuse me, I'm taking a drink of water. Cham over there is attacking his own command center, or at least was. He's saying, you know what, I'm currently the player in the lead. I think he is anyways. Kind of the underdog over here at 93 supply already is going to be taking an early lead in that regard. coLqxc right here does have a couple of things running down his ramp. He should have enough to be able to kill off these guys one by one, though, which is exactly what you have to do. Siege tanks possibly on the way. There's got to be the zombie barracks, and the zombie marine does take out that 1 barracks over there. We'll be able to clean it up, but oh, he actually kept that marine alive. Every unit is actually important right now for coLqxc, and needs to keep them alive. He is going to be going for the rocks right now. He knows that these expansions are super vital. Hellions look like they're going to go ahead and move out here for Cham, but you can see just how effective early attacks are. However, do not count coLqxc out at all. Again, he is probably the most weathered IMBA League veteran out of anyone in this game. I think he's played even more IMBA League games than I have. The roach right there, you can see, definitely wants that. Oh, we do have a Nidus Worm taking place. Looks like Wilko's going to go ahead and be able to lock that down. There's the zombie Nidus Worm just kind of hanging out. Computer doesn't quite know how to use those. But coLqxc finally does free open those rocks and also is mining now at this base over here. So as long... Oh, man, not looking good for coLqxc. I feel for coLqxc right now. I'm not sure he's going to have what he needs to be able to take this out. He does have lots of Marines on the way, which is going to be his best bet, but I don't know if he's going to have... Well, there's only 4 Banshees here, actually, so might actually be able to pull this one off. Does he have Stim? Probably not. coLqxc is saying GTFO. He knows that he would be in trouble if he gets attacked by that. And Cham actually going to be going for Sky Terran, a very, very interesting choice, and not that bad a one if I don't say so myself. coLqxc going to be cleaning up this main base right now. Now that he has the medevac, he can safely do this. He is padding his score, but oh no, Sheth is now the aggro master. He's got to be moving out here, trying to spot exactly where it is he wants to go. He knows the Nidus Worm at the top right did not work out, but he also knows how effectively he was able to kill off coLqxc. And is he going to go for it again? I think the answer is yes. And I got to say, man, Sheth is not being nice this game at all. Command Seer should be able to escape right now. We do need to see some siege tanks here for coLqxc. As long as he can get these out, he should be okay on the defensive end. But needs to... Oh, actually, here comes a major attack. Remember, Sheth does not have detection over here. The Vikings are going to go down as they way overextend, and then the Vikings will be taking out the Ravens in just a moment if too many of them do actually end up dying. And it does look at the point defense drone actually giving Sheth a run for his money. He's got to be losing all those Hydralisks. Remember that those units will begin respawning right now as Cham is forced to retreat here. Actually, no, he's got to turn around and kill these straight up. And just has to watch out for the Hydras. Leaves one Cloaked Banshee. I gotta say, overall, Wilko right now, apparently with a drop going down over here, the Archon will die, but eventually get cleaned back up. The Zealots over here, though, with tons of kills. So very action-packed game already. And honestly, these zombie maps are a test of endurance, not only for the players, but also for me. My voice tends to go out after about 30 minutes. We're at about 15 right now. There's got to be the Archon. Can he beast mode down these Banshees? Looks like the answer is, well, one goes down. You will have to kill that Banshee, unfortunately for him. coLqxc, though, again, got to be regaining his footing in this game. He is only at 83 supply, but guess what? He's actually at 3 bases now, and very easily could be at 4, although Sheth does decide to go ahead and take that one. Another nice Worm is got to be on the way. The Photon Overcharge actually in range. Well, is it going to kill it off in time? It's got to be close. I think it's just quickly enough. I think Wilko realizes that as well. It does get cleaned up. Now, remember, having a large army does not necessarily mean you are in the lead in this game. It's all about mobility, it's all about decision-making, and it's all about putting on the aggression so that when your units die, they will be respawning at your opponent's base. That's exactly the way to win zombie games. Now, remember also that players with large armies, if that army dies, then it can drastically change the game because now everyone has to deal with that army, not just the players defending against that army. So we'll see if we have any major zombie infestations take place here, but overall, the players have done a relatively good job at keeping the map considerably clean of zombies. And I gotta say, Cham, for never playing an IMBA league in his life, especially zombies, which is a monster of its own, he's doing quite well. He does have the planetary on the way as well. I love the fact that he is going to be going for Sky Terran. I think that that is the correct choice. Keep in mind that one siege tank up here could actually lock down this base here, but for now he does decide to go ahead and go for the Marines. We do have coLqxc actually going to be putting on the aggression himself. It looks like Sheth should be able to defend this. He just has to be careful and make sure he gets there in time. The shields finishing as they land, literally delivered, I guess, via the medevacs here. He's going to have to load up and get out there. Might be able to attack the expansion. The Spore Caller is nearly done, but not nearly in time as he does drop down here. Going to be locking down multiple bases, so Sheth paying the ultimate price here for his early aggression, although he is going to be able to clean these up. I fear that he may have taken too much damage by the counterattack as well. And whoa, those Broodlings, where are those Broodlings coming from? I guess they were under the hatchery, and then they died and then respawned there, so that was pretty hilarious to watch. But either way, Sheth does go ahead and clean this up right about now. And Overlords over here are getting taken out by the cans. Actually, I love this by Wilko. That is great positioning on those pylons. That's going to go ahead and wall that in. We have actually very creative play by both these players here, as Sheth did lose a queen, so has to re-clean that one up. But for now, coLqxc, never count him out, man. We do have Battlecruisers now for Cham, and actually Battlecruisers are a great choice on this map because they're very easy to keep alive, and so that is less stuff of yours that is dying. They're very good at cleaning up these lower tier units like Marines once they die and respawn, so Battlecruisers is a great choice. There's got to be a scan there. A couple burrowed roaches got to get taken out. coLqxc does have to wait for those units to respawn, because I think they respawn unburrowed. I honestly don't remember, because there's so many finicky rules in this. coLqxc is going to be attacking up here as well. Again, Battlecruiser, great choice. Got to be able to clean that one up. And not too much else happening on the map here. coLqxc did end up losing a base, and they did unburrow there once they respawned, so very nice play there. coLqxc finally going to be able to remine here. The point defense drones will get taken out, and that's going to be that. But for now, I don't know if Cham wants to go for this or not, just because Pure Marine is the perfect counter to what he has. Now, he may be able to win the battle, but maybe not the war, so has to be careful there. coLqxc, though, struggling to try and get yet to their base. There are these zombie roaches going to be defending this location down here, and really, this game is going to get underway like at a crazy level here pretty soon. Planetary got to be able to clean this up. He is up to 12 kills, so it looks like he has been killing off weaker and weaker units, just kind of chilling back there. But also remember, as Terran, if you lose those planetaries, you have to kill those planetaries later on. The Overlord's still here actually pooping. Sheth doing a great job at delaying that base as long as possible. coLqxc does still have this base over here, but Cham still cleaning those up. coLqxc just keeps saying ... He spots all those battlecruisers now, and I think for coLqxc, really the only option at this point is fully upgraded Marines. Now remember that when zombies come back, they do not have any of the upgrades. So that is one thing that is going to be good for coLqxc, is the fact that he will have upgrades. What has Wilko been up to in the midst of all this? Getting lots of carriers, spending all that money on Colossus carrier. And really, all these players are trying to go anti-zombie, which is actually not a bad choice, because we've seen some pretty crazy games where the zombies actually almost win. But right now, the planetaries, they just sit and kill mules all day long. But coLqxc is really the only one who is in danger of just having zombie massacre all over him, because everyone else has extremely powerful units that are relatively easy to keep alive. Zealots over here trying to make something happen. I don't even know where all these Zealots are coming from, to be completely honest. Wilko just being aggressive with those counterattacks. And army supply should be nearly maxed out for everyone. Here comes the Omadacan, taking out all the missile turrets. Remember, those missile turrets will respawn directly under this army. Not that it's really going to matter, because there is a point defense drone there to defend them. But regardless, it will eat up some of that energy once they respawn. And actually, this army is going to go ahead and back out. More zombie zealots is chilling out over here. I guess Wilko really wants to kill that off. There's going to be the missile turrets eating up all that energy. So that actually wasted a lot of energy on those Ravens, and is actually going to protect this location for coLqxc again. So that actually ended up working out for him. There's going to be a drop for coLqxc over on the right side. He's got to watch out, though, as the Ultralists are super, super angry. And that is going to be that. We do have zombie overlords, which are not much of a threat. But coLqxc, I mean, really doing everything he can. Cham over here. Cham, yeah, okay, it's not Chim, it's Cham. As there's going to be zombie point defense throws over here. These point defense throws will stay here forever until they actually get taken out, which is actually apparently going to be right now. So coLqxc, again, trying to mine here, trying to be aggressive as well. coLqxc is everywhere on the map as much as he possibly can be, trying to kill off these hatcheries if he can. Looks like he will be able to get one. He has successfully pushed Sheth back. Now remember, Sheth actually does have an injury right now. He hasn't been able to play StarCraft competitively lately because of his wrist injury. He has been playing Indeed for fun, which is exactly why he agreed to do IMBA League, and doesn't want to lose an Ultralist right here inside of his main base. Will be able to kill off some of those units, though. Sporecaller takes out one medevac, and once the medevac respawns, it will not have units inside. So many scans this game. I feel like with the two Terrans, they're just scanning each other all day. Carriers ready to go, as this army for Wilko actually looking mighty terrifying as well. So zombies really just kind of delaying the inevitable here, which is going to be an epic clash between these two players. There's going to be the medevac right there. I believe that it doesn't respawn with units inside, but Sheth right here deciding not to kill off this, actually apparently Spinecrawlers obliterate larva. That's, you learn something new every day, I feel like, with StarCraft. This is where the game starts to lag a little bit, though, because there's so much on the map that it's just going to be, for any computer, really. It's already actually getting hotter in my room, so hopefully my computer doesn't overheat and catch on fire from the epicness. It does look like a unsuccessful defense over here. Means that coLqxc once again loses this base. He's going to try and continue to mine here, but I wonder if it's worth it. I guess with the mules, it does make it worth it there. Plus, he has the base down in the south, which is going completely uncontested. Actually, everyone has their bases located there, going completely uncontested. So Wilko pretty happy about the state of affairs here. And coLqxc once again trying to drop this, being very, very aggressive here. Now, zombies really have not infested the entire map like we normally see, which is actually quite interesting, because normally there's one player who accidentally throws away his entire army. But in all honesty, no one has done that. I mean, Wilko has mustered up quite a terrifying force. Cham has done the same thing, and Sheth has managed to defend quite successfully these drops as they do move back and forth and back and forth. He should be able to save this hatchery for now. The Ultra is going to be able to save that as well as Sheth is moving back and forth. He did lose his Hydralisk Den here, so he's going to have to kill that one off as well as the Broodlings. But for now, he is going to continue to defend. Looks like he did lose his Spinecrawler as well. The Roach is going beast mode with that +3 armor. Nearly able to kill it off. Can the Queen do what the Roach couldn't? Oh, she does! She does. The Queen actually gets that one up. It does look like Sheth deciding to go for it, though. This is where we're going to see our first major spawning of the zombies. You can see some of the Ultras going to be spawning down. Sheth is going to end up losing all this. coLqxc is going to get spawned on top of with an Ultra, so he has to watch out for that. But for now, he has managed to come in here, and he has so much stuff that these units are just dying. When the Siege Tank spawns in Siege mode, getting huge shots off. And this is where coLqxc has to start being careful. I think he has enough to clean it up, but has to be careful not to lose too much there. We'll be able to clean this up relatively easy, though. And you can see that without fungal growths, how effective this Bio Ball can be in cleaning up those zombies. And coLqxc knows that he's got siege on the high ground, has managed to push his way all the way across over to Sheth. Sheth actually in a lot of trouble. Sheth, though, does have tons of money. He just needs to make sure to be spending it here. Which right now, if we take a look at the production tab, he currently isn't making anything. He does have a ridiculous amount of money, though, so I'm actually not sure what he is waiting on. He could just make a huge wave of Ultras if he wanted to, which I think would be ideal here, given that he is going to be under heavy, heavy siege. I mean, he has lots of larva. He's got tons of larva going on. Oh, he doesn't have it hotkeyed, I think is the problem. Actually not sure what Sheth is doing. I hope Sheth is currently still alive in this game. I think that he is. There he goes. 20 roaches going to be on the way. And I think, is he still? Okay, there he goes. He's going to go ahead and use those 52 roaches on the way. That's one way to deal with this bio. We'll see if it's actually enough. Going for the Broodlords would actually be amazing as well. At the same time, the base over here finally getting taken out for coLqxc. But coLqxc is out for blood as he is down the bottom right side. Tons of roaches over here. Even Broodling's got to be joining in the fight. I think coLqxc may be overextended, but the Ultras gets taken out. Pure Roach apparently. Oh, well, is it the answer? Is it the answer, Husky? I think the answer is yes, it is the answer. The Medevac's going down as well, and I think coLqxc does have enough here to clean this up. So coLqxc refusing to leave this game without a fight. He's going to have so many roaches on the field. I'm going to bring up the units tab right here, though. 40 interceptors in those carriers, in the belly of those 5 carriers right now, so not bad at all. coLqxc, though, has to watch out for the Seeker Missiles. Here they come. Oh, huge hits on those units as Cham got to be moving forward. coLqxc may have overextended himself as Cham doing a little bit of a dance right there, just kind of showing off. And this is where zombies start to get out of control. coLqxc going to all but lose his base over here, spawning with the Medevacs, though. And coLqxc, if he's not paying attention, this zombie infestation is going to spread, which is exactly what's happening right there. Needs to siege up immediately, and he does. Keep in mind, these units do not have upgrades, but coLqxc does have 3-3. So he should be okay there. It does look like one zombie roach inside the main base, and coLqxc actually going to clean this up again. I don't mean to be just talking about coLqxc, but I feel like he's the aggressor of this game, while everyone else has been the defender after the beginning early rushes here. And honestly, Wilko has 10,000 minerals, 3,000 gas. He is playing the late game here, as he has oracles on the way. Big scans coming up. Are those for coLqxc? No, they're not. coLqxc is actually just kind of stuck to his corner for the most part, as he does decide to slowly move out. But Cham has been the one. I mean, he has scouted much more of the base. He's scanned basically the entire map at this point. But oh, I like this. The wall of planetaries over there, showing you just how crazy this game is, and it very much so like The Walking Dead. When they're in the prison, man, he's basically making his own prison. He's got his laborers over here working away in the prison, but he needs to figure out, what do I do with these SCVs? And at some point, these players are going to have to engage each other. We do have Vipers on the way, and that's going to be interesting for Sheth. Can throw down the Blinding Cloud or use Abduct, depending on which player he is going against. But Wilko having so many High Templar that Ghost may be a necessity at this point, as SCVs are going to be long distance mining over here. I think Cham realized, you know what, I don't actually need these SCVs anymore. I have way too much money. He is going to go ahead and build command centers. Not sure what the point of that is. I think they respawn. Do they respawn completed? I honestly don't remember. It's been so long since I've done zombie games, and I don't know if coLqxc even remembers. We're about to find out, though, as he is going to have to kill this endless supply of SCVs, it feels like. And, oh, they do respawn as completed. I totally forgot about that. So there are going to be completed command centers there that do end up spawning, which is totally fine, as coLqxc should be able to clean those up. Wilko right now chilling out in the middle, throwing up pilots. Here come the Armada cannons. Actually, excuse me, the Tempest. The Armada cannons will most likely be following this up. But keep in mind that Tempest do hard counter battle cruisers, so we'll see if that actually happens. I think he's just throwing down these missile turrets to try and game the system by having them respawn. Not a bad choice. At least I think they will respawn. But the Marines over here for coLqxc just hanging out, killing off a lot of those SCVs. And Sheth trying to recover here. He needs to get fungal growth, though. I mean, oh, he has Broodlords, actually. So he can engage this army directly if he wants to. There's going to be the Broodlings doing tons and tons of damage. Corruptor's going to be joining in as well. He could easily abduct if he wants to on those siege tanks or on the medevacs. They do actually manage to escape here. So Sheth kind of bullying his way back into that base down there. Finally standing up to the aggressor, coLqxc. I've never seen such large armies in an FFA, though. And here we go. It is about to go down. This is going to be a clash of titans up here. I don't even know if my computer can handle this. There's going to be the Secret Missiles on the High Templar. High Templar having already used up almost all their energy or getting EMP'd. I'm actually not quite sure which. And remember, all these units got to be getting respawning here. The Ravens spawn, but they go down immediately. Oh, God, who's actually winning this? It looks like it's going to be Terran, but everything has got to be respawning on top of this, so it's actually hard to tell. No, there's only 80 supply left for Cham. He was in the lead, but now not so much, as it does look like everyone's computer is slowing down the game. Oh, God, this is why saving for a huge, huge army may not be the best. Oh, God, I don't know if you can ever clean up these Broodlings here for poor Sheth. He's got to get those Broodlords out of there as they keep respawning. As, oh, my God, the Interceptor's going to be chilling out over here. This army is now the true threat on the map. Like I was saying, if you save up a large army, eventually you start to lose stuff, and Sheth unable to deal with his own Broodlings. So he's got to watch out for that. There's going to be the Blinding Cloud as well. This is where zombies get completely out of control. Sheth is going to be in a lot of trouble here. He doesn't have a backup plan. He doesn't have any backup money, but at the same time, the Hydralisk got to be spawning there to lock down that area as, oh my God. Oh my God, that is so much stuff over here. The Broodlords trying their best to do what they can, but would you look at this? Oh man. I believe so. Broodlords just became even more hilarious. And let's see, Seed asking, is it last man standing, or is it, or does everyone just die? Well, normally they don't macro up this much, so we are going to see tons of crazy large packs of zombies. So it may be last man standing. We will have to see. They made so many capital ships. And Kevin, you're going to need my help versus the Protoss. You know this, right? As Kevin's still trying to make this happen, he might actually end up losing all of these units down here. I guess not, actually. He is just beefing his way through those zombies. The 3-3 upgraded army doing quite well at this point. Cham trying to recover, and only 50 supply there. Oh, coLqxc saying maybe you should consider that before you Nidus me 9 times. And Sheth saying, I left off, man. Sheth is completely out of money. And also completely out of bases over here. He actually has no way of cleaning these up for now. And he's saying, I thought we could be friends later, but coLqxc refusing to let it go. You know what coLqxc is doing, though, is a favor to everyone. He is actually going to be cleaning up these zombies, and his unit's just not dying. So his medevac's still really good on energy, so he can clean up almost an infinite amount of these low-tier zombies here. He is losing a couple of his own, though, so has to watch out that that doesn't get completely out of control. But coLqxc has cleaned that up. The main threat, though, is down here. Probes marching out through the center of the map. And you got to remember that Wilko had that big bank, so now he can rebuild that army, but he also has basically no income, as a lot of these bases are mined out. But there are still several bases on the map that can be used. coLqxc here deciding that a friend in Sheth is not a friend indeed. He does not need that. This is not Toy Story, so he's going to go ahead and kind of push that out of here, as you do have the orbital command got to be moving on through for coLqxc. He knows just how vital these resources actually are. He also knows that he has to kill out these units over here, and should probably go ahead back on out to do so. I mean, he cannot afford to lose this orbital command. which he very well may if he's not careful. He doesn't have the building armor upgrades, so that's taking a ton of damage over here. Actually, he will go ahead and save that. It does look like Sheth tried to find a weak spot of coLqxc, but coLqxc has wised up, starting to add the defense, starting to add those ghosts, and coLqxc always so brilliant at these types of maps, to be completely honest. It does look like Cham got to be cleaning these up. Now, the interceptors don't do anything other than just be total pests. They're very difficult to kill up in the midst of a battle, so the fact that he's moving forward and killing these off now is pretty good. The cannons over here, those are zombie cannons that are powered by the zombie pylons. Oh my god, that's so ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. coLqxc is going to be able to kill us out. This may be it for Sheth, though, as he does not have a whole lot left. He is actually going to try and kill off these Vikings here. If he can kill those off, he might get zombie air superiority. It does like the Ultra, though. Got to get taken out. coLqxc just having units everywhere. The one Ultra should survive, but I do not think that that is a God Ultra. I don't think that can win the game for Sheth. He is going to try, though, running this Ultra around. This is the Hero Ultra. He doesn't want to go that way, though. Really nothing up there for him. And coLqxc finally intercepting it there. And Seed saying he thinks coLqxc wins, but never... Oh, God, this Ultra is still actually alive with 13 kills. But never underestimate anyone in this game. I mean, I think Sheth is pretty much eliminated here. But anyone else still has a chance of winning. That is for absolute sure, as Wilko has so many carriers. He's going to be killing interceptors with interceptors. Not something I think I've ever seen. As zombie interceptors, they're basically, they're kind of like, what's that one Pokemon that doesn't, but they're basically Metapods, man. They just kind of hang out all day and don't do anything, but they're very difficult to kill off. We do have the Battlecruisers, though. Their numbers are very, very high. They are fully upgraded here. I believe they're fully upgraded for Wilko as well. So we saw a Clash of the Titans, and we kind of saw the Plague that took place after that. That Plague has finally subsided as a coLqxc. He has dealt the damage. I mean, look at this. He has expanded down here now. He is one of the only players who has a full-on mining base, if not the only player. Take a look at the income right now. Yeah, he by far has the most income. And army supply right now... pretty close, all things considered. I mean, Cham has no income. Wilko is also out of money now, I believe. And no, he's still, well, he has lots of minerals, so he could make some zealots if he wants to. But coLqxc is the only one mining, so even though he is last place for supply, not for long, as he has money to actually spend right now, which is pretty awesome here. But who wins this game at this point? I don't really think Sheth can do anything. He's only got the two Lings over here. You can see him microing them, trying to keep them alive. He does have one drone, and I got to give it to Sheth, man. He is not giving up. I think he has one single drone left. He is trying to long-distance mine with that to get enough minerals for a hatchery. Unfortunately, that army right there is going to kill his last drone if Sheth is not careful. And coLqxc may just end this. He may kill him like Old Yeller. He may put him down, and unfortunately Sheth is just as lovable as Old Yeller. So that's kind of sad. It got really dark in here, and I gotta say, Sheth was the aggressor, and in these games, if you are the aggressor, sometimes you pay the ultimate price. The cannon over there did have 6 kills, so he had quite the run. As the coLqxc does kill that one off, that's going to make Wilko feel a little bit uneasy. But you know who also is uneasy is Cham. Cham and Wilko are very terrified, while coLqxc, again, he's just like the grizzled veteran. He's going to be the one who is constantly aggressive and really kind of dictating the pace of this game. And really, Marines are a good way to go until you get stormed in the face. So we'll see if coLqxc can actually pull off the micro he's going to need. I think that maybe that last drone may have died here. Yep, that is it for Sheth. He can only make one drone, but he doesn't have the money, so that's going to be it. As the Sheth say, guys, but guess what? Another major battle over here. Take a look at these supplies absolutely plummeting for Wilko. That could be it, but we'll see on the return. Once these units return from the dead, who is going to be the winner in that scenario? And let's see. Sheth saying go attack, saying sorry, I'm a bit busy right now, but this is going to be one of the longest battles ever. Cham may be able to clean up everything, as he is not losing any of his units, even to the zombies right now, as zombies are finishing off Wilko, and Cham is going to be killing off Wilko here. Wilko trying to go for the defensive end, but it was not nearly enough, as Cham able to skyrocket ahead, at least against Wilko, but coLqxc here is now actually in one of the best spots to take this game, because guess what? The main threat of Psystorm is now gone. The zombies have not taken over the map, and I gotta be completely honest, that is a shocker to me. Out of all the zombie games I have cast, this has been the most well thought out by all the players that I have ever seen. I mean, honestly, Sheth went for a very smart attack. Cham going for a very smart build, going for Skytoss. Wilko realizing his strength was going to be at the defense. coLqxc able to recover very easily, I would say. Or not very easily, but very well, able to recover from that. So coLqxc is on a mad tear right now, as he is moving out right now. And guess what? No Psystorm means that his unit composition is actually superior. He does need to finish these upgrades for his Vikings and Ravens and Medivacs, though, as he will be out upgrade here in just a moment, especially if he runs into these point defense drones. That is not somewhere you want to be. Cham only having mineral income right here, which actually having Hellions, not that bad of a choice because they will be doing damage to those brains. But here we go. This could be the very last battle. EMP is coming on up. coLqxc trying to make it happen. He's losing his Marines almost instantly, though. So let's keep an eye on the army supplies right here. Cham doing much more damage, but he's slowly losing ground. Point defense drones coming up, I believe, for both players, as the battle cruisers are going to get taken out by these Marines if they're not careful. They do go ahead and back up. This is where the army's got to respawn, though, and coLqxc is going to be on the receiving end of that. And that is going to be a place, that is a no man's land right there. Overlord's moving out. I got to give it to Sheth, man. He only has a Spore Crawler, and he is still trying to make the most of it. coLqxc over here might actually have lost way too much in that engagement. Cham is relatively low as well, and I believe that Wilko can't really make anything at all, as Wilko is still technically in the game. He has no income, though, and he is actually, where's he making that Nexus at? He made it over here. He's going to try and sneak a base. coLqxc, though, is going to be upgrading this to an orbital, actually, not a planetary. So, Sheth saying, I feel like zombies are quite strong. That is true. That is absolutely true. Cham, though, is slowly picking up all of these zombies over here. The zombies in the middle, though, remember, these point defense drones do not time out. They have full energy now, and maybe this is how, in the end, there's only one human left. Well, we'll see. Whoever has the most stuff and the other guys have nothing. And saying nukes solved, that is true. Nukes are actually a great way to deal with zombies. Oh, coLqxc got to be going for some Reapers over here. But then you ruin the plan. That is true. That is absolutely true over here. This would be really cool if random nukes hit people. I agree. That would be hilarious. We should actually have that in IMBA League, as I feel like getting your main base nuke would be no fun. I have nothing else planned in the back of my mind, I swear. As I got to give it to Wilko. He does have his base over here. He could long distance mine here. Of course, that would draw the attention of coLqxc. So has to watch out for that. One random set of cans over here. I actually love these random cans by Wilko. But right now, coLqxc looking to be in good shape. He still has the income of this one and only base over here. He is using lots and lots of mules. Army supply for coLqxc is getting further and further ahead. And really, coLqxc needs to go. Well, Sheth's saying he has Reapers moving up there. How do you actually spot those? I guess he saw them right there. But the Reapers are indeed going to be on the way. Has to watch out for the planetary. I love this by coLqxc. coLqxc also being extremely smart at this. He cannot find a way inside the base, though. There's actually no way inside that base with the amount of planetaries that are there. Wait, nope, he found a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. coLqxc will make it happen, or will he? Or will he? Somebody killed all my observer, that's true. Oh, goodness, he tried to use these Reapers to great effect, and unfortunately that did not happen. Did he ever get Blue Flame? I don't think that he did. I don't think those Hellions actually had Blue Flame. I wasn't really paying attention here. Cham, though, is cleaning up the top right side. Wilko saying, I can't even watch now. That is true, as Sheth trying to spot exactly what's going on here. Sheth being the little tattletale, but at this point, it's basically going to be coLqxc versus Cham, and I want to give the favor to coLqxc, but again, we saw in those battles just how quickly that army can actually die, as coLqxc is going to be hanging out here with all of these Marines, and you have to make sure not to use those Marines versus the Valkyries. Cham can still win this. I believe that Wilko is completely out of this. The best thing Wilko can do is summon up a 1 or 2 Dark Templar, but he doesn't have any gas, so I'm not quite sure how that's going to be an option. So they move faster. He's giving them creep there just to be nice. That is very nice of him. They could dance in the rain, singing in the rain, chocolate rain. There we go. As Wilko has no anti-air, he is going to be losing his main base, and really only has that base down here. Actually, coLqxc, believe it or not, is going to be cleaning up the center right now. Kills off all these zombies. That's going to open up the floodgates for him to be able to attack wherever he wants. That Marine is literally tanking an entire battlecruiser by himself. He does eventually go down, but overall, coLqxc showing that Marine's the best way to clean up zombies that we have ever seen. And he's saying, I give you 30 more seconds. We'll see if he drops a cannon or what to rethink Chef. So we have smack talk going between the two players who can't actually attack each other. And I gotta say that Cham, you know, definitely knocking Wilko out. Wilko could continue to summon up Zealots if he wanted to try and make something happen. After he loses his pylon, though, that is not going to be an option. That's going to unpower everything. Only one warp gate does remain. God, I'm telling you, man, these casts are a marathon. Kidding, I joke. As Sheth, I think, will get out of there with his sexy little Overlord. I don't think Sheth can physically do anything this game. And Wilko is running out of options. He does have money, but right now, siege takes are established. Auto turrets coming down. Point defense drone as well. As this could be it. This could be the very, very last battle. Sheth is just laughing about it, but coLqxc, he means business. We could see Seeker missiles come out. The Marines could come out, and the battlecruisers are here to dance. If these battlecruisers die, that is going to be it for this game. coLqxc is going to be the winner. I think coLqxc feeling very confident right now. He has enough ghosts for those EMPs. He has enough to just continue this pressure. And auto turrets getting killed by auto turrets. I think that tank is going to have to back up here just a little bit. The tank had no kills here, but the auto turrets doing quite well. I think the auto turrets will respawn. Maybe coLqxc knows that and is just trying to set up a perimeter here. It's like an offensive defense, if that makes sense. But the auto turrets will get taken out eventually, but not before the planetary does. That planetary will respawn, so definitely something to think about right there. Auto turrets versus zombies, which is pretty hilarious at this point. But this is it. I mean, it's got to be a Terran versus Terran. This has got to be it. Wilko has nothing left unless he wants to start long distance mining some gas up here. But I think all of the geysers are mined out. He could actually get that geyser to the left. Wait. I hear Seeker missiles coming up, and they are going to be doing lots of damage to the battlecruisers. That may actually be it. That may have been the game-winning move right there, as coLqxc finding himself in a pretty good spot. He has to be careful of these planetaries, though. At the same time, the Hellion's going to be running in at the absolute perfect time. Seeker missiles coming up, though. The respawning battlecruisers got to be able to finish the job. The point defense drone's trying to save them there. Can Cham hang on? The answer looks to be no, as these last few battlecruisers do get taken out. Tons of stuff respawning here. Cham saying no, as coLqxc just needs to sit back and watch it unfold as the zombies got to be finishing off. The battlecruisers here giving chase, completely ignoring the missile turret there, so getting some free shots off there as Cham trying to hang on. Remember that his battlecruisers are upgraded while these zombies are not. There's going to be the auto turrets as coLqxc does need to take out that planetary to kind of, again, open up those floodgates. And it does look like the Marines here trying to do what they can, but the zombie battlecruisers are too strong. They're able to kill off everything that Cham has, including his Marines, which are just going to respawn and finish the job, I'm afraid. And they will win anyways. Nukes with a hard counter. Did you know that? As Wilko saying that's the way to go. I think coLqxc has actually done it. I told you not to count him out. Hopefully you guys didn't, because coLqxc with a miracle comeback. Cham, though, Cham actually cleaned this up. I may have spoke too soon as Hellion's paying dividends here, but you got to remember that he has no money. No money whatsoever, while coLqxc, really actually there's nowhere left on the map to mine, I think. I think everything is completely mined out, so coLqxc has to win with what he has. He has no money left over. Cham has no money left over. I don't know if Cham can win this, to be completely honest. SCV is joining the fight here as well, and could use the rest of that money to repair what few units he actually has. I think there's literally no minerals left on this entire map. Looking around, I believe the income should be 0 across the board. coLqxc is mining a little bit of gas. That doesn't matter, though. He has no way of spending it. And the battlecruisers are going to have to clean this up as well. So it's the final battle. Prepare yourselves. All right, so this has got to be the last stand. coLqxc versus Cham, a match of the ages. He does have 3 battlecruisers, while coLqxc has 9. coLqxc is saying, I already won. Oh, which I think is actually true, but the confidence, the absolute confidence here out of coLqxc, he is realizing just how far ahead he actually is. And armies, you can see active forces here, 113 to 64. We do have 40 supply for Wilko. I gotta say that is quite impressive. Surprised Wilko's not trying to mine at least a little bit over here. I will say, Wilko, there is some gas over there you can mine if you want to totally get back in this. As, yeah, he's saying, thanks. We'll see if he actually is on the hunt for it. More gas. If he does it, he could make DTs. Just saying. Just saying. Could go for DTs over there. And the probe is going to find it, as he should probably kill off that planetary. as coLqxc is completely out of position right now to defend that location. It does look like Cham's going to use the choke point to his best advantage, but he may be losing too much. These Marines are, oh, that's a lot of dead Marines. That's a lot of dead Marines. They are going to be respawning right now. Is it going to be enough, though? The last couple battlecruisers are going to go down. As long as coLqxc does not lose to the respawning Marines, he should be fine. But he very well may, as they're spawning directly atop the siege tank. The siege tank's got to survive. The last tank is going to survive. coLqxc may have done it. He's got to kill off these last few battlecruisers. He's trying to do it. Seeker missiles could be very valuable here. The auto turrets are going to clean it up, and coLqxc is the absolute victor. I think that's it. I think coLqxc has done it. Oh my god. Zero supply for Sheth, zero supply for Cham, and it does look like Wilko. That is going to be it. I believe coLqxc has this. Sheth saying, I still have hope. I don't think that Wilko can really do anything with this. He does have a pylon on the way, as Wilko lost his chance to be mining those. He could have made more High Templar with, does he actually have the, he still does have the building there. As Sheth is out of there, Wilko does say GG. I think coLqxc is going to be your winner, and I think Wilko could have won it if he made High Templar during all of that. But GG coLqxc, you the best. All right, guys, I'm going to be putting their stats or their links down below, so definitely go check them out. Huge shout out to coLqxc. He's going to be your champion in this game. One of the best zombie games I have ever seen. So I hope you guys enjoyed. And of course, I'll see you guys next time. I wonder actually if I leave this game, can we see their stats, or does the map eventually get broken, or the graph, does it eventually get broken? Let's see here. If we take a look at the graph over here, average APM 250 for Cham for that entire game. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, actually, you can see the army value over here. So a lot of players up and down and up and down. Sheth, eventually, this is where it definitely went south for him. You can definitely see where it went south for Wilko. Oh my goodness, the super hiccup, man. We also have, you can see right where Cham went down. coLqxc was also going down, but it wasn't nearly enough. An absolutely awesome game. Hope you guys enjoy it. And of course, I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League Heroes. And as you can see, we... Alright. As you can see, we have added some new rules to IMBA League. Number one is inspired by Blizzard. Blizzard actually mentioned that they're going to be adding this, and they were using it as an example. It is going to be wandering minerals. These minerals can go every which way. And also, we added a new mod. This was actually Zetal's own personal love child. It is going to be wandering all hug overlords. Now, what these do is they wander around the map, and they will detonate and blow up if they find an enemy. So you gotta watch out. Oh god, they're actually going for Crank right now. Watch out, Crank! Incoming! Alright, so you're gonna see this right now. Now, of course, this is IMBA League, where, oh god, is it gonna kill out Pylon? How much damage does it actually do? It does do 200 damage to the Overlord. It's going for the pro. Okay, he's gonna get, there he goes. 200 damage. That's going to be a pink Overlord nuke right there. Crank says, oh no, as that is indeed going to happen. And either way, the all hug Overlords, they can move and they can dance at the same time. Notice how they also have hearts for eyeballs, as that is going to be taking place right here. So again, the whole point of IMBA League is to, well, I think you guys kind of understand, make the game completely imbalanced and throw pro players into the most ridiculous challenge ever. Now, I did kind of stack the amount of bad things going on in this map just to let you guys know that we have updated a new version of the IMBA League map. A lot of you were tweeting at me that there were some bugs, there wasn't enough new features, so we have added 4 new features. And so I've enabled a lot of them right now. One of them is also every time a unit dies, it explodes like a Baneling. So that one's going to be taking place right here. Oh god, those Overlords are so terrifying. But let's go ahead and... Oh god. Anyways, let's go ahead and introduce our players. Up in the top right side, it's going to be LiviBee, who is a master Zerg player right there, who is going to be building a spawning pool. Down the bottom right side is going to be Sinvicta, who is a former Master League player, but he is definitely the least skilled one in this game. But hey, it's IMBA League, so the ridiculousness is never ending. Down the bottom left side, it is going to be Vibe. He's a great player. This is actually his first IMBA League, to be completely honest, so that should be hilarious for him. And up on the top left side, it is going to be Axiom's Crank. And most of you are probably familiar with him. Probably the most well-known player, at least on my channel, just because I cast a lot of Axiom games. And I would say he's probably the favorite based on skill alone. He has the most kind of pro-level experience. But it is IMBA League, so it does not really matter. Uh-oh. Oh, Sinvicta trying to run away from the Overlord. We'll see exactly where those Overlords are targeted. And they are going to go for the big hug. Can Sinvicta get away? Nope, that's going to be it. But you notice once that guy dies, he explodes like a Baneling. I don't know if you saw the animation right there. And Crank is saying, are all the minerals moving? The answer is yes. So we take a look at the income tab right now. Crank actually doing good on the income. I want to say that Vibe is currently in the lead on income. If it makes you guys feel any better, your income is all equally bad. So there we go, because the minerals, they are not tethered in any way. They will wander all over the map, so it kind of slows the game down a little bit, and that is part of what I actually really enjoy about IMBA League, is that if you want to play with your friends and you have a super tryhard in your friend roster who never, ever will give you guys a chance, we'll throw him into IMBA League. Let's see how he does with some wandering minerals. So this game will probably be a little bit longer than an average IMBA League. However, I do want to mention that the whole point of this is to show you guys that we did add a lot of new features. Now, normally there wouldn't be this much craziness going on. Maybe just the Overlords, maybe just the moving minerals or something like that. But there we go. Pink Overlord supply blocking me. That is true. That really sucks for Zerg over there, as that's going to be a big deal. Now, I do believe that the Overlords are, they're not invulnerable, but they do have 300 HP. Spore Crawlers, maybe? There we go, the workers count. What is the worker count actually at right now? 22, 23, 17, 17. I feel like, wait, Sinvicta. Where are you at? Where are you at, buddy? I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about, but either way, this is going to slow the game down just a little bit so we can just sit down, have some epic laughs, and if a lot of you are like, Husky, this is way too slow, what is going on? It's for lulz, guys, so that's going to be absolutely fine. Right now, though, Crank, I feel like he's got to be in the lead. No, he's not. Actually, Vibe's income, for whatever reason, is looking actually really good. You will see these kind of dip up and down. So now, right now, Sinvicta is actually in the lead. We do have one Spore Crawler on the way for Sinvicta, maybe to help protect him from those evil Overlords. Right now, we do have lots of Zerglings on the way. Does Crank actually have anything? Oh, he made him blow up, and there he goes. Oh God! Oh well, that's actually not supposed to happen. The lings aren't supposed to be exploding, but hey, this is the beta version of the map, and in IMBA League Heroes, you know, just trying to figure out the map as you go is really half of the fun. As the friendly fire damage there did end up hurting him quite a bit. Where's the pink Overlord at? There he is right there, trying to find a good thing to attack. I love these Overlords, how they have the little hearts for eyeballs, and right there, oh. Apparently every time he shoots, it actually makes it... Oh, maybe the Stalker. Oh, snap. I think that Stalkers shoot Banelings. LOL. Oh, God. That is definitely not meant to be. So, that may need a slight fixing. Good luck. All right, so apparently the Stalkers shoot Banelings, and hey guys, this is the beta version of the map, so we'll see how that goes. That may be super overpowered, and definitely Stalkers shoot Banelings with every shot. So that seems pretty balanced. Oh, apparently Queens do as well. Oh snap! Everything shoots Banelings. Have fun with that. All right, so. I think I know what happened, where the attack actually counts as a unit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Look at... Oh, this is even better. This is even better. This is a lot of Overlords. Possibly too many exploding Overlords. This will definitely need some balancing. What you're seeing is a look inside the balance testing of Bronze League Heroes. And if we take a look at the income here, right now LiviBee is... Whoa. I feel like he just detonated for the hell of it, but either way, you can see the balance testing. This is how it goes. We grab a bunch of pros or friends and just begin to have fun with it. Overlords detonating everywhere. That poor hatchery not in great shape, as these Overlords are detonating every which way, but at this point, if we take a look at the overall supplies, everyone is kind of struggling here. I gotta say, though, Crank is tucked away in his corner nice and safe. His income is looking great. He's starting to add on these gateways, and Huggerlord keeps destroying my Obies. Definitely has to go for the speed overlords here. Lynx, oh my goodness, there is more and more of these guys. Really, it might just come down to trying to survive the overlords, and okay, that definitely sucks. And oh my god, the Stalker is brutal. That is true. This one hero Stalker does a lot of damage per shot. These poor Lynx. Oh my god! Oh my god, it says he only has 3 kills. Oh man, apparently Lynx are not. Oh god, this is completely imbalanced as the Baneling shots are way too much. Here's the Queen, though. The Queen might actually be able to deal with it. We will find out, as the Queen is able to do lots of damage as well. There we go. The Queen finally kills it off. Queens are a good defense. Queen, oh god, the Queen does fire 2 Banelings, it seems like, as, gets taken out with the Overlord as well. So this is going to be a very, very, very low supply game, because you have to survive the Banelings. You have to avoid basically everything. You have to avoid the Overlords, and I gotta say, I feel like Crank is, wait, just owned my hatch from shooting Banes. That is a truth right there. I gotta say that watching these players get absolutely upset at this and absolutely destroyed is quite hilarious. Although Crank is actually kind of figuring this out. He does have his Stalkers right now, taking out the Overlords. He's got to be baiting them as much as possibly can. He could also kite these all the way across the map, so Crank is in super tryhard mode right now. And LiviBee saying, I think I got a unit. But he is doing absolutely fine right now and killing out these Overlords. So Crank really stepping it up, locking down his side up. He's got to watch out for the Zerglings right there, though. As of the splash damage, a little bit too much. Crank ends up losing a lot of those Stalkers in the midst of that. He's got to be careful right there. Down they do indeed go. As a lot of these units, they die super quick. So Crank, I think, has the right idea. Trying to make, let's see, when Larva injects spawn, they explode with Baneling damage. That's good to know. Maybe needs a slight balance. There he goes saying, I found that out. All right, so apparently Eject Larva is not really the way to go. Income here, though. Who's in the lead right now? It looks like Crank still managing to step it up. His Stalker is looking pretty good. I'm trying to think of what the perfect unit would be. Maybe Phoenix would be good at killing off these guys, but it does look like Crank right now got to be pushing to the top right side, and it does do quite a bit of damage to those Queens. Has got to watch out for the splash damage, though, from those Queens. Hydralisk would be terrifying. I don't think they're going to be able to make it close enough to those Hydras, though. And remember that the Stalkers do splash damage to everything, so you got to watch out for that. Banelings get taken out there. Got to blink forward, so it does look like right now LiviBee is in a lot of trouble. He does have one Hydralisk now. Can he get a couple of shots off? He tries to. He does get one shot off there to do a massive, massive damage. But the 2 Stalkers remain trying to go straight for the eggs, but they get killed off by the Queen. So ridiculous. Craig saying what? I think it's the Queen. Queen OP. Indeed, there we go. So this game, if you can keep anything alive, that is actually quite a blessing. Crank is actually in the lead, except for Sinvicta. What is he actually making over here? He's actually going to be going for roaches. He moves them forward, trying to take out the Queens. Queens are evidently pretty darn good, as Sinvicta is just laughing about it. More and more Overlords got to be moving on out. Let's see, Huggerlord one way and Crank the other. LiviBee trying to recover from that ridiculousness. I gotta say, the moving drones maybe just a little bit too much. Queens are good. Creep tumors apparently explode. Oh god, I'm trying to see if maybe it's when they die they actually explode. There's going to be the Overlord right there taking that out. I feel like Crank, though, he's set up a perimeter defense. He's getting out the units that he needs here. And I just want to say he is looking to be in great shape. He's got great income over there. He is overcoming the empowered map that is also known as IMBA League. Crank is quite sad. No, Sinvicta's sad about Crank. We'll see if Sinvicta can get those road shots off. He does get 1 or 2. It is not nearly enough, though. We'll see if Sinvicta can actually make the right unit. Queen, I think, is actually a really good choice here. And these Stalkers doing quite a bit of damage. Can he kill off the Larva? Yes, he can with 1 shot. Down goes the Larva. Sinvicta knows that that is absolutely hilarious, as that Larva has melted away. And Crank, I mean, we were saying he's probably the fan favorite just based on skill alone. And indeed he is, killing off everything he possibly can. Stalkers turning out to be pretty darn good. Here's the Queens go. Should be able to lock these down. Queen is going to intercept over here as well. As a Vibe, I think, trying to do the push with those Queens. Sinvicta might be able to trap these, and he does. Takes those guys out. Sinvicta, how much money does he have? He actually has a little bit in the bank. He's actually just sticking with a couple of Stalkers here and there. Can't say that I really blame him, though. Crank is saying that the Queens are so OP, but keep in mind that Stalker's OP as well. Here comes the Huggerlords. Oh God, Sinvicta. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. That is way too many Overlords. Got to be detonating on everything right now, and indeed it does. Almost takes out the hatchery. He is going to survive for now, but for how long? As the income now for, I think, Crank. Crank is looking to be in the best shape of his life right now. I think he made it. Oh, he is going to go for a Stargate. I thought a Stargate would be a great idea. What I want to know is, does Void Ray, or wait, do Void Rays shoot Banelings? That's the real question. All right, the Link over here got to try and take these out. I think he's going to detonate, though. And there goes the drone right there. Does go ahead and clean that one off. As Queens, I think Vibe might have the right idea as well. Lots of Queens on the field. Stalkers continuing to run around, cleaning up a lot of the drones over here. And Queens, once again, might be able to do it, and they do. Those shots is doing way too much damage. We do have a fleet beacon right now. Is Tempest the answer? Is Carrier the answer? I don't know. We're going to see exactly what Crank decides to go for here. He could also go for Archons, but I feel like the Queens might just be a little bit too powerful. Actually, going for Archons might be a great idea. I'm trying to think of what Sinvicta can do as, not life, but I mean my life. I feel like our poor Zerg players just going to really be struggling right now. And saying Huggers go away, as, you know, I want to see exactly what Crank has planned here. Can he actually win? Because Phoenix can deal with the Overlords quite well because they're shooting Banelings, I think, with every shot. So that would be pretty good. We do have an infestation pit on the way, like Baneling landmines. That is so true. As you can cast a tumor on something and blow it out. Oh my God, really? Really? Is that actually something that can happen there? Sinvicta, I got to see if this takes place. I'm trying to see. All right, so there's going to be the creep tumors. Well, the Overlords did take that out quite a bit, trying to get away from that Overlord. All right, what's he deciding to make? It is going to be Tempest right now. I think he's going to try and kill everything before it gets too close. There he goes. Going to be kiting that Overlord back. These players are starting to adapt. They're becoming self-aware. The Tempest on the way. One Mutalisk on the way. How does a Mutalisk fare versus this, though? I actually am not sure. Another Overlord over there. And Crank saying Queen is IMBA. As what is actually doing damage to that Tempest? I honestly don't know. He's trying to kill off these Overlords, so he's got to be careful because the Tempest moves very fast. The Overlords moves quite fast. I love the giant exploding Banelings midair. Just adding some fireworks to this. And he does have another Tempest on the way. Maybe Phoenix would be good. And he does say he has 2 out of 6 drones mining. Time to test this. Sinvicta is down here. Where's he at? Where is he at? Does he have 1 Mutalisk? What's going on? I'm actually not sure what's going on. Oh, he does have 1 Muta. There he goes. Got to be using a Mutalisk right now to be detonating drones. Oh my God, the ricochet damage is a little bit too much over here. Oh, oh my God. Oh my God, that Mutalisk is so good. That Mutalisk is so good. We'll see who actually ends up winning this battle. But unfortunately, no air defense there means that that Muta is just going to be absolutely destroying. And Crank right now trying to figure out how to deal with Queens. I think he's figured it out. He is defeating Overpowered with even more ridiculous Overpowered. Crank's got to be a lot. Oh, watch out with the Mutalisk. He gets taken out by the Overlord. As he doesn't have enough money, I think, to make another one. Or does he? Does he have enough? Yes, he does. 1 more Mutalisk on the way. And you can just see how overpowered these units actually become here. And, careful there. Don't want the splash damage from there. As we do have the Tempest right there taking out a lot of stuff. As he's going to be pushing forward right now. Where's that Hero Mutalisk? It should be spawning pretty soon. He does manage to dodge those Overlords. He's got to watch out, though, as more are on the way as they just now spawn. And keep in mind that more and more Overlords do spawn. Apparently, they have crazy large shadows as well. As they're going to be moving out to the top left side, so Crank's got to watch out. But Crank also has a ton of Tempest right now. And where's that Mutalisk? He's trying to micro as best he can. Look at that wall of Overlords. Sinvicta tried to figure out how to do it. LiviBee does say I'm still on tier 1. He's trying to recover here. But the Mutalisk, apparently Queens are good, Stalkers are good, Mutalisks are good. And right now, Vibe is not in great shape. I don't really know what he can make over here. As LiviBee saying he lost everything to a single Mutalisk. Here's the Muta up here right now, going to be just doing crazy amounts of damage. He's going to be killing off all these probes over here for Crank. Unable to have any sort of defense right now. I don't even know if I ping, if it's going to help him out. Let's see. I don't know if that'll show him or not, but the Overlords right now. And Sinvicta there, Huggerlords, and despite the Tempest, the Tempests are still alive, doing tons of damage right now. Have got to watch out for the Queen, though. And down they go. This Overlord will explode. I don't know if it's going to be near them. Oh, the Swarm Hosts are here. Do they spawn exploding little guys? No, they don't. But, okay. There we go. Splash damage takes them out, as Crank may have figured out the magic formula. I think the Mutalisk got taken out here. And wait, no, he's still alive, or at least this is a new one here. As Crank may be your reigning champion, he may be the one who has figured out how to play these ridiculous settings. But again, guys, the whole point of this video was to show you and let you guys know that if you would like to play IMBA League, there are new updated versions. You don't have to play with these ridiculous mods enabled, but go to the North American server, type in IMBA Space League. It's just the title of the video, obviously. And go play with your friends. You can also play with bots if you would like to. And, oh, careful, Crank! Careful, Crank! No, you gotta keep an eye on those as a lot of them go down. Crank's saying, oh my god. Oh my god, yeah, zombies would be absolutely terrifying. So he's got to try and go down here to kill Sinvicta. I don't know if Sinvicta's actually going to have anything remaining, as Crank, I think, is still really the only one with any amount of income. 380. LiviBee over here, I don't know really what he can make. I mean, maybe make more drones, but does it actually help your income that much? As this drone right now trying to mine a little bit. He's going to go ahead and make an Overseer right now. And Sinvicta is in a lot of trouble. The larva just cannot handle the epicness of the Tempest over here. And Sinvicta, I think he can only, well, he can't actually make anything. So that's going to be it for Sinvicta. He's going to try and run those drones away. But right now, I think Vibe doesn't have anything left. So once these buildings kind of burn down, that's going to be it for him. As Crank over there is still a little bit upset about how this game is going, as we do have the Tempest now going to be moving on forward. And that is pretty much it for Sinvicta. I don't think he has any hatcheries left, and also no money. Brood Infestors would be very good. That's probably true. Spawn Baneling shooting Marines. Oh god. Just thinking about that is giving me nightmares. Alright, so we'll probably have to change the Baneling side of this. I will let my map editor know. But I think it's actually kind of hilarious to see what few units you can actually use. It's kind of like a StarCraft game where you can only make one unit, and you have to micro that one unit to victory. And it does look like Crank right now. What's he actually making? He's going to make more probes back at home. And I think he has a few too many probes just on one mineral. But this mineral patch is actually getting mined out. Crank has had such good macro that he's actually mining out mineral patches. This guy over here only has 435. So that's going to be good for him. This one over here has only got 495, so running though. And Sinvicta's asking for the ally there. I don't even think that if he did, oh god, there's so many overlords. I think there may be too many overlords to actually get over there. Might have to finish him off with stalkers. As it does look like Vibe, where's all your stuff? LiviBee gotta be smack talking him as Stim is trying to get out of there. Huggerlords killing the creep tumors. That is absolutely true. Thank goodness they are not. Is that what they're called, as Huggerlord? Yes, they are. I love how they have hearts for eyeballs. I think that is my favorite part about these overlords. As Crank, I mean, he still has money. He has 2 more Stargates on the way. I think he ended up losing those. Part of the problem is that he's placing these Stargates a little bit too close. The Huggerlords are baited onto that probe. And there they go. Down they go. The Stargates do survive, though. My drone comes in peace. Where is that drone, actually? I honestly don't know. Let's take a look. Let's take a look over here. Wait. I think it died. And it got Huggerlorded. That is true. Sinvicta, well, right now, Crank is trying to work his way to the top right. And at this point, I think that, yeah, Vibe did end up leaving the game. Sinvicta has absolutely nothing left. He can't make anything either, I believe. So that's going to be it for him. We do have LiviBee with the Changeling moving out, but I think that that's going to be it. I think Craig has finally mustered the strength to be able to kill off his opponents. He's got to be moving in, and does he make anything? Oh, he loses another Stargate, and this one is unpowered. Crank, though, already realizing as he is going to go ahead and power that. I think that's got to be it. I don't think there's anything that can stop these Tempests. Turns out Tempests are pretty good. So are Mutalists, so are Queens, so are Stalkers. I don't even have a creep tumor to micro, so that's going to be it. It looks like Craig is going to be your winner. And guys, also, there's going to be a 12-hour live stream. I also wanted to mention this. I'm going to go over here so it's a little bit quieter. There's going to be a 12-hour Blizzard live stream because they are going to be releasing Arcade as free. Now, this is going to be coming out in the next major patch, but what that means is whether or not you own StarCraft, you'll be able to play every single map in the arcade for absolutely free. That is going to be happening pretty darn soon whenever the next major patch is, and that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. If you guys have refused to buy the game up until now, just know that the arcade is absolutely free coming up soon, and there's going to be a Blizzard live stream celebrating that, where they're going to be playing lots of arcade games, including IMBA League. So that should be a lot of fun. There's the GG. Crank is going to be your winner. I'm going to put their Twitters down below, guys. Definitely go check them out. An awesome game here, and GG's to Crank. There we go. Axiom Crank was victorious. Hope you guys enjoy, and of course, I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League Heroes! And I wanted to make this video, guys, to let you know that we have added some new modes. If you would like to play on the IMBA League map, just log into Battle.net on North America, type in the term IMBA League as 2 different words. If you don't know how to spell that, it is the title of the video. And we're actually going to be using some of those new modes here. The main focus on this one is going to be the Huggerlords that are, no killing me then, there they go, they're already making truce. But the main one that we're going to be adding is the Huggerlords, which basically fly at you, which right now, who's this down here? LiviBee is very, very unfortunate. I feel bad for him, but the Huggerlords fly around, chase you, and detonate like a giant nuke if they see your units. And those are going to be hanging out down there. He has to be careful as they're going to be super, super close. Actually kind of hanging down there and doing their dance. Let's go ahead and introduce our players. Up in the top right side, it is going to be Vibe, our green Zerg. His opponents are going to be Crank, and he's from Team Axiom, of course. And LiviBee down the bottom left side, and down the bottom right side is going to be Sinvicta. So we do have lots of Zerg bugs going on this game. And a big thanks to those players for playing in this. So it should be a lot of fun. Kind of really looking forward to it. The other mods that we did enable, one of them is new, which is basically big game hunters where mineral patches have unlimited money. And that could play a big role here if the game goes into a late, wait, are Huggers enabled? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. There we go. I think one's actually going to fight right there. He's got to try and sacrifice the drone. There he goes to save the Overlord. That was actually pretty sick by LiviBee because he knows that the Overlord is worth a lot more. Now, remember that Huggerlords, basically, they're a flying nuke. They will not attack your buildings, but they will do splash damage to your buildings. Now, the Huggerlords can be killed off, but at this stage of the game, how are you going to do 300 damage to something that has 300 life? It's going to be quite tough there. And anyways, the other mod is very similar to Big Game Hunters. We do have Infinite on the geysers and the minerals. There is a slight bug right now where it doesn't technically cut into the 20,000 resources, but either way, I mean, 20,000 is basically unlimited. Let's be completely honest. So those mineral patches are not going to be running out. And oh god, the poor Overlord is so dead as the Overlord runs over there, hugs, and takes him out. Having Overlords out on the map, probably not a good idea, to be completely honest, as it does look like Vibe right now might end up losing his. The Huggerlord is going to go straight for it. It is going to aggro on. They have quite a large aggro radius as well. So there we go. Does take that one out. Now remember that on a map like this, Zerglings are going to be really good at cleaning up Huggerlords, but at the same time, you have to keep your Overlords alive. Spore Crawlers or something like that to keep them safe. And also, keep in mind that Crank, probably the most skilled player out of the other 3, just because he has so much experience playing on Team Axiom, so much experience playing against the best players in the world consistently in those team leagues. And at this point, I'm really kind of curious to see exactly how this game shapes up. Also, I want to mention another reason for making this. Wait, my hatch says 0 out of 24 workers in my main. Probably just a bug. Yeah, just a bug. Probably from replacing the minerals. Don't know if it's fixable. Welcome to IMBA League. As, yeah, there are minor bugs like that, but either way, that doesn't play that big of a role in the game because you can tell how many workers you have just by selecting them. Also, welcome to Wings of Liberty, apparently. There we go. I didn't tell you how many workers you had then, but regardless, we do have the probe going to be scouting out, seeing exactly what's going on in here. As Crank is probably going to like what he sees. He does see 3 bases, as Vibe is going to be going for macro, but so is Crank. Oh my god, this is so much macro out of Crank right now. Oh god, unfortunately for LiviBee, he is not having luck with those Huggerlords. They are super angry at him. And we have a Lair Tech on the way for LiviBee, as he, OMG, willing to buy my Baneling Queens. That is true. That is true. You know, if you haven't seen the other game yet, I'm not sure which one we're going to upload first. I'll probably upload the other one first, but that one was quite hilarious. Here come the Huggerlords right now. And what Vibe can do here, oh, he's going to do it. He's got to do it. He's got to try and bait them into Crank's base. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a lot of micro, but he is going to do it. He is baiting those so hard. He is luring the death into Crank here, and Crank does not actually have any units. Is this completely walled in? I don't know if it is. Crank so delayed on getting any amount of units. I don't think he has a single thing. He does have the Stargate's going to be on the way right now. That'd be a great name for a metal band. There he goes. He's got to be kiting them as Vibe learning really, really quickly exactly how to do this. Does he want to go? Crank right there saying what? He's saying no. He's got to run the probes. Run, probes. Run. There goes one nuke, and the second one apparently does go on the pylon as it tries to retreat. That actually did not work out that badly. Vibe trying to use the awesome strategy, but unable to completely pull it off. The one link is going to be quite annoying. Sinvicta, uh-oh, what's happening to him? It's going to be difficult to keep track of everything that's actually going on. Uh-oh. Vibe's going to be getting a taste of his own medicine. The Huggerlord going to be floating on in. Oh, good. So many drones. Back to manually counting workers. Just like the old days. Gotta get them spores for that extra damage to Overlords. There we go. We'll see if he actually decides to do that or not. But we do have a couple of Huggerlords on the map. I feel like maybe we should spawn a few less Huggerlords, but at the same time, it makes them not be able. They have to focus on their base quite a bit. Now, I do have the Phoenix coming on up, as these could be good at killing off Huggerlords. For example, here's one right here. This could actually be perfect, as if he's paying attention there. There he goes. That's exactly what he needs to do, is just make sure to micro these correctly and go ahead and maybe get the Annie and Pulse Crystals with the Fleet Beak, and he has to be careful. And you can kite these very well, it looks like. Does he decide to go for Spores? Looks like no. He likes to live dangerously, as the Lair Tech is going to be on the way. The Phoenix here trying to do as much damage as they possibly can, and might actually be able just to put on a lot of pressure to LiviBee right now, as he's not had fun with this one. He does have the Spore Crawlers, though. He did take my advice, and it may pay off in a big way here, as it's going to be tough for Crank to be able to do all that much here. He is either kiting the Overlords into his base or not. I'm actually not sure. I think he is going to be doing this intentionally right now, using these Overlords to his advantage, and the thing is, he's got to try. Well, actually, the Spore Crawler, like I was saying, they're going to do tons of damage here. Has to kill it off before he gets the Spore Crawler. He does kill it, but it does kill the Spore. And unfortunately, that's going to open it right on up for Crank over here. Crank, once again, figuring this game out a lot sooner than everyone else, and also having the crazy skill ceiling. I think Vibe may be the saving grace for Zerg over here. They may have to do 3 versus 1, to be completely honest. Sinvicta is saying, well, there goes another one of his bases, as the hatchery is going to remain. But you got to find a way to be able to deal with those Huggerlords. Where are these drones going? They're apparently just hanging out over there. But it does look like the Phoenix is going to be moving on in. Lair Tech, or is that Hive Tech? No. Well, he does have Hive Tech on the way pretty darn early. It's not quite done yet, of course, as it does look at right now. Vibe does not have the anti-air. I tried to tell him there's going to be the 2 Hydralisks right there. I think, though, that Crank may just be outclassing everyone at this point in the game. Definitely just needs to make spores. Lots and lots of spores over here. Huggerlords are moving to the top right side. Does quite a bit of damage with the 1 Hydralisk there. But with the spores and the amount of Hydras being produced here, Crank has got to be careful. I think he knows it, has got to watch out. And the Huggerlord, he is out for blood. We'll see if he can actually kill off the... oh, he actually does go for the hatchery. So does run... Or maybe it's if they run directly into it. I'm actually not sure the exact AI on those Huggerlords. All I know is they have sweet hearts for eyeballs, which is really all that matters. Sinvicta trying to get down a lot of spores as well. And, wait, did he lose all of his Phoenix? Did he just lose all of his Phoenix and I missed it? Yes, he did. He lost all the Phoenix to the Huggerlords there. Crank not really happy about that. He's got to lose the last one as well. Sorry, I got distracted by the hearts, but not looking good. This Huggerlord may get a couple of kills right now, and indeed he will. But just pretend I had fungal. Crank is saying it is unfair. He does have another base on the way, though. Hydralisks are going to be moving in. Carriers will be done in time. I believe so. Anyway, there's going to be a Mothership Core. He needs to try and buy a little bit of time, but the 1 cannon here is going to be doing the damage that Crank needs. He also is going to be having the carriers. Huggers don't attack buildings. I thought they didn't. I may be mistaken, though. And there's going to be the carrier spawning right now. Is there enough interceptors to actually kill them off? Probe's going to be joining in the fun as well. I think that Crank is going to have enough here. He's got to watch out for the Huggerlords, though. They're going to be moving up here. Probes need to back up. The Hydralisks get taken out. The Hydralisks go down. I guess they do run directly towards buildings. Maybe that one was going for the probe. But Crank does have carriers on the way right now. And apparently Sinvicta has a spine crawler hanging out over there, and he's pretty happy about it. And these players are going to definitely need a lot of these mineral patches, because it's going to be difficult for them to actually expand. More Hydralisks are on the way. Can Crank make anything? He definitely needs to get out some ground units here. He has a lot of money, but just no way of spending it right now. Will the Huggerlord save the day or not? That is a question that remains to be seen here, as it does look like Crank in a little bit of trouble. Needs to keep the interceptors alive, but it's just so difficult with this many Hydras here. More probes getting pulled off the line. There's going to be a Zealot. He's not able to do all that much. There's the one carrier and the motion core as well. Needs to focus down that weakened Hydralisk here. But Crank not having that much fun. Although he is going to be able to hold this off. That's the thing, is there's not actually enough Hydras to kill this off. I guess I should get Ling Speed. I think that is absolutely a true statement right there. And Crank will survive. He has 3 probes on the way at a time. He has several bases up and running. And, oh, he'll detonate on the interceptors there. Very, very interesting. This is what I love about IMBA League, is you never know what's going to happen with each type of unit until you see it actually utilized. Vibe going for lots of spines and spores, which I think is a great idea. Turns out that when the minerals are not wandering, you're actually able to get up and running your units a lot more quickly than we saw in the last games. I'm kind of curious on the overall income here. Looks like Vibe, oh my god, going total beast mode right now. 2,500 resources. LiviBee is in 2nd place, and followed by Sinvicta, and Crank is in last place, but Crank is making 4 probes at a time here. We do have 12 Mutalisks on the way for Vibe. Does he try and kill Crank off with this? Or does he go for Sinvicta? It is a good question. It remains to be seen. The carriers here are going to actually be in a lot of trouble. I don't actually know if Crank can recover from this. That amount of Mutalisks may actually put the nail in the coffin for Crank. Crank able to do very well in the last game. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Sinvicta does have a lot of Ultralisks right now. He's got to be careful. Here's the carriers. I think the Mutalisks, where are they? Wait. Oh, no! He lost him into the Hugger! He just lost him into the Hugger! Oh, no! Oh, no! It's like Widow Mines, only even more terrifying. And the Huggerlords, man, just dancing all day, having fun. As I thought that Crank was dead for sure, but once again, Vibe not paying attention, ends up losing those. He has so much money, though. And remember that he is not, actually, is he going to be running out? Are those mineral patches running out? Why does it look like the mineral patches are running out? This may be false advertising. The mineral patches are getting low, so I don't know if we actually programmed this correctly. It says there's 20,000 remaining, but this could use a little bit of testing, that is for sure. The carrier's got to be moving forward here. The spore is not actually done in time. And the Mule's got to go straight for it. Might actually be enough units here to do it. And can he? We are about to find out. Oh, God. Sinvicta is ready to go. This is not looking good for Vibe right now. I don't think he has enough here. He's got to make the Corruptors. He does have them on the way. But the Ultras are here, and they are ready to go. They do have nice armor upgrades. As carriers, Crank very happy about that, as the Huggerlords there doing lots of damage. And Crank saying they are super imba, which I got to say, unfortunately for Vibe, this is pretty much it for him. He got killed off by the Huggerlords. I thought Vibe was going to be the winner, but now he is in a lot of trouble. The Mutalisks going to try and make it happen. We'll see if there's enough anti-ultra here with these Mutalisks. He has 5 more on the way. Probably not nearly enough, and this is a lot of queens. Keep in mind, they do have enough energy for Transfuse here to be mass throwing that out, and that's exactly what Sinvicta is going to be doing right now. Taking out all of these Mutalisks. They are quickly running out of energy, though, and might actually be able to kill these off. I'm not sure how many more he can make. He does have 8 more on the way. Might actually be enough to eventually clean this up, but for now, he is in a world of trouble here. I don't know if Sinvicta actually knows about the carrier's Mercy. We're 2 Zergs, and I gotta say, if he kills him off, then, you know, Crank might just go completely unchallenged. And Sinvicta, does he decide to show a little bit of mercy? He does have the nice room there. He's actually going to pick this up, and actually Vibe is killing it off, even though he's trying to retreat. And Sinvicta says, hey, I'm leaving, buddy. What are you doing? And Vibe right now, well, it was a piece, but very timid at best. We do have the Infestors got to be moving on out right now. And I guess these mineral patches don't actually last forever, and neither does the Geyser. So, hey, it was worth a shot. We'll have to patch that one in as well. But for now, the Huggerlords, we'll just call this a Huggerlord version, because obviously the other mod's not quite working as intended. There's going to be the Infested Terrans coming on up. Does Crank actually have detection? That's the real question. The answer is no. He is going to have to build a robotics here pretty darn soon. That's a lot of Infested Terrans here. It looks like enough interceptors to take that one out. And it does look like that is going to go down. So right now, this is basically just a Huggerlords. Oh, watch out for the interceptors. Oh my god, that's so many dead interceptors. Crank is not going to be happy about that. That is almost all of his interceptors here. He is making more, but he needed those right in the midst of this. And I got to say, the Huggerlords, man, they spice up battles. One player should win, and they end up not winning, which makes it just absolutely hilarious. But right now, Vibe, remember, he has all these bases still standing, or at least he will here pretty darn soon. He does have the lair tech going to be on the way over there. I feel we've all been bamboozled. That is absolutely true. Yeah, that button not working as intended. There we go. That's okay. But either way, here comes a lot of Huggerlords actually moving out to the right side here. We'll see how they actually manage to respond to that. LiviBee having tons of infested Terrans. Going to be able to kill off this expansion now, as well as all of the probes, as the Nexus does get taken out. And this base down here for Crank, unfortunately, is now long-distance mining over here. As the carriers, the amount of carriers that Crank has is a little bit out of control. There's going to be another Huggerlord right there. Now, at this point, the real question is can anyone kill all of those carriers? I honestly don't know. This is not looking good for Vibe here. I don't think he has enough anti-air. I don't think anyone has enough anti-air. The 21 infestors is slowing down the macro, and actually Sinvicta is going to be going for the counterattack, and that means that Crank is going to have to retreat right now, possibly giving Vibe a little bit more time. As it looks like, yep, going to be cutting into the production quite heavily. One cannon not going to be nearly enough. The probe's going to get taken out as well. Here come the carriers. Is it going to be in time? Sinvicta saying thanks, Huggers, as he is going to be opening up right now. There's going to be the Nihus Worm. Can the probes kill it off? The Link's trying to prevent the death of that Nihus Worm. It is not going to happen, though, as it does go down. All the probes get taken out as well. Here come the carriers, though. They're going to be able to take that out as well. Sinvicta is going to have a rude awakening here in just a moment, as that is so many carriers. Keep in mind, though, the Huggerlords are on the way. All these units got to get taken out, but he is cutting in the production in a big, big way. He's got to try and save these units, but that is not going to happen. Sinvicta saying OMG, and OMG is right, as these carriers just go into town. That is so many carriers as well. How many does he actually have right now? He has 14 carriers. And Livy, why didn't you tell me all about the carriers? That is absolutely true. Huggerlords almost killing out that hatchery as well, as Sinvicta needs that. He's got to watch out for all the infested Terrans, though. I don't know if there's enough interceptors here, and Crank does not have that much money right now. So if he loses all of his interceptors, he's going to be in a world of hurt. And no, they need to go for the interceptors. They're going for the Nexus, though. Really should just spot the interceptors there, because Crank cannot afford to reproduce all of those. And the infestors could fungal there. He did get one nice one. Can he get a second one? I think the answer is no. That wasn't enough to actually kill them off. So these carriers do remain. So at this point, it's got to be all up to the carriers. Oh, God, I hope these guys don't have detection. I really hope they don't have detection, as the infestors trying to get out of there. They got to be super, super careful, though. And in this space, that is a goner. That one's a goner. Oh, he's got to be careful, losing lots of interceptors there. Does not have enough to reproduce, though. So even though it looks like he's winning, he's got to be careful. He does wisely leave some of them back at home. Does Sinvicta have any anti-air? He does have 13 infestors on the way. For some reason, Sinvicta's terrible macro may be his saving grace this game, as both players got to be going for lots and lots and lots of infestors right now, as the carriers are going to be moving on out. Might be able to take out this base relatively easily, and indeed he will. I don't know if Mass Infestor is going to actually be the answer. Sinvicta saying, Crank, what are you doing to me, brother? And I think we all know exactly what's about to happen right here. I think that LiviBee is going to take this chance right now to safely move out over here. There's lots of carriers left. Maybe, might not actually be enough, though. And Craig's saying, I don't have sympathy. Oh, snap. Craig's saying, I have no sympathy. And can't say that I blame him. Where are the infestors at? I think that Sinvicta is just massing up everything he possibly can. Got to be losing that Nihus Worm for sure. Spore Caller getting off a couple of shots. It's going to take a lot more than that. The infestors, a couple of them getting taken out. Keep in mind, though, that Root Vibe has actually, oh, look at this. This is, oh no, the other one got baited up there somehow, as Vibe tried to microwave. He does manage to keep a couple of those drones alive right now. But I just got to say that Crank has got a lot going on for him. Here's the infestors. Is it going to be enough? Neuroparasite coming up. He could fungal as well. The Neuroparasite not lasting nearly long enough, though. Unfortunately, he is trying to do it. The Queen's trying to make it happen. I think fungal and infested Terran should have been the way to go. This carrier right here trying to make something happen. But unfortunately for Sinvicta, did not really work out for him. Every 10 seconds, that is true. There are lots of those going on. And actually right now, LiviBee actually making something happen here. He does have one fungal coming up, is not able to actually kill him off right now. And Vibe is going to be in a world of hurt. I don't think he actually has anything left. Neither does Sinvicta. The fungal's a little bit too late here. Sinvicta gonna still get taken out by that, but the Huggerlords right there taking out almost all the Lings. Has got to watch out. Does LiviBee decide to kill them off? No, he's gonna let them go. Not enough Lings, though, to do too much damage. I think that Crank, once again, is going to have this. I thought for sure that one of the other guys would have been able to deal with it. And what did he do? I think the Spore Callers are really kind of helping him out here. LiviBee saying, I'm winning. I don't know if he should be so sure. He's winning the battle in the top right side, that's for sure. Not looking great for Vibe, but might actually look good for LiviBee. Will he be able to kill off 14 carriers with 31 Infestors? I'm actually not sure exactly how that works out. And you know what? He could go for a Robo. I don't know if he has that on the way. I don't think. Oh, he's actually rebuilding his gateways right now. But at this point, he has completed supply block. There's going to be a Huggerlord right there. Does kill off a lot of the Interceptors, but still not nearly enough as the carriers do continue their march forward. Sinvicta is still actually in this. I wouldn't say he's in it, but he can technically still mine. So that's that is quite important. I think that LiviBee does not know about all those carriers right now. Down goes that Huggerlord at least. And not really sure why he's killing off the ones that may be going for Crank. LiviBee actually going to be making the Corruptors right now. Carriers are IMBA, actually, and Crank is quite confident in his carries. Got to be careful right now with this Huggerlord. He's got to watch out. There he goes, loses more of his Interceptors. And remember, every time he does that, it takes up a lot of his Interceptors and a lot of his money. He doesn't have that much money right now. He has enough to continue forward, but the Infested Terrans need to continue going forward. And that's saying a Hugger Massacre. I don't think Vibe can actually recover from this point. But at the same time, the Infestors have got to be careful. There's not enough Infested Terrans. And here come the Huggers right now. Going to be able to cough a lot of those Interceptors with the splash damage on the Infestors. Maybe a little bit too much. Do the Huggerlords actually end up helping out? Got to watch out. There's a lot of them do detonate. Now remember, that is a lot of dead Interceptors. The Infestors trying to get out of there. The Corruptor count, though. The Corruptor is a little bit out of control. Got to be able to kill off a lot of these carriers in the middle. Is LiviBee going to do the impossible? Can he kill Crank? Watch out for the Huggerlords, though, as they're coming in from the middle right now. The Corruptors have got to get out of there. So dangerously close to getting taken out. And Rare Huggerlords just do a ridiculous amount of damage. Crank saying what? As he was taken by surprise for sure by those Corruptors. I think LiviBee might actually be the favorite right now. And Carriers is saying they're the worst unit I've ever made, completely changing his tune there as the Corruptors do hard counter that. You can see these players trying to adapt to the best of their ability. These Infestors versus Sinvicta are going to go down. And he's saying Vibe, no. What is actually going on with Vibe? I feel like not a whole lot over here, as I don't think he actually has anything. He is saving some of his buildings, but he hasn't been able to expand yet. He actually has these Corruptors over here. He's trying to weave them in and out of the Huggerlords and is doing a pretty good job at it. The Carriers, the count, though, is still pretty high. Vibe is slowly kind of just chasing these units around. Spore Callers, though, are ready to go. And that's got to be it. These guys are very angry at the Spore Callers. And I gotta say, Spore Callers are a pretty good defense. Even though they get taken out quite easily, they at least draw the Overlords where you want them. Here's the Infestors here. A couple of Infested Terrans coming on up. There's going to be the mass recall to get out of there. A nice little play. But, long distance mining here as he is nearly mined out at the other base here. What can Crank actually make in this stage? I mean, maybe getting Archons would be good. I think Archons is probably the best choice right here. Detonation coming on up. But at this point, Crank's got to hold on as best he possibly can, but he doesn't really have the money to be able to continue making these guys here. So it might be all up to LiviBee. He just has to make sure that he doesn't get killed off by things like this Overlord right now, which will take out his hatchery and possibly all these Infestors. Watch out, the guy be spying directly underneath. Nope, he's still aggroed there. And it does take, oh, he still took him out there. So Sinvicta saying Protoss is IMBA. I gotta say, at this point, it is LiviBee versus Crank. We do have the mining base down here as Sinvicta trying to get up enough money to actually, build buildings. He does have a Spore Caller there, or not Spore, excuse me, Spawning Pool, as it does leave the carriers got to be moving on forward. Okay, I'm going to get eliminated again from Huggers. As Vibe, not a fan of the Huggers. The Huggers just way too good. They force the action of the game to be much quicker. There's huge Fungals coming up. Where's the Corruptors? There they are swooping in. Is it going to be enough? The Fungals, remember, do lots of damage. It's just the carriers have so much HP, and a couple of carriers are going to get taken out for sure by these Infested Terrans. Right? Maybe not. Is Crank going to pull this one back? It looks like the answer maybe yes. Fungals are good, but not nearly good enough. And this is just massive damage being laid down on Crank. He is pushed against the ropes, but that's okay because he is fighting back. I thought LiviBee had it for sure, but now all of a sudden I'm not so sure as LiviBee he still has 9 Infestors. That's the thing, is that might be enough to kill off the carriers if utilized correctly. However, these carriers do somehow have full Interceptors. I'm actually not sure how that is happening. Hopefully the Spore Crawlers can kill off a couple of them, as Crank does not have that much money to reproduce them. More Infestors coming out. Are the Infested Terran. He might actually be able to do a little bit of damage to this. It's still not enough. Are the carriers, do they have upgrades? Yeah, they have the 2 shields and 2 armor. Saying Raffle Vibe, where is your base? Basically, Scourge are what is needed right now, or possibly Hydralisk, but I don't know if Sinvicta can actually make enough of those, almost losing that spawning pool as well. I think, once again, Crank is going to be your champion here, as the carrier's got to be moving on in, and Sinvicta, I think, keeps losing his base down here. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's that Huggerlord right there. He is very, very angry. Sinvicta could kind of sprinkle Overlords around to help absorb those, but LiviBee, does he have anything left? I don't know if he does, as, let's see, he has 6 Infestors right now, still trying to make it happen with these Infested Terran. Unfortunately, just not able to do it. Oh, did kill off quite a few Interceptors there. That is really cutting into Crank's money. Remember that Crank does not have that much money. These carriers are getting very, very low. And there's also, oh, that Corruptor there is going to, oh, looks like Vibe went ahead and left the game, as this Huggerlord right now, maybe it prioritizes units, but Crank has got to be careful, as he does not have any probes. He also has no money right now. So Vibe has left the game, and LiviBee has enough Infestors now, a surprising amount of Infestors, but he also has very few buildings, so he's got to throw that down somewhere, as if he gets eliminated, those drones, they've got to get out of there, and indeed they try to. I don't know if Crank can kill every single one. He's trying to micro as best he possibly can, but these are not Brood War carriers, so the drones are actually able to survive, at least for now. They have to watch out for the Huggerlords, though. Oh, God, Sinvicta, it's been nice knowing you, as he's been trying to make a speedy recovery, but it was not meant to be. The Huggerlords just going to be going to town. Down goes, well, the Broodlings there actually able to absorb that, as, you know, Sinvicta does have money. He's just got to start building stuff, which is easier said than done. It looks like LiviBee, is he going to be the one to get it? I never know in IMBA League, man. There's only 4 Interceptors left, as Crank is going to get taken out. He leaves the game narrowly, going to get defeated. Now LiviBee just has to kill Sinvicta, and he might actually be able to do that. So now it's just going to be only Sinvicta left versus God, I don't want to spell his name wrong. That'd be kind of embarrassing. LiviBee. LiviBee is going to be claiming the throne, it looks like, in this game, as he does have the Infestors up in the top left side. And Crank, yeah, those are dead right there. Sinvicta has actually not been building anything, as I think that he thought he was completely out of it. But LiviBee just going to be finishing out those last few buildings. The thing is, though, is that if he's not careful, he could still lose all of his buildings, and that would be absolutely terrifying. Sinvicta is, I feel like Sinvicta is just actually eating pizza right now. Let's be completely honest. That is exactly what he's doing. Oh, God. Oh, God, the Huggerlord. The Huggerlord coming in. Oh, no, the Queen. The Queen. Sinvicta, what are you? Oh, my God. Every single drone gets taken out. His chance of recovery is now absolutely nothing. Did Sinvicta actually leave the game? I don't think that he did. I feel like he's still in the game, but, oh, he's microing the Overlord, and he's trying to do that. Sinvicta's saying, and is correct. Does he know where his base is at? Yes, he does. And looks like LiviBee having actually a base over here, and he's trying to find him, trying to find his last few buildings, and actually, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to bomb these Infestors right here, and we'll see if he can actually do it. I didn't see them go down there. They're very hard to spot there. He does. Oh, Sinvicta, watch out. He got so many of them, and might actually be able to pull it off. He's got to watch out for the Spore Crawler, though, and the Huggerlord does take that one out. Almost takes out the Overlords as well. And, well, that's going to be it for those Huggerlords, as they're going to be killing out this entire base. Sinvicta is completely knocked out. Infested Terrans trying to take out those carriers, but I think that's it. I think LiviBee has won this unless he really, really, really messes this up. That's going to be it. Sinvicta saying no, he doesn't have anything left, and that is going to be it. Lots of Huggerlords on the map. And, yeah, if you guys have any recommendations for IMBA League, definitely let me know. Post them down below. And LiviBee was victorious as Sinvicta has left the game, so LiviBee is going to be your winner for the Huggerlords mod. Hope you guys enjoy, and, of course, I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League, and this time we are back. Oh God, they are going to be laughing about it. We are back with some more IMBA League, and this time we are back to the old format, which is 1 versus 1. Now you may be asking, Husky, I didn't read the title, I just blindly clicked on the game. What is the mode we are watching today? Well, it is, they can see the entire map. It is called All Vision. I drank way too much Baja Blast again, hang on. All right, there we go. There we go. That is completely out of the way. But anyways, let's introduce our players really, really quickly. Then I'll talk about the map just a little bit more. Down in the bottom right side, it is going to be Axiom's Crank and his really, really good friend and compatriot down in the bottom left side. It's going to be AcerMMA. So not only do we have two awesome players, they're also talking about things I have no idea what they're saying. I'm sure they're making fun of each other. But anyways, they have practiced and played together so very much throughout all the team leagues. Yes, one is on Acer. Yes, one is on Axiom. But they might as well be the same team because they are such good friends. And it does look like right now, Crank is just saying Terra. Not quite sure exactly what he means by that. But anyways, the whole point of IMBA League is to make the pro players feel like they are Bronze League heroes and basically putting them into a situation that they have never been able to train for at all. They would have never expected this by any means, but it does look like they are going to be talking to each other quite a bit, which is awesome because we very well could be seeing a long game here. So basically, the only modification on the map right now is that they can see the entire thing. So if there was a drop coming from all the way over here, they would know about it. They can see when the expansions are going down. And MMA saying Protoss is indeed IMBA, which I think we can all agree with. Am I right, guys? But also, I like to make these videos to remind you guys that on the IMBA League map, we have just added this new mod, which is, I think it's called All Vision or All View or All Sight or something like that. But again, if it's one of the mods you want to use, it lets you see the entire map, which is actually hilarious. If you would like to play on the IMBA League map, it's currently only on North America. I'll see if we can get it up onto the European servers as well. But yeah, you just go there, search for IMBA League. If you go by top rated, you can find it in there. And thank you to everyone who's actually been rating the game. I think we're almost to 2,000 ratings, which is awesome. So definitely appreciate that, guys. And there's lots of other mods in there as well, like Wandering Minerals, Infinite Money, things build instantly. All units can jump up cliffs. There's so many cool things in there. And if you haven't watched some of the previous episodes, I feel like those episodes are kind of like, I don't know quite the word for it other than always hilarious no matter which patch it's actually being played on. And of course the whole point of IMBA League is to have fun and just kind of laugh a lot because obviously it's completely imbalanced. There is going to be different races, different players who really benefit from the changes in the map. But that's the entire point. The entire point is to have fun, guys, because that's what StarCraft 2 is all about. And also, this is to kind of celebrate a little bit the release of patch 2.1. It's not out yet. It's not out yet. There's no release date that has been publicly released as far as I know. But with patch 2.1, the arcade becomes completely free. 100% free. Crank saying, what, you got a third CC? God, can you imagine if this game always had all vision? That would be ridiculous. MMA is gone. Hey, man, that's kind of the smart thing to do when you can see if your opponent is going to be making anything or not. We do have the CyberNext core on the way. Second gateway going to be up here as well. Looks like Crank might be taking a page out of MMA's book. But what I've always wanted to know with All Vision is when does a player actually lose? Because they can't be taken by surprise. The army composition, they know exactly what they're going to be going for. And I guess it really just comes down to the micro. At the end of the day, if you guys both have very large armies and you can see everything on the map, it just is going to come down to the micro. It does look like the Marines are actually going to be moving out. Now, keep in mind these Marines are obviously super spotted. SCV's got to be pulled off the line, or at least one. Just one SCV. Crank saying, no, get out of here. Mothership Core got to try and survive as long as it possibly can. We do have a Stalker going to be on the way, but the Mothership Core for now cannot take on those 3, soon to be, I believe, 5 Marines by itself. There's going to be the bunker going down, and actually MMA, even though it was a spotted rush, it is a rush nonetheless. Mothership Core doesn't decide to Time Warp, but Time Warp would actually be ridiculous right now. Probes are pulled off the line. They can easily regroup at those new Nexi pretty darn soon. I think the SCV, though, is going to town. I don't think MMA is going to be able to get any kills here, at least nothing substantial. And the bunker here might actually complete since the SCV is not being targeted. There he goes. Crank is able to kill that one off. MMA already going to get put behind, but I have a feeling that they may actually be in the same room, and they may just be laughing at each other. I don't even know. I'm actually not sure if they're living together right now. I honestly am really bad at keeping track of who's living where. I will say, though, that Crank has been the team captain of Team Axiom since the very beginning. He was their first recruit and is consistently getting better and better. So I'm kind of curious to see how he shines versus one of the ace players from Acer, as he is one of their best players for sure. We do have a factory going to be on the way now for MMA. That third CC looking pretty darn good. I wish I could get into the head of these players. I mean, they're laughing about it. I do know in Korean that this is kind of the the letter. Are they called letters? What are they called? Watchtower. Now, that's something I can understand, is he's laughing about the Watchtower being absolutely useless, which is kind of funny because they're used to just trying to go for it. Now, can he actually? Yes, he can. He can actually abuse the fact that he can see the high ground here because he has vision. He doesn't need anything to spot that high ground. So relying on Marine and Marauder may actually be kind of the way to go at this point. But if nothing else, if you want to play a macro game with your friends, this is the perfect mod to use because you can see if they're up to anything cheeky at all. I'm wondering, is this game going to be like 5 hours long because nothing, you get rid of the element of surprise, and that's kind of what StarCraft is all about, is trying to hide intel from your opponent. But in this day and age, man, with spy satellites, what's really the point? You can see everything that's going on. As we do have the stalkers right there, going to be able to take out the destructible debris. We do have the command center going to be moving on out. This is a relatively early third, especially for Terran to be able to already have that third. Obviously influenced by the fact that this map is completely imbalanced. Looks like the rest of the army does decide to go ahead and join on in. But I got to say, I can't help but feel like this really favors Protoss. Because think about how Terran, what they can do versus Protoss at this stage of the game. They can do drops. They can have an overwhelming amount of reinforcements that can take you by surprise. And Protoss, you know, they can just tech as quickly as they want to, as long as they have enough to deal with exactly what's on the map. It does look like MMA right now is going to try and test his might right here. Does force the photon overcharge. There is enough energy for another photon overcharge on the back of that. Does look like, though, the Marine and Marauder are going to be swinging down here. Remember, these guys are not scouting. They're trying to get the army, I would assume, a little bit out of position here. And I still feel, though, like going for drops might be ideal because even against Protoss, you can see what you're doing. Just throwing drops around is really the best way to separate that army. Crank is saying, come on, man. Come on, what's the big deal? It's not like I'm expecting you or anything like that. It's like, oh, imagine seeing you here, except I can see your entire base as he creepily peeps into the windows of AcerMMA's base. And I'm kind of curious exactly what he's making here. It looks like just more Marine and Marauder down there. Medevacs are on the way. Crank, on the other hand, will definitely not making Marine Marauder. That is for sure. But MMA got to go ahead and march on over here. And really, it's got to come down to the micro. And Crank may have got a little bit too cocky here. Sure, he's got some zealots on the way. Photon overcharge once again, but this is really just delaying the inevitable. I can't help but feel like MMA is going to be moving in there pretty darn soon, but the Colossus, once that is out, that is going to, I would assume, put a quick end to this. +1/+1 is done for both sides now. Crank deciding not to start the 2-2 until he can get out a sizable force, which is exactly what he needs right now in that Colossus, as that's what he's going for. So he's going to continue getting those as he adds on another Colossus. Finally does start that 2-2. We do already have 2-2 started as well for MMA, though. Of course, each other is going to know this. They have to be very, very careful. Like I was saying, drops are still good. This Protoss army not as mobile as it would like to be, especially if it goes this way. All of a sudden, Crank realizing, whoa, that's going the wrong absolute way. The Colossus right here needs to try and buy as much time as he possibly can. Motion Core is basically worthless. It does look like no size storm for you, Crank, and this shows you the power of drops. The reinforcements, though, running directly past that Mothership Core. Is the Mothership Core going to get taken out? It remains to be seen. The Colossus here doing quite a bit of damage. The Nexus is going to get taken out, but at what cost? So many of these dudes are actually going to be going down, but there's also another attack over here as the two Marines able to do quite a bit of damage there. This army has been pushed back, and as I was saying before, even when you know it's coming, Protoss has got to split up this army perfectly, although he is able to hold this off much easier than a Protoss normally would be able to. Colossus right here would actually be taken out if it was focused down. He is able to save that for now. The drop right here, it comes as no surprise, but I'm not sure if Crank is actually going to be watching that right now as he is focused on this battle down here. Does he have any reinforcements? Not quite yet. That Nexus is actually exposed once again. Lots of these long-distance mining probes are getting taken out as well. But really, is MMA doing enough damage here to be able to get himself continued in the lead? So far, I want to say the answer is yes. He's got to watch out, though. This army, as soon as he gets blinked there, could chase that down. But for now, MMA just abusing the fact that drops are still potentially so good. But the Dark Templar are moving out. Now, he'll be able to see the ripples if he's paying attention. But right now, I don't know if he is. Oh, there's a missile turret right there. The DT's, though, going to sneak on by. The Marauder's able to catch one. That DT should go down, although that one armor almost saving him, but it wasn't quite nearly enough. Even though you can see these, you still cannot see cloaked units, and this is exactly what Crank needs to do, is go straight for the mineral lines to try and recoup those losses, and so far he is doing that. This is a lot of DTs killed off, a lot of workers killed off. That actually evened it up, even after those substantial drops. I think Crank got right back into this. Overall income is heavily favoring MMA. That is to be expected, though, because he had dropped lots. Oh, this one's still going. 18 kills. It's not done yet. Workers killed is up to 24. more. That DT is still alive. I'm not sure what he's killing. Looks like he killed off a Marine or two there at the final stages of his life. But you can definitely see how this vision has been helping out both players. There's one thing that limited vision cannot save you from as Terran, and that is Storm. That is one oh my god, that's like the worst choke point ever. For whatever reason, those units decide to march through there one at a time, which definitely not ideal. MMA, though, he's pretty angry. He does have a supply advantage. Crank is saying Terran IMBA, but he will have Storm here momentarily, and he does have enough energy for those storms. And I've seen MMA both have the best micro and sometimes not the best micro versus the storms. We shall see. There is a lot of anti-ground and not really a whole lot of anti-Colossus here. So Crank actually does stand a chance. He is falling behind, though, the longer this game goes on. He might actually want to go for some Dark Templar with the storms coming up. Are they going to be good enough? High Templar getting taken out almost instantaneously. It does look like Crank right away is going to go down. The EMP is a little bit too much. I think even if DT's coming here, MMA should know about it, although the Colossus still able to survive a lot longer than you may think. The DT has not been scanned yet. He wants to get into the thick of things. Is he going to be able to turn the tide of the battle, though? I don't think so. Crank is shouting, IMBA, IMBA, IMBA. There's going to be the GG as MMA showing us that Terran's still the top dog in the mid game, whether or not you can see what they're throwing their way. But if you would like to play on this version of IMBA League, just go ahead and queue up on the North American server. I believe it's called All Vision. But my friend Mike Zetal, he's the map editor. I'll put his link to Twitter down below. You can always tweet at him new ideas, or you can post in the comments new ideas if you don't have Twitter or whatever. But either way, a ton of fun, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. And, of course, I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more IMBA League Heroes! And I had a ton of fun in the last game, so I decided to go ahead and bug Crank and MMA. Well, we'll give them a formal introduction in just a moment, but they are once again going to be playing on IMBA League. It is a map that you can play on the North American server. The whole point of IMBA League is just to seriously have fun. There is no balance. If you play on the map, do not expect to win because it's completely imbalanced. If you end up getting mad because you lost your IMBA League game, then you are completely missing the point. But this map version that they're playing on, we just added a new feature, which is all race. Basically what that means is you do get a worker from each and every race. So you got Protoss, you have Zerg, and you have Terran. And I think that they're kind of maybe explaining to each other what's going on. Spawning up at the top left side, it is going to be the purple Terran. Why he can't see my base. It's like junk food, so addicting after the first time. And yeah, I guess they're asking about that, which is absolutely hilarious. But either way, what is the most OP combination that you can get when you can play all three races? I honestly have no idea. No idea, because you can make hatcheries for cheaper, you can have mules, you can have scans, you can have reapers mixed in with blink stalkers. There is literally an infinite amount of unit compositions that you could go for. It does look like Crank is actually going to expand with a hatchery first. MMA going to be playing it boring. He's going to go for a command center, which I can't really blame him. I believe you can chrono boost all buildings, just FYI. Not sure if that's actually good or not. I believe that you can. I think so. We'll see if that comes into play. But we do have the hatchery down at the expansion. Crank is going to go ahead and go straight for the gateway. And if you would like to play on the IMBA League map, just go on the North American server, type in IMBA, which is IMBA. I know you guys probably know how to read the title, but just type in IMBA League, 2 different words. And yeah, there was one comment. There was one comment I read on the IMBA League a couple episodes back that was like, Husky, would you say that it's 2 words? Because I mentioned that it was 2 words like 9 times. But either way, it is 2 words. Go out there and play it, guys. It's one of the highest rated maps on there. So thank you everyone who leaves feedback and stuff there. If you'd like to follow the map creator, his name is Mike Zetal. And his Twitter's down below. You can go follow him, and you can actually tweet ideas directly at him. He puts in a lot of time on this map. It's one of those things where it seems like it's an easy map to make, but to get all of these mods to actually mesh together correctly actually takes a lot of work. So mad shout out to him, because without him, the series IMBA League and the map itself would not exist. So big thanks to him, as he's been there since the beginning. Definitely appreciate it. But MMA still refusing to go for anything other than Terran. I guess he is a Terran purebred through and through. And he's actually scouting. Wait, no, he's not scouting with this. Is he going to expand down here? Or is he actually scouting with his... I I think he is. He is actually scouting with these workers right now. He doesn't know where his opponent is at. And MMA just says, you know what, screw building anything else. I'm just going to go straight for pure Terran. Oh, excuse me, still too much Baja Blast, that is for sure. Whereas Crank is trying to spice up. There we go. MMA is actually going to throw down a hatchery down there. We'll see if he goes for the Nexus or not, but they are going to go ahead and try and play this a little bit sneaky. And I can't help but emphasize, guys, and maybe I'm just a little bit of fanboy, but these are like two of the best players right now, especially in the team league. You may be saying, ha, Husky, the team league. No one cares about that. The team leagues are actually brutal because there are times that you have to carry your team by getting 3 to 4 wins, which is crazy. Crazy, and that's versus all different players. So they both had a very good year in the team leagues. And there's the Nexus from MMA. Now, keep in mind that they cannot see each other like one of the other mods is, which was the All Vision. But we do have a Twilight Council going to be on the way for Crank. He could be going for some sort of blink play, but at this point, I mean, how do you predict what a player is going to go when they have all 3 races? I mean, what is the metagame on that? I don't think anybody knows. It does look like the stock right there is going to go ahead and take out that SCV. There's going to be the Chrono Boost on the hatchery right there. MMA saying ZZZZZ, and Crank is laughing about it as he does Chrono Boost that hatchery. I'm not sure, does it make these guys build faster? Does it make the larva spawn faster? I honestly don't know. Is it better? Let's see. Is it better to make overlords or pylons? Meta game questions. I honestly don't know. I honestly have no idea what the better option is for those players. I mean, you get, of course, the map vision with those overlords, but at the same time, you know what? You know what's actually a problem for MMA here is if he loses these bases down here, he loses his only way to make other units. Overlords can be my sight. That is true. That is my thought process there as well. But then he could get the Artosis pylon, which is just be careful of our Artosis single pylon. There we go. I don't know if he'll get that, but either way, we do have these simulators on the way, and this is actually a really good less pylons might unpower all of your buildings, just like Artosis always does. There we go, as Crank is definitely agreeing there. Sorry, guys, I have way too much fun with IMBA League. I think that it is definitely definitely this and IMBA League, or excuse me, and Bronze League Heroes are my favorite ones. He's saying, thanks for the tip, and you know what? No problem. Oh, wait, is he actually killing it down here? It looks like he is. No problem. I can be Axiom team coach if you need. Of course, he is the team coach for Team Axiom. We do have the spawning pool going to be going down. AcerMMA might actually lose his base. He doesn't have really anything to show for it down there. As the pylon, Nexus, what are you doing over here? You got a bad rally point there. As MMA, I think, is definitely confused. Now, I do want to mention that all of your supply is linked together. So if you make Overlords as Protoss, that goes towards your supply. If you go, supply depots and you're playing Protoss, again, it goes and adds to your supply. It does look like this one SCV over here, he's deciding not to work. He's an imposter as he is pretending to work. MMA's got a lot of gateways added on here. I think this hatchery might actually legit die. I don't see any way of him saving that as it is so far away. He does have another hatchery going to be coming up over here though. So Crank, what is he going for? He's already got High Templar. He's working on a command center as well. He's got lots of gateways on the way. And it does look like the Stalker here. I mean, he's got his work cut out for him, especially since hatcheries do regenerate health, albeit slowly, but is still able to regenerate that versus just the singular Stalker that is going for there. MMA going for some crazy macro modes right now. I think what he's going to do is go for the power Protoss, which is I like to call it, which is where you feed a Protoss gateway army off of the massive amounts of mules that Terran can get. And this is going to be a lot of units very, very quickly. As sure, the Stalker can kill this off, but at the end of the day, when there's this many gateways, he doesn't have a warp gate. He is going to be making Zealots over here though, so hopefully for MMA he actually starts to make some stuff. He does have Zealots and Archons mixed in. We'll have Psystorm as well, which isn't the best versus Zealots. The Archon is much better. But there's going to be the individually built Zealots. They don't need no Warp Gate. There's going to be Warp Gate on the way. This Nexus does have a lot of energy, but I mean, he's going to be focused on like a million other things, considering that you have to try and figure out all the hotkeys. I think that the hotkeys are actually the same for each race, and maybe some of those hotkeys overlap. I honestly don't know. I haven't tried this mod out too many times myself, especially not at the pace that these players would be playing, but pretty darn soon, MMA is going to have a terrifying force. At the same time, though, I got to say, Crank does have quite a robust army himself. And he's saying, what you doing, MMA? As I think Crank is getting a little bit scared as, did he save this base? It looks like, yes, the Lings are able to save it. And there's the Zealot right there. It is going to be ZvPvZ, which is Zealot versus Zealot. But PvP battle taking place in the middle. The Overlords are going to be joining in as well. High Templar here are ready to go. MMA, I mean, his supply is not looking great, but what does he have in production? Currently, it's more Zealots, which is not a bad choice. He's got more gateways on the way. I feel like Crank is trying to figure out where the hell are these Zealots actually coming from. MMA should probably start spending this money, though. He's got a lot of it. His warp gates should be, they're not quite ready just yet. He's got to try and buy time down here as long as he possibly can. But there's so many hatcheries that MMA can just continue to power these ridiculous units. Does send the High Templar back home just to keep them safe. Also prevent any sort of counterattack from heading that way. But I think at this point, MMA needs to upgrade these to warp gates. He's trying to get it done in time. I don't know if he's going to be able to, though. I mean, it's so close. If he can get them done, he should actually be able to warp in enough units here to help this army out. He's got to rally them, though, not all the way across the map this time. And probably just needs to keep them right there to try and keep this protected. But you can see just how ridiculous the army compositions actually start to get. I mean, we have the Protoss attacking the Zerg branch of that base. I feel almost like this is a campaign mission where you're controlling Protoss, Terran, and Zerg. But it does look like right now everybody's got to try and hold the ramp up here. These have been upgraded into warp gates. Might actually want to go for Stalkers. The angle, though, is going to be favoring MMA in this situation. And I don't know if, oh, he can't actually complete those Zealots there as they're kind of chilling out. The Observers do spot if anything's going to be headed that way. At the same time, this army may need to move out, but there's going to be a counterattack of Zealots over here. And no one really getting that many upgrades. I mean, it does look like Crank is at 1-1, and he is starting the 2-2. But MMA just quite enjoying the fact that he can be playing as a super fed Protoss here. Does continue to have all of these command centers up and running. The Zergling counterattack now over here as he tried for the Zealot counterattack. That didn't do a whole lot. Is now going to be changing it up into the Zergling counterattack. More Queens are on the way. Creep spread on the way. I want to say that I feel like MMA might actually just be overextending himself a little bit. I mean, he's got all those bases up and running. Then again, he's also pulling Crank way out of position to actually be able to kill this off. I mean, MMA doesn't actually need this base anymore. That Queen will buy just a moment of extra time. This Creep Tumor doesn't actually finish. Looks like the answer is no. That gets taken out right away, as I don't think he actually canceled that. But here comes another counterattack of lots of Zealots going to be moving up to the top right side. The Worker is getting mixed in there. Not quite sure what they're doing there. This base is completely exposed, though. He could go for that. Decides to run up the ramp, though, and he's running into the perfect storm. Those High Templar are going to be able to clean that up very, very easily. So it does look like Crank's counterattack doing much more than MMA's. But MMA also has a lot of money in the bank. So what does he spend that money on? That is the real question. Is he going to wait for the hatcheries and then go for tons? I look at his production tab. We see 3 command centers, gateways, and hatcheries all being produced right now by MMA. He's also working on Storm. Whereas Crank is just going for much more consistent Protoss, just raw strength. He's got the Zealots, he's got Archon, just one Archon, I guess. He does have High Templar as well. But also now he's got to start going for mech here because, you know, what's better than Protoss army? You know, mixing in Siege Tanks and Hellions, maybe even going to be mixing in Hellbats, and he is going to throw down a scan. This is so confusing to my commentator brain. Like, it doesn't know what to say because everyone's got everything at this point. But we do have the hatcheries up here. He's also going to be working on apparently a sensor tower and some missile turrets. More command centers going to be on the way. Well, if you ever wondered what it looked like with creep on a building, all right, on a constructing building, well, that is exactly what that looks like. We do have another big counterattack over here. I guess as Terran, you can counterattack much easier just by warping in Zealots. There's a huge army marching up on his base, though. I don't know if he has any pylons in position here to be able to warp in those reinforcements that he needs, but these Zealots actually going to be doing lots of damage, it looks like. The Hellions over here, though, actually getting completely surrounded. I thought they were going to be the saving grace, but not today, as we have ridiculous split armies everywhere. The Queen's unable to do that much. We have Roaches going to be on the way. Where are the reinforcements? There's the pylon. These are all going to be Zealots, so it's not quite a base race, but both players are taking tons of damage right now. The tank may actually go down, and it does. These Zealots from MMA just refusing to die. They eventually do get cleaned up, but this is a lot of stuff over here. He's got to try and save these bases as best he possibly can. He is falling behind in supply, but how's his income looking? Overall, MMA's income is actually better here. So he is going to be able to recover much better from this. That Archon, though, at 18 kills, actually, is a master at this point. And more Zealots going to be steaming up here. Steaming? What? Steaming up here. Whatever. Steam rolling up there. Maybe that's what I meant to say. Roaches are going to be on the way. This is so many Zealots, though. And Roaches are normally pretty good versus Zealots, but not in these types of numbers. Those Roaches are going to want to get out of there But for now, they got nowhere to run, man. They're trying to go for the counterattack and trying to actually just buy as much time as they possibly can and doing a pretty good job at it. But can MMA get up enough money to actually hold this up? I mean, I still think he can. I feel like his income is still in great shape. It does look like, though, Crank wising up and realizing that mules are extremely good is going to be catching up in that regard. But MMA is not out of this just yet, as he does have all these command centers, can easily drop mules that say this location down here, and he can continue to power off these gateways. He's working on his first set of upgrades now. He has his own Archons, and he's going to be able to hold the top of this ramp quite easily with tons of splash damage. I don't know if Crank realizes exactly what he's running into right now. Sure, he has an upgrade advantage, but is it enough to kill off these Archons? I guess the answer is yes, but those Archons able to do massive damage to that Zealot number, and massive damage, actually. He should be able to hold this off just by warping in one big wave of Zealots. So that's exactly what he's going to do. This Archon, though, is up to 33 kills. He may kill his last few units just now, though, as these Zealots are going to be able to go to town and actually do quite a bit of damage. That just shows you how good Archons can actually be if utilized correctly in these wacky situations. But still, the income for MMA is great. He's going to be saving this base over here, it looks like. And not that there's a whole lot to mine here, but he could get some additional gas from that location. Plus, he has all these SCVs up here that he could transfer down to anywhere. And MMA has basically relocated his entire base. Crank is saying, you know what? I've had enough of this getting out-mined. He does have siege tanks and Hellbats right now, trying to mix that in. MMA is down in supply in a big, big way, but I don't want to count him out at all, because he has enough money for a ridiculous amount of Zealots. That is for absolute sure. But is it going to be enough right there with the Hellbats mixed in? I don't know. Crank is saying ZZ-Man. It might have to be mass stalkers that get warped in here, but MMA might actually be in a lot of trouble here if he can't start mining more gas. He needs to mine gas from these locations, but this Mech-King army is going to be moving out here for Crank. Having every unit at your disposal actually makes this game a lot more balanced. I just realized that, as basically there's always a counter to whatever you are going against. I don't think that there's an unbeatable. I'm wondering, what do you guys think would be the most unstoppable unit composition? Maybe carriers with mass SCVs repairing them. I honestly do not know. This base down here, though, is in a lot of trouble. DTs are warping in, but that is a scan there to spot those right away. I don't think Crank is going to be falling for something so silly. MMA trying to do something, trying to do anything with these warping in units here, but it's just not enough. He's got to be losing his only base. The DTs, though, could easily move in there, maybe one at a time, to try and make it happen. If Crank's not paying attention, then he will lose quite a few of these Hellbats, but well, he is losing off. There's going to be the scan. Needs to save those DTs if possible. MMA, though, definitely focused somewhere else, as he is trying to make something happen. He does have a DT up here. That DT's at 7 kills. He has one over here as well with 11 kills. So the income right now is actually basically nothing for both of these players. And don't count out MMA just yet. If he can make something, a miracle happen here, then he could, well, pull a miracle. Look, guys, I'm not good with words, but it does look like the DT right here is doing quite a bit of damage. You know, and this may just be too little, too late, as this DT trying to kill off all these units. But I mean, these are the last production facilities of MMA. He might just want to warp in his last few units. It does look like that's exactly what he's doing, actually. And Crank trying to figure out how to deal with this. These Zealots are going to get taken out here for MMA, unfortunately. But is there a DT still loose inside the base? No, he finally gets taken out. And I think that Hellbats, as per usual, may be the winners here. The splash damage is might actually kill off these ETs if they're not careful. Although they're doing quite a bit of damage, it's not nearly enough. As, well, more guys are warping in again. They're going to get taken out, though, it looks like, as DTs might be the only answer here. I don't know how much scans Crank actually has left here. He is surprisingly low on scans, actually. He currently has no scans. This one over here actually does, but that is going to be one of his one and only. And I believe the Dark Shrine has fallen. Oh my god, this structure tab. This structure tab is a little bit out of control. Yeah, there is no Dark Shrine left. MMA, I think, may have some... Well, he's still got crazy income, though. Where is he getting that income? He has 4 mules there. Is that literally all it takes to get 2,000 income? Is that all of his income? Or no, he has this base over here. Okay, I was going to say, there's no way that 4 mules are that good, as he does have a ridiculous drop going down over here, but guess what? Crank trying to do the same. And might actually, yes, just stick to Marine and Marauder. Keep it simple, stupid, is the good old saying. Not that MMA is stupid. That was actually probably a horrible saying, given the situation. But he did hurt Crank's income, and now MMA may have a chance to actually recover here. He is still about 100 supply down, but at the same time, Crank has like no other bases. I mean, sure, he's got this orbital command, which is making SCVs, which are marching all the way across the map, but he doesn't have the income to keep up with MMA right now, and MMA is just mining out this base like crazy. This is literally going to be like one of the fastest mined out bases of all time. We do have Marines starting to get mixed in, but the Marauder count is got to be pretty substantial here in just a moment. Apparently bunkers are the way he decides to deal with those Hellbats, but the Hellbats move so slow that there will actually be time for MMA to kind of beef up this army quite a bit, as Crank trying to figure out how exactly do I kill this off with the bunkers going to be completed by the time any of the army gets up there. But Crank saying, yo, come on, man, it is hopeless for you. But I don't know. MMA is saying 1 sec, just give me 1 second, and it does look like this base is going to go down, but it's kind of served its purpose. It allowed MMA to stabilize a little bit. 1 sec means 1 second. It's gone already. MMA is saying, no, wait, please. I don't think he's going to actually have enough Marine and Marauder here. He doesn't have combat shields. He is working on Stim pack, but there's going to be the scan right there. And, oh, the Manor Mules from Crank coming down. He's saying, you know what, I see your Marine and Marauder, and that is not going to be nearly enough. And remember that siege tanks do just fine versus bunkers. They outrange it quite well. And really, I think MMA's best bet is to just go for pure Marauder here. I think what he needs to do is add on just more tech labs at this point and not even make Marines. Just go for the Marauders, try and get the Stim, which he will actually be able to complete that Stim. Does have more gateways going to be on the way, which actually mixing in stalkers would be great. It does look like Crank deciding not to go on this side. There's really nothing over here for him to kill. Apparently there's a random nexus over there. We got that macro nexus going down, second one as well. And I think he's trying to see, are there lots of buildings down here? Maybe he didn't actually mean to send that entire army down there, as he does have a couple of Hellbats going to be scouting it out, making sure that he doesn't get flank attacked right now. But what is on the production tab here for Crank? Still sticking with just the Hellbats. He has really good upgrades for whatever reason for these Hellbats. And we do have Starport's going to be on the way. I don't know if he's going to have time to get these out, but if he can get out 1 or 2 Banshees, this entire army will actually be dead. It is currently 200 supply to 93, and these bunkers are going to be able to buy him a little bit of time, but not a whole lot. And what's hilarious is if he was able to get out some Banshees, he would be able to kill this army. I just don't think he has the time to do so. He's going to have to swap these out as quickly as he can. There's the scan. They will be able to spot a little bit of what's going on. Crank says, though, I'm very sorry because I am super hungry. MMA could have been able to kill us off, actually, with the Banshees. Actually, the bunkers doing more damage there than they should, as maybe the bunkers bought just enough time. He's just got to get those Banshees out. There is literally no anti-air in this entire army. Doesn't even need to get Cloaked done. It does look like this these bases down here definitely going to get taken out. But where are the Banshees at? There's the mass recall. Where did that mass recall go, though? He does send it up to the top right side. Was there any harassment there, or is he just toying with him? I think he may be toying with him. The Banshees are on the way, and the Banshees will be able to kill all this off. I mean, the main problem is, of course, that Crank has like 100 and about 50 supply lead at this point, but he actually needs to lose some of this stuff to make anti-air. Crank is saying, wait a second. I'm actually not sure exactly why, but the scans right there do reveal that, hey, they're still basically just mech. And where is this layer tech? Is it not going to let me see it? There it is. Is Crank realizing maybe I should actually get out Hydralisk or something to deal with these Banshees? Where are the Banshees? Are they out yet? Not quite yet. They are nearly done, though. 4 of them are on the way. MMA really has nowhere to mine, unfortunately. So this is definitely got to be a slow demise for him because he can't kill off this army quickly enough. He could, though, maybe potentially send the army out to the right side, try and kill off that base. Is going to go straight for the tanks first, and these Banshees going to get lots of kills. He actually has the servos, though, so these Hellbats have turned into Hellions. That's an upgrade that you almost never see these days. But then again, it is IMBA League, so you never know quite what to expect. And the siege tank should get taken out here, no problem. Cloaking is going to be on the way. We'll see if it actually finishes or not. It's kind of tough to tell, but these Banshees doing lots of damage. They are cutting deep into the supply right now. And we're probably going to be seeing Hydralisk or something like that, or Mutalisks to deal with these quite easily. The Mothership Core is actually attacking the Tech Lab right there. That is a base race if I've ever seen one. Some of the Hellions down here are going to be able to take out the Nexus, but we'll see. Oh, double Spire right now. These Banshees are done, though. And this just shows you the interesting side of having all 3 races, is that you can tech switch to, like, the crazy hard counter. How do you kill this many Hellions? Well, of course, you make Banshees, or you can make Stalkers, or really just make whatever you want. The Mules right there getting pretty ballsy with it, dropping directly on top of those Hellions. I think they are, for the most part, going to survive, or at least 2 of them did. But MMA, I mean, that's all he's got left. He's got a little bit of money in the bank. He's trying to recover here, but we do have Thors now on the way for Crank here, and also Mutalisks as well. He's actually cut way deeper into that supply than I think even Crank had anticipated. Look at that supply right now. It's actually 80 to 56, and I honestly don't think this is Crank trying to lose this game. I literally think that he was taken by surprise by all of these Banshees, cleans those up. I mean, even though he scanned and saw the 1 or 2 starports, I don't think he expected that many. And the Banshees right now, they do have Cloaked. Apparently that race was won, and may just be able to go to town here. Now, the Meatless count, how many can he actually make? Only about 10 by the time these Spires are done here. Crank doesn't actually have that much stuff or that much income at this point. As MMA is still somehow winning in that front. So I would say MMA is actually technically in the lead right now. It's just that Crank has the option to go for the Mutalisks. And Crank also trying to get more gas down here in the bottom left side. But an absolutely hilarious game. Where are the Banshees at? They gotta be flying around. There's one right there. He is cloaked. Let's just kind of get a status update on all these Banshees. There's a bunch of them over here. Some of them are hanging out there, and that one is actually moving in. Are there any others on the map here? Looks like no, that's actually the majority of them. Wait, I lied. This Banshee over here is up to 13 kills. A lot of those are going to be the workers that we just previously saw down there. And these Banshees, all of a sudden, MMA going back to his roots, just making lots of Terran units at this point. But the Mutalisks are here now. They do not have a Raven, but they will have those scans. So if the Mutalisks can get on top of them, then just scan them, and they will easily get taken out. As at this point, this game has gone into ridiculous mode. Absolutely ridiculous, which is kind of what I love about IMBA League, is that if you just want to play a fun game with your friends that's totally stress-free and absolutely hilarious, then IMBA League is definitely your map. As, what was their APM even in this situation? 200 APM, still finding stuff to do. Which for me, when I play on this mod, I just get so overwhelmed, I just like shut down. But the Meatless flock is here, and the Overseer is here as well. Why make a Raven when we can just make an Overseer? And also, I love how there is, for whatever reason, just double logos right there. I think this game is like super confused. Single logos on the hatcheries, but either way, it does look at the Hellions over here. Gotta try and be shutting this down. 15 kills on that Banshee. Now, Meatless are trying to spot these Banshees, and we'll be able to do just that. Even with the cloaking, the Overseer should be on its way, but the scan with Meatless, how OP is that? As they are able to chase that down, and MMA is crying, because normally you just have to wait for the Overseer. Meatless might be able to take out one of the, well, it's not the most important command center at this point, but either way, every command center is important, but it does look like that is way too much anti-air. Crank is going to get pushed out. I honestly don't know if Crank has an answer for this, because MMA is, there's no reason for him to make anything other than Terran units right now. He does have his Nexus on the way. He's trying to rebuild that infrastructure, but at this point, Crank in a lot of trouble, and MMA is now the one who is fully recovered. Just showing you that mules, no matter what race you are exceptionally strong, and his income is probably a little bit out of control now. Yes, it is 1,800 minerals there. I don't know if Crank can actually recover from this. That Banshee finally goes down. Once again, getting that double logo there, which is absolutely hilarious. But Crank could begin dropping mules down there, but I think he may be saving a lot of his energy for scans. We'll just have to wait and see. But this game may stabilize here a little bit. 117 supply to 135. Not sure if exactly what Crank is saying. Maybe he's saying, you know what, I'm running out of time. This game has gone on for way too long. But the Meatless can continue to swoop around. Might actually be able to take out this Nexus here. Could go for the other base there as well. There's not really a whole lot over there. Looks like he was able to kill off a Banshee with that, but we'll see exactly how good Crank's Mutalisk control is. Not something you normally practice as Protoss. That's an honest statement right there. Queen's right there. There's really so many hatcheries that at this point, what is the point of Inject Larva? And the Mutalisks do take out that Nexus over here. But MMA is still sitting pretty well here with his Sky Toss, or, well, Sky Terran. He could make it Sky Toss if he wanted to, but for now, just trying to get up that Protoss tech here to maybe make something of use, as Crank has kind of settled on mostly Zerg units here, as I think he mostly just has Muta. I mean, really, at the end of the day, when you have unlimited options, just make mass Muta anyway. It's got to be Muta Hellbat, though. With a couple of those Hellions mixed in, you got to realize that they do have the +3 attack as well, which is kind of ridiculous. And the Beetles kind of continue to fly around. At this point, I guess we're just going to go into the late game. But what does the late game look like when it's a PZT versus a PZT? I don't know what the actual best unit composition there is for the late game. Maybe battle cruisers and carriers mixed in with broodlords. Who knows? 14 Hellbats on the way at a time, though. Crank somehow managing to get maxed out almost instantly. Hellbat is one of the easiest units to get maxed out on, though. So I guess that's not that big of a surprise. Widow Mines would probably be pretty ridiculous as well. But the Meatless flock is a little bit out of control. They are only at 1-1. These completely forgotten about Zealots, though, are going to get taken out. It's just that I will say MMA is actually out of money. His income has taken a big hit. compared to where it was, and he's really only mining off of like 2 bases. Pretty soon, though, that's going to feel like just one. I mean, this natural is basically mined out. It's only got a couple hundred gas left over. And at this point, it's still anyone's game. I want to slightly give the favor to Crank, though. It's just the main problem is that a lot of that supply is in Hellbats, which are easily out-kited. And so maybe running those Hellbats directly where the Mulisks want to be as well. Uh-oh, that is going to plummet this income right now. That is at 2,000 is where it just peaked at. And you should start to see it plummet very quickly. And indeed, you do, down to, well, less than half that almost. As, again, he's not mining off of that many bases. And Crank doing a really good job of keeping himself relevant and keeping him in this game. Crank also saying that mutas are imbalanced. We do have Mutalisk Hellbat coming up, which I'm kind of curious to see how that shapes up with no Siege Tanks here to stop these Hellbats from just marching in there. It'll be interesting to see. Double scan going down just to see exactly what's coming out of there. It does look like Colossus are going to be what he decides on. He's saying, you know what, I have enough anti-air to deal with the Mutalisks. It's the Hellbats that I'm worried about. And the Mutalisks right now are going to try and pick away at this army. But here come the Hellbats right now. The Mutalisks are well, the Colossus aren't actually out just yet. So the Hellbats is going to be going to town. Mutalisks got to be swooping in. This is got to be the final battle, I would assume, as Crank may have exactly the unit composition he needs, which is just mass muta mixed with any other unit. And it does look like Crank is going to be ending the game right here, right now. Hellbats getting a pretty good angle there. Even though they're slow to arrive, they still scare that army all the way back. But it does look like Colossus spawning, and is it going to be enough to push this army back? Hellbats don't do a lot of damage to Colossus, but when there are that many Hellbats and they somehow manage to get ace around, it does look like MMA, though, is in a lot of trouble. He's down by about 100 supply. Not sure what they're saying, but I understand the GG. So Crank able to win an IMBA League once again using all 3 races. Crank is got to be your winner. Hope you guys enjoy it. Remember, go play some IMBA League. It is on the North American server. Just search for IMBA League. It's 2 words, which I know I say every time, but it's a lot of fun. At least play it with your friends. And I'll put the Twitter down below for Mike Zetal. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Oh my god, he had more units on the way. Oh, Crank. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more Bronze League, IMBA League Heroes. Oh god, what have I done? What have I done? You never cross the streams, guys. I have definitely crossed the streams here. It is going to be an IMBA League match with all Bronze League hero players. I have vetted them well, as you can see. Yes! Yes, I'm so excited for this. Oh, God, there's their APM over there. We got someone peeking out at 4 APM. But either way, I basically sent out a tweet. So if you don't follow me on Twitter, I guess you're missing out. Asking for Bronze League level players. And I have thrown them into the IMBA League arena. ZK, well, let's introduce our players first before I talk too much. Spawning down on the bottom left side, having a very fantasy sounding name. It is going to be Erkenhelm. Maybe it's like a town in Germany, I don't know. And his opponents up on the top left side, it's going to be ZKtheMAN. He's pretty confident in his name, that's for sure. We have Frostmelka in the top right side. And down the bottom right side, it's DruidOfNecro from the very prestigious clan GSVG. Now, I do want to mention just really, really quickly, the main reason I'm making this video, I'm really not sure which, I'll probably put it in the Bronze League Heroes folder. It's kind of difficult on which one it should, maybe it should go in both, who knows. But I wanted to let you guys know that we have once again updated the IMBA League map. If you would like to play it, just log into the North American server, type in IMBA League, which is just IMBA. I am as in man, BA League. It's 2 words. I like to tell you guys how to find it. Oh my god, we do have a pylon going down there wait, does that actually add to supply? Oh my god, it does. Never even realized that. But some of the new features we have added, just so you guys know, you can actually start with all 3 races now. That's actually one that we have enabled in this game. So everyone is going to be spawning with an SCV, a drone, and a probe. Be careful not to lose that one individual unit, though. Otherwise, you will not get it back. Like, is that a probe moving from a Protoss base? Yes, it is. Also, increased supply. It doubles the maximum supply, so you can get up to 400 units. And yes, it is also known as Lagfest 2013. Or 2014 now. But either way, we also did lots of things, like we fixed the mineral bug. These ones do have now, we didn't do it in this game, but when you use it, you can basically make it like big game hunters, where each mineral patch has 20,000 minerals. Each gas geyser has, I think, 30,000. Not that you're going to run out anytime soon, but that's the big game hunter mod. And we have lots of other stuff. like any unit that deals damage, it begins regenerating health from the damage. There's lots of cool stuff out there, like being able to reveal the entire map. So yeah, pretty cool stuff right there, as in the top right side, Frostmelka is chill. I think he's the first one to really kind of utilize that extra worker here. Now, I also want to mention that in this mode, there are no rocks here protecting you, although it is Bronze League, so I doubt we'll see any attacks anytime soon. But either way, this cast, number one, go out there and play some IMBA League, guys. It's actually one of the highest rated maps on all of Battle.net, as a lot of players actually enjoy playing games on it. And I'm not just saying that because it's the map that me and Mike Zetal have been working on. It's more that it is actually a fun map, and that is why I am doing this right here, right now. Looks like ZKtheMAN going for an actual supply depot right there, as he decides that is easier. Although this is actually pro tip of the day. He's losing more mining by doing this than if he would have just sent a probe to make a pylon. But hey, that's okay. That is the new meta, man, is using your one SCV to go ahead and make a supply depot. So that's going to be awesome there. And this is going to get really confusing if they start to mix in different things. Like, we are chrono boosting out Marines right now. And I guess, oh my god, wait, he can build a barracks and you don't even need a command center to do that. Is that right? Yeah, isn't that? Yeah, you don't need a command center to do that. So he's just got to be throwing down a barracks right there. These guys are already getting creative, because when I played this, I didn't even think to do that. So he has those on the way. Pylon's got to be on the way. Remember that you don't need to power anything as Terran, so dropping the pylons there, great usage with that. The Zeal right here going to be chasing this poor little probe around, trying to catch up to him. And so far, we might be able to. And that angle's not great. There's another slice right there. This probe could very easily escape, though, if he wants to. And this is going to get so confusing once they start to mix in their races. I love how he chrono boosted out a Marine. That is pretty awesome. But keep in mind, guys, that this is Bronze League Heroes. I'm casting this game live, because why would I do it any other way? And I have no idea what to expect. I honestly do not, as the probe is going to go ahead and move on out. Zealot's right there. They finally give up hope of ever chasing that down. Ooh, ZKtheMAN going for lots of Zealots off of these 4 gateways. We'll see if he can make anything happen here. He's got to have trouble, I would say, versus Erkenhelm, which is probably super offensive. But either way, probe does get taken out there. I don't think that he's going to be able to attack bottom left. Top right might have a little bit more luck with it, considering that there is the Marines chilling out there. You can see that Frostmelka deciding to go for a Nexus instead of another command center. Not sure if I agree with that. But there's the true Bronze League Heroes building right now. The very first forge in the game. Got to be throwing out some sweet upgrades. DruidOfNecro definitely needs to get more workers and some more rolling. He's got to be falling behind quite quickly, but hey, we love him anyways. He's a trooper. He's a good guy, and really is doing it for our entertainment, so I can't complain about that. We do have a reactor on the way right now, as a Reaper going to be on the way. We could be seeing a second Reaper here as well. Nothing more terrifying than Protoss utilizing Reapers. Warp Gate nearly going to be done right here. I'm actually kind of curious on these army supplies. So this is the overall supplies here. 27 supply is the lowest. The other players pretty close together, though, as they are all in their 40s over here. Reaper is done. Chrono boosting out more Marines. We do have more barracks going to be on the way. This SCV has got his work cut out for him, as he is going to have to be mining down there, and just a couple units chilling out over here. I got to say, the fact that there's a Mothership Core here, it gives me hope for all Bronze League players everywhere. Mothership Core is such a good unit. It is definitely a good unit there. Reaper moves out, grabs the Watchtower. And you know what? One nice thing about watching bronze level games, especially in FFAs, is they tend to be a little bit slower. So we can kind of sit back. We can have some fun. If you forgot your beer, then might as well go get one right now. I mean, look, guys, what's one more beer? I mean, honestly. But at this point, remember, we do have increased supply, so we'll see if it starts to lag here as the game progresses. I think that's first blood, at least first attacking blood, as that Reaper does get taken out right there. And ZKtheMAN still just powering off of those gateways. I feel like maybe I should warn him that, number one, he's supply blocked, and number two, his gateways need to be upgraded to warp gates. But nah, why would I do that? Why would I do something like that? I will say, though, that DruidOfNecro, currently the underdog. What if he ends up winning? That's just gonna make my day. That's gonna tickle my pickle. Right now the Marines are moving out, though. There are 7 of them, not a whole lot. Maybe gotta try and grab that Watchtower there. I think he's one of the players to lose the most in this game so far. He's lost 2 units so far, costing 150 resources overall. Hopefully for these Marines' sake, they will just chill out over here, because this is not a good idea. This is not a good idea. This is not going to work out. The Marines, though, go, go, go. We'll see if this is like a World War II movie where, you know, the small band of brothers manages to do the impossible behind enemy lines. I feel like that's probably not the case, though. He could kill those rocks if he wants to. But the Mothership Core here is probably going to be pretty pissed, especially if it throws down a Time Warp here. These Marines not doing so good. He is going to go straight for the straight for the what unit did he go for? I guess he went straight for that one zealot, and that sounds like, God, why is everyone always picking on me? He actually ends up losing 500 resources there, so not the greatest here for DruidOfNecro. But we'll see if he is a DruidOfNecro and be able to resurrect those units. We do have a big attack, though. Got to be moving out to the bottom left side right now. And he's spiking at 43 APM right there, and actually going really, really high right there. Well, that's very easy to get that high, just moving around units, because when you're clicking that fast, it is about at least 120 APM just to do that. And you can see it quickly dropping there as he is going to go ahead and move on out. He's got a ton of money in the bank. I'm actually kind of curious overall who has the most money. 1,300 money, 1,300 minerals there, 300 here. And in the top right side, it is going to be 800 right now. Cannons are on the way. He's going to be turtling like a true Bronze League player. Also has the pylons now done. Oh my God, he's got double upgrades. He might be one to look out for in the later stages. ZKtheMAN, though, gotta look to end this right now. Do we see the Photon Overcharge? Need to see the Photon Overcharge. It's be an absolutely perfect time for a Photon Overcharge. As we all sit and wait in amazement here to see if he actually does it. So far, the answer is no. The motion core might actually get taken out. Needed that Photon Overcharge to hold the ramp, but that is not going to happen. Looks like ZKtheMAN is out for blood. He's going to kill off all those units. And is there enough back at home? We do have Void Rays on the way. There will actually be enough air units here once you get the... No, they're carriers! They're carriers! They are not Void Rays. I think we lost... what's going on with that? Oh, the other cap. Just confused to that smoke. I'm like, why doesn't that pylon have vision? Oh my God, the carrier is on the way. A stalker is warped in to try and buy a little bit of time. These are only powered by one pylon, though. There's going to be the carrier. Does he start making the interceptors? Yes, he does. Interceptors are on the way, going straight for the zealots over here. This is how you know it's a true Bronze League Heroes, IMBA League Heroes game. As I will say, though, Frostmelka on the top right, he is the one to watch out for. This carrier, can he kill 3 stalkers in a sentry? We are about to find out, as he is going to try... Oh my God, carriers are so bad. If he loses this battle, I'm just going to cry myself to sleep. Well, he could have won. I don't know why he's focusing down the sentry. That's the tickle cannon. Not really going to be that big of a threat. Second carrier is actually going to finish, though. Carrier has arrived. And he's also working on the Graviton Catapult. Does not have any upgrades, but does have enough to kill us off just fine. And there goes the last Stalker. God, Stalkers do so much damage for just one shot. The Zealots, though, just go into town on the remaining probes over here. We'll see how long Erkenhelm can hang on, but he might actually be in last place right now. Supply-wise, yes, he is. I believe, wait, we have 33 supply. Yeah, our blue player ends up losing the remainder of his units there. Oh, carriers, where are you going? Where are you going? You probably want to save your probes. Might end up losing all the probes there. I think he lost his SCV and his drone. So now he is strictly a Protoss player. We'll see if he continues forward with that. More Stalkers are headed over, but so are more carriers. So it's going to be a battle to the death down the bottom left side here. DruidOfNecro trying to make as many as he possibly can. Gotta watch out this carrier, though. And the weakened one is being focused down. Not nearly enough damage, though. The carriers do have their Graviton Catapult, as carrier has indeed arrived. Oh my God, Frostmelka really milking out those low tier units, just using them off the warp gates, working on crazy good upgrades as well. And 1-1 upgrades on the Marines. We also have 1-1 upgrades on the Zealots, but they're soon to have 2-2 plus charge. So no fancy units right there. We do have, I will say though, DruidOfNecro adding in some Marauders right now. That could play a huge role. Not in the near future, as we do need to start seeing some splash damage come out of this. Triple Stargate on the way for ZKtheMAN. So he's going the 1 base, 4 gate, triple Stargate barracks. Pretty standard, I know. And the Stalkers are chilling out over here, but these carriers going to be able to defend this expansion. Don't you guys love when you get to have a carrier defense for your expansion? Only in Bronze League will you ever see such a thing. And Frostmelka, he's getting really close to maxed out. I'm actually impressed. In about 20 minutes, he's at 145-ish supply. Transferring down the drone right there and deciding not to go for Zerg. Instead, well, actually, no one decided to go for Zerg. I would have thought that someone would have expanded his Zerg just because it costs a lot less. The carriers, though, in a lot of trouble. The Stalkers trying to make something happen here. That carrier will surely fall, and indeed it does. The other 2 carriers, I think, will survive. It's just Stalkers do so much damage to those carriers, especially since carriers do count as armored. They don't have any upgrades, though. Oh, actually, they have 1 upgrade. Just realized that right there. So the carrier's going to be chilling out. No more money in the bank for Erkenhelm. Although, all of a sudden, Frostmelka, he's pissed. I don't know if you want to go on that side of the map there, DruidOfNecro. That is not where you want to go. You probably want to go back home. I feel like we're watching Marine Arena. Oh, God, it's got to be a massacre. It's got to be an absolute massacre. Bronze League Hero Micro at its best. And the Bronze League Hero Zealots, they are ready to go. This is not looking great for DruidOfNecro. If this army moves down to the bottom right side, that is going to be it. Now the macro of Frostmelka actually starting to kick in over here. And again, when you're moving units, it's so easy to raise that APM. It's so hilarious. But the army is marching forward. Whose scan was that, though? I think that was That was going to be Purple's there. He's seeing exactly what's going on. That's going to be GG in the bottom right side. We will see. Oh, he's going to get some pot shots here on the high ground. And unfortunately, that's not going to be nearly enough, as these poor Marines are going to get taken out. DruidOfNecro, thank you for participating. He is going to be our first eliminated player, as he only has tier 1 units. Stalker Sentry, though, ready to go. We may be having a battle of the Sentry between top right and top left. This is so many tier 1 units here. I would recommend going for some splash damage, as I would recommend some splash damage. It looks like Purple has a lot of stuff. We'll see if anyone actually takes that advice or not. Carriers, I don't know if you should be attacking each other. No, I won't give them a tip, as tempting as it is for me. There are 4 carriers here now. Might be enough to actually hold this off, because carriers start to really scale like crazy. Actually going to be microing that one back, although no, it's not going to be enough. It looks like ZKtheMAN, he is out for blood as well. He's going to be killing that one off, as DruidOfNecro has left the game. And it does look like the next is going to get taken out as well. Goodbye, Erkenhelm. And not looking great here for anyone in the top left side. I don't think there's any splash damage in the game for ZK. So it looks like I can't even read his name with all these units removing. Frostmelka is going to potentially win this right up the gate. I don't see any sweet strategies coming out of ZKtheMAN right now. And I mean, I can't even if I tell him about it, I don't think there's anything he can do. He has the one mothership core, but that's not going to be nearly enough. This army is absolutely terrifying. Now, thankfully, he's actually moving down here to the bottom left side. This is going to give ZKtheMAN time to react. Does he realize what's actually heading his way? He's saying, oh, buddy, and oh, buddy is right. That is a lot of stuff. It's completely out of position, though. So he does have time here, and he's saying, am I pooned? I think the answer is yes. He has a lot of money in the bank, but unfortunately he's not going to be massing up anything here, as the fleet beacon is going to get taken out, it looks like. And he is saying GG in advance. He should probably make some stuff, as DTs would be quite nice, as we'll see. We'll just have to see. I mean, I think we know exactly what's going to happen right here, though, as Frostmelka deciding that, you know what, 229 supply worth of tier 1 units is really the way to go. And he's saying you never know what happens in Bronze League hero games. The Void Rays are going to be able to kill off red, but, I mean, this base up here is in a lot of trouble. He needs to warp in Dark Templar or High Templar, or really just any kind of Templar, because that is a lot of stuff. These Marines are low on HP, but he just has... This is what counters Marines and Zealots. No, 3 Stalkers unfortunately isn't. As at this point, I think that's pretty much game. That should be it. As right now, Frostmelka is going to be your winner. Again, guys, though, I just want to let you know that we have updated the IMBA League map once again. So go out there and play. Oh God, another Stim. Can you imagine a glorious, glorious storm on top of those Marines? That would have been absolutely awesome. He has lots of money too. He can continue to get maxed out all the way to 400 supply. So that is going to pretty much be it, as unfortunately, not having any splash damage right there. So Frostmelka was victorious. Go out there and play some IMBA League games, guys. It's a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time.